Guys, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. What's up? How are you guys? Am I audible? Am I visible? Can you please confirm once? Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. I'm audible. Ek number. Okay. Finally, everybody has got the access. Everybody has got the email. Everybody has everything now. I'm happy. So yesterday, what happened is I sent the email to everyone, but the problem was Google changed the policy, and that's why approximately 70 to 80 emails got bounced. And I started telling everyone that I have circulated the serial keys. I got so many messages stating that, Arey sir, we have not received the email yet. What is this? We have not received it, and my friend has got the email, but I have not received the email. So all these things started getting. That's why I recorded another video and I told you that, just calm down, do not panic. Even if you get the email, kuch nahi hone wala hai because it is empty. Because from today the live streaming is going to start, right? So everybody was panicking yesterday, but I'm happy that everything is sorted now. Okay, screen rotation not possible. Yeah, possible hai. Possible that screen rotation will not be there. So for any query related to tech query, I will recommend that go to that tech support guy, and he will be able to help you in this. So don't worry. Now I want to tell you that कभी कभी ऐसे होगा, sometimes it can happen that your video is stuck. So what you can do is you can go back and you can come back again in live streaming. You will be able to get the video back. ठीक है? So जिस पे नहीं चल रहा है, whatever tech related query you have, please, it is my request that please do not post it in the chat. Post it. There is a separate person. I will not be able to help you in this right now because I'm taking a lecture. So whatever tech query you have, it's a request that you go to that tech person and talk to him because he's sitting there for you guys, right? So he will be in a better position to quickly resolve your queries. Maybe it is not a problem at all, but just that, one setting here and there you'll have to do, that's it. So he'll be able to do it. A number, everything is there in the email. Email में सब कुछ लिखा है. Everything is there in the email. Screen resolution कम है. That is the problem of your internet, not the problem of app or any recording. Okay. So Sakshi, I guess everybody is getting the voice. So एक बार please check your phone. So one more thing, that you are saying that please do the MCQs of November 23. If you see the MCQs of November 23, those MCQs are this much. If you solve MCQs of November 22, it has a tremendous coverage. So don't worry. Whatever amendments we will have, we will cover those amendments. So उसका stress मत लेना बिल्कुल भी. So we'll do everything which is possible from our end. So don't worry. Because in November 23 MCQs also, if you see the MCQs now, maximum MCQs, maximum 90% of the MCQs are from November 22 MCQ booklet. So I know certain things, so let me just continue with that. I will cover everything. Since you have trusted me, I will ensure that your MCQs will be sorted. Don't worry. And okay, again I'm saying that if you have any tech queries, please do not post it here. I will not be able to help you. Please post it to the tech support. They will be able to help you. थैंक यू मोहित, थैंक यू वेरी मच. ऐसे ऐसे सब मैसेजेस चलेंगे. ओके, दीज मैसेजेस आर ओके. राइट भैया, कुछ दिन में ही आई बिकेम योर टीचिंग फैन. दीज मैसेजेस आर ओके इन दिस चैट, बट दिस इज नॉट वर्किंग, दैट इज नॉट वर्किंग. दिस सीरियल की आई हैव नॉट रिसीव्ड, दिस इज नॉट रिसीव्ड. प्लीज अवॉइड. चलो, बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स, कैन वी स्टार्ट? Boys and girls, can we start? Nice. Sakshi also saying that she's my teaching fan. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Like, share, subscribe. Here it will not happen, so you will not hear this this sentence now. Okay, now let's begin. Let's begin with today's session. Now, what is required? Now, it is better that if you have a printout of November 22 ICAI MCQ booklet, it is better. If you don't have the printout of that booklet, it is absolutely okay for today. For today, it is absolutely okay. But try to take a printout. I will tell you the reason why you need a printout. Not because you are attending my session and I'm telling you to do it. That's why you do it. Please download it and print that out, because whenever you have anything in hard copy, it becomes very easy for you to solve. Otherwise, I know that how lazy you are and how lazy I am also. Because when I was a student, I know that if something is there in my laptop, it will always stay in my laptop, because it will never. So ऐसा होता है ना कि who will go to that laptop? Who will open that laptop? Who will open that file? Who will start looking at? Then after that we start complaining, yaar, my eyes start paining after looking at the screen. So these things we start complaining, and that is why it is absolutely necessary that we have everything handy. After we take the printout also, it is very important to keep the printout on the same table on which you are studying. Because होगा क्या कि तुम लोग ने printout जो है वो printout किधर रखा है? It is in the different room altogether. Then in that case, who will go to that room? छोड़ना यार, I will do it after some time. Whenever I'll get up for lunch, at that point of time, I'll go to that room and take out the printout, take that printout which is there. So even if you have the booklet, but still there is a possibility that you are so lazy that you'll not go to the other room and take the printout. Okay? So whenever you'll take the printout, just keep it on the same table, so that you will be able to just it should be handy. You will be taking it and you just solve it. Right? Okay. एक नंबर. Oh, you remember the DT? Chalo, let's not waste any further time. Let's begin with today's session. We need to be really quick. I'm telling you. In between, I will not be able to see the messages, because there are more than 170 people who are online right now. Now 135 here, and on the other app there are more than 50. So approximately 180 people. So if I start looking at everybody's question, it will be difficult. Let's do one thing. Let's start solving the questions, and we'll take a separate Zoom session for the doubts. Okay, so whenever you will have the doubts, then just keep it with you and just note it down, so that once you have the doubts, just we'll accumulate all those doubts, and then we will approach those doubts afterwards. Otherwise, what will happen is, if I start taking everybody's doubts, because see, everybody's preparation level is different. Now everybody has not learned from me, so my certain methods will be different. Their certain methods will be different. So there is a possibility that they are yet to match that particular level. So the first day always, as in my be it my practice batch, be it my MCQ batch, I will have the same approach. On the first day I always go slow, because my teaching method is different, and the other person's professor's teaching method can be different. So I'll be very considerate, don't worry at all. We will be able to complete this MCQ booklet within the perfect time which I had mentioned you. 3 to 4 days में DT complete होगा, और बाकी के 3 days में will complete the IDT portion also. Now, what is today's target? Now, today's target is, my target is approximately 60 to 75 questions we should be able to complete. We need to be ultra quick in solving. So how we will do it? Now, sir, are you going to start solving the questions from 1 to 75? Answer is yes, but before solving every MCQ, I will give you I will give you a hint about that particular provision. Like, what is that provision telling you? Now, what I'm going to do is, say for example, I start with this. Now, this is a very simple basic question of calculation of income tax. So I'll take another example. I will take an example of this, for example. One residential status card, there is one question. Now, what I'll do is, I will go to my book. Okay, my book. And I will just show you the provision ki ye provision hai, or basis this provision we are getting this answer, so that even if you have not learned from me, but still you will get something in front of you ki haan baba, he has used this provision, he has got the answer. So this is the approach which we are going to follow in this particular thing, and we will be able to complete the entire MCQ booklet in the best possible manner. Along with ICAI booklet, I have certain important MCQs also to discuss, so we will discuss those MCQs also. Okay? Okay. Amazing. चलो, let's begin now. Let's begin. अभी हम लोग time waste नहीं करेंगे. और the best thing is, I have this MCQ finisher. You will get the copy of this MCQ finisher at the end of the lecture. I'll just upload this. I have not uploaded yet. MCQ finisher mein I have given the explanations to each and every MCQ. Now, first point is talking about, say, calculation of income tax. Then I have calculated the income tax and I have showed you. So, for example, the answer is this 22,880. Then we'll see कि अपना main जो question होगा उसमें 22,880 है क्या? See this. So how will you get this? इसका explanation I have given in the MCQ book finisher. ठीक है, चलो start करते हैं with the first question, that is, okay, first question of direct tax. Give me 1 minute. I'll just drink some water and we will start. हेलो. ओके, चलो स्टार्ट करते हैं. क्वेश्चन नंबर 1. टैक्स लायबिलिटी ऑफ मिस्टर सरल, अ रेसिडेंट who attained the age of 60 years on 1/4/2022 and does not opt for the provisions of section 115 BAC for the previous year 21-22. What are they saying? What is the tax liability? He is a resident person and he has attained the age of 60 years on 1/4/2022. If you remember, there is a clarification. That as on 1/4/2022, 1 minute, as on 1/4/2022, this is, for example, financial year 20, this is financial year 21-22, which ends on 31/3, right? And this is financial year 22-23, which starts from 1/4. बराबर है? Perfect. Now, if my birthday comes on this date, so can I say, I actually वैसे देखा तो I am becoming 60 years in financial year 22-23, because 1st April 2022 comes in financial year 22-23, which means I am completing 60 years in the financial year 22-23. Yes, so I will be able to get that higher basic exemption limit का benefit of 3 lakh rupees, ideally from financial year 22-23. Yes, but there is a clarification, and in that clarification they have specifically mentioned that even though it is your birthday, 60th birthday is falling in financial year 22-23, that is on 1st April 2022, but still it will be assumed that you have completed 60 years as on 31/3/2022. I'm repeating this, even though you have completed 60 years as on 1/4/2022, but still we will assume that you have computed 60 years on 31st of March 2022. So can I say on 31st of March 2022 you have completed 60 years as per the clarification? Now you tell me, if I have completed 60 years as on 31/3/2022, can I say 31/3/2022 falls in financial year 21-22? Absolutely right. So from financial year 21-22 only, I will be able to get the higher basic exemption limit of 3 lakh rupees and not from financial year 22-23. सीधा सीधा इधर से ही आई विल बी एबल टू गेट द 60 years का बेनिफिट. सो हाउ विल आई कंप्यूट दिस? सी what is the total income? The total income is 5,60,000. So 5,60,000 पे नॉर्मल कंप्यूटेशन करेंगे, नॉर्मल कंप्यूटेशन एज इन 5,60,000. So up to 3 lakh rupees there is no tax. 3 lakhs to 5 lakhs it is 5% of tax, which comes to 10,000. After that 5 lakhs to 5,60,000 we will compute 20% of tax. So 5 lakhs to 5,60,000 पे 20%, it comes to 12,000. So basically 0 plus 10 plus 12 comes to 22,000. But 22,000 is not our answer. We have to add the health and education cess. So total tax liability is 22,880. Ekdam perfect. So which is that option? This is option number B. 22,880. So here, which concept did we polish? Here the concept of that clarification of 60 years. So इधर मैं लिखता हूँ clarification of 60 years. In every MCQ in which we'll solve, we will polish, or we are going to polish a lot of concepts. Now today I tell you, we will polish the concepts of all the heads of incomes. After that, set off and carry forward of losses, clubbing of income, and if I'm not wrong, deductions also. So all these concepts we will polish in today's lecture itself, and it is going to be super fun. I just want one thing from you, that do not get distracted by any notifications which you'll get from on your phone. Okay, please do not get distracted, because even though मतलब अभी तो ठीक है, you have that जोश, but after 2 hours, 2.5 hours, you can feel कि अरे यार थोड़ा पक रहा है. नहीं, tell yourself that you have to sit for 3 hours and you have to just finish it. ठीक है? Okay. Next point is tax liability of Nirlep Cooperative Society who does not opt to pay tax under section 115 BAD on the total income of 90,000. Now we are computing the tax liability of a cooperative society. Cooperative society का tax liability how do we compute? See, cooperative society का tax liability identify करने के लिए we need to identify the tax slabs. 0 to 10,000 rupees there is no tax. 10,000 rupees to 20,000 rupees it is 0 to 10,000 rupees it is 10% tax. 10 to 20 it is 20% tax, and above 20 it is 30% tax. Now the question is, if my income is 90,000 rupees, can I just compute, अगर मेरा income 90,000 होगा, can I just compute 30% since it is more than 20,000 rupees? So no, here also, just like individuals, under cooperative societies also, we need to compute this answer as per slab wise. मतलब we have to use the slabs to get the answer. Now 90,000 पे slabs कैसे use करेंगे? 0 to 10,000 it is going to be 10%. 10 to 20 it is going to be 20%, and above 20 it is going to be 30%. So can I say we will just compute like this? So up to 10, so 10,000 पे 10% comes to 1,000. 10,000 to 20 में कितना है? It is 10,000 only, no? So 10,000 पे कितना आएगा? 20%, that is 2,000. Now from 20,000 to 90,000. So can I say we have 70,000 income? So 70,000 income पे 30% if we calculate, we will get the answer as 21,000. So if we just add all three, then I will get the answer of 24,000 rupees. But whenever you will see the question, no question में 24,000 पे दिया होगा, you will see 24,000 in the MCQ option, but you will not opt for that, because you need to add what health and education says. Before you go for the exam, you have to tell yourself HEC add करना है, HEC add करना है, HEC add करना है, HEC add करना है. नहाते नहाते भी बताना, while you are taking a shower, then तभी भी बताना कि HEC add करना है, HEC add करना है, because एक HEC, you have done everything perfectly, but you have just not added the HEC that can make all your efforts go for a toss. Right? Perfect है. So this is your point number 2. We'll come to point number 3. Point number 3 पे आओ. What is the amount of marginal relief available to Sadvichar Limited, a domestic company, on the total income of 10 crores 350? 10 crores 350 for previous year 21-22, comprising of business income, whose turnover in previous year 19-20 is 450 crore. Now for your attempt, the amount, the financial year, याद है क्या? In case of a company, please सब लोग ध्यान देना, in case of a company, there are two types of companies. One, it can be a domestic company or it can be a foreign company. If it is a foreign company, the tax rate is going to be 40%. But if it is a domestic company, domestic companies mein we have two tax rates. Number one, 30% tax rate, which is normal, and number two, 25% tax rate. But when will I apply 25% tax rate in the current year? I will see 2 years before. 2 years before. Current financial year is 22-23. बराबर. 2 years before comes to financial year 2021. In financial year 2021, if the turnover in that financial year, that is 2021, is equal to or less than, not less than, equal to or less than 400 crores, then in that case, in the current financial year, I will have to pay I can pay the tax at the rate of 25%. Since this booklet is of last year, that's why last year में 2 financial years पहले 1920 आता है, so that's why they have given 1920. But for you, if I just have to make a change, then I will say it is 2021. So 2021 में उसका turnover कितना था? 450 crores, which means I will not be able to opt for that particular exemption. Like a 25% tax rate, I will not be able to apply in the current financial year. I will have to apply 30% only. I will have to apply 30% only. एकदम perfect? Okay, चलो अभी आगे बढ़ते हैं. Paying tax as per normal regular provisions of Income Tax Act. Assume that the company does not exercise the option of 115 BAA. What are they asking? They are asking about marginal relief. Now, first of all, marginal relief. When do we compute marginal relief? When? Okay, tax liability is normal. We have to pay the tax liability. That is fine. But whenever your income crosses 1 crore, in case of a company, please look here. In case of a company, domestic company, if your turnover is more than 1 crore but less than or equal to 10 crores, then in that case, in case of a domestic company, the surcharge rate is going to be 7% of income tax. Okay? But once your income crosses 10 crores, your surcharge rate is going to be 12% of income tax. So can I say that up to 10 crore rupees, I have to pay 7% of surcharge? That I have to pay. But only because my income got increased or got exceeded 10 crore rupees, I have to pay 12%. Yes. Now what happened is, my income got increased or my income has crossed 10 crores marginally. इतना सा amount से ऊपर गया income का, but तो भी government is going to say your income is more than 10 crore, you will have to pay 12% of income tax. But I am saying कि please government consider my case, because my income is marginally higher than the threshold of 10 crore rupees. Because here what is happening is, because of that marginal increase, so in the present case, what is the marginal increase? Can I say 3,50,000? 3,50,000 rupees extra kamaya, that's why I have to pay 12% of surcharge. Otherwise, I had to pay only 7% of surcharge. My point is, because of this earning of 3,50,000, I will be having more outflow. Here, what is the inflow? My inflow is 3,50,000, but my outflow is going to be higher than 3,50,000 because my surcharge rate is going to get increased from 7% to 12%. That's why I'm asking for marginal relief. Okay, perfect है. Okay, now first we need to compute कि marginal relief के केस में, can I say that I have to pay the tax on 10 crore rupees? वैसे ही 10 crore rupees तो मुझे tax pay करना ही है 10 crores पे, बराबर. And then we will compute the tax which is coming as 10 crores 3,50,000. We will see the difference between that. So can I first compute the tax on 10 crores which I anyways have to pay, बराबर. So let's compute that. 10 crores पे कितना टैक्स आता है? देखो, टैक्स ऑन 10 crores is going to be what? ये 10 crores है. So basically 10 crores पे टैक्स कैसे निकालेंगे? 30% सीधा लगता है because it is a company, no slab rate. कंपनी है, no slab rate. So can I say 10 crores पे 30%? So whatever amount we will get, that is 30 lakh rupees, उस पे 7% surcharge I will add. बराबर, 7% surcharge if I add, then I will get the answer as 3 crores 24 lakhs 50,000. एक मिनट, sorry, 10 crores पे 30%, not 30 lakhs. 10 crores पे 30% comes to 3 crores. 10 crores पे 30% comes to 3 crores. So 3 crores इधर आया plus 7% surcharge. This comes to 3 crores 24 lakhs 50,000. Please everybody, I hope that you are appreciating this fact that this amount of 3 crores 24 lakhs 50,000 rupees I will have to pay to the government. Because here though there is no question of margin relief now, because my income I am considering only as 10 crores. इधर तो क्या margin relief, इधर 7% तो मुझे pay करना ही है, right? So 324,50,000 I have to pay to the government. Now I will see that because of that 3,50,000, what is that difference? What is the difference in the tax liability? What is the difference in the tax liability? So I will then start computing the tax on 10 crores 3,50,000. 10 crores 3,50,000. Exactly. Tax amount कितना आएगा? Tax amount will come to 3 crores 1,50,000 rupees. 3 crores 1,05,000 rupees. Can I say that since this is crossing 10 crores, I will have to apply the surcharge of 12%? Yes. So here on this, I will apply the surcharge of 12%. So this is going to be 30105 into 12%. इसका आंसर कितना आया? 36 lakhs 12,600. If I just add that, I will get the figure as a 337,17,600. Can I say that if I am taking my income as 10 crores, I have to pay tax of 324,50,000. But if I just increase my income, of 3,50,000, my tax is going to get increased by approximately 13 lakhs. समझ रहा है? मेरा outflow कितना बढ़ रहा है, मेरा inflow कितना है? My inflow is only 3,50,000. Because of this, look at the amount of outflow. Increase in the outflow. Outflow कितना हो रहा है? Approximately 13 lakhs. So don't you think मेरे लिए कुछ गलत हो रहा है मेरे साथ? Definitely yes. So that's why they said marginal relief. So ये जो difference है ना, ये difference का तुझे क्या मिलेगा मालूम है? Marginal relief मिलेगा. Marginal relief मिलेगा. So 337,17,600 minus 3,24,50,000. I will get the answer as marginal relief. तो इधर point ऐसा है, समझना एक point को. एक मिनट, मुझे समझना एक point को. What is the difference in the tax? What is the difference in the tax? 337,17,600 बराबर है plus tax on 10 crores बराबर. Okay, tax on 10 crores. So can I say that 337,17,600, 1 minute, I'll just take the calci. $337,17,600 minus 324,50,000. Just give me 1 minute. I'm just telling you the presentation. So if I just compute 10 crores पे, I'll tell you, don't worry. Well, that's what I'm computing and that's what I'm telling you, and I'm presenting you in the better manner so that you'll understand. ठीक है? Okay. Please सब लोग इधर ध्यान देना, मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ. Now my regular students will understand कि मेरा मेथड कैसा है. वो ही मेथड में तुम लोग को बताता हूँ कि exactly क्या है. देखो, we'll just compute inflow and outflow. What is my inflow and what is my outflow? Now forget everything which I discussed till now. If you have understood, very good. If you have not understood, very good. ठीक है? Understood. Understand one thing. What is my inflow? Can I say I'm asking for, I'm getting 3,50,000 more, and that is why मुझे problem हो रहा है? Yes. होना चाहिए outflow. So can I say my inflow is 3,50,000? My inflow is 3,50,000. ठीक है? Now the point is, because of the 3,50,000, what is the outflow? Now, can I say that I have two types of outflows? Number one, outflow because of increase in the rate of surcharge. So surcharge का outflow है. And can I say that since I'm earning income of 3,50,000, I anyways have to pay tax of 30%. 30% तो टैक्स देना पड़ेगा ना. So can I say because of earning of 3,50,000 I am spending two types of amounts, one towards increase in the surcharge and second is income tax. So outflow में income tax का amount कितना होगा? 3,50,000 into 30% which comes to 1,05,000, which comes to 1,05,000. एकदम परफेक्ट. इधर मेरा इनकम टैक्स का आउटफ्लो दिख गया. नाउ आई नीड टू कंप्यूट द सरचार्ज का आउटफ्लो. सरचार्ज का आउटफ्लो के लिए सब लोग इधर ध्यान देना प्लीज, प्लीज एवरीबडी प्लीज पे अटेंशन हियर. 0 to 1 crore there was no surcharge. 1 crore to 10 crore there was a surcharge. और कितना था ये सरचार्ज मालूम है? 7% सरचार्ज था. ठीक है. After that, after 10 crore, the surcharge rate is going to be 12%. Perfect. Now, what is my income? My income is 10 crores, 3 lakh, बराबर ना? 10 crores, 3,50,000. Correct. Just be a bit patient. I will tell you everything. 10 crores, 3,50,000. Now, if I consider the income as 10 crores 3,50,000 and if I start computing the tax, can I say I will get the tax amount of 3,015,000. उस पे सरचार्ज कितना आएगा? उस पे सरचार्ज आएगा 36,12,500. So can I say this is my outflow? Yes, but I will not write this outflow here. I will not write this outflow here. Why? You know, because this 36,12,600 is the total surcharge which you have. Total surcharge which you have. मतलब क्या? 36,12,600. But I am asking for the relief only for this additional surcharge, right? Can I say that I am asking for the relief only for this amount which is exceeding 10 crores? Absolutely right. And that is why, can I say the surcharge from 0 to 10 crores, I will have to pay surcharge on that. Okay, now इस पे तो वैसे भी surcharge लगता नहीं है, so there is no question of surcharge from 0 to 1 crore. But can I say 1 crore to 10 crore पे जितना surcharge आएगा, I will anyways have to pay that much. I can't ask for that relief, right? So that's why we computed the surcharge on 10 crores. Now we got the figure of surcharge on 10 crores. ओके निकाला नहीं है, निकालते हैं सरचार्ज ऑन 10 करोड़. 10 करोड़ पे अगर मैंने टैक्स निकाला, 10 करोड़ पे 30% विल कम टू व्हाट? 30% कम्स टू 30 lakhs, सॉरी 3 करोड़. इस पे सरचार्ज कितना आएगा? इस पे सरचार्ज आएगा 7%. 3 करोड़ पे 7%, 21 कुछ आएगा. दैट इज 21 lakhs. एवरीबडी प्लीज अप्रिशिएट दिस फैक्ट that this 21 lakhs ka surcharge I will have to incur because this 21 lakhs ka surcharge is from this to this. So can I say that from 0 to 1 crore I am not required to pay any surcharge. 1 crore to 10 crore I have to pay the surcharge of 21 lakhs. And can I say 36,12,600 में से nil is pertaining to 36,12,600 and 21 lakhs also pertains to 36,12,600. So can I say that if I just compute this, this is the additional surcharge which I am paying because of that additional inflow of 3,50,000? Can I say that if I just compute this XXX, then I will be able to get the perfect figure कि ये जो surcharge है ना, this is the actual outflow because of this earning of 3,50,000, right? तो हम लोग कैसे compute करेंगे? 36,12,600 minus 21 lakhs. Why 21 lakhs? Because 21 lakhs is the amount of surcharge which I anyways have to pay, right? So can I say that I will get the answer as 15 lakhs 12,600? Yes. So this is the outflow which I am incurring because of what? Because of the 3,50,000 ka income. So I will go up and I will write 15 lakhs 12,600. 15 lakhs 12,600. So ये amount इधर का है. So if I just add this, I'll just take this up. If I just add inflows and outflows, I will understand 15, 12, 600 plus 1,05,000 comes to 16 lakhs 17,600. This is the total outflow. Can I say my inflow is 3,50,000? Yes. So 16 lakhs 17,600 minus 3,50,000. If I do, I will get the answer as, okay, इधर दर्द समझो, इधर understand the दर्द. इधर दर्द क्या है? Because of earning of 3,50,000, because of earning of 3,50,000, I am spending 16,17,600. So this is the dard for me right now, and that's why I'm asking for the marginal relief. So मैं बोल रहा हूँ मेरा जितना income है ना, मेरा income लेके जाओ. I don't want my income, but जितना extra I am paying, no, please give me a relief for that, and that is why I'm asking for marginal relief. So if I reduce 16,17,600 minus 3,50,000, I will get the answer as 12,67,600. So this is the marginal relief which I will get, because this to the extent of this amount, something is wrong which is happening with me. So 12,67,600. ये आया आंसर? Yes, ये देखो ये आया आंसर. Now method थोड़ा सा अलग था, पर मैं बताऊं, this method was the most logical method which you can understand to understand this concept of marginal relief. Please tell me whether you have understood this or no. मैंने बहुत डेप्थ में जाके marginal relief compute किया है, because in MCQs you usually get marginal relief के questions. Amazing, amazing if you have understood. Excellent. I'm happy that jitna spend kiya time, that was worth it. Okay. Now you take any question of marginal relief, I'm telling you it is going to be a cakewalk for you. You just do that inflow outflow, it will be very easy for you. देखते चलो. अपना आंसर कितना आएगा? My answer is going to be 12,67,600. Now, the tax payable by Dharma LLP on the total income of 1 crore 1 lakh for previous year 21-22. Now क्या निकलना है? Tax payable निकलना है. Now you'll say कि अरे LLP का tax rate, we know LLP का tax rate is 30%. So simple. But no, here again they are asking about marginal relief. They are asking about marginal relief. Marginal relief में उन्होंने क्या बोला है? Marginal relief में please try to understand one thing. Either they will not specifically say that marginal relief बताओ. They will say compute the tax payable. If they just say that compute the tax payable, then in that case we need to understand, is my income crossing the margin, crossing the amount of threshold for surcharge? Because एक amount के पीछे surcharge कम rate पे लगता था और maybe it was not applicable. But if I cross that threshold, possibility that surcharge is applicable or surcharge is applicable at a higher rate. So that is why we need to compute the marginal relief. So can I say that up to 1 crore rupees, I'll show you the surcharge rates for LLP also. F firms LLP local authority mein, up to 1 crore there is no surcharge, and more than 1 crore there is a surcharge, right? So similarly, if I just compute inflow outflow here, I will compute inflow, I will compute outflow. Inflow कितना है? Inflow is 1 lakh. What is the outflow? There are two types of outflows. Outflow number 1, surcharge का outflow. Outflow number 2, in the income tax का outflow. Can I say income tax का outflow, it is going to be 30%? So 1 lakh पे 30% if I compute, then in that case I will get the answer as 30,000. Okay? उसके बाद अगर surcharge का बात किया तो पहले तो surcharge लगता ही नहीं था, but अभी surcharge लगता है. Now let's identify कि surcharge कितना लगता है. So 1 crore 1 lakh इस पे 30% comes to 30 lakhs 30,000. This is the tax amount. Can I say इस पे surcharge applicable होगा? And the surcharge rate is 12% of income tax if it crosses 1 crore. So इस पे मेरा 12% अप्लाई होगा, इट विल कम टू 3636. So 3,63,600. Can I say that there is an outflow of 3,63,600 जो outflow नहीं होता if I'm earning only 1 crore. So because of that earning of 1 lakh, I have an outflow of 3,63,600. So can I say I will write here, I can write it here, 3,63,600. So what is the total inflow and outflow? Inflow is 1 lakh and outflow is 3,93,600. If I just see this, my inflow is only 1 lakh, but I'm spending 3,93,600 in the form of surcharge and in the form of income tax. That's why I'm asking for marginal relief. So marginal relief is going to be 2,93,600. Perfect है, ये मुझे समझा marginal relief ऐसे compute करना है. Please try to understand now. मेरा income tax is 30,30,000 plus surcharge is 3,63,600 minus marginal relief is 2,93,600. So मैंने minus किया relief, right? I will get some answer. What is that? 30,30 plus 36,3600 minus 293,600. So the answer comes to 31 lakhs. But 31 lakhs पे I have to add health and education cess. If I just do it, I will get the answer as 32 lakhs 24,000. Can I say that this is point number B? Yes, this is point number B. Okay, this is point number B. So this is your point number 4. You just do this inflow outflow, you will get the answer. Now, be it individual, be it company, be it LLP, be it firm, if you understand the concept, the assessee can be any, you will be able to get the answer. तुझे सिर्फ क्या अलग होगा? Tax का calculation will be different, right? So everything else will remain the same. Perfect है? Okay. Now, if you are confused कि वो margin relief का concept individual में कैसे होगा, just go to my YouTube channel. YouTube पे playlist होगा. Not now. YouTube पे playlist होगा. Playlist में practice batch होगा. Not of this year, of the last attempt. उसमें basic concepts का first lecture देखो. You will be able to understand कि marginal relief for 50 lakhs, marginal relief for 1 crore कैसे compute करते. ठीक है, तुम लोग को और अच्छे से if you want to understand, you can just go there. चलो अभी हम लोग आगे बढ़ते हैं. मिस्टर रमन एज 64 years was not able to provide satisfactory explanations to the assessing officer for the investments of 7 lakhs not recorded in the books of accounts. What shall be the tax payable by him on the value of such investments considered to be deemed income as per section 69? Now as per section 69 क्या बात करते हैं मालूम है? Unexplained money, unexplained investments. Now what happens is I have one investment of 7 lakhs. Now one day assessing officer came to me and asked me that you tell me about this investment. How did you get this 7 lakh rupees to invest? I said अरे वो ना अरे हाँ oh shit I forgot. You can't do this. You can't do this. If you are not able to give explanations to the assessing officer is going to say that कि तेरे पास ये black का पैसा था, black money था, and that is why ये जो होता है ना वो unexplained investments जैसे treat होगा. If this is an unexplained investment, then the flat tax or tax rate of 60% plus 25% of compulsory surcharge plus 4% of health and education cess will be applicable. Now legends will say, sir, the tax rate is going to be 89%. अरे नो 60% पे 25% आएगा. So 60 plus 25% comes to 75 plus 4% comes to 78%. So it is 78% tax rate which is going to be applicable. Now if I just say 7 lakhs pay 78%, I will get the answer as 5,46,000 I will have to pay to the government. एक नंबर आई विल मूव अहेड. एकदम सिंपल पॉइंट था. अभी थोड़ा हम लोग स्पीड पकड़ेंगे. देखो इफ अनिरुद्ध, नाउ यू नीड टू बी सुपर केयरफुल बिकॉज अपना थोड़ा स्पीड में जाएगा ना, सो तुम लोग को नहीं तो कंफ्यूजन होगा. ठीक है, ओके. इफ अनिरुद्ध, अ सिटीजन ऑफ इंडिया, हैज स्टेड इन इंडिया इन द प्रीवियस ईयर 21-22 फॉर 181 days. एवरीबडी पे अटमोस्ट अटेंशन. मैं बोल रहा हूं इफ अनिरुद्ध, अ सिटीजन ऑफ इंडिया, हैज स्टेड इन इंडिया in the previous year 21-22 for 181 days. ठीक है, ओके. एंड वन मोर थिंग, यू अभी अभी से जो आगे होगा, if I ask you, then only say yes or no in the chat. Okay, don't spend that much time. You just focus on your study. Yes no में तुम लोग बिल्कुल स्ट्रेस मत देना उसका, ठीक है. जस्ट कीप योर हैंड फ्री एंड जस्ट फोकस ऑन योर स्टडी, सो दैट आराम से हम लोग कंप्लीट करेंगे. जैसे डाउट आएगा जस्ट राइट दैट डाउन, because what will happen is if you get a doubt about the concept, because anyways I'm not going to explain the concept in detail. जितना मैं detail में जा रहा हूँ I will go in detail, but if you have any concept which is related to some other concept, I will not be able to explain that right now. So anyways you will not get the explanation of that right now, so there is no need to put it in the chat. What will happen is I will go ahead and you will just be on that particular question only. ओके, सो मैं तुम लोग के अच्छे के लिए बोल रहा हूँ, इसके लिए बोल रहा हूँ दैट जस्ट बी रिलैक्स्ड, आराम से सामने जितना चल रहा है उतना चलने दो. एंड इफ यू हैव अ डाउट जस्ट मार्क दैट पॉइंट एंड देन वी कैन सॉर्ट दैट आउट, ठीक है. ओके, इफ अनिरुद्ध, अ सिटीजन ऑफ इंडिया, हैज स्टेड इन इंडिया इन द प्रीवियस ईयर 21-22. हेलो हेलो, आता लेक्चर घेतो, थोड्या वेळाने करू फोन.
ओके ओके
चालेल ना. Just 1 minute, just 1 minute, sorry. Okay, fine. Yes. So I was saying that if Anirudh, a citizen of India, has stayed in India in the previous year 21-22 for 181 days, okay, he has stayed in India for 181 days, and he is a non-resident for 9 out of 10 years immediately preceding the current financial year, and has stayed in India for 365 days in all the 4 years immediately preceding the current previous year, and 420 days in all the 7 years immediately preceding the current previous year. His residential status would be. Now, whenever you will get this question of residential status, please try to understand there is a lot of information in the question, a lot of information. Now, you know that to identify whether you are a resident person or a non-resident person, you need to calculate, you need to get the current year data, last 4 years data, right? So, what do we need right now? What do we need right now? We need only the current year data, because we need to satisfy 2 basic conditions. Now, if I have to just revise those 2 basic conditions, in the current financial year, in the current year, I should be staying in India for equal to or more than 182 days. And the second basic financial year is, so basic condition is, in the current year, I should be staying in India for equal to or more than 60 days. And in the last 4 financial years, I should be staying in India for equal to or more than 365 days. बराबर, current year में 182, बाद में current second is 60 and 365. Perfect. Now see, in the current year, for how many days I am staying. Which year is this? I need to compute the taxability for assessment year 22-23, which means financial year 21-22. Financial year 21-22. If I have to consider financial year 21-22 ka data, so in the current year, I'm staying for 181 days, which means I'm not satisfying the first basic condition. If I'm not satisfying the first basic condition, can I say that second basic condition ka first condition I'm satisfying? Now dekho कि last 4 years में am I staying in India for more than 365 days? In the last immediately 4 preceding previous years, I am staying in India for 365 days. So 365 days exact रह रहा है. So can I say he's satisfying the second condition as well? Yes. So which means, but उसके पहले we need to identify that is he falling into those exceptions who are leaving the country or who is coming into India for visit? Is he falling under that? Just check that in the question. Is he falling under that? There is no information regarding this is given that he is leaving the country or he is coming into India for visit, right? So that's why normal हम लोग compute करेंगे. So can I say that after satisfaction of the second basic condition he will become a resident person? Now वो ROR है या RNOR है वो देखने के लिए हम लोग को और थोड़ा चीज देखना पड़ेगा. देखो, now your computation method can be different than my computation method. I am just following the module, but your author must have followed some different method as well. So just तुम लोग के हिसाब से according to you what will be your answer, just get that answer. But if you have followed my method, then you will understand. It can be ulta in your book. It can be ulta. It can exactly be opposite. But don't worry, both the meaning are the same. Now, once you satisfy the basic condition, you have to satisfy. Okay, if you satisfy none of the additional conditions, you will become ROR. And if you satisfy any one of the additional conditions, you will become RNOR. Now, again, I'm saying that in your book, it can be exactly opposite, but you don't need to worry. Just focus on your thing, get the answer, and just be ready with the answer. मैं जो people who have followed me, उनके लिए मैं उनका revision में वैसे कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है? And you will face this problem only here. बाकी everything will remain the same. So उसका stress मत लेना. Additional condition number 1, I should be staying in India for 729 days or less in India during 7 immediately preceding financial years. Current year छोड़ के पीछे के 7 साल में I should be staying in India for equal to or less than 729 days. If I satisfy this, can I say I am satisfying anyone? Which means I will become what? I will become RNOR. I will become what? RNOR. अभी देखते हैं कि क्या exactly information है. Information में लिखा है that I am staying in India for 420 days in all the 7 years immediately preceding the current financial year. So can I say for 7 years I am staying in India for 420? So can I say this is less than 729? Absolutely right, which means I'm satisfying the first additional condition. If I'm satisfying the first additional condition, I'm satisfying anyone, then I will become what? RNOR. I will become what? RNOR. So इधर RNOR में बन जाऊंगा, इधर point number B आएगा. Some people have already said B in the answer. Perfect है, you are right. The answer is going to be RNOR. आगे बढ़ते हैं with the next question. Mr. Mahesh is found to be the owner of 2 gold chains of 50 grams each. Okay, value of which is 1,45,000 each. During the financial year ending 31/3/22, which are not recorded in his books of accounts, and he could not offer satisfactory explanation for the amount spent on acquiring these gold chains. As per section 115 BBE, Mr. Mahesh would be liable to pay tax. Wapis, this is the same question which we have, that is 60% plus 25% plus 4%, because he has not recorded in the books of accounts and he could not offer satisfactory explanation, which means this section is going to be applicable. Seedha ka seedha 78% we are going to apply. Perfect. This is your point number 7. There is nothing else other than this. Come to point number 8. Mr. Ajay is recently a qualified doctor. Ajay is recently a qualified doctor. He joined a reputed hospital in Delhi on 1/1/2022. He earned a total income of 3,40,000 till 31/3/2022. He earned a total income of 3,40,000 till 31/3/2022. His employer advised him to claim rebate under section 87A. याद है क्या rebate 5 lakhs तक अगर income होगा, if your income is up to 5 lakh rupees, then you get a rebate of maximum 12,500 rupees, or the actual tax amount, whichever is lower. While filing the return of income for AY 22-23, ठीक है, he approached his father, a tax professional, to inquire regarding what is rebate under section 87A. What would have his father told him? Now we just need to identify the right sentences which we have in relation to section number 87A. An individual who is a resident in India and whose total income does not exceed 5 lakhs is entitled to claim rebate under section 87A. Is this right? So Riddhi, the same point is there. Same point. Question number 7 में there is no difference. Unexplained point है वो. Unexplained books of accounts में they asked for some information. He could not answer those information. Satisfactory explanation was not given. So government is going to say 60% of flat rate, 25% of surcharge rate, and 4% of health and education cess. If you just apply this percentage on the total income, you will get the answer. What amount? Just apply 78, you'll get the answer. Point number 8 का, what do you think? This is right or wrong? So सबसे पहले ये तो करेक्ट लग रहा है. इंडिविजुअल हु इज अ रेसिडेंट इन इंडिया एंड हुज टोटल इनकम डज नॉट एक्सीड 5 lakhs is entitled to claim rebate under section 87A. ठीक है. An individual who is a resident in India and whose total income does not exceed 3,50,000, ये तो गलत है. Maximum rebate allowable under section 87A is 5,000 rupees. No, that is 12,500. This is also wrong. Rebate under section 87A is available in the form of exemption from total income. No, exemption is different. Exemption मतलब क्या? It does not come in total income. But ये जो 87A है, it acts like a deduction, not the exemption, right? Because we compute the income and then we reduce the rebate under section 87A, right? And that is why here this does not work like an exemption. So this is also wrong. Maximum rebate allowable is 12,500. This is right. Rebate under section 87A is available in the form of deduction from basic tax liability. This is also right. Perfect. So 1, 5 and 6. 1, 5 and 6. This is the correct answer. 1, 5 and 6. This is the correct answer. आगे बढ़ते हैं. Mr. Raman, a citizen of India, was employed in Hindustan Liver Limited. He resigned on 27/9/2021. He received a salary of 40,000 per month from 1/4/2021 to 27/9/2021. क्या हो रहा है देखो प्लीज. Was employed in Hindustan Liver Limited. He resigned on 27/9/2021. He resigned on 27/9/2021. ठीक है. He received a salary of 40,000 per month from 1/4/21 to 27/9/2021 from Hindustan Liver Limited. Thereafter, he left for Dubai for the first time on 1/10/2021 and got salary of rupee equivalent of 80,000 per month from 1/10/21 to 31/3/22. Whenever you read such big questions, we need to first identify कि India में that person was there for how many days, and in Dubai that person is there for how many days. We need to identify this to identify the residential status. If we identify the residential status as ROR, then there is no question of foreign income or Indian income. Everything is going to be taxable, right? But if that person is non-resident, then Indian income will be taxable, but foreign income will not be taxable. So that is why for how many days he is in India, we need to identify this. Please understand. Thereafter, he left for Dubai for the first time on 1/10/21 and got salary of rupee equivalent of 80,000 per month from 1/10/21 to 31/3/2022 in Dubai. His salary for October to December 21 was credited in his Dubai bank account, and his salary for Jan to March was credited in his Mumbai account directly. He is liable to tax in respect of. वो अभी एक चीज पहले मुझे बताओ कि वो क्या होगा, मतलब he must be a resident person or a non-resident person. For that we need to identify the number of days. देखो, he is leaving the country for employment. If we can understand this, he is leaving the country and he is going to Dubai for employment. So can I say the second basic condition will not be applicable to him, everybody? Now second basic condition will not be applicable to him, which means I have to satisfy only the first basic condition, that is 182 days wala. And looking at the information which they have given, I don't think that the income is exceeding 15 lakhs. जो वो होता है ना, सेकंड बेसिक कंडीशन विल बी रिवाइव्ड विथ सम ऑल्टरेशन, वो 60 डेज का यू विल बी रिप्लेस्ड विथ 120 डेज, 120 and 365 will you will consider. So you will not look at this because the income is not exceeding 15 lakh rupees. So can I say you have to satisfy only this condition? Yes. As per this condition, can I say that current year mein he is staying in okay, he is leaving, he left to Dubai for the first time. For the first time he has left the country, right? So can I say that from the first day of the financial year, that is 1st April से लेके 1st October तक he was in India? Yes. So उसके बाद तो he was in Dubai only. Point is, if I have to compute the number of days stayed in India, I will compute 30 days of April, 31 days of May, 30 days of June, 31 days of July, 31 days of August, 30 days of September and 1 day of October. That October का एक दिन भी consider करूंगा मैं. Now if I just compute this, 30 plus 31 plus 30 plus 31 plus 31 plus 30 plus 1, it comes to 184 days. Can I say he is in India for 184 days, which means he is a resident person. Now, if he is leaving the country for the period of, if he is leaving the country for the first time, so can I say that he was there in India for last 7 years, 10 years? So all the 10 years he was a resident person. For all the 7 years he is there in India for more than 729 days. So everything is getting satisfied. तो वो कौन बन जाएगा? ROR बन जाएगा. If he is an ROR, can I say that उसके लिए फॉरेन इनकम क्या, इंडियन इनकम क्या, उसको कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. He will have to pay tax on every income which is earning. So Indian income, foreign income, on both the incomes he will have to pay the income tax. So we will see the questions, options. Income received in India from Hindustan Liver Limited. नहीं ना, not only in India, उसको तो दोनों applicable होगा ना. तो अभी देखते हैं. Income received in India and Dubai, this will be taxable. Okay, this looks like a right answer. Income received in India from Hindustan Liver Limited and income directly credited in India. ऐसा नहीं है. Income India में, दुबई में, whatever it is, I am going to pay the tax on that. Okay. उसके बाद income received in Dubai अगर होगा, then in that case वो भी नहीं. So point number 2 अपना आंसर आने वाला है. Perfect. आगे बढ़ते हैं with the next question. Mr. Suhan, a non-resident, earned dividend income of 12,50,000 from an Indian company which was declared on 30/9/2021. I received what? Dividend income. Okay. मैं कौन हूं? Who am I? I am a non-resident earning dividend income from an Indian company which was declared on this date and credited directly to his bank account on 5/10/2021. ठीक है. इन फ्रांस में क्रेडिट हुआ. हम लोग को फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. वी डोंट केयर वेयर इट इज गेटिंग क्रेडिटेड बिकॉज दिस डिविडेंड इज फ्रॉम एन इंडियन कंपनी, सो इट इज इनकम डीम्ड टू बी अक्रूड इन इंडिया. ओके, सो इंडियन इनकम बन गया वो. उसके बाद एंड 15,000 एज इंटरेस्ट इन सेविंग्स बैंक अकाउंट फ्रॉम SBI for the previous year 21-22. Assuming that he has no other income, what will be his amount of income chargeable to tax in India? Now, entire amount of 12,50,000 is going to be taxable. Entire amount of 12,50,000 is going to be taxable, and entire amount of 15,000 rupees is going to be taxable. Now, what will happen is, what you will do is 12,50,000 plus 15,000 comes to 12,65,000. You will see कि option number B है, and you will tick it as early as possible. But this answer will be wrong, 12,65,000, because I have to reduce the interest का deduction from savings bank account under section 80 TTA. 80 TTA का deduction मुझे लेना पड़ेगा of 10,000 rupees, and that is why I will get the answer as 12,65,000. एकदम perfect है. So that's why I will get the answer as 12,50,000. So which is my point number D. This is the common mistake which every student does in his exam. देखो अभी point number 11 देखते हैं. आशीष earns the following income during the previous year 21-22. उसका income कौन सा है? Give me 1 minute. Ashish earns the following income during previous year 21-22. Interest on UK development bonds. Okay, now I'm going to tell you one simple technique to approach any क्या MCQ approach any residential status के questions. ठीक है, I will tell you one technique. Interest on UK development bonds, 1/4 being received in India is 4 lakhs. Capital gain on sale of building located in India but received in Holland is 6 lakhs. सबसे पहले, whenever you will get the question, first you do the bifurcations in two. One is Indian income, foreign income. Indian income, foreign income. In the first point, if you just do this, I'm telling you, you'll never go wrong in your computation. You tell me one thing, interest on UK development bonds. मतलब UK का bond है? Yes. 1/4 of being received in India. So can I say, in this case, 1 lakh is an Indian income and 3 lakhs is a foreign income? Yes. Now, if I just talk about this capital gain on sale of building located in India, can I say it is deemed to be accrued in India entirely? Since it is deemed to be accrued in India, entire amount is going to be Indian income and foreign income कुछ नहीं होगा. Now, what is the total Indian income? Total Indian income कितना? 7 lakhs. And total foreign income कितना है? 3 lakhs. Now identify who am I? Who am I? I am Ashish, who is a resident but not ordinarily resident. Resident but not ordinarily resident. What is the residential status? What is the residential status of what is the tax treatment of R and OR? If you remember, Indian income is always taxable. So ये तो tax लगने वाला है. 7 lakhs is always taxable. The question is, foreign income taxable होगा क्या? Now for that R and OR, foreign income will not be taxable, but only 2 types of foreign incomes are taxable. Number one, जिसका business is set up, जिसका business is getting controlled partly or wholly from India, that income, or जिसका profession which is set up in India. Only these 2 foreign incomes are going to be taxable in India. Rest all the foreign incomes are going to be not taxable. So can I say that I can't find any those special 2 points in this interest on UK development bond? ये नहीं आएगा उसमें. And capital gain on sale of building located in India, ये भी नहीं आएगा. So can I say that this foreign income will not be taxable? So only one taxable income of 7 lakh rupees. So my answer is going to be 7 lakhs. Perfect. Ekdam perfect. This is your question number 11. Okay. So if you just do this in any question which you will get this, you will be able to solve this answer errorlessly. ठीक. Mr. Sumit is an Indian citizen and a member of the crew of an America-bound Indian ship engaged in carriage of freight in international traffic departing from Chennai on 25th of April 2021. From the following details for previous year 21-22, what would be the residential status of Mr. Sumit for AY 22-23, assuming that his stay in India in the last 4 previous years preceding the previous year is 365 days. क्या है? Last 4 previous years preceding the previous years 365 days. ठीक है. And the last 7 previous years preceding the previous year is 730 days. ठीक है. He is there in India for 730 days. ठीक है. Date entered in CDC is this, and date entered in date entered in CDC for joining the ship is this, and signing of the ship is this. Please try to understand one thing. Whenever any person who leaves the country as a crew member of Indian ship, as a member of crew of Indian ship, then in that case, the second basic condition of 60 and 365 will not be applicable. If the second basic condition is not applicable, can I say this information is absolutely irrelevant for me? कौन सा वाला? This is absolutely irrelevant for me because I am anyways not going to check last 4 years का data, and that is why, because second basic condition not applicable, and that is why ये जो है ये हम लोग नहीं देखेंगे. ठीक है. ओके, ये हो गया तेरा कंप्लीट. अभी आगे देखते क्या है. वॉट एवर. ओके, एक रूल लगता है, रूल नंबर 126. As per rule number 126, they have said that date of entry which is there in the CDC, date of exit which is there in the CDC, including all both the dates, वापस including these both the dates, whatever period you are there, whatever period you are there in the ship, including both the dates, we will assume that you are staying outside India. We will assume that you are staying outside India. So from 25th April, including 25th April, till 24th of October, including 24th of October, identify the number of days. Identify the number of days. April, May, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So 6 days in April, May, June, July, August, September, and 24 days of October. 24th we consider karunga. Now if I just compute this, I will get the answer as 6 plus 31 plus 30 plus 31 plus 31 plus 30 plus 24 comes to 183 days. Now you will say, sir 183 आया, more than 182 है, तो वो resident है. नहीं भाई नहीं, ये जो 183 days है, this for these many days he is staying outside India. See, when you are in a hurry, when you are in a hurry, you make such mistakes, you make such blunders, I can say, not mistakes, right? So 183 days जो है, what did I compute? I compute the number of days of stay outside India. So 183 days अगर वो outside India होगा, तो in India कितना? 365 minus 183, which comes to 182. हाँ, मतलब 182, मतलब still he is a resident person because he is satisfying the first basic condition. Understanding? पक्का एकदम. So 182 मतलब वो resident मानेगा. ठीक है, मानेंगे. अभी हम लोग कंसिडर करेंगे. Now we will consider the additional conditions because he has satisfied basic conditions. Additional conditions में I had told you that if you satisfy none, then you are ROR. If you satisfy any one, then in that case you are RNOR. Now what is the information which is given for the last 7 financial years? Can I say that for the last 7 previous years preceding the previous year, you are staying in India for 730 days? 730 days. So can I say you are not satisfying the first additional condition? Because first additional condition is saying that 729 days or less you should be staying in India. So 730 days है, तो मतलब you are not satisfying the first additional condition. तो देखते हैं कि second को satisfy कर रहा है क्या. Mr. Sumit has been filing his income tax return in India as a resident for preceding 2 financial years. Now, can I say that? क्या लिखा है इधर? Out of 10 financial years, you should be a non-resident for at least 9. मतलब you can be a resident for maximum 1. At least 9 के लिए you should be a non-resident, which means you should be a resident for 1 only. But in this case, you are a resident for 2. Now, can I say you are not satisfying the second additional condition also? Because you are not a non-resident for 9 out of 10 financial years. And that's why you are not satisfying any of the 2 additional conditions. So you are satisfying none, which means you will become ROR. और वो 15 lakhs का deemed resident का तो point इधर है नहीं. So you will become what? ROR. Point number A. Absolutely right. जिन्होंने answer perfect दिया है, 1 number. Very good. This is your question number 12. So this is how you should approach the questions whenever you will get these questions. Okay, let's move ahead with the next question, that is question 13. Mr. Square, an Indian citizen, currently resides in Dubai. Okay, he is currently residing in Dubai. He came to India on a visit and his total stay in India during financial year 21-22 was 135 days. मतलब current year में his stay in India is 135 days. He is not liable to pay tax in Dubai. Dubai mein he is not liable to pay tax. One thing you should understand after reading this. Why have they given this information? There is a possibility that they are talking about the concept of deemed resident. Deemed resident ka, there is one concept. I don't know whether they are using this concept or no, but there is a possibility कि deemed resident का concept हो. What is the deemed resident का concept? First of all, you should be an Indian citizen. बराबर, you are Indian citizen. Your Indian sourced income is more than 15 lakhs. and you are not paying tax under any of the other countries. You are an Indian citizen, your Indian sourced income is more than 15 lakhs, and you are not paying tax in any of the other countries. If this is the case, then in that case you will be considered as a deemed resident under section 61A. ये किधर लिखा है सर? See, this is given here. Perfect. And once you become deemed resident, you'll automatically become RNOR. Now we will see कि क्या conditions है. ठीक है. Following is his details of stay in India. Financial year 21-22. This is the details which they have given. What shall be his residential status for previous year 21-22 if his income other than income from foreign sources, which means Indian sourced income बोल रहे वो लोग, is only 10 lakhs. So can I say deemed income का concept will go for a toss now? Because deemed income के concept में we need the amount of 15 lakhs से ज़्यादा. But in this case it is only 10 lakhs. So we are safe. So please understand, whenever you solve such questions, whenever you get some hints, first you need to identify these things. If you are clear in your mind that we want this, and even if you satisfy this, this will happen. You should be clear in your mind while reading the question. That is my point, right? Because if you just read it कि ऐसे ही हाँ जो भी कुछ है ऐसे ही होगा, तो ऐसा नहीं होगा. You need to just identify what you want. Okay, now ठीक है, तो identify whether second basic condition will be applicable for me or no. Whether second basic condition will be applicable for me. सबसे पहले वो है ना, people leaving the country for employment, people coming in India, Indian citizen or a foreign citizen, but a person of Indian origin is coming into India for visit. Then in that case, second basic condition will not be applicable. Okay, ये देखो क्या है, Indian citizen है, coming into India for visit. Then in that case, second basic condition will not be applicable. But in certain cases, second basic condition will be applicable if your Indian sourced income is more than 15 lakh rupees. But your Indian sourced income is only 10 lakhs. That's why that will not revive. The second basic condition will not revive, which means only first basic condition you will have to satisfy. Perfect. The first basic condition you'll have to satisfy, which means 182 days wala. Perfect. So current year you should be staying in India for 182 days, but in the current year you're staying in India for only for 135 days, which means you will become what? You will become a non-resident. You will become a non-resident. Why RNOR? Why will I become RNOR? I'm not satisfying any of the basic conditions. If you're not satisfying the basic conditions only, how will you go to additional conditions? You should first become what? You should first become resident. Then you should go to ROR or RNOR. But you are not satisfying any of the basic conditions only because 182 cross nahi kar raha hai. Second basic condition anyway is not applicable. So second basic condition not applicable hai. So can I say all these conditions, all these things which are given are useless. And that's why you will become non-resident. Question number 13 is this. So Anjali, right now, just focus on the things which we are doing right now. Okay, because मैं पहले भी तुम लोग को बोला कि नवंबर 23 का द बुकलेट इफ यू सी एवरीथिंग इज गेटिंग कवर्ड फ्रॉम नंबर 22. इफ आई एम एक्सप्लेनिंग समथिंग, ट्राई टू बी इन दैट क्वेश्चन rather than discussing everything else. What my worry is, you know, I'll tell you आजकल के स्टूडेंट्स का कि प्रॉब्लम क्या होता है मालूम है? If we are doing this, we want this, we want that. If we are doing that, we want that. So you are not focused. Not only for one person, I'm just telling you in general that if you're doing something, give 100% to that thing first. We will do everything, as I told you everything very clearly, that we'll do everything. Then in that case, there is no question of ki, let's do this, let's do that. Okay, it's my request to you ki if we are doing this, focus on one thing, let's clear this thing and then we will discuss the other thing. ओके, बिकॉज नहीं तो फायदा नहीं होगा. तुम लोग के इतना टाइम स्पेंड कर रहे हो, तुम लोग इतना मेरे पे ट्रस्ट रखा, यू पेड 219 and whatever amount you have paid, and you are coming to this session to attend this session and understand MCQs. When we are attending here, we are thinking about something else, so we are wasting this time, right? So वो पॉइंट है, प्लीज समझना कि क्या बोल रहा हूं मैं. सेकेंड बेसिक कंडीशन क्यों एप्लीकेबल नहीं होगा? बिकॉज एज आई एक्सप्लेन्ड, I'm explaining, you are an Indian citizen coming into India for visit, then in that case second basic condition does not apply, right? Question number 14. Dividend income from an Australian company received in Australia. मतलब dividend income है ऑस्ट्रेलिया कंपनी का है, dividend income from Australia received also in Australia, so accrued outside India, received also outside India. So which income is this? This income is foreign income. Absolutely right. Brought to India during financial year 21-22. Amazing question. Twice they have covered this in the module. Now my regular students and practice by students must be very comfortable with this. जो नहीं है स्टूडेंट्स मेरे बट उन्होंने मॉड्यूल कवर किया होगा, दे विल ऑल्सो बी कंफर्टेबल. बट जिन्होंने मॉड्यूल नहीं कवर किया है उनके लिए दिस विल बी द फर्स्ट टाइम, एंड दैट्स व्हाई आई से दैट मॉड्यूल इज द बेस्ट थिंग टू कवर, बिकॉज मॉड्यूल में सब कुछ दिया होगा. एवरीथिंग इज देयर इन मॉड्यूल, ऑल द टाइप्स ऑफ क्वेश्चंस आर देयर इन द मॉड्यूल, एंड दिस इज देयर इन द इलस्ट्रेशन इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग. देखते कि क्या है. देखो, अकॉर्डिंग टू मी, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल डिविडेंड इनकम जो हम लोग ने अर्न किया रिसीव आउटसाइड इंडिया, दिस इज अ फॉरेन इनकम. But this foreign income is brought to India in financial year 21-22. In taxable in case of whom? It will be taxable in case of whom? So first of all, you identified that this is a foreign income. So foreign income जो है वो RNOR के लिए and NR के लिए anyways it is not taxable, right? But sir ROR के लिए तो foreign income taxable होता है ना? For ROR, foreign income is taxable, no? But no. Please try to understand, your thinking is right. Your thinking is right कि foreign income is taxable. But this foreign income I did not earn in the current financial year. In the past financial year, I had earned that foreign income, which means for RNOR, it must be taxable in the past financial year. Year देखो इधर year देखो 2020 लिखा है. In 2020, this income was taxable in the hands of RNOR being a foreign income. In the current year, I have just got this income from foreign to India. If I have just remitted this income from foreign to India, why will it be taxable in the current year for RNOR? ये तो सिर्फ क्या हुआ है? I have just brought the amount from foreign to India. Is this the income of the current year? No, this is the income of the past year. If this is the income of the past year, ROR must have paid the tax in the past year. So only because we have got the income in the current year does not mean that it is the income of the current year. So in the current year, there will not be any tax liability for anyone. So here the answer is going to be none of the above. Perfect. Perfect, everybody. Perfect. Question number 15. Mr. Ramesh, a citizen of India, is employed in Indian Embassy in Australia. ठीक है, Indian citizen working in Indian Embassy in Australia. ठीक है. He is a non-resident for AY 22-23. ठीक है, he is a non-resident. He received salary and allowances in Australia from Government of India for the year ended 31/3/2022. ठीक है, he received a salary and allowances for services rendered by him in Australia. In addition, he was allowed perquisites by the government. Which of the following statements are correct? Now, please try to understand. I will just show you one thing. Government of India is paying something to an Indian citizen outside India. What is that Government of India paying? Salary pay कर रहा है. Then in that case, it is going to be taxable in the hands of that non-resident. If allowances and perquisite pay कर रहा है, it is going to be exempt in the hands of that particular person. So only salary is going to be taxable. Allowance and perquisites are going to be exempt. Let's see now. Salary, allowances and perquisites received outside India are not taxable in the hands of Ramesh. This is wrong because salary is taxable. No? Salary, allowances and perquisites received outside India are taxable. Now everything is not taxable, no? Because only salary is taxable. Salary received by Ramesh is taxable in India, but allowances and perquisites are exempt. This is the perfect option, but I'll just see this. Salary received by Mr. Ramesh is exempt in India, but allowances and perquisites are taxable. ये है एग्जाम का कंफ्यूजन. ये एग्जाम में you'll be confused with, अरे what is taxable? I knew कि salary का treatment is different and allowance and perquisite treatment is different, but what was taxable and what was exempt I forgot. This is the level of confusion which you can get in the exam, and you can appreciate this fact कि यार ये होता है. In the exam this happens that what was exempt, what was taxable, I can't remember this. So एकदम अच्छे से clarity रखना. सो क्लैरिटी से अगर हम लोग आगे जाएंगे तो ये कंफ्यूजन नहीं होगा. ठीक है, ठीक, ये होगा पॉइंट नंबर सी. मिस्टर निशांत, अ रेसिडेंट बट नॉट ऑर्डिनरी रेसिडेंट फॉर द प्रीवियस ईयर 2021 एंड रेसिडेंट एंड ऑर्डिनरी रेसिडेंट फॉर प्रीवियस ईयर 21-22. क्या लिखा है? 2021 में ही इज ROR, 21-22 में ही इज RNOR. has received rent from property in Canada amounting to 1 lakh rupees during 2021. मतलब क्या लिखा है? वापस पढ़ रहा हूं मैं, प्लीज सब लोग ध्यान देना इधर. और मिस्टर निशांत, अ रेसिडेंट बट नॉट ऑर्डिनरी रेसिडेंट फॉर द प्रीवियस ईयर 2021 and ROR for previous year 21-22 has received rent from property in Canada amounting to 1 lakh during, कभी मिला? 2021. अंडरस्टैंड द years, years पे पूरा फोकस रखना. 2021 में मिला, मतलब ये टाइम पे मिला. ROR जब भी था वो. ड्यूरिंग फाइनेंशियल ईयर 21-22 he remitted this amount to India through approved banking channels. Is such rent taxable in India, and if so, how much and in which year? Now you are only going to tell me what is the answer for this. उल्टा लिखा है क्या? एक मिनट. सॉरी. Same question. Can you try getting the answer? Excellent. Now everybody is getting the right answer. Everybody is getting the right answer. There is a slight there is one small point I want to tell you here, that see, earlier you had gone wrong. At that point of time you understood कि हाँ, this is the mistake which I committed. When the similar type of question came in the next on the next page, you realized that yes, I had done the mistake last time, that I am not required to do, or I should not do the same mistake again in this question, and you did not do the mistake in this question. And this is how you should learn. This is how you should learn. Now, are you understanding कि तुम लोग का कैसे learning curve था? First you made a mistake, but did you leave your MCQ booklet because you made a mistake? No, you went ahead and you learned from the mistake in the next question. This is what is required in learning. If you make mistakes, you'll understand where I'm going wrong. If you don't make mistakes, you'll always feel that I know everything, I'm the king or I'm the queen. Understanding? So ये ऐसे ना हम लोग को करना है, and this is how our knowledge and our intelligence will be polished. Okay, so don't be scared to make any kind of mistakes. Okay, mistakes करो, practice करो. This is the power of practice. Then the next time you will not go wrong. What happens is we don't do the practice, no. That's why the first time we make mistakes in the exam only, जो final exam होता है. Then even though we have realized the mistake, what is the logic of that? Like, what will you do after realizing by realizing the mistake after the exam is over? That's why the test writing is important, and that's why I'm asking you कि test लिखो, but nobody listens. कि test अरे यार नहीं, additional खर्चा होगा. But you are not understanding the real मतलब or real importance of test is this. It is in front of you. Okay, ठीक है. चलो आगे बढ़ते. Who among the following will qualify as non-resident for the previous year 21-22? देखो क्या लिखा है. Who will qualify as non-resident? Mr. Joey, an Italian designer, came to visit. एक मिनट. We should be very clear that he should not satisfy any of the basic conditions. वो basic condition एक भी उसने satisfy नहीं करना चाहिए. Point 1. Mr. Joey, an Italian designer, came on a visit to explore Indian handloom on 3/9/21 and left on 15/12/21. For past 4 years, he visited India for fashion shows and stayed in India for 100 days each year. Now, is he satisfying the first basic condition? We need to identify that. Can I say that he came in India on 3/9 and he left India on 15/12? Okay. Now, is he staying in India for equal to or more than 182 days? 182 मतलब 6 months. तो वो तो नहीं हो रहा. तो फर्स्ट कंडीशन, सो आई एम नॉट राइटिंग इट बिकॉज आई एम जस्ट टेलिंग यू कि हाउ टू अप्रोच इन द क्विकेस्ट मैनर. नाउ 3921 to 151221 we are not satisfying the first basic condition. Perfect. Now the second basic condition के लिए I should be staying in India for 60 days and 365 days in the last 4 years. Can I say in the current financial year I am staying in India for more than 60 days? Yes, more than 60 days है, correct है. उसके बाद 365 days के लिए am I staying in India for last 4 years? Yes, because for every year I am coming in India for 100 days. So 400 days के लिए I am in India for last 4 years. So can I say I am satisfying the second basic condition? But always remember, while satisfying the second basic condition, check whether second basic condition will be applicable or no. ठीक है, हम लोग ने आइडेंटिफाई किया दैट यू आर सैटिस्फाइंग द सेकंड बेसिक कंडीशन, बट इज इट एप्लीकेबल? आर यू फॉलोइंग अंडर दैट एक्सेप्शन दैट यू आर एन इंडियन सिटीजन कमिंग इनटू इंडिया फॉर विजिट? देखो एक बार, एक वो इटालियन डिजाइनर है एंड ही इज कमिंग इनटू इंडिया फॉर विजिट. कैन आई से दैट ही इज नॉट एन इंडियन सिटीजन और he is a foreign citizen, but is he the Indian origin? Is he of Indian origin? No. So that is why that exception will not be applicable, which means second basic condition will be applicable. Now will be applicable है तो we need to check that. तो yes, 60 days और more तो है and 365 days से ज्यादा भी है, so more than 365 भी है, so इसके वजह से he is a resident person. Perfect. Okay. So जिधर जिधर जो ही आएगा that answer is deleted. Because Joey is a resident person. पूछा क्या है? That who is a non-resident person. So Joey आया मतलब first answer is John. बराबर. अभी देखते हैं आगे. Mr. Sanjay, born and settled in Canada, visits India each year for 3 months. मतलब 3 months मतलब क्या? Approximately 90-92 days. बराबर. To meet his parents and grandparents born in India 1946. बहुत easy point है ये समझने के लिए. That he is a person of Indian origin. Coming into India to meet his parents मतलब for visit, which means second basic condition for him will not be applicable. Second basic condition for him will not be applicable. So in this case I need to consider कि second basic condition will not be applicable होगा. तो देखो कि Indian sourced income is it more than 15 lakhs? तो देखो ना इधर लिखा है his Indian income is 15 lakhs 20,000, which means as per original understanding, second basic condition was not applicable because he is a person of Indian origin coming in India for visit. Second basic condition not applicable. But the second basic condition will be revived if his Indian sourced income is more than 15 lakhs. ठीक है, तो 15 lakhs के ऊपर तो है. तो देखो, तो alteration जो होगा ना, alteration earlier it was 60 365, now it is going to be 120 and 365. Now try to identify, is he satisfying the second basic condition का first part 120 days का? He is coming into India for 3 months, which means for 90 days. So can I say that he is not satisfying the first part of the second basic condition? So in that case, can I say that he is not satisfying the second basic condition? Yes. Now I need to consider कि first basic condition satisfy हो रहा है क्या? वो भी नहीं हो रहा है because he is coming there only for 3 months, that is 90 days. We need 182 days. So that's why first way not satisfying, second is also not satisfying. Can I say he will become non-resident here? He will become a non-resident, which means जिधर जिधर संजय आएगा उधर वो, that can be the answer, which means Chang is also gone. Perfect. Now we have only B and C. Let's see now. Mr. Chang, a Korean scientist, left India to his home country for fixed employment there. एक minute. Korean scientist left India to his home country for his fixed employment there. He stayed in India for study and research in medicines from 1/1/17 till 1/7/2021. So 1/1 से लेके 1/7 तक he was there in India. What do you think? What do you think here? Okay, now you will say one thing that, sir, he is that person who is leaving the country for employment, and that is why the second basic condition will not be applicable. If you are thinking in this line, I would say that you are wrong. I would say that you are wrong. Why? Because that condition of second basic condition not applicable. In that case, there is a condition. See, ऐसा नहीं लिखा है कि anybody leaves country for employment. No, they have written Indian citizen who is leaving the country for employment. Do you think that Mr. Chang is an Indian citizen? नो, ही इज कमिंग, ही इज इन इंडिया फॉर विजिट, मतलब स्टडी के लिए आया था वो. So can I say he was not an Indian citizen? So can I say that that Indian citizen leaving the country for employment का condition will be, मतलब वो जो condition है वो उसके लिए applicable नहीं होगा. For him it will not be applicable, that exception, because he is not an Indian citizen, and that is why second basic condition will be applicable for him. So first basic condition for 182 days, second basic condition of 360 and 365, both I will have to check. Correct है? Okay, now इधर लिखो कि क्या है, he is staying in India for how many days? 1/1/2/17/21. So मुझे in the current year देखना. For me, I am concerned. I am not concerned about 2017 से लेके. I am concerned about current year में for how many days he is there. Can I say current year में April का 30 days, May and June. So which means he is in India only for 91 days. If he is in India for 91 days, first condition जो है वो not applicable. Second condition जो है, that will that be applicable? Can you just identify this? So second basic condition का first जो condition है more than 60, yes, that is getting applicable. Now इसमें many people make mistakes. What mistake? जो 365 days है, they try to do it orally. अरे why do you want to do orally? Don't do orally. सबसे पहले last 4 years identify कर and note it down. Identify that and note it down. Current year is 21-22. तो last 4 years कौन सा होगा? 2021, 1920, 1890 and 1718. बराबर? So here he is there in India for 365 days. इधर 365 days. तो हो गया ना? More than 365. So can I say second basic भी fulfill हो रहा है? Now in this case can I say वो क्या बन जाएगा? Resident बन जाएगा. वो resident सेकेंड का दूसरा भी हो गया, मतलब वो रेसिडेंट बन गया. अगर वो रेसिडेंट बन गया देन इन दैट केस हम लोग को तो इंफॉर्मेशन क्या चाहिए? नॉन रेसिडेंट. सो कैन आई से माय आंसर इज गोइंग टू बी संजय. माय आंसर इज गोइंग टू बी संजय because he has become a resident person, because he fulfilled both the conditions of second basic condition. So he's staying in India for more than 365 and 60 days in the current financial year. Perfect. So he became a resident. He became a resident to a non-resident नहीं आएगा. So only Sanjay is a resident person. This is your question number 17. So some questions, the earlier questions are time taking, but after that, after 30-35 questions, you will see that the answers will be quicker. You'll get the answers in the quickest manner. So ये question 70. The 18th question is also very easy. Which of the following income would be exempt in the hands of Sikkimese individuals? This is there in your exemption chapter. Exemption chapter में Sikkimese individuals के लिए any income which is any source of income which you are earning in Sikkim will be exempt from tax. But there are certain exceptions. What are the exceptions? If you're staying in Sikkim and if you're earning any investment income from outside Sikkim, that is also exempt. मतलब सिक्किम का एनी सोर्स, आउट ऑफ सिक्किम का ओनली इन्वेस्टमेंट इनकम इज एग्जेम्प्ट. इन्वेस्टमेंट इनकम इज एग्जेम्प्ट. इसका मतलब ओनली इनकम फ्रॉम एनी, क्या लिखा है? विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग वुड बी एग्जेम्प्ट. सबसे पहले एनी ओनली इनकम फ्रॉम एनी सोर्स इन द स्टेट ऑफ सिक्किम. ठीक है, ये भी परफेक्ट है. एनी इनकम बाय वे ऑफ डिविडेंड, दिस इज ऑल्सो राइट. इंटरेस्ट ऑन सिक्योरिटी, दिस इज ऑल्सो राइट, विच मीन्स माई आंसर इज गोइंग टू बी ऑल ऑफ द above. Okay, now here don't use that logic, don't use that logic, because I have heard that whenever all of the above option is there, we always select all of the above. So ऐसा नहीं होता है. In CA exams it will not happen. Okay, in CA exams it will not happen. So don't worry. And ये ऐसा भी मत करना कि नहीं all of the above हमेशा आंसर आएगा. Always the answer is going to be all of the above. No, not necessary. ठीक है. This can work in foundation, but this will not work in inter. ठीक है. This is question 18. Question 19. Which of the following statements are true in respect of taxability of agricultural income? देखो, any income derived from saplings or seedlings grown in a nursery is agricultural income exempt from tax under section 10(1). क्या होता है ये? दिस इज तो राइट है, करेक्ट है. वो जो होता है दैट इज exempt from tax. 60% of the dividend received from shares held in a tea company is agricultural income exempt from tax? No. Agricultural income is any income earned from agricultural activities. If there is a company who is working in agricultural activities and that company is giving dividends to shareholders, so whatever dividends are whatever shareholders are earning those dividends, that is not an agricultural activity. वो dividend is a separate nature altogether, and that is why dividend is taxable. So this answer is wrong. So this sentence is not right. उसके बाद क्या पूछा है? ट्रू एंड फॉल्स पूछा है ना. While computing tax liability of an assessee aged 50 years, agricultural income is required to be added to the total income only if net agricultural income exceeds 5,000. This is right. And the total income including net agricultural income exceeds 2,50,000. No, ये partial integration के केस में ये excluding होना चाहिए. This must be excluding net agricultural income, which should exceed 2,50,000. Other income other than agricultural income. In this case, this is also wrong. While computing income tax liability of an assessee aged 50 years, agricultural income is required to be added to total income only if net agricultural income exceeds 5,000. This is absolutely perfect. And total income excluding net agricultural income exceeds 2,50,000. This is right. So can I say 1 and 4 is right? है क्या कुछ? ये देखो 1 and 4. This is your point number B. Question number 19. ये excluding ध्यान देना, excluding. ये partial integration मालूम होगा तो तुम लोग को समझेगा. If you don't know partial integration तो this will be a bouncer. एक नंबर. Okay. Now do you remember we had मतलब you must have learned SEZ 10AA. Now we will just try to identify कि क्या exactly था वो. देखो SEZ में I have one unit. This is SEZ. SEZ में I export certain things and I sell certain goods to DTA. DTA is domestic tariff area. That is other than SEZ. जो होता है that is domestic tariff area. Now point is entire SEZ unit, say I am earning income of 1 crore, मतलब profit, I am earning profit of 1 crore. ठीक है. Now ये profit में से we need to identify the proportion from export. Now for that we need to see export में sale कितना हुआ. What is the sale of export? So export का turnover is 10 crores and DTA का turnover is 5 crores. Now since you are exporting, government is giving you a deduction of 10AA. And 10AA identify करने के लिए वो लोग बोलते हैं that whatever proportion of profit you are getting from export, of that you are going to get the deduction from your actual profit. ये actual profit में से I need to exclude the profit from exports. Then I will get the profit for DTA. This is going to be taxable. But export के proportion का profit का deduction you are going to get. Now the point is कि how do I identify the proportion? Answer is very simple. If I am getting 1 crore from 15 crore turnover, so can I say out of 15 crore turnover I am getting that 15 crore turnover, उसमें से 10 crore is from export? Yes. So that's why eligible deduction, एलिजिबल प्रॉफिट बोलते हैं उसको. एलिजिबल प्रॉफिट इज इक्वल टू 1 crore into 10/15. इफ आई डू दिस आई विल गेट द आंसर. सो कितना आएगा? 1 crore into 10/15. आई विल गेट द आंसर एज, बहुत गंदा आंसर है, 66,667. This is the amount of deduction which I am going to get from this under section 10AA. Okay, and rest of the profit is going to be taxable. Perfect. Now they will also give you information about DTA unit. DTA ने भी export किया and DTA ने भी DTA में sell किया. Now you are going to ignore this information because 10AA का deduction is applicable only to SEZ. They will give all this information, profit, export turnover, DTA का turnover. तुम लोग क्या करोगे? इग्नोर करोगे, यू विल इग्नोर दिस इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफ DTA, यू विल जस्ट गो विथ SEZ का इंफॉर्मेशन. ठीक है, ओके. नाउ XYZ देखते हैं अभी क्या है. XYZ हैज 2 यूनिट्स, 1 यूनिट एट SEZ एंड अनदर यूनिट एट डोमेस्टिक टैरिफ एरिया. ठीक है, 1 यूनिट एट SEZ, अनदर एट डोमेस्टिक टैरिफ एरिया. मतलब DTA का इंफॉर्मेशन वी आर गोइंग टू इग्नोर. ठीक है. द यूनिट ऑफ SEZ was set up and started manufacturing from 12/3/2023. Okay, 12/3/2023. Sorry, 12/3/2013. 12/3/2013. And unit in DTA from 15/6/2016. Total turnover of XYZ Limited and unit in DTA is 8 crore 50 lakhs and 3 crore 25 lakhs respectively. What is this? Total turnover of XYZ Limited. XYZ Limited and unit in DTA. Please try to understand, this is the total turnover of XYZ Limited and not SEZ. They have not given you the turnover of SEZ. They have not given you the turnover of SEZ. You need to compute the turnover of SEZ. 850 अगर entire company का होगा and DTA if it is for 3.25, can I say SEZ का turnover I will get 850 minus 3.25 कितना था? 850 minus 325 which comes to 5.25. So 5 crore 25 lakhs. This is SEZ turnover. करेक्ट है. आफ्टर दैट समझना एक बात को, 1 मिनट. ओके, एक्सपोर्ट सेल्स ऑफ यूनिट इन SEZ. नाउ दे आर गिविंग इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफ SEZ. नाउ समझा कितना कितना कंफ्यूजिंग है ये. Here they are giving information of XYZ, not SEZ. Entire company. Here they are giving information of only SEZ, which is relevant for us. Is 2 crore 50 lakhs. Can I say SEZ का export turnover is 2 crore 50 lakhs. How do I interpret this? SEZ का export turnover is 2.50, total turnover is 5.25. Can I say that out of 5.25, 2 crore 50 lakhs is towards export and rest of the amount is towards DTA जो हम लोग ने इधर किया था. अंडरस्टैंडिंग? समझ रहे कैसे हम लोग ने यही चीज ये किया, इजी किया. ठीक है. And net profit of unit in SEZ is 80 lakhs. Net profit of unit in SEZ is 80 lakhs. ठीक है. And 45 lakhs respectively. क्यों नहीं देख? Why didn't I read 45 lakhs? Because it is in DTA. I am not concerned about DTA. XYZ Limited would be eligible for deduction for previous year 21-22. Now, what will be the amount of deduction? सबसे पहले, what is the net profit? Net profit of unit in SEZ is 80 lakhs. But can I say this 80 lakhs is towards is for the export also and for sale in DTA also? I want to identify the proportion of SEZ only. I want to identify the proportion of export only. So 80 lakhs into, can I say export is 2.50 upon total turnover कितना था? 525. What will be the answer? 80 lakhs my answer is 38 crores 38 lakhs, sorry, 09524. 3809,524. Now will I get the deduction of 3809,524? Answer is no. Answer is no. If you remember SEZ में हम लोग को ये था, हम see we discussed about this. Yes, this is perfect, but 100% of eligible profit will be available as deduction only for the first 5 years. Only for the first 5 years. मतलब incorporation कभी हुआ था SEZ was incorporated in 2013. So 2013 से लेके for the first 5 years they will get the deduction of 100% of eligible profits for the first 5 years. But current year कौन सा है? Current year is 21-22 and उसका जो next 5 year होगा, मतलब 1 to 5 100% का डिडक्शन, 5 to 10 ओनली 50% ऑफ एलिजिबल प्रॉफिट का डिडक्शन मिल जाएगा. which means 38,09,524 into 50% if I do, then I will get the answer as 19,04,762. This is the amount of deduction under section 10AA which you will get. Point number B. Perfect, एकदम perfect. आगे. Income derived from farm building situated in the immediate vicinity of an agricultural land would be treated as agricultural income if such land is situated in. वापस पढ़ रहा हूं, प्लीज ध्यान देना. Income derived from farm building situated in the immediate vicinity of an agricultural land would be treated as agricultural income. When do I consider this land as agricultural land? वो याद है क्या? Capital gain में we had done this thing that up to 2 kilometers. देखो, I'll show you. Wait. Now, if you had seen my practice batch day 1, I had covered this in great depth. बहुत depth में जाके I had explained this point, which is there on YouTube. देखो, if the shortest distance like up to 2 kilometers, एक जो म्यूनिसिपैलिटी का पॉइंट होता है, वो पॉइंट से if you go up to 2 kilometers and if you identify the circumference, you go to up to 2 kilometers. If you identify the circumference, can I say you will be able to get that area of 2 kilometers? That area, in that entire area, if the population is more than 10,000 up to 1 lakh, then in that case, that entire area will be called as urban area. Any land in that area will be called as urban agricultural land. बराबर? अगर मुझे agricultural income, if I want to consider that as agricultural income and not make it taxable, can I say I need to consider that land or agricultural land as rural agricultural land? If it is a rural agricultural land, then only it will become an agricultural income and it is not going to be taxable. If it is an urban agricultural land, there is no exemption to urban agricultural land. बराबर है? Okay, we'll just identify what is urban area, what is rural area. If we identify urban area, if we have a land in urban area, then in that case, that land is known as urban agricultural land. If we have a rural area, then this will be considered as a rural agricultural land. ठीक है, देखते हैं. Up to 2 kilometers, more than 10,000, up to 1 lakh. Up to 6 kilometers, मैंने एक ये दिखाया है, देखो. ये लाइन से 2 kilometers, मोर देन 10,000 होगा तो ये जो पूरा एरिया है वो क्या माना जाएगा? अर्बन एरिया माना जाएगा. एनी लैंड इन दिस विल बी कॉल्ड एज अर्बन एग्रीकल्चरल लैंड. इधर से लेके 6 किलोमीटर तक इफ आई गो एंड इफ आई आइडेंटिफाई द सर्कमफरेंस, देन इन दैट केस आइडेंटिफाई, ठीक है, सर्कमफरेंस मिला, आई गॉट द एरिया ऑल्सो. इन दैट एरिया if the population is more than 1 lakh but less than or equal to 10 lakhs, then entire area is too crowded, right? More than 1 lakh people. If it is too crowded, then it is called as urban area again. बराबर? If 0 to 8 kilometers if I go, I will get this area. If this entire area में population is more than 10 lakhs, can I say this area is crowded? It is an urban area. Perfect. एक बार अभी example देखते क्या है. I will read the question. Income derived from farm building situated in the immediate vicinity of an agricultural land would be treated as agricultural income if such land is situated in. मतलब we need to consider that particular land in rural area, then only it will be considered as agricultural income, right? So देखो क्या है. An area at a distance of 3 kilometers up to from the local limits of municipality and has a population of 80,000. So can I say ये 3 kilometers है, मतलब up to 6 kilometers में this will fall, because up to 2 में this will not fall because it is 3 kilometers. Up to 6 kilometers में what should be the population which is there in that particular area? See, up to 6 kilometers में in this area population should be more than 1 lakh and less than or equal to 10 lakhs. What is the population here? Here up to 6 kilometers में population is only and only 80,000. Is it crossing 1 lakh? No. Can I say this is rural area? and rural agricultural land. Yes, this is rural agricultural land. I guess I have got the answer, but still, let's see. And can I say that आगे के answers should be urban, urban, urban? बराबर देखते हैं अभी क्या है. An area within 1.5 kilometers from the local limits of municipality and has a population of 12,000. क्या था? Up to 2 kilometers में population should be more than 10,000 है ना? Up to 2 kilometers population more than 10,000. मतलब this is an urban area. This will not come as answer. करेक्ट. उसके बाद एन एरिया अप टू 2 किलोमीटर्स मतलब 2 किलोमीटर्स विल आल्सो कम फ्रॉम द लोकल लिमिट्स ऑफ म्युनिसिपैलिटी एंड हैज अ पॉपुलेशन ऑफ 11 lakhs. नाउ अप टू 2 किलोमीटर्स में उन्होंने तो लिमिट दिया था मोर देन 10,000 टिल 1 lakh, बट हियर द पॉपुलेशन इज 11 lakh. मतलब दिस इज वो चिल्ला चिल्ला के बाद बोल रहा है दैट आई एम एन अर्बन एरिया, आई एम एन अर्बन एरिया. 11 lakhs पॉपुलेशन विद इन 2 किलोमीटर्स. डू यू थिंक इट इज अ रूरल एरिया? नो, इट इज एन अर्बन एरिया. ये भी गया. Area within 8 kilometers from the local limits of municipality and has a population of 10,50,000 as per the last census. अभी up to 8 kilometers कितना था? More than 10 lakhs था? Is it more than 10 lakhs? Yes. Again, this is an urban area. So can I say my answer is A only? Yes, my answer is A. इस पे भी एमसीक्यू पूछा. यस, मैंने तो बोला भी था प्रैक्टिस बैच के फर्स्ट डे पे कि इस पे एमसीक्यू का यू कैन एक्सपेक्ट अ बिग आंसर, बिग क्वेश्चन आल्सो ऑन दिस, because the questions which you don't expect to come in the exam, those points are going to come in the exam, which will make your paper difficult. Okay, this finishes our question number 21. Now till here what did we do? Till here we understood the basic concepts में marginal relief in detail we have done, residential status we have done. After that we have done exemptions के बाद we have done capital gain का one small part of this unusual part, क्वेश्चन 21 का. नाउ वी आर गोइंग टू डू द सैलरी का पार्ट. देखो, अनिरुद्ध स्टेज इन न्यू दिल्ली. हिज बेसिक सैलरी इज 10,000 per month. डियरनेस अलाउंस 60% फॉर्म्स पार्ट इज 8,000 per month. HRA is 5,000 per month. And he is entitled to a commission of 1% on the total turnover achieved by him. ठीक है. टर्नओवर कुछ दिया है क्या? हाँ, आगे दिया है. Turnover achieved by him is 12 lakhs. So 12 lakhs का 1%. ठीक है. So whenever they are talking about salary, usually क्या होता है? Usually they are considering basic salary, dearness allowance in terms and turnover commission. ठीक है. Basic salary कितना है? 10. वही देखते हैं what is required. We have not understood this what is required yet. HRA पे किया 5,000 per month. He is entitled to commission. ठीक है. Anirudh pays a rent of 5,500 per month. The turnover achieved by him during current year is 12 lakhs. And amount of HRA which is exempt under section 1013A is. For this, we need to identify that अरे वो कुछ तो HRA का exemption था. We had one formula for HRA exemption. Now take out your book, whatever book you are referring to, reference book, and in that book, take out the formula which you have learnt. Take out the formula which you have learnt. HRA का फॉर्मूला कुछ ऐसा है. 40% और 50% ऑफ सैलरी विच इज बेसिक, डियरनेस अलाउंस इन टर्म्स एंड टर्नओवर कमीशन. ठीक है. 40 और 50% ऑफ सैलरी. एक्चुअल पेमेंट रिसीव्ड, विच पेमेंट रिसीव्ड, इधर कौन सा पेमेंट मिला है मुझे? HRA 5,000 per month. Actual amount received is 5,000 per month into 12 if I do, I'll get 60,000. ठीक है. Rent paid. Have I paid any rent? Yes. Actual rent paid is 5,500. Rent paid minus 10% of salary. So whatever salary we'll identify, उसका 10%. Now इसमें there is nothing to explain. मतलब if you know the formula, you'll get the answer. देख ऐसा है, उसमें कुछ जैसे explain करने जैसे I don't have anything. तो इसमें directly जाता हूँ मैं. I'll just show you. So I'll just write the formula and you can just compute this. So you'll get the answer. So I'm not solving this, but I'll just write the formula here. 40% or 50% of salary. When 40, when 50? When you're in metro city, so 50. Otherwise it is 40. Where are you right now? New Delhi. what will I do? 40% or 50%? Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai, Kolkata. They have identified these metro cities. They have identified. Now Pune is also metro city, but still they are not considering this. Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai, Kolkata. ठीक है? So 50% आएगा. 50% of salary. ठीक. Next is, और salary कैसे identify करेंगे? Everybody knows. So what will you do? 10,000 into 12. Dearness allowance कितना? 6,000 into 60% because वो in terms आएगा. Into 12. That is your dearness allowance. Then turnover commission is 1%. 1% of 12 lakhs, which will come to 1,20,000. If you just add this, you will get the salary amount, right? उसके बाद 50% salary हुआ. उसके बाद second is क्या था? Amount received. What is the amount received? 60,000. Point number 3. That is 10 per rent paid. Rent paid कितना है? 5,500 per month. 5,500 into 12 comes to 66,000 minus 10% of salary. Whichever is lower is going to be our answer. ठीक है? Question number 22 अपना इतना. And if you see in salary, no, they now this thing again. Now HRA is significant. Like HRA, usually everybody remembers and everybody knows that this is important. But what they will do, you know, they will now put voluntary retirement compensation. Now voluntary retirement compensation में क्या है? Mr. Datta received voluntary retirement compensation of 7 lakhs after 30 years 4 months of service. ठीक है? He still has 6 years of service left. At the time of voluntary retirement, he was drawing basic salary of 20,000 per month. Dearness allowance, which forms part, is 5,000 per month. Compute his taxable voluntary compensation. Now again, there is nothing to explain in this because ये कैसा है? If you know this formula, then you will get the answer. Now, जो भी लोग recorded lectures देख रहे हैं, no, pause this particular lecture and get the answer and then move ahead. So that कैसा है? So that तुम लोग का ये भी हो जाएगा क्या? Polishing भी हो जाएगा of your concepts. So, do you want to try this एक बार get the answer and tell me what is the answer and then we will move ahead with question 24. Because क्या explain करूँ मैं इसमें? There is no technical चीजें that you know this is the logic ये explain करने से there is nothing. So get the answer, then we will move ahead so that you will have this revision also of this VRS. Okay. People are getting 5 lakhs. Are they right? Mohit is also 5 lakhs. Dipanshu is also 5 lakhs. Tushar is getting C, 2 lakhs. What is the amount? The amount which you have computed is the amount of exemption, dost. The amount which you have computed is the amount of exemption, that is of 5 lakhs. But are they asking about exemption or taxable amount? They are asking about taxable voluntary retirement compensation, which means 7 lakhs minus 5 lakhs. 2 lakhs is your answer. So ये आएगा. Understanding the small errors which you are making. पूछा क्या है? पूछा taxable voluntary retirement compensation. ठीक है, no problem. You have made the mistake. Next time you will not make the mistake. No issues. चलो आगे बढ़ते. नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. आनंद इज प्रोवाइडेड विथ फर्नीचर टू द वैल्यू ऑफ 70,000. मतलब इज प्रोवाइडेड विथ, मतलब somebody provided in the furniture with value of 70,000 along with house from February 21. मतलब ये क्या होगा? याद है क्या? रेंट फ्री अकोमोडेशन. रेंट फ्री अकोमोडेशन में वी हैड टू पार्ट्स. वन, वी गेट द हाउस, ऑल्सो वी गेट द फर्नीचर. नाउ आई विल शो यू द पॉइंट्स ऑफ दैट. देखो, रेंट फ्री अकोमोडेशन, गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉय, अदर एम्प्लॉय. इफ यू आर अदर एम्प्लॉय देन इन दैट केस देखो कि वेदर इट इज ओन्ड बाय द एम्प्लॉयर और हायर्ड बाय द एम्प्लॉयर. मतलब जो भी हाउस दिया है और फर्नीचर दिया है, वी नीड टू आइडेंटिफाई वेदर दिस इज ओन्ड बाय एम्प्लॉयर और रेंटेड बाय एम्प्लॉयर. देखो अभी देखते. एक्चुअल हायर चार्जेस पेड बाय हिज एम्प्लॉयर फॉर हायर ऑफ फर्नीचर इज 5,000. सो कैन आई सी यू विल फॉल हियर hired by employer? Yes. So if it is hired by employer, can I say taxable amount is going to be 15% of salary or higher charges paid, whichever is lower. Now the question is salary का मतलब क्या? देखो ना, value of furniture is also there. In along with the value of unfurnished accommodation is what? मतलब कितना consider होगा value of furniture to be included? Okay, एक second. Anand is provided with furniture of 70,000. Actual higher charges paid by his employer for hire of furniture. मैं सिर्फ फर्नीचर का ही बात किया. They have not said anything about the house. So house का बात ही नहीं कर रहे. They are talking about the furniture only. ठीक है. In case of other employee other than government hired by employer, ये हो house का है and this is of furniture. We need to identify furniture. Furniture में क्या है? Whatever higher charges paid by the employer is going to be my salary or perquisite. So can I say this is going to be my answer? Higher charges paid by the employer? Yes. तो देखेंगे actual higher charges paid is 5,000 rupees. The value of furniture to be included along with value of unfurnished house is 5,000 rupees. Now you'll say कि ये क्या टाइम पास कर रहा है? ये तो everybody knows ना? Everybody knows नहीं, because if it is owned by the employer होता ना तो 10% of cost होता. So that's why they have given cost also, right? So cost का 10% we have to take or 5,000 we have to take. We just need to consider that, correct? So since it is hired, we'll just take the cost. We'll just take the higher charges paid. ठीक है? Okay. आगे जाते हैं. Mr. Kashyap received basic salary of 20,000 per month from his employer. Very good. Basic salary मिला 20,000. He received children education allowance of 3,000 for 3 children. 3,000 for 3 children and transport allowance of 1,800. Assume he is not opting to pay tax under 115 BSc. Amount of salary chargeable to tax is basic salary 20,000 into 12. समझ गया? Plus children education allowance 3,000 plus 1,800 into 12. That we know. We need to identify the exemptions. What are the exemptions for children education allowance? Children education allowance का exemption कितना है? Children education allowance का exemption है 100 rupees per month per child and maximum 2. And transport allowance है 3,200, but this is applicable only in case of blind, deaf, handicapped and dumb. Am I blind, deaf, handicapped? Any information given about this? Any information given about this? No, they have not given any information about this, which means we are going to assume that he's not deaf, he's not blind, which means I'm not going to get any exemption of transport allowance. Whatever allowance I'm getting, entirely it is going to be taxable. Entirely it is going to be taxable. Perfect ekdam? Okay. Now I want to ask you one thing. What is the actual? Okay, चलो एक बार we'll just try and write the answer. सबसे पहले बेसिक सैलरी 20,000 पर मंथ. which means 20,000 into 12 comes to 2,40,000 plus education allowance of 3,000 plus transport allowance. Now don't take 1,800, it is per month. So 1,812, 21,600. I need to reduce. Now I need to reduce exemption. I need to reduce the exemption. I will get the exemption for education allowance, no? I want you to identify the amount of exemption का allowance, amount of exemption for education allowance. करेंगे स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन करेंगे. वो डिडक्शन आएगा जब भी ग्रॉस सैलरी आएगा. आफ्टर ग्रॉस सैलरी वी हैव नॉट रिसीव्ड. What is the amount of exemption? I'll just show you once again. It is maximum 100 per month per child and maximum 2 child. Now maximum people are saying 2,500. Of course, because we have got the exemption of 100 rupees per month. So into 12 if I do, I will get 1,200 for one child. I am going to get only for two children. Now I will tell you, जो 2,400 बोल रहा है ना, everybody is wrong. तो इसे कह रहे क्या ऐसे कैसे झूठ बोल रहे हैं आप सर? नहीं, सुनो एक बात. See, 3,000 rupees. Now I will teach you salary का करते कैसे. 3,000 rupees is for 3 children, which means for every children it is 1,000. Rational assumption 1,000. Now whenever we are computing the exemption amount will be applicable only for these any two. Okay, और इस पे exemption नहीं मिलेगा. ठीक है. Now can I say that 100 into 12 if I do, I will get the answer as 1,200. But for that particular employee, has that employee received 1,200 as income for education allowance? Usko 1,200 he has not received only for one children. So can I say I will not be able to reduce 1,200? I have to restrict that to the extent of 1,000. I have to restrict that to the extent of 1,000. Here also I have to restrict that to the extent of 1,000. You considered everything cumulatively. You considered 3,000 minus 2,400. वैसा नहीं करना है. We need to identify every child separately. So one child 1,000, second child 1,000, third child 1,000. For all these 3 children, I'm getting 1,000 rupees per child. Do not accumulate. Consider it separately. So now you will get the right answer. Here nil, and here the answer is going to be 1,000. So can I say you got the deduction of actually 2,000 only? 1,000 and 1,000. You will get 1,200 as answer, but it will be restricted to 1,000 because for that children allowance is only 1,000. So अगर inflow ही 1,000 है, how can I take the exemption of 1,200? That's why in exemption, children education allowance में I will take an exemption of 2,000 and not 2,400. समझा? तो ये मेरा आंसर आएगा. So it is 2,40,000 plus 3,000 plus 21,600 minus 2,000 आएगा 2,62,600 माइनस ये भी दिखेगा आंसर में. देखो 262,600 दिख रहा है, but we have to reduce 50,000 also. So minus 50,000. So minus 50,000 if I do, I will get the answer as 2,12,600. How was it? How was this question? Point number B is the answer. How was this question? We are done with the first 25 questions. Thank you very much, Anjali. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir, for the session. It is very helpful. Thank you. That was my purpose. एक नंबर आगे बढ़ते हैं. Mr. Jagat is an employee in accounts department of Bharat Limited, a cellular company operating in the regions of Eastern India. चलो फटाफट करते हैं, अभी अपना 25 questions ही we have done with. चलो फटाफट करते हैं. Mr. Jagat is an employee in accounts department of Bharat Limited, a cellular company operating in the regions of Eastern India. It is engaged in manufacturing of cellular devices. ठीक है. During financial year 21-22, following transactions were undertaken. He attended seminar of requisite valuation. Seminar fees of 12,500 was paid by Bharat Limited. ठीक है, क्या लिखा है? Seminar fees of 12,500 was paid by Bharat Limited. Bharat Limited ने he has paid for Jagat. ठीक है. Now please try to understand perquisite क्या होता है ना? Perquisite is such an amount which is taxable in your hands, which is not offered during the duty of your office, during the office duty. If it is given to me, if that benefit is given to me for the office duty, then in that case it is not my perquisite, it is not a personal benefit which is given. Can I say that he attended a seminar? He attended a seminar on perquisite valuation. Can I say this should not be my perquisite because it is not for my personal benefit, it is for the company only. So this will not be considered as perquisite. This will not be considered as perquisite. ठीक है. Now tuition fees of Mr. Himanshu paid to private coaching classes was reimbursed by Bharat Limited and amount of fees was 12,000. ये तो 100% this will come, 100% आएगा. Perfect. ये taxable होगा perquisite. Miss Sapna studies in DPS public school, owned and maintained by Bharat Limited. ठीक है. Tuition fees paid for Miss Sapna was 750 per month by Mr. Jagat. So I paid 750 only. I paid 750. Where the cost of education is 5250 per month. Now you will say कि sir I remember there was one point of school का point, there was one education का point where in the same institution, जो company का institution है, in the same institution if the company is giving education then it was exempt from tax. But no, you are remembering it correctly but थोड़ा सा point गलत है. Some point is wrong. What is that point? The point is if the cost of education is up to 1,000 rupees then only it is exempt. Then only it is exempt. I will show you this. I will show you this. See, education facility for employee fully exempt. For children, it is exempt if the value of education is up to 1,000. Right? Now see, इधर value of education कितना है? Value of education is 5250. Now it is not exempt. Now you are not going to take 5250 into 12 because the employee has already paid 750, no? So why will it be considered entirely as 5250 as perquisite? So 5250 may say he has paid 750, which means 4,500 is the amount of perquisite. So into 12, if he does, he will get say 54,000. So इधर आएगा 54,000. So 54,000 plus 25,000, I will get the answer as 79,000. This is your point number D. ठीक है. ओके, चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं. विद्या रिसीव्ड 90,000 इन May 2021 टुवर्ड्स रिकवरी ऑफ अनरियलाइज्ड रेंट. अनरियलाइज्ड रेंट का पैसा मिला 90,000 which was deducted from actual rent during previous year 1920 for determining annual value. Legal expenses incurred is 20,000. If you remember, unrealized rent is taxable under section 25A. 25A के अंदर it is taxable and it is taxable in the year of receipt. Now 90,000 is going to be taxable. Now 90,000 का option you will see, but whenever you will receive 90,000, you are also going to get 30% का deduction. 30% का deduction 24A का. So which means 90,000 minus 30% if I do, I will get the answer as 63,000. Now what about legal expenses? Your legal expenses is getting covered under 30%. Now you will not get any other expenditure. So 27 का point का answer is 63,000. आगे बढ़ते. Ganesh and Rajesh are co-owners of a self-occupied property. ठीक है. They own 50% share each. The interest paid by each co-owner during the previous year on loan is 2,05,000. 2,05,000 क्या पे किया है? Interest पे किया. Everybody, both the parties have paid 2,05,000. If you remember, in case of joint ownership, both the owners are going to get the limit of 24B. Both of them will get the limit of 2,30,000 rupees. Amount allowable as deduction in respect of each co-owner is what? Now, since it is a self-occupied property, every assessee will get maximum deduction of 2 lakh rupees as per section 24B. Maximum 24B में कितना मिलेगा? 2 lakhs मिलेगा. So both of them will get maximum of 2 lakh rupees. So can I say answer is going to be point number C? Correct? Perfect. Because both of them will get. Mr. Raghav has 3 houses for occupation. 3 houses for self-occupation. What would be the tax treatment for AY 22-23 in respect of income from house property? When you have more than 2 house properties as self-occupied properties, then in that case you have to choose any two. You have to choose any 2 properties as self-occupied properties, and the third property is going to be let out property. Now, can I say third property is not let out? The third property is called as deemed to be let out property. Barabar? But how do you identify? Assessing officer decides that, or I decide that? I decide that whichever is beneficial for me, I will take those 2 house properties as SOP and third one as deemed to be let out property. Now, इसमें आंसर कितना आएगा? ये कौन सा आएगा? 1 house at the option would be treated as SOP. गलत. 2 houses at the option of Raghav would be treated as SOP. Other house would be deemed to be let out. This is the answer. 29th ka, this is the answer. Perfect. Everybody is given the right answer. An electricity company charging depreciation on straight line method on each asset separately sells one of its machinery in April 21 at 1,20,000 and WDV of the machinery is 1,35,000. मतलब WDV 135 था. I sold it for 1,20,000. Can I say I sold it for loss? I sold it for loss, no, because it is worth 135. I sold it for 120, which means I have 15,000 ka loss. But this loss, I will categorize this as terminal depreciation. I will categorize this as terminal depreciation. Agar if the scenario is like this, 135 and 150 ko becha, if sold for 150, which means whatever 15,000 income is there, this is known as anybody? This is known as, and there is one specific word for this. There is a specific word for this. Balancing charge. Absolutely right. This is known as balancing charge. And once the selling price exceeds the actual cost before depreciation, then in that case, your WDV से लेके till actual cost, it is balancing charge, and over and above the actual cost, it is called as short-term capital gains. Perfect. ये मैंने तुम लोग को बताया क्वेश्चन नंबर 30 में. आगे बढ़ते हैं क्वेश्चन नंबर 31. Mr. X acquires an asset in the year 1516 for the use for scientific research for 2,75,000. He acquired it, used it for scientific research. He claimed deduction under section 35 in the previous year 1516. The asset was brought into use for the business of Mr. X in the previous year 21-22. After research was completed, the actual cost of the asset to be included in block of the assets is what? First of all, he purchased the asset and used it for scientific research, and he took a deduction of that amount under section 35 because scientific research के लिए use किया तो उसका deduction मिल जाता है 100%. After that, he wants to convert that. He wants to start using that particular asset for his normal business, and he wants to claim depreciation on this now. Government is saying कि अरे क्या, you have already taken the deduction 100% when you purchased it. Since you have already claimed 100% का deduction, now you want to take depreciation. अरे एक asset को कितना नहीं छोड़ेगा? And that is why they said you are not going to get the deduction of depreciation if you have already taken the deduction under section 35. That's why the actual cost is going to be nil. Sir, where is this written? This is written in explanation to section 41. उधर exactly चीज ये लिखा है. ठीक है? 43, sorry. This is going to be nil. Perfect. Okay. Question number 32. Mr. X, a retailer, acquired a furniture on 10th May 21 for 10,000 in cash. Furniture acquired क्या 10,000 in cash. On 15th May 21 or 15,000 and 20,000 by bearer check and account pay check respectively, which means 10,000 by cash, 15,000 by bearer check, and 20,000 by account pay check. Now actual cost में there was a point that in actual cost, if you are purchasing any asset in excess of 10,000, if it is paid in any mode other than account pay check, demand draft, any other electronic clearing system, that will not be included in your actual cost. So can I say in excess of 10,000 tha? So this is fine. This is fine, no problem. This is not fine because it is a bearer check. Any mode other than account pay check, demand draft, any other electronic clearing system, and 20,000 is also fine. So 10,000 and 20,000 comes to 30,000. 30,000 का फर्नीचर है, इसके वजह से कितना परसेंट लगेगा? 10% लगेगा, which comes to 3,000. Perfect. ये आ गया 3,000. Okay. Question 33. Mark this important. WDV of a block, plant and machinery 15%, as on 1/4/21 is 3,20,000. ठीक है. A second hand machinery costing 50,000 was acquired on 1/9/21 through account pay check but put to use on 1/11/21. We start claiming depreciation from the date on which it is put to use. ठीक है. During Jan 22, part of this block was sold for 2 lakhs. ठीक है. Now we need to identify. सिद्धि बोल रही है 31 का सी होगा. अरे 31 का सी कैसे होगा? प्लीज रीड एक्सप्लेनेशन. पॉइंट नंबर 1 वही है. बेसिक्स एकदम क्लियर रखना. बेसिक्स क्लियर नहीं होगा तो आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते हम. वेरी डिफिकल्ट फॉर अस. स्टिल आई विल शो यू क्या है था वो. बेसिक्स एंड लॉजिक्स दोनों क्लियर होने चाहिए. I have specifically written here, asset previously used for scientific research, brought in regular business, actual cost is going to be nil. Perfect है. Okay. WDV of the block, हाँ तो ये मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि in this case I have certain asset as opening WDV. I have purchased certain asset which is put to use for less than 180 days, and I have sold certain assets for 2 lakhs. Whenever we get such situation, I'm telling you one thing. कैसे कंप्यूट करना होता है ये देखो. ओपनिंग इज 320 प्लस परचेस where it is you put to use for less than 180 days. It does not matter while computing block of asset. It is for 50,000 and minus sale is 2 lakhs. I get the answer as 370 minus 2 lakhs, that is 1,70,000. Now I cannot claim depreciation on 1,70,000 directly because this includes some assets which is put to use for less than 182 days. So you first bifurcate this in 2 parts. You have to give first preference to less than 180 days, put to use for less than 180 days and more than 180 days. Less than 180 days में can I say you have 50,000? Yes, right, 50,000. इस पे कितना आएगा? 50% आएगा. Sorry, इस पे कितना आएगा? Plant and machinery 15% into 50%. I will get the answer as 50,000 into 15% upon 2 comes to 3,750. What is the remaining amount? Out of 170, I have used 50,000. Can I say remaining amount is 1,20,000? इस पे सीधा का सीधा 15% into 100 because more than 180, no? So here 120 into 15% comes to 18,000. It is 21,750 is the amount of depreciation. लिखा है क्या? ये देखो point number 8. Perfect. Okay, बढ़ते आगे. Mesas ABC, an eligible business, eligible assessee following mercantile system of accounting, carrying on eligible business under section 44AD, provides the following details. 44AD, याद है क्या? 44AD is talking about presumptive basis taxation. मतलब 8% in case of 8% and 6%. 8% of turnover or 6% of turnover. When do we compute 8% and 6%? I compute 6% when the amount which I have received in account pay, check, demand draft, any other electronic system, clearing system. So 6% in case of account pay, demand draft, account pay, check, demand draft, any other electronic clearing system of any mode other than this will follow 8%. Will follow 8%. Perfect है? Okay, देखो अभी total turnover is 130 lakhs. It is less than 2 crores, which means 44 AD is holding good. ठीक है. Out of the above, 25 lakhs received by account pay check during the financial year 21-22. Can I say इस पे 6% लगेगा? 50 lakhs received by cash, 8%. 25 lakhs received by account pay check, account pay bank draft before the due date of filing the return. This is also 6%. 30 lakhs not received till due date. If it is not received till due date, have I received the amount in account pay check, demand draft, any other electronic system? No, I have not received it. So can I say this will be 8%? Tax to lenge na. If you have not received, but still it is going to be taxed. So it is taxed at 6% or 8%. It is taxed at 8%. So what will be the amount deemed to be the profits? Isme just compute this 25 lakhs plus 25 lakhs. Kaise? This 25, this 25 plus 25 lakhs into 6% comes to 3 lakhs. Remember, this is 3 lakhs. And 50 lakhs plus 30 lakhs, 8% comes to 6 lakh 40. कितना था आंसर? 9 lakh 40. This is your point number D. Perfect है? Point number D. So this is your question number 34. Question 35 पे आता है. Mr. Shahid, a wholesale supplier of dyes, provides you with the following cash payments made throughout the year. Understand one thing, they are asking about cash payments किया. Shahid has made cash payments. Now cash payment होता है ना, when the cash payment comes, remember one thing, 40A3 का point triggers. 40A3 as in 10,000 per day, per month to a single person, per month नहीं, sorry, per day to a single person. बराबर 10,000 rupees. 40A3 देखते हैं, let's see क्या है. 12/6/2021 loan repayment of 27,000 taken for business purpose from his friend Kunal. The repayment also includes interest of 5,000. ठीक है, मतलब see, loan repayment I will never get it as a deduction because it is not my expenditure. Loan repayment principal का तो I never get deduction. I get a deduction of interest component, that is 5,000. ठीक है, आगे देखते हैं. Portable dye machinery purchased for 15,000. When I purchase the machinery, I don't get a deduction for capital expenditures unless it is specified under any act. So machinery ka deduction I will not get, but I will get the deduction for depreciation. So 15,000 also I am not going to get a deduction of. After that, एक मिनट जरा बैटरी गया इधर. Payment of 10,000 made to electrician due to unforeseen electric circuit at shop. Unforeseen electric circuit, इसका मतलब पेमेंट किया 10,000 का. So 10,000 का क्या? Still fine. 10,000 का क्या? Still fine. Let's see. Purchases made from unregistered dealer for 13,500. This is also purchase. Now let's see what is there. What will be the disallowance under section 48(3), if any, if Mr. Shahid opts to declare his income as per provisions of 44 AD? If he is opting for 44 AD, what is the amount of disallowance which he will incur? मैं तुम लोग को बताऊं क्या होगा आंसर. ओके, कैन यू ट्राई कंप्यूटिंग. व्हाट विल बी द अमाउंट ऑफ डिसअलाउंस? Perfect. The answer is going to be nil. The answer is going to be nil. पूरा टाइम पास किया है. Every information is useless. Every information is useless which they have given because ultimately they have said that 44 AD apply किया. If you are using 44 AD, you are anyways don't get any deduction because 44 AD में you are anyways doing 6% and 8%. That is why the answer is going to be nil. Very important question. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन. आगे बढ़ते हैं. फॉर एन असेसी हु इज अ सैलरीड एम्प्लॉई who invests in equity shares, what is the benefit available in respect of security transaction tax paid by him on sale and acquisition of 100 listed shares of X Limited, which has been held by him for 14 months, which means listed shares है 14 months के लिए hold किया है, which means it is long term. It is long term. ठीक है, before sale. What is right? क्या पूछा है? I am a salaried employee, invests in equity. What is the benefit available in respect of STT paid by him? STT का as per 7th proviso, as per the 7th proviso to section number 48, you don't get the deduction for the STT which you have paid. बराबर, STT का डिडक्शन नहीं मिलता है. देखते हैं, रिबेट अंडर सेक्शन 88E इज अवेलेबल इन रिस्पेक्ट ऑफ STT. नहीं मिलेगा कुछ भी. यू विल नॉट गेट ए डिडक्शन ऑफ STT. STT पेड इज ट्रीटेड एज एक्सपेंस. नो, अगेन रॉन्ग. Capital gains without deducting STT paid is taxable at the concessional rate of 10% on such capital gains exceeding 1 lakh. वापिस, capital gains without deducting STT paid is taxable at a concessional rate of 10% on such capital gains exceeding 1 lakh. According to me, this looks perfect to me as of now. Capital gains without deducting TDS, without deducting STT is taxable at concessional rate of 15. No, why not 15? Because it is long term. Since it is long term, 14 months लिखा है ना, that's why long term का section applicable is 112A. As per 112A, the rate is 10% in excess of 1 lakh. ठीक है, तो ये भी नहीं आएगा. So answer is going to be C. ऊपर का पॉइंट क्या था? ऊपर 44AD अप्लाई किया है. 44AD का कंडीशन है that if you apply 44AD, you will not get any expenditures because you are already getting expenditures का deduction. You are considering only 8%, no? Which means you are taking deduction of approximately 92%. So if you are getting that, you will not get any other expenditure का deduction. So that's why all that information is useless. ठीक. अभी आगे बढ़ते हैं. Under section 54EC, gains on, under section 54EC, capital gains on transfer of land or building or both are exempted if invested in the bonds issued by NHAI or other notified bonds. Within 6 months, if you remember, as per section 54EC, if you transfer any asset being land or building or both, and if it should be long term, and if you purchase any bonds, government bonds in NHAI, RECL, then in that case, REC, Rural Electrification Corporation ka, then in that case, please try to understand, you have to invest in these bonds within 6 months from the date of transfer. From the date of transfer, then in that case, then only you will get the deduction. Otherwise, you will not get the exemption under section 54EC. 6 months will start from the date of exemption, from the date of transfer, and the limit for exemption is only 50 lakh rupees. देखते हैं अभी, within a period of 6 months after the date of transfer, I think this is right. Within 6 months from the date of relevant previous year, this is wrong. Within 6 months from the end of the previous year, wrong. At that any time before, wrong. Point number A is the answer. 6 months from the end of the from the date of transfer. Now देखते हैं. Mr. A sold an agricultural land for 52 lakhs on 4/10/21, acquired at a cost of 49.25 on this date, situated at 7 kilometers from the jurisdiction of municipality having population of 4 lakhs. उन्होंने बोला नहीं है. They have not said that this is rural agricultural land or urban agricultural land. They have said that ये distance पे this is the land and I have sold that. Now you identify that this is rural agricultural land or urban agricultural land. If this is a rural agricultural land, anyways it is going to be exempt from tax because it is not a capital asset. But if it is an urban agricultural land, you have to compute the capital gains basis FVOC and cost of acquisition. Understanding the level of question which they are asking, amazing questions. Now क्या लिखा है देखो. From the jurisdiction of municipality having a population of 4 lakhs, which means 7 kilometers है. Can I say 7 kilometers मतलब up to 8 kilometers? Up to 8 kilometers में population should be more than 10 lakhs. Here the population is only 4 lakhs. Can I say that this entire area is not an urban area? If it is not an urban area, this is a rural area. If this is a rural area, any capital gain, any sale transaction will not attract capital gain tax. So this information will become useless automatically once we identify this is a rural agricultural land. Perfect. उसके बाद also sold another agricultural land for 53 lakhs and acquired at a cost of 46, situated at 1.5 kilometers from the jurisdiction of municipality having a population of 12,000. So up to 2 kilometers, more than 10,000 population. Can I say up to 2 kilometers, more than 10,000? Which means this is urban area. And urban area ka land they have sold. Where is this written, sir? Sold another agricultural land for 53 lakhs. So can I say that इसमें tax लगेगा? Yes. 53 lakhs minus cost कितना था? The cost was 46 lakhs. Sir, will there be any indexation? No, because they had purchased on 15 to 20 and sold on 12/12/21, which means it is not a long-term capital asset. It is a short-term capital asset. So ये कितना? तो सीधा का सीधा I will reduce 46 lakhs. So I will get the answer as 7 lakhs. This should be your answer. Where is this answer? Okay, what would be the treatment of capital gains? Chargeable to tax in the hands of whatever. So answer is very simple. The answer is short-term capital gain of 7 lakhs. Easier? See, are you understanding? मतलब they are using the this agricultural का part, मतलब जो urban area, rural area, they are using it like this. ठीक है? Question 39. Mr. Kashyap has acquired a building from his friend on 10/10/21 for 15 lakhs. Stamp duty value of the building on the date of purchase is 16 lakh 20,000. Income chargeable to tax in the hands of Mr. Kashyap. They are talking about capital gains or they are talking about IFOS. They are talking about capital gains or they are talking about IFOS. They are not talking about capital gains. Capital gain कभी होता है? Capital gain होता है when you sell. Is Kashyap selling or acquiring? इधर ही प्रॉब्लम है. प्रॉब्लम इधर ही कि कैपिटल गेन है, आईएफओएस वही नहीं समझ रहा है, आगे कैसे बढ़ेंगे? समझो एक बात को, अगर मैं इफ आई एम अक्वायरिंग, लॉजिक यूज करो यार, इफ आई एम अक्वायरिंग एनी एसेट, हाउ कैन आई पे कैपिटल गेन टैक्स? इफ आई एम सेलिंग एनी एसेट, देन कैपिटल गेन विल arise, right? If I am acquiring any asset for inadequate consideration, then in that case IFOS will come into picture. Section number 56 to 10. I purchased the asset for 15 lakhs जिसका SDV 16.20. I need to see whether there is any inadequate consideration. For that I need to identify actual consideration. After that I need to identify 110% of actual consideration, which comes to 16.5 lakhs. If my SDV falls within this, then my consideration was right. What is the SDV? 16 lakh 20. Sorry. My SDV is falling here. That is 16 lakh 20. Can I say that there is no inadequacy? मैंने जो भी purchase किया, whatever purchase I have made, that is at the appropriate rate and appropriate amount I have paid, and that's why this 15 lakh rupees is absolutely right. So income chargeable to tax in the hands of Kashyap is nil. Income chargeable in the hands of Kashyap is nil because there is no tax in my hands. इसमें चाहिए ग्रिप 56 to 10 में. ठीक है, आगे. Mr. X, aged 61 years, earned a dividend of 12 lakhs from ABC Limited in financial year 21-22. Interest on loan taken for the purpose of investment in ABC Limited is 3 lakhs. Very important question. Very, very important. Ignored part. लोग करते ही नहीं है part. इस 3 lakhs क्या है? Dividend मिला 12 lakhs का. वो dividend मिलने के लिए मतलब I must have purchased those assets. उसका dividend. Okay. First of all, what must have happened? I have purchased the asset. Asset मतलब shares. And for that I have received a dividend of 12 lakhs. But I did not have money to purchase those shares. That's why I had taken a loan and I am paying interest on loan is 3 lakh rupees. So मैं government को बोल रहा हूँ I am earning 12 lakhs, ठीक है, I will pay tax on that, but please give me the deduction for 3 lakh rupees because for earning this 12 lakh rupees I have to spend 3 lakh rupees. I have to spend 3 lakh rupees. Now they have said that you will not, okay, I actually should get the deduction of 3 lakhs because this is my cost for earning 12 lakhs. But there is a specific point which is given under section 56, 57 that you will get the deduction only to the extent of 20% of your income. 20% of income. Income is what? 12 lakhs. का 20% कितना आता है? 2,40,000. मतलब I will get a deduction but only to the extent of 2,40,000. So 12 lakhs will not be taxable in my hands. 12 lakhs में से 2,40,000 will be reduced. So my answer is going to be 9,60,000. Correct है? This is my answer. Very important. IFOS का point अच्छे से करना है, important है. Then Mr. Mayank has received a sum of 75,000 on 24/10/2021 from his friend on the occasion of his marriage anniversary. अरे marriage anniversary है, anniversary है. 75,000 entirely it is going to be taxable unless that person is a relative. कौन है वो? Friend है. Marriage anniversary में he has received it, which means since it is more than 50,000, entire amount is going to be taxable. So can I say entire 75 is chargeable to tax? आगे आंसर बढ़ो आगे. If the converted property subsequently partitioned amongst the members of the family, now your clubbing of income questions will start. If the converted property is subsequently partitioned amongst the members of the family, the income derived from such converted property as is received by spouse of the transferor will be taxable. Understand one thing. I will show you the theory part. सबसे पहले what is happening देखो, when the property, देखो, I have one property, I have given the property, I have transferred that property for inadequate consideration to my HUF, बराबर. HUF को transfer किया, whatever rental income that HUF is receiving from that gifted property, that rental income is going to be taxable or clubbed in my hands. वापस बोल रहा हूँ, please ध्यान देना. If I have a property which I have given on rent, whatever income I will receive, it is taxable in my hands. Barabar, simple. But I am paying tax at 30%. I don't want to pay tax now. That's why I thought I'll do one thing. I will transfer this property in the hands of HUF because HUF ka computation we do it separately. We'll transfer a property in the hands of HUF and let HUF earn income in the name of HUF, rental income. So it will be taxable in the hands of HUF. But government said no, it will be clubbed in the hands of the transferor only. Barabar, this is the normal situation. I will give you one example that I gave that property to HUF. I transferred that property to HUF. Now what happened is that HUF got partitioned. And I got my share back of that property. So I got my share back. My spouse also got her share. My children also got their shares. Point is, whatever share my spouse will get, no, that will also be clubbed in my hands. Dekho, if the converted property is subsequently partitioned amongst the members of the family, the income derived from such converted property as is received by the spouse of the transferor will be taxable in the hands of the transferor. If you know the concept, you will not even take 1 second or 5 seconds to answer this. देखो ना क्या है, सीधा सीधा answer I can see as the income of the transferor member. Same question. Question number 42. Children ka share, if they are minor, then in that case they will be clubbed. If they are not minor, they will not be clubbed. ठीक है, आगे. Mr. Arav gifted a house property valued at 50 lakhs to his wife. क्या किया? Please अच्छे से देखना. This is a very important question. Very important question. Mr. Arav gifted a house property valued at 50 lakhs to his wife. ठीक है, to his wife, Geetha, who in turn has gifted the same to her daughter-in-law Deepa. Arav ने wife को दिया. Wife ने children को दिया. The house was let out at 25,000 per month throughout the previous year 21-22. Compute the income from house property for AY 22-23 in whose hands the income of house property will be taxable. Who is actually the owner? Owner is A. A has transferred the property to W, W मतलब wife. Wife has immediately transferred the property to children. Now clubbing of income बोलता है that if you transfer the property, okay, किसको दिया, एक मिनट, डॉटर नहीं, चिल्ड्रन नहीं, सॉरी, ये है डॉटर इन लॉ, ये है डॉटर इन लॉ. नाउ प्लीज ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड, इफ एन assessee transfers any asset directly or indirectly to his wife, whatever income your wife will earn, it will be clubbed. This is simple. If an assessee directly or indirectly transfers any property to son's wife, मतलब मेरे लिए कौन बन गई वो, डॉटर इन लॉ बन गई. सो आ गया ना इधर डायरेक्टली और इनडायरेक्टली में. नाउ कैन आई से आरव had transferred this property to wife then transferred the property to daughter-in-law. So can I say indirectly I transferred the property to daughter-in-law? So whatever daughter-in-law is earning as income, that is rental income, that will be clubbed in the hands of Arav. Very important. That will be clubbed in the hands of Arav because indirectly they have transferred it. Okay, law indirectly bhi consider karta hai. So 25,000 per month. So 25,000 into 12 comes to 3 lakhs. So 3 lakhs is this, but I will not pay tax on 3 lakh rupees because 3 lakhs pay 30% deduction I will get. That is 2,10,000. So 2,10,000. Here also you will get the hint कि there are two Arav ka points here, right? You get a hint कि it is 2,10,000 rupees. Perfect. 44. Ram owns 500 15% debentures of Reliance Industries Limited of 500 each. Now ये बात क्या कर रहा है, याद करना, ये accretion of interest का बात कर रहा है. Ram owns 15% debentures of 500 each. Annual interest of 37,500 was declared on these debentures in financial year 21-22. He transfers interest income to his friend Sham. Interest income transfer किया, नहीं ये नहीं है, sorry, accretion of interest, this is not accretion of interest, sorry. वापस पढ़ रहा हूं. owns 500 debentures of Reliance of 500 each. Annual interest is 37,500. Was declared on these debentures on 21-22. He transferred the interest income, मतलब he transferred only the interest income to his friend Sham without transferring the ownership on these shares. While filing the return of income, Sham showed, Sham कौन, the person to whom the shares are transferred, मतलब debentures are transferred, showed 37,500 income from debentures. As tax advisor of Sham, do you agree with the tax treatment done by Sham in his return of income? Don't you think this will be clubbed? If I am transferring any income to other person without transferring the asset, then in that case government says that under section देखो इधर तुम लोग को फर्स्ट पॉइंट दिखेगा, इधर तुम लोग को फर्स्ट पॉइंट दिखेगा 60 का, ट्रांसफर ऑफ एन इनकम transfer of an income without transferring the asset. It will be clubbed in the hands of the transferor. It will be clubbed in the hands of the transferor. So treatment is not right. Since Ram has not transferred the debentures, interest income on debentures is not taxable in the hands of Sham. No, fourth भी देखते हैं. No, since Sham should have shown income as interest income received from Ram and not नहीं. So point number B आएगा. Point number B will be the answer because it will be clubbed in the hands of Ram. Mrs. Shivani, wife of Mr. Anurag, who is a partner in a firm. Okay, 50 questions we will do today and after that we'll continue बाकी के next time. Mrs. Shivani, wife of Mr. Anurag, is a partner in a firm. 5 minute break नहीं, 5 minute के बाद I am going to give you break only. So 5 questions we'll have to do. Just थोड़ा सा 5 मिनट के लिए सहन करना. Mrs. Shivani, wife of Mr. Anurag, is a partner in a firm. Her capital contribution is 5 lakhs to the firm as on 1/4/21, which includes 3,50,000 contributed out of the gift received from Anurag. ठीक है, मतलब याद आया क्या कुछ क्लबिंग में? क्लबिंग में याद आया क्या कुछ? क्लबिंग में बोला था that her capital contribution is 5 lakhs and in this capital contribution spouse has given the gift of 3,50,000. बराबर? ठीक है, okay. The firm paid interest on capital of 50,000 and share of profit of 60,000. Share of profit is always exempt in the hands of, share of profit is always exempt in the hands of the partner. Partner के हाथ में share of profit is always exempt under section 10. ठीक है, तो ये तो this will not, we will not discuss anything about this. during financial year 21-22. The entire interest has been allowed as deduction in the hands of the firm. Which of the following statement is correct? If you remember, we have to do कि proportionate income is going to be taxable. Now, can I say that Mrs. Shivani, who is a partner, has earned income of 50,000 rupees from this firm, and income earn करने के लिए she must have used this 5 lakh rupees? Yes. So out of this 5 lakhs, 3.5 lakhs are given by her husband only. So can I say 50,000 का whatever Shivani has received, this 50,000 का small proportion belongs to the gift given by the husband? Yes, and that's why we need to identify that proportion. How do we identify that proportion? 50,000 into 3.5 upon 5 lakhs. Here there is a condition that this gifted amount of 3.5 lakhs should be there in the opening capital of the firm. So can I say opening capital में था 5 lakhs, which includes the, so that's why we are doing it right. If it is not there in the opening capital, we will not club it. So कितना आएगा? 50,000 into 3 lakh 50,000 upon 5 lakhs. 35,000 is the answer. Clubbing कितना होगा? 35. Now we'll see the question. Share of profit is exempt, but interest on capital is taxable in the hands of Mrs. Shivani. ठीक है, this is partially right. देखते हैं अभी क्या है. Share of profit is exempt, but interest of 39 wrong है. Share of profit is exempt, but interest of 35,000 is includable in the income of Mr. Anurag. And अरे भाई 35 तो income club होगा ना. This is clubbed, but my total income is 50,000 ना. Mrs. Shivani's total income is 50,000. 50 में से 35 will be taxable in the hands of Anurag and 15,000 will be taxable in the hands of Shivani. Correct? So Mr. Anurag 35 and 15,000 will be taxable in the hands of Shivani. So this is the right answer. Perfect. Chalo. Last 4 questions. Mr. Arvind gifted house property to his wife, Miss Meena, and a flat to his daughter-in-law. Very important question. Both the properties were let out. Which of the following statement is correct? Please try to understand. When any person, when any assessee gifts any immovable property, gifts any house property to the other person, immovable छोड़, gifts any house property to his wife or to his son or daughter, then in that case clubbing will not happen. वापस बोल रहा हूं, I have an asset being house property. If I gift this house property for inadequate consideration to my wife, and wife is earning rental income, then that rental income will not be clubbed in my hands. Then you will say कि sir ऐसे कैसे बोल सकते हो? अरे मैं बोल रहा हूँ, it will not be clubbed. Clubbing provision will not be applicable. It will be considered as income of Amit Mahajan. क्यों? Because I will be considered as a deemed owner under section 27. I will be considered as deemed owner under section 27. Under section 27, if you read the first point of deemed owner section 27 ka, you will understand this, that if you transfer any house property to your wife for inadequate consideration, I will be considered as deemed owner. So even though she is receiving the income, it will be taxed in my hands. But this is applicable to when the asset is gifted to my wife or my children. That's it. Understanding? So I have given property for inadequate consideration to wife. So जो भी wife को दिया था मैंने asset, it will be taxable under section 27. It will be considered as deemed owner. So house property. And another property was given to daughter-in-law. मैंने क्या बोला था? Children बोला था. Children भी deemed owner होता है, but this is daughter-in-law. इसका होगा clubbing. इसका होगा clubbing. Understanding? So income from both properties is to be included in the hands of Arvind. Wrong. ये included नहीं होगा. It will be wrong. The words which are used. लिखा है ना under section 64. 64 में नहीं होगा clubbing. See, income is getting taxed in my hands only. But the treatment, understand the treatment. What is the treatment? Under section 64, am I paying tax? No. Income from property gifted to wife alone to be included in Arvind. No. Mr. Arvind is the deemed owner house property gifted to Miss Meena and Sitha. No. Because both will not be considered as deemed owner. Arvind is the deemed owner of property gifted to Meena. Yes. Income from property gifted to Sita would be included under section 64. This is the right answer. This is the right answer. Question number 46. Amazing question. The depth is tremendous, fabulous depth. Now on 2010-2021, Pihu, minor child, gets a gift of 20 lakhs. Very good, very good. 20 lakhs ka gift from her father's friend, not a relative. Section number 56 to 10, not a relative ko gift mila. Then in that case, it is going to be taxable since it is more than 50,000. Pihu ke haath mein this is going to be taxable. On the same day, the amount is deposited as fixed deposit in Pihu's bank account. Okay. On the said deposit, interest of 13,000 was earned in previous year 21-22, in whose hands the income of Pihu will be taxable. Also compute income which will be taxable. Now, कैसे होगा? देखो, 20 lakhs, first of all, it will be taxed in Pihu's hands. Yes. Can I say that interest income will also be taxable? Now the point is, sir, interest income, will we get the 10,000 ka deduction under section 80 TTA? Ah, sir, we understood this point. No, this will be wrong because 80 TTA is applicable for savings bank accounts. Savings bank accounts ka 80 TTA baat karta hai. And that's why this is not a savings bank account. So entire amount is going to be taxable in hands of Pihu. But Pihu, since Pihu is a minor child, it will be clubbed in the hands of her father or mother whose income is higher. बराबर? Have they given anything? ऐसे कुछ लिखा नहीं है. So ठीक है, in the hands of the parents. Now what will be taxable? You will say 20 lakhs and 13,000 rupees will be taxable, which means 20 lakhs 13,000 rupees taxable हो जाएगा, तो point number A आ जाएगा. Now again, the answer is wrong. Q, because you forgot to take 1,500 का exemption for clubbing of minors. Clubbing of minors income. Per person, per minor incomes clubbing, I will get the exemption of 1,500 rupees. So 20 lakhs plus 13,000 minus 1,500. I will get the answer as, एक मिनट ये देखते क्या है. Father, this income of 20 lakh 11,500 shall be taxable in the hands of Piyush's father or mother whose income before clubbing is higher. I think this should be the answer. This should be the answer. Point number C is the answer. Perfect. Okay. After that, Mr. A incurred short-term capital loss of 10,000 on sale of shares through National Stock Exchange. Short-term capital loss can be set off against short-term capital gains or long-term capital gains. Not this will not be set off against any other heads of incomes. So पढ़ते हैं अभी. This short-term capital loss can be set off only against short-term gains. Wrong. Can be set off against both short-term and long-term gains. Yes, this is right. Can be set off only any other head. Wrong. Not allowed to set off. Wrong. So basically short-term as well as long-term. Last two questions. According to section 80, no loss which has not been determined in pursuance of a return filed in accordance with provisions of section 139(3) shall be carried forward. As per 80, no loss which has not been determined in pursuance of a return filed under section 139(3). What is 139(3)? 139(3) is belated return shall be carried forward. They have said that no loss can be carried forward if you file the belated return. If you remember, if you don't file the return of income on time, then in that case, one of the disadvantages which you have, that is, you will not be able to carry forward the losses except for two. Except for two. One is house property loss. Second is unabsorbed depreciation. These two losses you can carry forward, but baki you cannot carry it forward. Then can I say that iska answer is, the exceptions are, this is not an exception. Dekho. This is not an exception. Loss from house property and unabsorbed depreciation. This is the answer. Point number C. Point number C is the answer. Perfect. आगे बढ़ते हैं. Last question for today. That is, brought forward loss from house property of 3,10,000 of assessment year 21-22 is allowed to be set off against income from house property of assessment year 22-23 of 5 lakhs. क्या लिखा है, लॉस फ्रॉम हाउस प्रॉपर्टी ऑफ 3,10,000 इज अलाउड टू सेट ऑफ अगेंस्ट इनकम फ्रॉम हाउस प्रॉपर्टी ऑफ असेसमेंट ईयर 22-23, मतलब लास्ट ईयर का ब्रॉट फॉरवर्ड लॉस ऑफ हाउस प्रॉपर्टी, लास्ट ईयर का लॉस है, आई हैव ब्रॉट फॉरवर्ड टू द करंट ईयर एंड आई वांट टू सेट इट ऑफ अगेंस्ट करंट ईयर का हाउस प्रॉपर्टी इनकम. कैन आई डू इट? Can I do it? The answer is absolutely right. You can do it. There is no restriction. There is no restriction on this set off. Now you'll say कि sir वो 2 lakhs का restriction. That 2 lakhs का restriction you have only for inter-head adjustment. And that also in the inter-head जो है, इसमें logic थोड़ा clear होना बहुत important है. If in the current year I have some losses, house property loss, I can set it off in the same head without any restriction. Perfect है. Second point, if in the current year ka loss I'm setting off against any other heads of incomes, I can set it off only to the extent of 2 lakhs. बराबर? इंट्रा में no limit, इंटर में 2 lakhs का limit. Okay. Now I am carrying forward this loss to the next year. So come to next year. So can I say I have some loss from the past year? Yes, I have this loss from the past year. I want to use this house property loss against house property income of the current year. Can I do it? Yes, without any restriction. Sir, brought forward loss, last year's loss, brought forward to the current year, cannot be set off inter-head in the next year. Inter-head का concept is applicable only in the year of loss. Inter-head का concept is not applicable in case of brought forward loss. Remember this. Not important for this question, but in general it is important. ठीक है? So basically, can I set it off? Yes, entire 3,10,000 I can set off. This is the answer. Point number B. एकदम परफेक्ट है. दिस इज योर फर्स्ट 50 क्वेश्चंस विच वी डिस्कस्ड इन ग्रेट डेप्थ. बहुत डेप्थ में वी वेंट एंड वी डिस्कस्ड एवरीथिंग इन डिटेल. आर यू कन्विंस्ड एंड आर यू satisfied with the lecture that whatever time you spent, maybe 3 hours, but that those 3 hours were effective in learning these MCQs? If yes, please tell me. If no, please tell me. एकदम अच्छा था, एकदम कड़क एंड झकास. If you have if your concepts are clear, then in that case this will be clear. Thank you very much. Perfect. Now tomorrow's day is going to be a big day. Why? Because tomorrow we are going to do approximately 80 questions. Understanding 80 questions, but let me tell you, those 80 questions will not be as big as today's questions, because in today's session we covered what? We covered all the main heads, all the main heads. After that we did marginal relief. So marginal relief, for me it was very important to explain you, because if I just tell you in 5 seconds or 10 seconds, for me it will be like ho gaya. But the thing is, for you, if you don't understand, then what is the point of taking this lecture? That's why first 50 questions were very heavy, but rest of the 80 questions which we are going to do tomorrow, those questions are genuinely, it will not take more time to cover those questions. ठीक है? So कल थोड़ा extend भी हुआ तो भी be ready, so that एक साथ पूरा MCQs we will be able to cover. ठीक है? 130, and उसका next day we will do case study based MCQs. Perfect है? Okay. Yes, I will share the MCQs का recording as soon as possible. It will take some time to upload. So शाम तक or by evening you will get the recording. ठीक है? Okay, चलो. I will see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. sharp. 11 a.m. we'll meet and we'll finish the rest of the MCQs tomorrow. 80 MCQs tomorrow is going to be a fun day, but a lot of revisions we are going to have in this MCQ session. चलो, आज के लिए इतना ही. I will see you tomorrow. Till then, bye bye. See you. Take care. If you have any doubts, please tell me in the Telegram group and we will solve that. Or maybe we'll take a separate Zoom session and then we will resolve those. ठीक है? चलो, bye bye. See you. Take care. Yes, there is a student community of the groups. There is a group of student community. I will share the link of student community in my main Telegram group. So Telegram group पे you can see the student community. You can post some queries, and please, if you know the answer for that query, please answer. Help your friends so that, क्योंकि कैसे होगा, if the queries are too much and if it is not possible for me to resolve, then it will become a difficulty for you. So that's why I'm saying that if you know the answer of queries which are asked by a friend, please answer those queries so that my burden will be reduced. ठीक है, चलो, I will see you tomorrow 11 a.m. Till then, bye bye, see you, take care, bye. PDF I will share. PDF I will share on the app itself. I will intimate. Just be active on my Telegram group, okay? Guys, what's up? Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Guys, what's up? I know that you are struggling a lot in opening the videos. Opening the videos which are there in the app. See, the point is that I know it is a bit tricky, thoda sa tricky hai to understand how to start the video, but it's not like it's not working. There is a process which you need to follow. If you just need, follow the process, you will be able to access the video. So it is not as simple as going there, just opening the video like you do in your computer. Because why is it so complicated? The point is because it is encrypted. So it is end-to-end encryption. No, that's why there is a process which we need to follow. That there is nothing else. Okay, so now till yesterday, what happened is yesterday night again that policy got changed, and because of their mismatch, like they did something with the policy, and because of that there is a mismatch in the video. So again the same problem happened. So in these 2 days when our thing started, then all these policies are changing only. So because of that there was some kind of discomfort in the app also. I admit that, and that's why yesterday at 9:30 also I was just on the app. I was just sorting that out. But don't worry, if you have any queries during the day, try to communicate this with the tech guys. I'm hoping that the tech guys are helping you. If the tech guy is not answering the phone, there is a possibility that he's talking to someone else. So be little patient. He will help you a lot. And जिनका query solve हो चुका है, the queries which are resolved, I'm sure that उन्होंने अच्छे से help किया है, right? So they are very patient. You also be patient with them. They will help you. ठीक है? Don't worry at all. So whatever PDF, whatever that's what I'm saying. It is not very easy to just go there and just click and everything will start. There is a process. Just follow that process. Now, where is that process written? In the email, if you see, there are demo videos which are there. Now, if you just watch the demo videos, and if you try to access the lectures, you will be able to access the lectures. So there is one or two things which you need to consider. But still, after doing everything properly, after rechecking that I have done everything correctly, then after you are not able to do it, if you are not able to open the video, then you can contact the tech support. Then they will help you. Right? Okay. Student community link. I forgot yesterday to send you. I will make it today. I'll make it today. Don't worry. Yesterday's session was next level. Thank you very much. Today's session will also be next level. Thank you. So same process will be followed for PDF also. This is a one-time process. Just once you are comfortable with the app, बाद में problem नहीं आएगा. Just थोड़ा सा पहले थोड़ा discomfort आएगा, तो थोड़ा सा पहले सीख लेना. ऐसे होता है ना, first initial things when you do it something for the first time, it is always difficult, right? I'm talking about studies. Okay. First time will always be difficult. and at that point of time you'll not have any tech support also. I'm giving you some tech support. Chalo. Okay. Can we start? Can we start, everyone? Can you please put yes, ready, whatever? Then we'll start with the questions. So मेरा target है at least we'll try to finish 115th till 115th question, so that बाकी के 15 question at least मैं थोड़ा homework तो दूँ तुम लोग को solve करने के लिए. So 115 will try to solve. बाकी के जो आगे rest of the 15 questions which you have, 115 to 130 are repetitive questions. Now you know we have already done those questions in the past. So those 15 questions will be for homework, but till 115 questions we'll try to finish them. ठीक है? Okay, चलो start करते हैं. टोटल इनकम वाले लेक्चर का पीडीएफ आई हैव ऑलरेडी सेंट ऑन द टेलीग्राम ग्रुप. इट इज ऑलरेडी देयर इन द टेलीग्राम ग्रुप. जस्ट चेक फाइल सेक्शन. ऑन द सेम डे आई सेंट. आई डिडंट से एनीथिंग. व्हाट आर यू? मैं तो कुछ बोला भी नहीं. यू आर ओनली सेइंग व्हाट नॉटी एंड एवरीथिंग. आई एम नॉट नॉटी. You are only interpreting everything in a different way. चलो करते. 1 minute रुको. I'll just have a sip of water. You are only corrupt. चलो करते स्टार्ट करते. क्वेश्चन नंबर 51. नाउ yesterday I got a few messages कि sir please in between give us some break of at least 2 minutes. 2 minutes is also okay, but give us a break of 2 minutes. After that I realized that I did not give a break in 3-hour lecture. So I agree that I should have given breaks. So I will give you break of 2 minutes. क्योंकि उसका रीजन था कि सर सुसु करना है. सिर्फ सुसु करना है सिर्फ. If I do susu, if I go to do susu, then in that case I will miss some concept. That's why I don't want to miss any concept and do susu. That's why please give us at least 2 minutes break. I'll give you time to susu, shishi, everything now. Aswati saying, I take the phone to washroom only. Wow, this is dedication. Look at the dedication. चलो let's not waste further time. Let's begin. अरे रिकॉर्डिंग स्टार्ट करने का हम लोग को. चलो ओके. लैपटॉप मत लेके जाना किधर. चलो करते. क्वेश्चन नंबर 51. मिस्टर रोहन incurred a loss. अरे यार रुको 1 मिनट. Mr. Rohan incurred a loss of 3 lakhs in the previous year 21-22 in retail trade business. ठीक है. He incurred a loss of 3 lakhs in retail trade business. Against which of the following income during the same year can he set off? Can I say retail trade business is not the loss of any specified business? Retail trade business is not the loss of any speculative business. So can I say normal business loss hai? If it is a normal business loss, then in that case can I say that if you remember in every head. Okay, चलो अभी थोड़ा रिवाइज करते हैं set off and carry forward of losses. What if you have a loss of salary? Okay, you can't have a loss of salary, so that is out of question. Point 2. What if you have a loss of house property? In case you have a loss of house property, then in that case in the current year you can set off within the same head without any restriction. ठीक है. Between the heads मतलब inter head adjustments के लिए there is a restriction of 2 lakhs, right? Or still you are not able to do it, then in that case you will carry it forward to the next year. ठीक है. Capital gain के केस में, in case of capital gains, short term capital loss can be set off against short term capital gains and long term capital gains. Perfect. अगर long term capital loss होगा, long term capital loss can be set off only against long term capital gains. Okay. Speculative business income speculative business loss can be set off only against speculative business income. Specified business loss can be set off against specified business income. Okay. Normal business loss can be set off against any income or against any head except for salary. बराबर. तो हम लोग देखते हैं, except for salary you can set it off against any. देखो, he incurred a loss of 3 lakhs in retail trade, which means normal business. He can set off such loss against profit of 1 lakh from wholesale cloth business. Possible. Long term capital gains, yes, possible. Speculative business income, possible. So can I say all of the above? Answer आएगा. The answer is going to be all of the above. Perfect. आगे बढ़ते हैं. Virat runs a business of manufacturing of shoes since previous year 1920. During previous year 1920 and previous year 2021, Virat had incurred a business loss. ठीक है. क्या लिखा है? 1920 and 2021 they incurred a business loss. In financial year 21-22, he incurred a profit of 3 lakhs. He incurred a profit computed 3 lakhs. Considering he may or he may not have business income to set off his earlier losses, which of the following order of set off shall be considered? Now the point is, if he has losses, which losses should he set off first? Should he set off 1920 first or should he set off 2021 first? तो हम लोग देखते हैं. Let's see. First adjustment for loss 1920, then loss for previous year 2021, and then unabsorbed depreciation, if any. Okay, this is one point. First adjustment for loss of previous year 2021, then loss for 1920, then unabsorbed depreciation. ठीक है. First adjustment for unabsorbed depreciation, then loss of 2021, and then loss of 1920. ठीक है. First adjustment for unabsorbed depreciation, then loss of 1920, then 2021. Point is, unabsorbed depreciation can be carried forward for n number of years. That's why it is not recommended to do the adjustment of unabsorbed depreciation at the start, because if it is not possible today, I will take it in the next year. If it is not possible in the next year also, I'll take it next year. So I can do it for n number of years. So unabsorbed depreciation should not be set off first. So can I say point C and point D are anyways gone? Now the point is, every loss of house property, if you have, it can be carried forward for 8 years. So can I say I will try to set off the earliest year's loss because that has limited period now. So that's why can I say that you will first take a loss of 1920. After that, you will take a loss of 2021, and then you will take a loss of unabsorbed depreciation. So my first answer is right. The first adjustment for loss of 1920, then adjustment for 2021, and then unabsorbed depreciation. Easier. Everything is very easy in today's session, or maybe I can say that we'll make it easy in today's session. Mr. Ravi incurred a loss of 4 lakhs in previous year 21-22. He incurred a loss of 4 lakhs in previous year 21-22 in leather business. Against which of the following incomes earned during the same year can he set off such loss? 1 minute. He incurred a loss in what? He incurred a loss of 4 lakhs in leather business. Can I say leather business is not a specified business or a speculative business? Yes. If it is not a speculative business, तो देखते हैं कि what are the profits which they have. Normal business है. Profit of 1 lakh from apparel business. Again, normal business. का profit. Long-term capital gains of 2 lakhs on sale of jewelry. Long-term capital gains. ठीक है. And salary income of 1 lakh. As we had discussed that the income loss of business can be set off against any other head of income except for salary. So can I say 4 lakh rupees they can set off against the retail business, apparel business first. So this will be gone 1 lakh rupees and here 2 lakh rupees. Okay. Now the point is I cannot set off the rest of the loss against salary. Perfect. This ये हो सकता है. Choose the correct answer. First from 2 and thereafter from 1. And remaining loss has to be carried forward. First from 1 and thereafter from 2 and 3. 3 तो हो ही नहीं सकता. So I will just reduce, cut this. First from 1, thereafter from 2, thereafter from 3, remaining loss has to be carried forward. नहीं, 3 तो हो ही नहीं सकता. So cancel. from 1, thereafter from 2, and remaining loss has to be from carried forward. Can I say this is the perfect answer? Because first of all, intra-head adjustment, business, and then you go to inter-head, then you have capital gain ka profit, right? So this is your question number 53. Easier. Let's move ahead. During the year AY 21-22, Mr. A has a loss of 8 lakhs during 8 lakhs under the head income from house property. वापस during the AY 21-22, he has a loss of 8 lakhs under the head income from house property. ठीक है? Which could not be set off against any other head of income. Which could not be set off against any other head of income as per the provisions of section 71. ठीक है? The due date for filing return of income under section 139(1) in case of Mr. A has already expired. As in, original return he cannot file. ठीक है? And Mr. A forgot to file return of income within the said due date. Okay. However, Mr. A filed his belated return for AY 21-22. Now, while filing the return of income for 22-23, Mr. A wishes to set off the said loss against income from house property for the previous year 21-22. Determine whether Mr. A can claim the set off. They are saying that in the last year, I had a loss of house property. For that year, I did not file the return of income. I wish to carry it forward to the current year. In the current year, I want to set off. Can I do that? Is the question. Can I do that? Is the question. The point is absolutely right. You can do that because when you have any loss, you have to file the return of income as on the due date mentioned under section 139(1), which means original return you should file. But if you don't file the original return, then in that case, you cannot carry forward the losses except for 2 losses. Number 1, house property loss. Number 2, unabsorbed depreciation. So can I say, irrespective of the fact you file the return or no, house property loss, you can carry it forward to the next year. And after you carry it to the next year, in the current year, as in the current year, brought forward here, in the current year, I can set off against house property. So can I say that, yes, you can do it. So no to answer nahi aayega. So let's see. Yes, Mr. A can claim set off of loss of 2 lakhs. Loss कितने का था? Out of 8 lakhs. नहीं ना, intra head के लिए there is no restriction. There is a restriction only in case of inter head in the current year of loss. So this is also gone. Yes, Mr. A can claim set off of 2 lakhs. Again gone. Yes, Mr. A can claim set off of 8 lakhs during the AY from his income from house property, if any, and the balance has to be carried forward to the next year. Absolutely right. This is your point number D. Perfect. Question number 55. The details of income or loss of Mr. Kumar for AY 22-23 are as follows. They have given some certain things. What shall be the gross total income of Mr. Kumar for AY 22-23? Okay. Normal gross total income pucha hai. They have given certain incomes. They have given certain losses. Whenever you'll get such question, first of all, you start seeing the losses first. You start seeing the losses. First loss is just, I'm marking this loss. That's it. First loss is loss from self-occupied house property. Whenever you have a loss, just see whether you have any capital gain or no. If you have any capital gains, first try to set off your losses against capital gains because capital gain ka rate is 20%. That's why try to set it off against capital gains first. Unless your other income is very high. If your other income is very high, then it will fall under 30% tax bracket, right? Then in that case, don't settle it against capital gains. When will you settle first against capital gains? When your other incomes other than capital gains are lower, where falling under any lesser tax bracket. It can be 5% or maybe less than 2,50,000. So that's why, can I say that 20% tax you have to pay in capital gains? Yes, and if you see our other incomes also, it is 5,20,000 and 80,000. Just normal slab rate will be applicable, right? Now in this case, it is better. I'm not saying for this question specifically, but whenever you get any losses and gains, in gains first try to set it off against capital gains. So 95,000 I will set off against capital gains. So 95,000 I will reduce here, and I will write 160 minus 95. Kitna tha? It is 65,000. Okay? After that, which loss do I have now? Loss from let out house property. In case of let out house property, 2,25,000. Okay, so 2,25,000 I have. So again, I will first 2,20,000. Okay, 1 minute. Interhead, in case of interhead set off, I have already incurred 65,000 ka loss and I have set it off. So out of 2 lakh rupees, no, interhead adjustment mein, I can have only 2 lakhs ka interhead adjustment. So out of 2 lakhs, I have already set off 65,000. No, I have already set off 95,000. So I have only 1,05,000. So इसमें से I will just reduce 1,05,000. इसमें से 65 इधर गए. Here it will be nil. So 105 minus 65. So बचा कितना 40,000. And this 40,000 I can set it off against any other income. Income किधर है IFOS में, I can take it. 40,000. So remaining is 40. ठीक है? So this is absolutely done. This is also done. This is also done. So I will just cancel this. ठीक है? Okay. Now 5,20,000 is here. You can also set it off against salary also. That is not a problem. So salary is 5,20,000. Then next loss is loss from specified business. I cannot set it off against any other income, so I can't set it off. Loss from medical business. Medical business. Okay. 1 minute. 1 minute. I committed a mistake here. I should not have done this. I'm repeating this question once again. I'm very sorry. I committed a mistake here. Wait. रुको. सबसे पहले just look at the house property loss. You have house property loss of 3 lakhs 20,000 ना? 3,20,000. ठीक है. This 3,20,000 में I will be able to get the set off only of 2 lakhs. ठीक है. Now first 2 lakhs में से first I will set off against capital gains. So 1,60,000 will be set off there. Very sorry. So here it will be nil. So remaining 40,000 I will set off against salary. So salary mein I will go and remaining 40,000 I will set off. So it will be 4,80,000. Perfect. So this is absolutely done now. Okay. Now you come to loss from specified business. Not possible to set off. You have to just carry forward. So not required right now for me. Loss from medical business 1,20,000. I can set it off. Against any income other than salary. But can I set it off against income from other sources? Absolutely right. That's why इसमें से I will reduce. And here, so 40,000 is required. 40,000 is carried forward. So that is not required right now. So here also it will be nil. So what will be my total income? My total income is 4,80,000 plus nil. My answer is point number D. Perfect. I think Dipanshu, just go back and start the video once again. You'll not face this problem. Okay, this is question number 55. I hope question 55 everybody is clear with. Okay, question number 56. Mr. Srivastav, aged 72 years, paid medical insurance premium of 52,000. ध्यान देना, Mr. Srivastav, aged 72 years, paid medical insurance premium of 52,000 by check and 4,000 by cash during May 21. He is 72 years old, which means he is eligible for that 50,000 ka 80D ka benefit. Okay. Under medical insurance scheme of the General Insurance Corporation, the above sum was paid for insurance of his own health and he would have entitled to a deduction under section 80D. Very simple question. Your answer is going to be 52,000 plus 4,000 that is 56,000, but this will be restricted to 50,000. ठीक है, ये this is your 50,000. Okay. 57th question. Mr. Ramesh pays a rent of 5,000 per month. Ramesh pays a rent of 5,000 per month. His total income is 2,80,000. वापस Mr. Ramesh pays a rent of 5,000 per month. His total income is 2,80,000. He pays rent. ठीक है. His total income is 2,80,000. Gross total income as reduced by deductions under Chapter 6A except Section 80GG, and he is in receipt of HRA. He is in receipt of HRA. If he is in receipt of HRA, he should not get the deduction under 80GG. If he is in receipt of HRA, he should not get the deduction of 80GG. So that's why he would be eligible for deduction under 80GG for the amount of nil, because he is in receipt of HRA. 55 का आंसर ए है. ए कैसे होगा यार? $440. 1 minute. वन मिनट, मैंने कुछ गलती किया है क्या? Okay, so they have done this 2 lakh rupees. Loss from specified they have not taken. Long-term capital gain 1,80,000, IFOS 80, and normal business 120. Actually, we did the same thing only, but 1 minute. This 2 lakhs got adjusted here, so this will come to 3.2 lakhs. Then loss from specified business under section 35 AD is you cannot carry it forward. Loss from medical business of 1,20,000. Okay, got it. So 80,000 towards IFOS and 40,000. Okay, got it. Okay, I'll explain it once again. This question is taking a lot of time. Okay, मुझे समझा क्या है, क्या किया उन्होंने. नहीं, correct नहीं है. So I'll tell you what is happening. What has happened. See, first of all, they have set off. They have done the set off of house property of maximum 2 lakh rupees you can set off, right? Interhead mein. So they have taken this 2 lakh rupees and they have set off against this particular house property as income from salary. So your salary income is what? Your salary income is 3,20,000. Okay. So can I just reduce? Can I just cancel this because everything is done? Yes, everything is done. After that, loss from specified business 2,80,000. You can't do anything because specified business ka loss you cannot set off against any other head of income. So that's why ye bhi cut. Loss from business income. Loss from business income. Earlier, what was happening is I had set off this 2 lakh rupees against this long-term capital gains, right? And I was setting off this 1,20,000 against 80. Now this इसमें से जो 40,000 बच रहा था ना, that 40,000 remaining, I was not able to set off against salary. So this was this was I was losing. This much benefit I was losing, and that's why they first took set off the 2 lakh rupees against salary. After that, they came to this medical business ka loss 1,20,000. 1,20,000 mein first of all you just set it off against income from other sources, that is 80,000. So your remaining, how much remaining? It is 40,000, and 40,000 I just set it off against long term capital gains. So long term capital gains कितना होगा? ये कट करके long term capital gains are going to be 1,20,000. So if I just add this, I will get the answer as 4,40,000. अरे तुषार, मैराथन में बोला था, बट इधर मोस्ट टैक्स एफिशिएंट मेथड इज दिस, नो? Most tax efficient method is this. It is not like a mathematical formula that you have to do this. It is generally you should do it. Correct. नहीं, पहले it should not be long term capital gains. Please understand one thing, that if you just set off this house property loss against everybody, please understand this, very important, because it is important to understand this. Now please don't write anything in the chat for 2 minutes. There is no order as such. Most tax efficient thing you should do, if I consider this as 2 lakhs. Why 2 lakhs? Because I get that exemption. I get the set off only of 2 lakhs. If I just set it off against capital gains, can I say my capital gains is 0? Yes, and this will be 1 lakh 6. Sorry, this is 40,000. Now this 40,000 I was set off against 5,20,000. ठीक है? But this specified business का loss I cannot set off. Now the point is loss from medical business. You can set off against any other head of income but salary. Now the point is, any other head of income, if you see, you have only 80,000, and you don't have this capital gain because you have already set off this house property loss, and you can't set off this rest of the amount against salary even though you have salary income. Why don't we have that sufficient amount in capital gains? Because you have reduced the salary amount, with a set of the salary, set of the house property component. So that's why let's do one thing, no? Let's not set off that house property component against the long-term capital gain, because we have something to set off long-term capital gain. So what we will do is, first of all, we will set off against income from salary, those 2 lakh rupees. If I set off against income from salary, this will become 3,20,000. Anyways, you are falling under 20% tax bracket. Keep your brain open. Anyways, you are paying tax at 20% tax bracket, be it normal slab rate or be it capital gains. Now the point is, here you don't have anything, here you don't have anything. After that loss from medical business, it will become zero. Why? Because I'm going to now set off this 1,20,000 against IFOS also, so this will become 0, and this will become what? This will become 1,20,000. If you just calculate the tax, you'll understand that what I'm saying is making sense, because it is getting lesser amount of tax, because my total income is what? My total income is 4,40,000. Understanding this point? So वो बात. Okay. ये है, मतलब every question is different. You just need to identify which is giving me lesser tax or lesser income. वो बात है. ठीक है. Come to question number 58. An individual has paid life insurance premium of 25,000 during the previous year for a policy of 1 lakh taken on 1/4/2018. वापस, an individual has paid life insurance premium of 25,000 during the previous year for a policy of 1 lakh rupees taken on 1/4/2018. He shall not allow deduction. He shall be allowed deduction. 25,000. एकदम सिंपल है. 80C में लिखा है, if the policy is taken after 1/4/12, then the deduction is going to be 10% of the policy value. 10% of the policy value is 10,000 rupees. The answer is D. Correct है? You'll not get deduction of 25, you'll get deduction only of 10. So, ठीक है. In respect of loan of 40 lakhs sanctioned by SBI in April 2021. Very important. Everybody is going to pay utmost attention here. In respect of loan of 40 lakhs sanctioned by SBI in April 2021 for purchase of residential house intended for self-construction. Okay. For self-construction, I have taken a loan from SBI. Compute the interest deduction allowable under the provisions of the Act for AY whatever, assuming that the disbursement was made on 1st June 21 and the rate of interest is 8% per annum and the loan sanctioned was 80% of the stamp duty value. Please try to understand this point. Please try to understand this point. Whenever you have taken a loan for housing loan, then in that case, you can get two types of deductions. First deduction you can get in section number 24B to the extent of 2 lakh rupees, which is there in house property. If you have any other interest income, like any other as an additional interest income, then in that case, you can take the deduction under section 80EEA to the extent of 1.5 lakhs. But the point is, if you want to take a deduction under section 80EEA for that interest on housing loan, there are certain conditions which you need to satisfy. What is the condition? Condition is number one, stamp duty value should be less than 45 lakhs. However, you should not have any other house. You should not have taken a loan of any other house property. If you have, you should not have any other house, then you should not be taking the benefit of the same interest which you want to take in section number 80EEA in any other section. The same interest. Now in this case, point is, they have said that the loan is sanctioned, that is 80%. Loan sanctioned, that is 80%. What is the loan amount? Loan amount 80% of stamp duty value. Loan amount is 40 lakhs. Now the point is, if loan amount is 40 lakhs and this is 80%, can I say I will be able to compute 100%? Yes. If it is 100%, what is the amount? I guess I will get the amount of 50 lakhs. Right? Then can I say that stamp duty value is 50 lakhs? Because stamp duty value ka 80% was the sanction of loan. So if the stamp duty value is 50 lakhs, can I say automatically I am not eligible for 80EEA ka deduction of 1.5? Right? So that is why I will get only one deduction of section number 24B, that is of 2 lakh rupees. What is the amount of interest? 40 lakhs pay 8%. 40 lakhs pay 8%. Comes to 3,20,000. But out of 3,20,000, I will get the deduction only of 2 lakhs under section 24B, and 80EEA ka deduction I will not get because the stamp duty is crossing 45 lakhs. Very important point. Okay? This is section 59. Question number 60. Maximum amount which can be donated in cash for claiming deduction under section 80G for previous year 21-22 is. Now, under section 80G, they have specifically mentioned that you cannot have a transaction in cash. You cannot donate in cash if you want to take a deduction. But they said you can take a deduction only of maximum 2,000. You can make a payment in cash only to the extent of 2,000 rupees, not more than that. ठीक है, याद रखना. Rajan, a resident Indian, has incurred 15,000 rupees for medical treatment of his independent brother, who is a person with severe disability, and has deposited 20,000 rupees with LIC for his maintenance. Okay. What is written? Incurred 15,000 for medical treatment of dependent brother, who is a person with severe disability. Severe disability. Okay. If you remember, there were two points: 75,000 for normal disability, 1,20,000 for 1,25,000 for severe disability. Okay. And he deposited 20,000 with LIC for his maintenance. For AY 22-23, Rajan would be eligible for deduction under section 80D of an amount equal to, can I say you get a flat deduction under section 80DD, you get a flat deduction of 1,25,000. So that is why here the answer is going to be 1,25,000. Irrespective of the amount which you have spent, still you will get the entire deduction of 1,25,000. Because it is severe. If it is not severe, then answer would have been 75,000. Okay. Mr. Shiva made a donation of 50,000 rupees to PM Cares Fund. PM Cares Fund and 20,000 to Rajiv Gandhi Foundation by check. He made a cash donation of 10,000 to Public Charitable Trust registered under ATG. He made 3 transactions. One donation to PM Cares Fund, one donation to Rajiv Gandhi Foundation, and third donation of 10,000 to Public Charitable Trust. Now, the point is, since cash transaction is more than 2,000, you will not get the deduction for the third one, that is 10,000 rupees, right? But can I say you will be eligible for 50,000 and 20,000? Yes. Now, 50,000 and 20,000 is falling under Part A, and under Part A, if you see national, state, if you see this, then you just say that it is PM, CM, then it is 100%, right? But if you see any member of Congress, like I'll show you. Wait. अच्छा इधर ही है. See, Jawaharlal Nehru Memorial Fund, Indira Gandhi Memorial Trust, Rajiv Gandhi Foundation, and PM Drought Relief Fund. For these 4 institutions, if in these 4 funds, if you have made an investment, then in that case you will get only 50% of the donation amount. But in this case, if it is national, PM, CM, Jilla, PM Cares Fund, then in that case you will get 100% of donation. Now the point is, 50,000 I will get entirely, and 20,000 ka 50%, matlab only 10,000 I will get. So can I say my answer is going to be 60,000? My answer is 60,000. ठीक है, एकदम perfect. Okay. Mr. Ritwik has purchased his. Just 1 minute. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Mr. Ritwik has purchased his first house in Gwalior for self occupation on 5/4/20 for 45 lakhs, where the stamp duty value being the same. Okay, 45 lakhs. Is it crossing 45 lakhs? It is not crossing 45 lakhs. Okay. With the bank loan sanctioned on 30/3/2020 and disbursed on 3/4/2020. ठीक है. He paid interest of 3.8 lakhs during previous year 21-22. What is the tax treatment of interest paid by him? What is the tax treatment of interest paid by him? Question is again the same thing. Section 24 and section number 80 EEA. Now the point is here the stamp duty value is 45 lakhs. I want to ask you one thing. Will he get the deduction of, okay, I know that you know that 2 lakhs ka deduction he will get. But the question comes, will he get the deduction for 80 EEA also this time? See, to claim deduction under section 80 EEA, stamp duty value should not exceed लिखा है, मतलब 45 lakhs is still fine, no? 45 lakhs is still fine. So that is why you will get the deduction for 24 also, 24B ka 2 lakhs, and you will get the deduction for 80 EEA. Understanding? So on what point they are checking, like which point they are ensuring that you know this. So more than 45 ki 45. This is actually not required, but still fine. Like if they're checking, we'll say check, no problem. Mr. Anuj is a businessman whose total income after allowing deduction under chapter 6A except under section 80GG for AY 22-23 is 5,95,000. He does not own any house property and he is staying in a rented accommodation in Patna for a monthly rent of 9,000 rupees. Deduction under section 80GG is what? If you remember the deduction, deduction का क्या पार्ट है? डिडक्शन की केस में 80GG के डिडक्शन का व्हाट इज द फॉर्मूला? 80GG is 5,000 rupees per month, 25% of adjusted total income, and rent paid minus 10% of adjusted total income. Now, isme there is nothing to explain as such. You just need to apply the formula. You will get the answer. Everything is given. First, what do we need? 5,000 per month. We don't need this 5,000 per month. 5,000 into 12, right? Uske baad, we need 25% of adjusted total income. What is adjusted total income? That is GTI minus income taxable at special rates. Special rates as in capital gain, winning from lottery. You just reduce that income. And all the deductions except for ATGG. I think this information is also given. 5,95,000. So what do I do with this? 25% of 5,95,000. So here 60,000, 5,95,000. Rent paid minus 10% of 5,95,000. So rent paid is 9,000 into 12 minus 10% of 5,95,000. So whatever answer you will get, क्या था answer? ए आता है क्या? आंसर इज ए. 63 का 63 का आंसर क्या है? दिस ना सी आएगा ना. आंसर इज सी. देखो, इफ यू सी एमसीक्यू फिनिशर ऑल्सो यू विल गेट द आंसर. I think 48,500 is the answer. Normal calculation, you will be able to see the calculation. PDF open होगा, PDF open सीधा सीधा नहीं होगा. मैं वापस बोल रहा हूँ सबको. There is a process which you need to follow. If you follow the process, you will get the answer and you will be able to see the PDF or the video. Where is the process? It is there in the email. Please go there. Please watch the demo video. Please spend those 5 minutes, because if you just spend those 5 minutes to understand how to open the video, you can save multiple minutes. And still if you are not able to open, I'm sure you'll be able to open, because your मतलब सब कुछ हो जाएगा, because everything is very much self-explanatory. If it is not opening, then contact the technical person. They will help you. Okay, if it is not working, tell them, because if you tell me, I will not be able to help you in relation to technical things. So if you tell them, they will help you. And people, they have helped many people yesterday also. Yesterday night, say he's working till 1 o'clock in the night. So don't worry, they will help you. Okay. Question number 65. Mr. Y's total income for AY 22-23 is 52 lakhs. Surcharge payable at the rate of, such a simple question. Surcharge payable is at the rate of what? Surcharge payable 52 lakhs है, individual है. क्या होगा आंसर? What will be the answer? Ten percent, 15%, 25%, 37%. So more than up to 50%, 50 lakh, there is no surcharge. 50 to 1 crore, it is 10% surcharge. 1 to 2, it is 15% surcharge. 2 to 5, it is 25% surcharge. And more than 5, it is 37% surcharge. Easy. Unexhausted basic exemption limit of resident individual can be adjusted against. Do you remember unexhausted basic exemption limit? That, say for example, your other income is 2 lakhs and 112A ka income is, say for example, 112A, and I will take 112 ka income is 1 lakh. Now this will be taxed at 20% and this will be taxed at slab rate. Everybody pay attention here. 2 lakhs will be taxed at slab rate and 1 lakh will be taxed at 20%, right? But whenever I'm computing the slab rate here, my basic exemption limit is 2.5 lakhs. But am I utilizing entire 2.5 lakhs? No. So can I say unexhausted basic exemption limit is 2.5 minus 2 lakhs, that is 50,000 rupees. Use this 50,000 rupees. You can use this 50,000 rupees against any other income of capital gains under section 112, 112A, 111A. So this 50,000 I can set it off against this 1 lakh rupees. So इसका तो आंसर nil आएगा टैक्स, एंड इसके लिए 50,000 into 20%. ठीक है, yes, one with the highest tax rate. Perfect. So can I say that this unexhausted basic exemption limit can be adjusted only against, ये तो गलत है, this is wrong, this is also wrong. Both A and B, yes, both A and B. Casual income, no, you cannot set it off against casual income. So answer is C. So the answer is C. Unexhausted basic exemption limit of non-resident can be adjusted against. Let me tell you this. This unexhausted basic exemption limit का set off or का benefit is applicable only and only to resident. Only and only to resident. I know that we don't pay that much attention while reading this, but this is just a new point. If you have, then just mark this somewhere that the unexhausted basic exemption का benefit is applicable only and only to resident person. Perfect. आगे बढ़ते. During the previous year 21-22, Mr. Ranjit has short-term capital gains of 95 lakhs taxable under section 111A. Long-term capital gains of 110 lakhs under section 112A, and for this you need to have background of surcharge. If you don't have the background of surcharge, read that first, because ये जो point है, this requires that background, this requires that understanding of surcharge. See, short-term capital gains of 95 lakhs under section 111A, long-term capital gains of 110 lakhs taxable under 112A, and business income of 90 lakhs. ठीक है, we'll just write this down. 111A is 95 lakhs, 112A is 110 lakhs, and business income is 90 lakhs. Now, if we consider, everybody pay attention here, if we consider the total income of everything, then in that case, I get the answer as 95 plus 110, 95 plus 110 plus 90 comes to 295. So can I say 295 है? And 295 में 2.95 crore basically, the tax, the surcharge rate which is applicable is 25%. But they have said that this extended surcharge rate of 25% will not be applicable to the special incomes of 111A, 112 and 112A. So in this case, for them, the surcharge rate is going to be maximum 15%. Here also maximum 15%. Now the question comes, now we know that it is total, if we do, it is 25%. Now we see independently what is the other income which we have. Independently, we have other income of 90 lakhs. It is not crossing the 25% threshold. Can I say independently it does not have 25% tax surcharge rate? Yes, and that is why it will be restricted to 15% only. So this will also be considered as 15%. Now again, I'm saying that if you don't have knowledge of this, I have a practice batch first lecture which is there in my YouTube channel playlist. If you go there, you will be able to understand the logic of this. So here the answer is going to be 15, 15, 15 for all the three. Now surcharge at the rate of 25% is leviable on income tax computed. ये तो गलत है, surcharge 25 तो आएगा ही नहीं. Surcharge at the rate of 15% is leviable on income tax computed on total income of 2.95 crore. What do you think about this? We'll just see कि क्या होगा आगे. Surcharge at the rate of 15% is leviable in respect of income tax computed on capital gains of 2.05 crore in respect of business income, and surcharge is leviable at the rate of 25% on income tax since total income exceeds 2.4. No, we know the answer. It is 15, 15, 15. So here, even though this independently falls under 10%, but still you won't take 10%. You take 15% only, because they have given the benefit of you. They have given the benefit of you. They will not say that you will come down to 10%. They are saying that it will be 15% only. So it is a very good question. Surcharge at the rate of 15% is leviable in respect of income tax computed on capital gains of 2.05 crore. Surcharge at the rate of 10% is leviable on income tax computed on business income since the same exceeds 50 lakhs but less than 1 crore. Now even if you see the finisher, 68 pe aa jao, you'll understand this. The enhanced surcharge of 25% and 37%, as the case may be, is not levied from income chargeable to tax under 111A, 112A and 115 AD. ये अभी के लिए भूल जाओ. Hence, the maximum rate of surcharge on tax payable on such income will be 15%. Perfect है, तो आंसर इज बी. कॉन्सेप्चुअल क्वेश्चन है. इफ यू डोंट नो द कॉन्सेप्ट, इट इज एब्सोल्युटली ओके. देयर इज अ स्पेसिफिक वीडियो ऑन दिस, ऑन सरचार्ज का कॉन्सेप्ट. Just note it down somewhere that after this lecture I need to go there and watch the video. You will be able to understand this. ठीक है. Therefore, in the given case, total income will attract surcharge of 15%. ठीक. देख लेना वीडियो, तुम लोग को समझ में आ जाएगा. Perfect. Which of the following statements is not true with respect to AY 22-23? Which of the following statements is not true? Not true. No exemption under section 80 TTA would be available to resident senior citizens. Is it right or wrong? We will see. No exemption under 80 TTA would be available to resident senior citizens. 1 point. Share of profit will not be exempt in the hands of the partner if firm claims exemption of income under section 10AA. Share of profit will not be exempt. This entire sentence starts only with the wrong sentence. Share of profit will not be exempt. This is not possible at all. This is not possible at all because under section 10 it specifically mentioned there is an exemption entry which states that share of profit is going to be exempt from tax. Perfect. Okay. So Srihita, just watch that. Just watch that lecture. You'll understand where you are going wrong in relation to surcharge. If you have conceptual understanding error, it will be clarified in that video. After that, long term, so we got the answer right. We got the answer right. 69 ka B. Share of profit will not be exempt in the hands of the partner if firm claims exemption. Correct? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Which question was this? 69. See, B is incorrect. Of course, because there is a specific exemption entry. Exemption entry exempts that income. What is the meaning of exemption? Matlab, you will not get the you will get the exemption. Now, if they are starting the question like share of profit will not be exempt from tax, this is only wrong. Correct? So A में क्यों नहीं? No exemption under section 80 TTA. Why will I not get the exemption? If I am applying 80 TTB, please understand. Half knowledge is dangerous. Please try to understand. If I am applying 80 TTB, because 80 TTB is for senior citizens. If you are applying 80 TTB, 80 TTA will not be applicable. But if you are not applying 80 TTB, then in that case 80 TTA में there is no restriction कि non-senior citizen होना चाहिए. Understanding? So your answer should not be A. This is wrong sentence. This is the correct sentence. No exemption under 80 TTA would be available to resident seniors. Just 1 minute. But it is they are asking. So they have assumed that 80 TTB में you must be taking the exemption because for a senior citizen you will get the exemption in 80 TTB. So if you are assuming it is 80 TTB, then how can you get the exemption in 80 TTA? So this is everything is interlinked. Now you know entire deduction chapter is also interlinked. 80 TTB के B जो है it is senior citizens. For other than 80 TTB, it is 80 TTA. 80 TTA does not specify anything, but it is a game of interpretation. Perfect, Bhavesh. No problem. ठीक है. Gross total income of Arpita for AY 21-22 is 6 lakhs. ठीक है. She had taken a loan of 7,20,000 in the financial year 18-19 from a bank for her husband who is pursuing MBA course from IIM. Wapis, gross total income is 6 lakhs. She had taken a loan of 7,20,000 from a bank for her husband who is pursuing MBA course from IIM Calcutta on 1/4/2021. So if you are reading this, one thing should strike in your mind that they are talking about 80E ka. They must be talking about 80E ka interest deduction. We'll see what is there, but I think this is what they're asking. On 2/4/21, she paid the first installment of 45,000 and interest of 65,000. Compute her total income. Now they are not asking you to compute the deduction. They are asking you to compute the total income. Okay. Do you want to try this? Simple है, very simple. I will get the deduction for the interest only, no? Only for the interest I will get a deduction. So what is the interest? Interest is 65,000 and 6 lakhs is the gross total income. Now if you see here, question number 70, 80E deduction. So you see 5 lakh 35 is the answer. So you are absolutely right. 5 lakh 35 is the answer. This is question 70. Mr. Uttam presents you the following data related to his tax liability for AY 22-23. Okay. Now, tax liability as per normal provisions of Income Tax Act. Now, again, you should have done some questions of total income. If you have done some questions of total income, this will be a cakewalk for you. See, tax liability as per normal provision is 15. Tax liability as per 115 JC. Now, sir, what is 115 JC? Do you know what is 115 JC? JC is alternate minimum tax. JC is alternate minimum tax, AMT. Right? So that is 12. Okay. AMT credit brought forward from AY 21-22 is 5. Now, the law says that you have to compare normal provisions and AMT. नॉर्मल प्रोविजन के हिसाब से टैक्स लायबिलिटी इज 15, एएमटी के हिसाब से टैक्स लायबिलिटी इज 12. नाउ आई एम रिक्वायर्ड टू पे टैक्स एट द रेट ऑफ मतलब एज पर नॉर्मल प्रोविजंस बिकॉज इट इज हायर, राइट? सो आई एम रिक्वायर्ड टू पे टैक्स एट 15, टैक्स ऑफ ऑन 15. नाउ द क्वेश्चन इज, सर आई हैव एन एएमटी क्रेडिट, I have an AMT credit of 5. Now, if I have an AMT credit of 5, I will utilize 5. So I will utilize 5 out of this. So I will get 10. तो 10 का मुझे टैक्स देना पड़ेगा. But ऐसा नहीं होता है दोस्त. AMT credit, try to understand one thing. What is AMT credit? Okay, what is AMT credit? In the past year, वापस बोल रहा हूँ, वापस अच्छे से सुनो. In the past year, I must have paid higher amount as per AMT as compared to normal profit. If in the previous years, in the past years, I have paid higher amounts as per AMT as compared to normal provisions, that much amount of credit I will get. Whatever excess tax I have paid as per AMT, that is the amount of AMT credit I will get, which I will be able to utilize in the further years. Now in the current year, I am required to pay tax as per normal provisions, where 15 rupees is the tax, 15 lakhs is the tax as per normal, and AMT के हिसाब से it is 12 lakhs. Now you will say, sir, why can't we reduce then 5 directly? Because if you reduced 5 directly, you will get 10 here. If you get 10 here, again the same question comes, whichever is higher comes to what, 12 only. Now, then what is the sense of reducing that 5 lakhs? So can I say that can I make a formula and I can tell you that AMT credit can be utilized only to the extent of difference between normal provision and AMT. AMT credit can be utilized only to the extent of difference between normal provision and AMT. So that what is the difference? Difference is only 3 lakhs. So can I say I will be able to utilize only 3 lakhs? So if I utilize only 3 lakhs, I will get the answer as 12. Now here, whichever is higher comes to 12 only because both are. So that is why what shall be the tax liability? My tax liability is going to be, if you make this mistake, the answer is going to be 10. If you make the mistake of reducing 5, you will get the answer as 10. That will be wrong. Perfect. एक number. 75 के बाद we'll take a break of 5 minutes. ठीक है? Mr. Nick Insan, aged 43 years, provides the following details for previous year 21-22. Capital gains is given 112A is 120. Capital gains under section 111A is 110. Other income is 520. What shall be the tax liability of Nick Insan as per regular provisions of Income Tax Act? Wapis, see, capital gain under section 112A is 120. I'll just write it here, so it will be easy for us. And other income is 520. This is lakhs or thousands? This is in lakhs. Okay. What shall be the tax liability as per regular provisions? Now, understand one thing. Do you want to try this once? On this 120, there is going to be some tax rate which is going to be applicable. 111A पे tax rate applicable होगा. Here it is going to be 10%. 111A पे it is going to be 15%, and here it is going to be slab rate. Individual है ना? हाँ. So here it is going to be slab rate. Can you try once? Just get the answer. AMT का I have one old video. You can watch that. Baki practice batch students will have the latest one, but on my YouTube channel I have an old video. Yes, individual. Age 43. Now, one mistake which you can commit is not reducing 1 lakh rupees in 112A. You reduce 1 lakh rupees in 112A and then compute 10%. That is one possible mistake. Baki everything is pretty simple. Who all did this mistake of not considering 1 lakh rupees while computing? See, look here. First of all, capital gain will be over and above 1 lakh, it is going to be 10%. So here 120 minus 1 lakh पे 10%. मतलब कहने से 119 पे 10, it comes to 11.9. Tax on capital gains under section 111A, flat 15%. Flat 15% will be applicable on 110. Okay, so first of all, everybody will pay utmost attention because you will not understand afterwards, because I will go further. So 120 minus 1 lakh into 10%, 119 into 10%, that is 11.9. Yes, this is the tax. After that, capital gains 111A, that is 110 into 15%. You will get the answer. So these 2 points are clear. After that, tax on other income, that is slab rate. I hope everybody is getting the slab rate as 154.125. Now I'm not computing this, but I'm assuming that slab rate everybody knows how to compute slab rate. Ekdam basic hai. Now if I just compute slab rate wise, I will get the answer as 154.125. Right? So total tax is 182.525. Okay. After that, you need to consider surcharge also. So here the point is, what is the surcharge which is going to be applicable? Here, what is going to be the surcharge? What is the total income? First, you identify this. 120 lakhs plus 110 plus 520, which means, can I say it is crossing 5 crores? If it is crossing 5 crores, 37% surcharge will be applicable, but this 37% surcharge will not be applicable to 112A and 111A. Now, independently, can you tell me what is other incomes? What is other income? Is it crossing 5 crores? Yes, independently it is crossing 5 crores, which means कैसे होगा? 112A पे surcharge rate is going to be 15%. 111A पे surcharge rate is going to be 15%, and since independently also it is crossing 5 crores, other income पे surcharge rate is going to be 37%. Understanding? And that is why whatever tax you have got, so इस पे 15% will come here. On this 15%, it will come here, and इस पे 37% it will come here. Perfect. Now I will get the answer of surcharge as 61 point whatever. If I just add a tax and surcharge, I will get the answer as total tax, that is 243. Now 243.8113 pay, we will add health and education cess of 4%. You will get the answer as 253.5637. 253.5637. Now which answer is this? Answer is D. Basic things. These are these basic things, and these questions can come for 2 marks or something. So get the good clarity and hold over the concept of surcharge. Forgot to add HEC, no problem. But if you have not added HEC, then you will not get the answer, right? Because it is 243. Okay, awesome. Okay, then this is the variation. This is the homework for you guys. Question 73. Now they have just tweaked the question. That's it. This is the homework. Same question upar hai. We'll come down 74, 75 2 questions. After that we'll take a break. Mr. Bandhu, age 37 years, provides the following details for previous year 21-22. Okay. Taxable business income is 22. Speculative business loss is 4. Textile business loss brought forward, which means interhead not possible. Those interhead not possible because it is brought forward. Business income of spouse included in the income of Mr. Bandhu as per section 6414. Okay. Deductions available under chapter 6A is 3. TDS is 1. TCS is 0.5 and advance tax paid is 1.3. What shall be the net tax payable or refundable as per the regular provisions of Income Tax Act for AY 22-23 for Mr. Bandhu? Very simple. Dekho, textile business income is 22. Speculative business loss I have is 4, which I cannot set off. So here it is going to be no set off. Textile business loss of 5. Can I say that this is a normal business loss and this is also a business loss? Yes. So business income? Yes. So I will be able to set off this 5. So 5 I will set off. Correct? Business income of spouse included in the income of Mr. Bandhu. So can I say 2 will also be added because this is going to get included in my income? Yes. This is, I will compute my GTI. 22 minus 5 comes to 17. 17 plus 2 comes to 19. 19 May I will reduce the deductions. Like what are the deductions? Deductions are going to be 3. I will get the answer as 16 lakhs. If my income is 16 lakhs, now the question is, sir, can I just reduce TDS and TCS and advance tax? No, wait. You can't just reduce. You can't reduce TDS, TCS from the income. This is my net total income. This is my net total income. First, I need to identify the tax liability. How do I identify the tax liability on 16 lakhs? 16 lakhs way, just calculate the tax liability and tell me. I will also compute. Is it 290 to 500? Is it 290 to 500? Yes, it is 290 to 500. Absolutely right. So 2 lakh 90 to 500. Now again, many people make this mistake that they just reduce 0.5 and 1.3 from this, but no. You need to add HEC first. You need to add HEC first. After getting that HEC, you reduce what? TDS, TCS and advance tax. So HEC will be added. So 290 to 500 plus 4% comes to 304 200. Now you reduce 1 lakh. take a credit of this 50,000 and 1,30,000. So minus 1 lakh minus 50,000 minus 1,30,000. So answer is 24,200. Do we have this option? Yes, 24,200. This is the answer. Yes, 24,200. So two types of mistakes which you can commit. Whenever you'll be in the hurry, 16 lakhs say you will reduce this. So that will be wrong. First calculate the tax. After computing that, you first add the HEC and then reduce these three. So these are the possible mistakes which you can commit. ठीक है? आगे बढ़ते हैं. Mr. Raj, aged 32 years, presents you the following data for AY 22-23. Gross receipts from business conducted entirely through banking channels. Through banking channels is gross receipts are 70 lakhs. If I have undertaking the entire business through banking channels, can I say as per 44AD the PGBP income is going to be 6% on 70 lakhs? Yes, this is my business income. This is my business income. Okay. Capital gains under 112A is this. Capital gains under 111A is this. Winning from horse races is 1. What would be the tax liability as per regular provisions of the Income Tax Act? Okay, just try this once, no? Fatafat, I'll give you 2 minutes. I'll just put the timer also. I'll just give you 2 minutes. In 2 minutes, quickly try to identify the answer. Don't forget to add HEC and everything, huh? Okay. Jayant got A. Harshil also got A. Satish got C. Just cross check once, whenever you'll get the answer, just cross check once. Have this habit of cross checking every answer. Anjali got A. Yes, few seconds left. Mayur A. Harsh A. तुषार ए, रिद्धि, ईशा, अस्वती, अच्छा ईशा बी, भावेश ए, राहुल ए, धर्मी ए. Okay, let's see which question. 75. So your answer is 128,440. Your answer is 128,440. Now try to understand this. Okay, Satish also got A now. Tanisha A, Jainil A. Okay. First of all, profit as per 44AD at the rate of 6% is 4.2. Then this the 30% is पे आएगा total. Okay, this is total income. Okay, this is total income. After that, tax on 112A. Don't forget that 1 lakh rupees over and above 1 lakh you have to pay tax. So 0.4. 111A, it is 15% flat rate. Winning from lottery is 30% flat rate. And tax on other income is 0.085. That is as per slab rate. Total tax is going to be 1.235. HEC is whatever I will add that, and total tax payable is this. So I hope that what I think is you have gone wrong in this 0.085, because this is very simple, this is very simple, this is very simple. Normal slab rate, just if you use, you'll get the answer. Okay, chalo, एक काम करते हैं, we'll take a break. It's 12:22 right now. We will start at 12:27 or 12:28 with the rest of the questions. ठीक है? Again, the rest of the questions are some questions are challenging, some questions are easy. It's a mixture of both, right? So we have covered 25 questions. Now we have another 50 questions to cover. So come as soon as possible. We'll try to cover those 50 questions today. Chalo, I will see you in some time, 5 minutes. Then we will start with the next part. ओके गॉट इट 30% आएगा. Okay, let's start. आ गए सब लोग? Is everybody there? Okay, chalo. Mr. A, question number 76. Mr. A, whose total sales are 201 lakhs, declares profit of 10 lakhs for financial year 21-22. He is liable to pay advance tax. वापस, total sales of 201 lakhs, declares profit of 10 lakhs for 21-22. He is liable to pay advance tax. 1 installment, 2 installment, 3 installment, 4 installment. Now, why have they given this information? Because understand one thing, that total sales of 201 lakhs, which means you are not eligible for section number 4480. Since you are not eligible for section number 4480, which means, okay, what is the consequence, what is the relevance of 4480? If you have applied 4480 or if you have applied 4480A, then in that case, for you, advance tax liability will be only of 1 installment and not 4. If you have applied for 4480 and EDA, you are not required to pay 4 advance tax installments. You will have to pay only 1 advance tax installment. Perfect. So iske wajah se, since this is total sales is 201 lakh, so can I say more than 2 crore? If it is more than 2 crore, then in that case you are not, you cannot opt for 4480, and that's why you have to fall for all the 4, you have to pay all the 4 installments. Perfect. Understood. Then Mr. Raj a resident and aged 65 years is a retired person earning rental income of 40,000 per month from a property located in Delhi. Again, Mr. Raj, a non-resident aged 65 years, is a retired person earning rental income of 40,000 per month from a property located in Delhi. He is residing in Canada. Apart from rental income, he does not have any other source of income. Is he liable to pay advance tax in India? Now, advance tax in India, there is no bifurcation ki this is applicable to residents, this is applicable to non-residents. If it is an Indian income, you are required to pay tax in India, then in that case, advance tax will also be applicable for you. Advance tax will also be applicable for you if the total amount of tax exceeds 10,000 rupees. Total amount of tax exceeds 10,000 rupees. Now, yes, he is liable to pay advance tax in India as he is a non-resident and his tax liability exceeds 10,000. According to me, this is the answer. We'll read. No, the answer should not be there. Both B and C is also not. So can I say point answer A is going to come? Right? Because there is no bifurcation of resident or non-resident. Right? Okay. We'll move ahead. Question 78. Mr. X, a resident, is due to receive 4,50,000 on 31/3/2022 towards maturity proceeds of LIC policy. Very important. If you have done section number 194DA of TDS and section number 1010D of exemptions, you will understand. Even though you have watched my TDS lecture, you will be able to understand this. Because see, I will explain you something now. If there is any maturity proceeds of life insurance policy, if there is any, 77 is B. Okay, total income is not exceeding 10,000 or okay. So your total income is 10,000. So rental income per month is 10,000. So 40,000 rupees. 1 minute, 40,000 rupees into 12. If I get 4,80,000 pay. I will, okay, this is non-resident, 65 years. So 4,80,000 पे 30% का deduction I will get. So what is the answer? 4,80,000 minus 30% comes to 3,36,000. He will not be eligible for rebate, right? Now, will he be eligible for rebate? Will he be eligible for rebate? Will a non-resident get a rebate? Will a non-resident be eligible for rebate? Are you sure that he is not eligible? See, important. Thanks for highlighting this. Dekho. So I was under the assumption that 40,000 is a tax liability which they have given. That's why I said. See, rebate ka point dekho. Rebate mein specifically it is applicable to resident individual. Now that's why this rebate will not be applicable. Now if rebate is not applicable, can I say I will have to compute the tax? Yes, compute the tax. Now the point is, what is the tax liability? Okay, what is going to be the basic exemption limit? Basic exemption limit, even though his age is 65 years, but still, since he is a non-resident, he will not be able to get the extended limit of 3 lakhs. So can I say it is going to be 2,50,000? So if I reduce 2,50,000, I will get the answer as 1 lakh. I will get the answer as 36 and 15, 86,000. And on 86,000, apply 5%. It is 4,300 plus HEC. So can I say this is not exceeding 10,000 rupees? And that is why he's not required to pay any advance tax. Actually, advance tax ka liability aata hai. He is required to pay advance tax. But since the tax liability is less than 10,000, he is not required to pay the 336 कैसे आया? Compute किया. 480 minus 30% rental income ना. ठीक है? Okay. Thank you for highlighting this. Mr. X, a resident, is due to receive 4,50,000 on 31/3/2022 towards maturity proceeds of LIC policy taken on 1/4/2019, ठीक है, for which the sum assured is 4 lakhs and annual premium is 1,25,000, ठीक है. Okay, first of all, let me tell you one thing, that if you receive any maturity proceeds of life insurance policy in my hands, will it be taxable or exempt? Again, maturity proceeds of life insurance, this is going to be helpful for two to three other questions also, so please idhar dhyan dena. I am receiving what? Maturity proceeds of life insurance policy. If I am receiving maturity proceeds of life insurance policy, if I am satisfying the conditions of section number 1010D, then in that case, those maturity proceeds are exempt in my hands, right? If I'm not satisfying the conditions of section number 1010D, that maturity proceeds is going to be taxable in my hands. Okay, now the question comes, sir, what are the conditions of 1010D? You have to compare if the policy is taken after 1/4/2012. If the policy is taken after 1/4/2012, then in that case, you have to compare your premium. Matlab, you have to compare your premium, your actual premium, versus 10% of the sum assured. 10% of the sum assured. 10% is the threshold. If your actual premium is in excess of the threshold, then in that case, can I say you are paying unreasonable premium? Yes. In this case, you are paying unreasonable premium. Then in that case, whatever amount you will get, that is going to be taxable. There is no exemption under section 1010D. 1010D में बोला है that if your actual threshold is this much, your actual premium is below the threshold, which means you are paying a reasonable amount of premium. So whatever amount of maturity proceeds you will get, it is absolutely going to be exempt from tax under section 1010D. Now let's understand that policy is taken on which date? Policy is taken from on 1/4/2019, which means after 1/4/2012. Okay, what is the actual amount of premium which I have paid? 1,25,000. I will come here and I will write this 1,25,000. I will compare this with 10% of sum assured. What is the 10% of sum assured? Sum assured they have given is 4 lakhs. Uska 10% comes to 40,000. Yes. So can I say I am paying way higher than the threshold? Right? I am paying 125, right? So that is why whatever amount I am receiving, on this I will not get the exemption of 1010D, which means it is going to be taxable in my hands. And there is one more concept which comes into the picture of section number 194DA. Since it is taxable in my hands, the person who is actually making a payment to me, he will deduct the TDS at the rate of 5%. Perfect? Okay, so up to here we have done. Okay, 194DA, if you are not able to recollect, go to the lecture, or you can go to my lecture and understand, or maybe you can go to the provisions and just understand this. Okay, Mr. Z, a resident, is due to receive 95,000 on 1/10/2021 towards maturity proceeds of LIC. Again, this is the second maturity proceeds. 95,000 proceeds of LIC policy taken on 1/10/2013. Again, this is after 1/4/2012, for which the sum assured is 90,000. Okay, I will come here. Sum assured is 90,000, which means 90,000 ka 10% comes to 9,000. This is the amount. What is the actual premium paid? The actual premium paid is 10,000 rupees, which means I will come here and I will write 10,000. So can I say you have paid more than the threshold? You have paid more than the threshold? Yes, you have paid more than the threshold, which means that you whatever maturity proceeds I am getting. What is the maturity proceeds? Maturity proceeds is 95,000. So this 95,000 is going to be taxable in my hands. But the point is, since the amount, okay, and whenever you will compute, one more thing you just remember, okay, we understood that this is going to be taxable in my hands. Now we'll come to TDS wala part, 194DA. While you are computing 194DA, you will always apply this 5%. on the income element. Now, what is the meaning of income element? Income element means you have paid the annual premium of 1,25,000 from 1/4/19 till 31/3/2022 because you had taken the policy on 1/4/19 and it is still 31/3/22, which means 19/20, 20/21, 21/22. For 3 years, you must have paid 1,25,000. Yes, 125, 125, 125. So 125, 125, 125. If I just add it, I will get the answer as 375. So I have paid 375 and I'm receiving how much? I'm receiving 4,50,000. So which means my income element is not 4,50,000. My income element is 4,50,000 minus the amount which I have already paid to them. That is 3,75,000. What is going to be the answer? It is going to be 75,000, and 75,000 pe 5% is going to be applicable. Now, I have explained this in great depth in my lecture, but I'm trying to make it as simple as simple as possible for you guys, so that you'll understand this right now also. Okay. Now, if I come to the next part, 95,000, I'm paying the annual premium of 10,000 rupees. I have taken the policy on 1/10/2013 and 1/10/2021. For 8 years, I'm making the payment of premium. So 80,000 I've already paid. So 95,000 minus 80,000 is equal to 15,000. Now, sir, you will say that 15,000 you should pay the TDS, right? But here they have said that if the maturity proceeds are less than 1 lakh rupees, then in that case 194DA will not be applicable only. So there will not be any TDS in case of 95,000, even though it is taxable in my hands, but TDS will not be applicable. So can I say there will be only one TDS will be applicable? That is 194DA in case of 4,50,000 ka amount, but there will not be any when there is any amount of maturity proceeds which are less than 1 lakh, there will not be any tax under section 194DA. So no TDS. Perfect hai? So only one. So dekhte what is it? Tax is required to be deducted on income comprised in maturity proceeds payable to X and Z. Okay. X is this. This first one was X and second one was Z. So tax is required to be deducted on both. Wrong, na? This is not right. Tax is required to be deducted on income comprised in maturity proceeds payable to X. Yes, according to me, this is right, but let's see again. Tax is required to be deducted on income comprised in maturity proceeds payable to Z. No. No tax is required to be deducted on income comprised in maturity proceeds payable either to X or Z. This is also no. So your answer actually should be B. And 1 lakh, if the policy is taken prior to 1/4/2012, that we understood the threshold, no? At 10%, this is going to be, this will be 20%. If it is policy is taken prior to 1/4/2012. Perfect. One MCQ, we spent 10 minutes for this. Aage badhte. An amount of 40,000 was paid to Mr. X on 1/7/21 towards fees for professional services without deduction of tax at source. Again, an amount of 40,000 was paid to Mr. X on 1/7/21 towards fees for professional services without deduction tax at source. Matlab, I should have deducted tax at source, TDS, but I have not deducted the TDS. Okay. Subsequently, another payment of 50,000 was due to Mr. X on 28/2/2022. Same question is there in your TDS question. TDS module question, if you see, the same question is there. Okay, so first payment is 40,000, second payment is 50,000. From which 10% amounting to 9,000 rupees on the entire amount of 9,000 was deducted. Now, he should have deducted, while making a payment of 40,000, he should have deducted 10% TDS, but he did not deduct. While making a payment of 50,000, he should have deducted 10%, but he deducted, he has deducted 10% TDS, but not only on 50,000, but also on 40,000 on which he has not deducted the TDS. So basically, while making a payment of 50,000, he computed TDS at the rate of 10%, not on 50, but on entire 90. But on entire 90, that is current 50 and past 40. That is entire 90 पे 10% किया, he got 9,000 rupees, and this 9,000 rupees he deducted while making a payment of 50,000. Perfect. Okay. And net amount was paid on the same day to Mr. XTK. However, now he has deducted late. Now understand one thing, they are asking for what? Interest chargeable under section 201(1). In case of late deduction, you have to pay the interest at the rate of 1% per month or part of the month. Now, first of all, I will just break down entire thing. 40,000 rupees ka payment kiya. Can I say this was deductible as on 1/7/21? Deductible from 1/7/21, but it is actually deducted at the time of next payment. Barabar? At on 28/2. So can I say from 1/7/21 till 28/2/22, he did not deduct the TDS on 40,000? Yes, can I say there is a delay in deduction from 1/7 to 28/2, which means how many months? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. Can I say there is a delay of 8 months? Delay in deduction of 8 months? Yes. So here there is a delay of 8 months. Perfect. I will come down and I will write 50,000. It was deductible on 28/2 and it was deducted on 28/2 because on the same day they deducted the TDS on 50,000, right? So that's why here there is no delay. Here there is no delay in deduction. So can I say in this part, delay in deduction part, I will have to pay interest on the first amount of 40,000 because there is a delay in deduction of tax on 40,000 ka amount. 50,000 ka there is no delay because on the same day they have deducted, right? Then in that case, interest is going to be 40,000 into 1% per month into 8 months. What is the amount? 40,000 into 1% into 8 comes to 3,200. This is delay in deduction. Now, however, now I have deducted this much. Now I have deducted 9,000. No, I have deducted 9,000, but I should deposit the amount of tax which I have deducted. Now what I did is, however, this tax of 9,000 was deposited only on 22/6. ऐसा कैसे चलेगा? See, you had deducted the TDS on 28/2/2022. 28/2/2022. So the due date of payment was next month ka 7th. Next month ka 7th is the due date of payment or depositing the tax with the government. Now can I say due date is 7th of March 2022. But did I make a payment before 7th? No, I made a payment on 22/6. Can I say that there is a delay? Yes, there is a delay of how many months? Now can I say March entire month? Part of the month is 1 month. So March, April, May, June. So 4-month delay in depositing the tax. And in case there is a delay in depositing the tax, I have to pay the interest at the rate of 1.5%. So can I say that I did not pay the tax of 9. Ek second. I think here this will not be on 40,000. This will be on 4,000. This is 40,000 is the amount. TDS is 4,000. So 4,000 into 1% into 8% into 8 months. So I think this is going to be 320. Correct? 320. Correct. Here also 9,000 ka there is a delay in making a payment. So 9,000 into 1.5% into 4 months. Okay. Now Bhavesh, just look at the internet connection. Everything will be sorted. So 9,000 into 1.5% into 4, which means 540. So 540 plus 320, you will get the answer as 860. The answer is B. Perfect. This is a very good question. So that's what I'm saying. There's some questions will take less time, some questions will take more time. So these two questions took a lot of time. Dekho, question number 80. Do you want to write this or something? Like if you want to take a screenshot or a photo or whatever, you just take this. $78 के लिए you need to have clarity on 1010T. So I can't explain everything here because it is a matter of 30 minutes का explanation on this. So you need to just understand that I have a separate video on TDS. If you just watch that, you'll understand everything because I have explained permutation combinations on this. So you need to understand the interlinking of 1010D and 194D. Okay, come to 80. The benefit of payment of advance tax in one installment on or before 15th March is available to assessees computing profits on presumptive basis. Benefit of payment of advance tax in one installment on or before 15th March is available to the assessees computing profits on presumptive basis. Now the point is, it will be applicable to which section? Like it will be applicable to 44AD, 44ADA, 44A. No, this is applicable only and only to two sections, that is 44AD and 44ADA. Only two sections. So that's why understand this is not applicable to all presumptive based incomes. It is applicable only to two. Okay. Now big question coming ahead. Mr. Ramesh, Mahesh and Suresh jointly owned a flat in Mathura which was let out to Mr. Rajesh. Okay, let's simplify this. Ramesh, Mahesh and Suresh jointly given the flat on rent to Rajesh. अरे यार ये दो राजेश आ गए. Okay. To Rajesh for 5,40,000 credited equally to each of their account. Now 5,40,000 upon 3 comes to what? 1,80,000, 1,80,000, 1,80,000 he pays, Rajesh pays. Okay. Credited equally each of their account. Mr. Rajesh approached his tax consultant to seek clarity in relation to TDS on payment of the rent. Rent ka payment, rent ka payment, rent ka payment, rent ka payment. Okay, okay. There can be only two questions. There can be only two sections. It can be 194I if you are a big person, or 194IB. Or 194IB if your last year's turnover is less than 1 crore in case of business, less than 50 lakhs in case of profession. Dekho, he informed his consultant that he occupied such flat for his personal accommodation and his receipts from profession during the previous year was 52 lakhs. Was 58 lakhs. If it is 58 lakhs, can I say that 194IB will not be applicable to him? Because 194IB is applicable for only for those individuals or HUF जिनका last year का turnover is less than 1 crore in case of business, less than 50 lakhs in case of profession, but it is not less than 50 lakhs, which means 194I is going to be applicable. Perfect. 194I is going to be applicable. 194I में what is the limit? What is the limit of TDS? The limit of TDS is 2,40,000, and this 2,40,000 का limit is applicable to each co-owner independently. Now, इसके लिए I have specifically done one thing. Sorry. If you remember my TDS session, there is a specific point on this. If there is a joint owner, 2 lakhs, 2 lakhs if I'm paying to the joint owner, then in that case it will be applicable to each individual. 2 lakh 40 ka limit is going to be applicable for each individual. So no TDS here, and here also no TDS. Perfect. Sorry. Okay, so as a tax consultant, choose the correct answer. So can I say he's making a payment of 5,40,000 upon 3 comes to 1,80,000. So can I say Rajesh is not required to deduct TDS under section 194I? So we know the answer now. Let's see कि क्या करना है. No tax at source is required to be deducted since the rental payments are towards flat occupied for personal use. Okay, is this the reason? Let's see. Tax is required to be deducted at source since the rent payment exceeds 240. This is wrong. We know the answer and it is not required to deduct tax. No tax is required to be deducted at source since the rent credited to each co-owner is less than 240. This is the answer. So no tax is required to be deducted since Mr. Rajesh's gross receipts does not exceed 1 crore. No, this is also wrong. The answer should be C. Let me just confirm this. Hey, shit. Perfect. Okay, we'll move to the next question. That is, Mr. Nihar maintains a savings account and a current account in Mera Bank Limited. The details of withdrawals on various dates during the previous year 21-22 are as follows. They have given the details of cash withdrawal. Now you know that 194N karke there is one section. That 194N specifically says that if you withdraw the amount in excess of 1 crore rupees, then in that case whatever amount you have withdrawn in excess of 1 crore on which 2% TDS is going to be deducted. 2% TDS is going to be deducted. Now this is applicable per bank. Per bank applicable hota hai. This is applicable per bank and not so 1 crore from Kotak Mahindra, 1 crore from HDFC, 1 crore from any other bank. So every bank 1 crore ka limit is going to be applicable. Perfect. Now I have multiple savings accounts and multiple accounts like savings account and the current account. It does not matter. I'm going to consolidate everything. If it is more than 1 crore, it is going to be a TDS is going to be applicable at the rate of 2% in excess of 1 crore. Okay, let's see. They have given this that Mr. Nihar regularly files his return of income. Now, for the last all the three financial years, if I have not filed the return of income, then in that case, for me, the limit is going to come from 1 crore to 20 lakhs. But whenever that point will come, we will discuss. Right now, Mr. Nihar regularly files his return of income, which means he is filing it, which means limit of 1 crore will be applicable. Is Mera Bank Limited required to deduct tax at source on the withdrawals made by Mr. Nihar during the previous year 21-22? If yes, what would be the amount of tax deducted at source? Now, first of all, we need to compute what is the total withdrawal. So it is 15 lakhs plus 20 lakhs plus 35 lakhs plus 25 lakhs plus 22 lakhs plus 5 lakhs plus 38 lakhs. Can I say 1 crore 60 lakhs minus 1 crore karunga? So 60 lakhs basically, 60 lakhs into 2% comes to 1,20,000. So can I say TDS is required to be deducted? 1,20,000. 320. How come 320? Correct, huh? 82. 2% of 60 lakhs. 120. Correct. Okay. Mr. Jha, an employee of FX Limited, attained 60 years of age on 15/5/2021. An employee. Correct. An employee of FX Limited attained 60 years of age on 15/5/2021. Matlab in financial year 21-22, He became the age of 60 years. He is a resident in India during 21-22 and earned a salary income of 5 lakhs. Okay? During the year, he earned 7 lakhs from winning of lotteries, which means he has salary and he has lottery 5 lakhs and lottery 7 lakhs. What shall be his advance tax liability for AY 22-23 if all tax deductible at source has been duly deducted and remitted to the central government on time? Assume he does not pay tax under 115 BSE. What do you think? What is going to be his advance tax liability? Is he required to pay advance tax on everything, or what will happen? According to you, what is the answer? So first of all, normal computation you will do. Normal computation you will do. Normal taxes you will apply, and then you will get the answer. There is no rocket science here. See, question 83. A resident senior citizen. सबसे पहले ये तो समझो कि वो कौन है. Very important. नहीं ठीक है. कितना आंसर आया? नील भी आंसर है. हाँ, okay. Everybody saying A. Okay. Sure एकदम ये है. ठीक. Okay. Now समझो. Now understand one thing. First of all, let me show you something. Where are you? If you are a resident senior citizen not having income under the head PGBP, then in that case, advance tax will not be applicable. If you are a resident senior citizen not having the income under PGBP, then advance tax will not be applicable, which means either the income is salary, income is lottery. Am I the senior citizen? Yes, I have become the senior citizen. Am I the resident person? Yes, I am a resident person. That's why advance tax liability will not be applicable for me. So there will not be any advance tax liability, and that's why the answer is so very small point. Matlab, it is such a small point, but we just need to understand ki why have they given this information of 21-22. So all these things. So whenever any question is asked, you just need to go to that provision and just understand and try to analyze what are the provisions which are there. 10,000 ka there is one provision. There is a provision of senior citizen. So try to identify those provisions in your head first and then see the question. It will be easy for you. Yes, exactly. If you have watched half CA, in half CA the same point is there. 83. ठीक है. Mr. P is a professional who is responsible for paying a sum of 2 lakhs as rent for use of building to Mr. Harshit, a resident, for the month of February 2022. The gross receipts of Mr. P are as under. Okay. Mr. P is a professional who is responsible for paying a sum of 2 lakhs as rent for use of building to Mr. Harshit. 1420 to 31.3. Okay, what is written? The gross receipts are as under. 1420 to 31.321, it is 55 lakhs. 1421 to 28.222, that is 45 lakhs, which means in financial year 2021 the gross receipts are 55 lakhs, and in financial year 21-22 gross receipts are 45 lakhs. Whether P is responsible for deducting any tax at source from the rent of 2 lakhs payable to Mr. Harshit. This is the question. Think about this for a minute, then we'll move ahead. This is which section? The same section we have discussed this. There are only two sections for rent. Section number 194I and section number 194IB. When do you apply 194I and when do you apply 194IB is important. When do you apply 194IB? When you are a small person, which means you are an individual. Your last year's turnover is up to 50 lakhs in case of profession and up to 1 crore in case of business. Then in that case, 194IB is going to be applicable. Can I say right now, I am in financial year 21-22? I'm in financial year 21-22? Yes. I check the turnover of the last year. So can I say 21-22 का last year is 2021? So uska turnover is 55 lakhs. Since it is more than 50 lakhs, 194IB will not be applicable. And 194I is going to be applicable. If 194I is applicable, then in that case, what is the amount of rent which is paid? The amount of rent which is paid is 2 lakh rupees. Is it crossing 2,40,000? Answer is no. And that's why no tax is required to be deducted. No tax is required to be deducted because the amount is less than 2,40,000. Is everybody clear? That how did I just connect this 194I and 194IB? See, whenever they will give information, first of all, rent, whenever that rent comes in front of you in the question, you should think about if they're talking about TDS and rent. I have only two sections in my head. One is 194I, second is 194IB. People who are for whom 194I is applicable, 194IB is not applicable. People who for whom 194IB is applicable, then 194I is not applicable, right? Now we need to identify I'm falling under which section, 194IB or 194I. In this case, since they have given everything about gross receipts, this must be an indication for us. Ki boss, they are talking about the past year's turnover. If it is 55 lakhs, more than 50 lakhs, which means 194IB will not be applicable. If we are applying 194IB, then in that case, I would have required to pay TDS because amount was more than 50,000 rupees. But since 194IB I am not applying only, there is no question of TDS. This is how they are playing. TDS का class देखना है, watch my lecture which is there on my YouTube channel. You will have utmost clarity on TDS. Do not increase the speed of that lecture. Have it maximum 1.25. I'm telling you, you will be the master in TDS. You will be the master. It is my guarantee. ठीक है? Okay. So point number D. Mr. A has two bank accounts maintained with ICICI Bank and HDFC Bank. Mr. A has two bank accounts maintained with ICICI Bank and HDFC Bank. From 1/4/2021 till 31/3/22, Mr. A withdrew the following amounts of cash from the said accounts. Now again 194N का बात किया है. HDFC Bank 50 lakhs withdrawn from ICICI Bank 120 lakh, that is 1.20 crore. What shall be the amount of tax to be deducted at source under section 194N from this bank respectively while making a payment in cash to Mr. A, assuming that Mr. A has filed return of income for last 3 financial years. So can I say HDFC Bank no TDS? Because मैंने बोला था that I had told you that 194N is applicable for every bank. So independently. And इसमें 20 lakhs into 2%. That is 40,000. So it is going to be nil and 40,000. So this is wrong. This is right. This is wrong. This is wrong. This is your question number 85. ठीक है? We'll move ahead. Mr. Ram acquired the house property at Chennai from Mr. Satyam, a resident. Now again, purchase of house property. If they are talking about TDS, which section will be applicable? Purchase of house property is there under section 194IA. 194IA. Look here, I'm showing you this. TDS on purchase of immobile property other than rural agricultural land. कितना percent लगता है? 1%. If no TDS, if the consideration is up to as in less than 50 lakhs. If the consideration is less than 50 lakhs, no TDS. Let's see. Mr. Ram acquired the house property at Chennai from Mr. Satyam, a resident for a consideration of 85 lakhs. For a consideration of 85 lakhs on 23/8/21. On the same day, Mr. Ram made two separate transactions, thereby acquiring an urban plot in Gwalior from Mr. Vipun, a resident, for a sum of 50 lakhs. For a sum of 50 lakhs, and rural agricultural land from Mr. Danish, a resident, for a consideration of 75 lakhs. Which of the following statements are correct, assuming that in the consideration amounts as on aforementioned, all the charges incidental to transfer of immovable property are included? Which means they're talking about TDS only. If they are talking about TDS, then in that case, I have made 3 purchases. First purchase I have made of 85 lakhs, on which 100% TDS will be applicable. Third payment, if I see, that is of rural agricultural land, so no TDS will be applicable. Whatever will be the amount. Now the next question comes, that what about 50 lakhs? Whether the TDS will be applicable on this? This is the question. This is the question. So that's why I showed you that 194IA is applicable if the consideration is less than 50 lakhs. Less than 50 lakhs. If it is equal to or more than 50 lakhs, then in that case TDS is going to be applicable. So here TDS, if it is 50 lakhs, then TDS is going to be applicable. So 85 and 50 पे TDS लग जाएगा. Point number C should be the answer. Perfect. So point number C should be the answer. Perfect. Which of the following details or evidences are required to be furnished by an employee to his or her employer in respect of deduction of interest under the head income from house property when the employer is estimating? Now this is a very new question which is asked to you, so mark this important, because this is a new question for you. You must not have seen this question, or you must not have seen this theory part also in TDS or salary or return of income in any of the questions. What are they asking? Under section 192, you must be knowing that employer computes the income of the employee. When employer computes the income of the employee, employer needs to have all the details of the employee. Now employee will provide all the details, yes, of their income. Whatever information employer will get, employer will identify the tax amount, and whatever tax amount it is there, this is the amount of TDS. This TDS will be deducted every month from the employee's income. So for example, TDS amount comes to 120,000 upon 12, that is 10,000 rupees. So 10,000 rupees TDS every month employer will deduct while making a payment of salary. Right? This is how employer calculates the tax liability. So for that, employer should have the income right of the employee. So employee will have to give a lot of information to the employer. Now, what all information is needed? This is what they are asking. So the point is, here you will have to give information of, see, 3 points are there. You have to give information of name of the lender, that is who is the lender, address of the lender, interest amount, interest payment amount, and PAN and Aadhaar number. So name of the lender, address of the lender, PAN, Aadhaar, and amount of interest payable. So these are the points which you should give while giving the information to the employer. Now this is a new question. Understand, this is like a new theory point for you. Okay, if you want to write this down, then लिख देना. Now these points, just remember that if this comes, then you should know the answer. ठीक है, क्या आएगा? 1 is 1345. 1345. Point B. Mr. X paid fees for professional services of 40,000 to Mr. Y, who is engaged only in the business of operation of call center. 194J. Under 194J, there is a specific point that if you are running a call center, then the TDS rate is going to be 2%. TDS rate is going to be 2%. See, payee is engaged only in the business of operation of call center. The TDS rate is going to be 2%. So here the answer is 2%. An interior decorator who has opted for a presumptive taxation scheme under section 44ADA for AY 22-23, he is liable to pay advance tax. Okay, advance tax का बात की है. If you have opted for 44AD and 44ADA, you are required to pay only one advance tax. That is the last installment. That is 15/3/2000 whatever. He is liable to pay advance tax on or before 15/3/22. This is assessment year 22-23, which means financial year 21-22. So he is liable to pay advance tax on or before this date. He is not liable to pay is wrong. He is liable to pay advance tax in 3 installments wrong. He is liable to pay advance in 4 installments wrong. So which means point number A is the answer. 15th of March. A firm pays salary and interest on capital to its resident partners. Okay. The salary and interest paid fall within the limits of section 40B. Very good. Which of the following statement is true? First of all, please try to understand this is a firm and firm pays firm pays salary and firm pays interest. Now you will see that when firm is making a payment of salary to the partner, 192 will be applicable and interest is paying 194A will be applicable. Now here, if you are thinking in this way, this answer will be wrong. This answer will be wrong. This answer will be wrong because any salary paid to the partner, it is not taxable in the hands of the partner under income from salary. It is taxable under income from PGBP. It is taxable under income from PGBP. Now you will say that, sir, where is this written? Please check section number 28. You will get the answer. Please check section number 28, you will get the answer. If you just see PGBP, now regular students, practice by students, for everybody, I tell this every day, every time, that whenever you will solve this, always remember, whenever you will receive any salary from the partnership firm, it is always taxable under PGBP and not the salary. Even though the name is salary, but still it will not be taxed under salary. किधर गए रे? This is my PGBP notes. In PGBP notes, if you see 7th point, any interest, salary, bonus, commission received by partner from partnership firm will be considered under section 28, which means it is considered as PGBP. So 192 will not come. Now interest का बात करते हैं. Now if you remember, interest का TDS का revision बहुत जरूरी हो गया है. Yes, TDS, everything is there online. You just go there and revise. It is very simple. No problem, but TDS is very important chapter. You have to revise it. And whenever I take the lecture of TDS, I always tell this, you have to read TDS at intervals. But nobody listens. But okay. So they have to face consequences because TDS is such a chapter. Specifically, if I say about TDS, every day, even if you read 5 sections, it is sufficient. But people or students lack in consistency. I have only one request to them. TDS every day 5 sections. You just read 5 sections, will not take more than 5 minutes, trust me. But still people don't do it. Then after that they realize, oh, when I had done, everything was very simple. But right now everything is very difficult. This is what they face. So that's why you still have time. Revision, whenever you revise 5 sections every day, 5 minutes it will take, but your TDS will be like very, very smooth. Okay. A firm pays salary and interest on capital to resident partners. 40B fine. Which of the following statement is true? Tax has to be deducted under section 192. Galat. Tax has to be deducted under section 192. Wrong. No tax is required to be deducted on salary, but tax has to be deducted under section 194A. Okay. No tax has to be deducted at source either on salary or interest. Do you think 194A pay? Should we deduct the TDS? According to you, the answer should be C or D. Okay. Now the point comes of 194A. The point comes of section number 194A. In 194A, there is one point. Bob Fisby. People who have learned from me. I had told you Bob Fisby. 194A will not be applicable. So उसमें F क्या था? F is any amount paid by the firm to the partners. By the firm to the partners. Any interest paid, 194A will not be applicable. Perfect. So that's why here the answer is going to be point number D, that is no tax is required to be deducted because no salary and no interest. Perfect. Absolutely right. Correct. Question 91. Mr. X, a resident Indian, wins 10,000 in a lottery. Which of the statement is true? 10,000 is a lottery. 194B, 30%. Tax is deductible under section 194B. This is the answer. Deductible at the rate of 30.9. No, this cess is already included in that. This cess is added under section. There is one specific section, 194 something. Which is that section? That where we add surcharge and education cess. (194E). Perfect. Perfect. We'll come to 92. 92, again, this is a new theory question for you. New as in, like, I cannot expect you to remember this. Like, it is like that. Which of the following transactions, quoting of PAN, is mandatory by the person entering into said transaction? Opening a basic savings bank account, PAN is not required. Applying to a bank for issue of credit card, yes, PAN is required. Payment of 40,000 to mutual fund for purchase of its units. Here the limit is 50,000. Here the limit is 50,000. हाँ एक मिनट 91 में wins 10,000 in a lottery. Which of the statement is true? If it is up to 10,000, then it is 30%. More than 10,000, correct. I think the answer should be C. The answer should be C. 91 का answer should be C. Correct. 91 का answer should be C. सही पकड़े, सही पकड़े, सही पकड़े, सही पकड़े. Perfect. I was just checking, कि you're able to you're able to recollect. Yes, you're right. Up to 10,000 there is no TDS, but more than 10,000 you have to deduct the TDS. So it is my responsibility, that you remember the things or no. So that's why I just make mistakes deliberately, so that I have become like you, that I don't admit my mistakes. I will not admit. Okay. Now payment of 40,000 to mutual fund for purchase of its units. The limit is 50,000 here. That's why 40,000 is below the limit. That's why no tax, no PAN is required. Cash deposit with a post office of 1 lakh during the day. Yes, in this case, PAN is required. Fixed deposit of 30,000 with NBFC registered with RBI, aggregating the total deposits to 3,50,000. Here it is 50,000 limit, and here it is 5 lakhs limit. Now in MCQ finisher, you will get the answer. Okay, so you will get the explanation to this. Sale of shares, it is 60,000 for an amount of 60,000. Here the limit is 1 lakh. Now you just remember that if such question comes, then in that case, you just need to remember this question, and I'll come up with something so that you'll get a benefit of this. Ki how to remember this limit of 51 lakh. I'll do something. I've not done anything of memory technique. I have not done, but I will do something of this. Okay. We'll come to next question. An individual client has consulted you on the matter of PAN. He is carrying on the business. Okay. So whenever this question of PAN, that point will come. Arey yaar, gaye. 1 mark is gone. An individual client has consulted you on the matter of PAN. He is carrying on the business of sale and purchase of electronic appliances. His turnover is 3 lakhs. and the profit is 75,000. Again, individual client has consulted you in the matter of PAN. He is carrying on the business of sale and purchase of electronic appliances. His turnover is 3 lakhs and profit is 75,000 for previous year 21-22. He has asked you to provide him the threshold of turnover, if any, exceeding which he has to apply for PAN. Now, 93. Every person who is carrying on any business or profession whose sale, turnover, gross receipts are likely to exceed 5 lakh rupees in any year is required to obtain PAN. So here the limit is 5 lakhs. Unka it is not crossing 5 lakhs. So more than 5 lakhs PAN is required. (92) A है ना? What is it? एक बार देख ले भाई 92. A. ठीक है. Mr. A, a salaried individual, has a total income of 8 lakhs for AY 22-23. He furnishes his return of income for AY 22-23 on 28th of August 2022. He is liable to pay fee of what? He is liable to pay fee of what? Total income is 8 lakhs. Fees, which fees? Return of income he should have filed. He's a salaried individual on or before 31st of July, no? But he did not file. He filed on 20th of August. He'll have to pay the fees, and the fees are going to be 5,000 rupees. Fees are going to be 5,000. Why? Because his total income is more than 5 lakhs. If it is less than 5 lakhs, then in that case it is going to be only 1,000. Okay, 94. Sum of 5,000 rupees. Perfect. ठीक है. Arun's gross total income of previous year 21-22 is 2,45,000. Arun's gross total income is 2,45,000. He deposits 45,000 in PPF. He pays electricity bills aggregating to 1,20,000 in previous year 21-22. Which of the following statement is correct? Agar, if you remember that compulsory filing of return of income. Compulsory filing of return of income, there were 3 points. Do you remember those 3 points? Sir, do you remember is an invalid question for us. Please do not ask this question again. See, compulsory return of income mein, if you have deposited an amount in excess of 1 crore rupees in any of the current bank account, you have to file the return of income mandatory basis pe. Foreign travel pay, if you have spent more than 2 lakhs for himself or for any other person, you have to mandatorily file the return of income. After that, electricity bill is more than 1 lakh towards consumption of electricity during the year, then in that case, this is going to be the compulsory filing of return of income is going to be applicable. In this question, my total income is not exceeding 2,50,000. So as per this law, I'm not required to file the return. But he pays electricity bill of 1,20,000, which means more than 1 lakh rupees towards electricity. Mandatory filing of return of income. Let's see. Arun is not required to file return of income under section 139(1) since total income does not exceed basic exemption. Galat. Is not required. Galat. Not required. Galat. Required to file since electricity bill exceeds 1 lakh. Point number D is the answer. Perfect. Okay. After that, which of the following returns can be revised under section 139(5)? Can I say every return can be revised? 139(1), 139(3), 139(4). Any return can be revised under section 139(5). 139(1), 139(4), 139(5). Everything, which means answer is D. Perfect. Okay. ISKCON Inc., a foreign company and non-resident in India, for AY 22-23, engaged in the business of trading of tubelites outside India. Trading of tubelites outside India. A principal officer of the company has approached you to enlighten him regarding the provisions of Income Tax Act to the person who is required to verify the return of income in case of ISKCON Inc. Okay, matlab basically he's a foreign company and he's a non-resident. He wants to understand who can verify the return. Advise him as to which of the following statement is right, assuming that company has a managing director. Okay. The return of income in case of ISKCON Inc. can be verified by the managing director. It can be verified by the managing director. Okay, this is right, no? It can be verified by managing director. Return of income in case of ISKCON Inc. can be verified by any director, irrespective of the availability or otherwise of the managing director. Matlab, it does not matter that availability is there or not there. It does not matter. Any director can sign. Return of income in case of ISKCON Inc. may be verified by a person who holds a valid power of attorney from such company to do so, irrespective of the availability or otherwise of the managing director. So here they have said that if you have a managing director, please go ahead with that. But if you don't have a managing director, and if you are a non-resident foreign company, if you are a non-resident, then in that case, if you are a non-resident, then in that case, you can have any person to sign the return who has a valid power of attorney. Who has a valid power of attorney, that person can also sign irrespective of the fact managing director is there or not there. Understand the answer. Which question is this? Question number 97. Section number 140 provides that the return of income can be verified by, in case of a company, by managing director, or if they are not available, then by any director. This is the normal provision, provided that where the company is not a resident in India, return may be verified by any person who holds a valid power of attorney from such company to do so, which shall be attached to the return. Which means company is not a resident, may be verified by a person who holds a valid power of attorney. So your answer should be what? Your answer should be either, okay, your answer should actually be C, but let's see what is the answer. No, 2 to galat hai na? 2 to is wrong only. The return of income in case of ISKCON can be verified by any director, irrespective, no, power of any person with power of attorney can be an employee also. Right? So the answer should be 97 ka, what they have given the answer. One or three, perfect. 1 or 3 should be the answer. Two to nahi hai. 2 to ho hi nahi sakta. Not possible. Now 1 or 3. So this is also possible and this is also possible. Okay? 97. 98. Mr. Pawan is engaged in the business of roasting and grinding coffee beans. During financial year 21-22, his total income is 4,50,000. Pawan filed his return of income for AY 22-23 on 3rd December. Now can I say he should have filed on or before 31st of July, but he filed on 3rd December. What should be the fees payable for default in furnishing the return? Now you will say 5,000, but no, his income is less than 5 lakhs now. Since his income is less than 5 lakh rupees, his fees cannot exceed 1,000 rupees. His fees not exceeding 1,000 rupees. Okay. Which of the following benefits are not allowable to Miss Sakshi, a non-resident, while computing total income and tax liability for AY 22-23? Okay. Not allowable. Benefits are not allowable. She is a non-resident. Deduction at the rate of 30% of gross annual value while computing her income from house property. This to everybody gets, no? This to everybody gets. So this is allowable. Tax rebate of 9,500 from tax payable on her total income of 4,40,000. Deduction for donation made by her to Prime Minister National Relief Fund. This also she will get. Deduction for interest earned by her NRO savings account permitted to be maintained by NRI. That also she will get. So can I say point number B is the answer? Because rebate is applicable only to individuals, resident individuals. Perfect. Eh? This is your answer. Then question number 100. 100 high century. Mr. Dinesh, a resident in India, has gross total income of 2,30,000 comprising of interest on savings bank account. Gross total income of 2,30,000 comprising of interest on savings bank account and rental income during the previous year 21-22. He incurred the expenditure of 2 lakhs for his son for a study tour to Europe. Whether he is required to file return of income for the assessment year 22-23? If yes, what is the due date? Can you try this? Now institute is playing on this point that whether you know that it is in excess of 2 lakhs or equal to or more than 2 lakhs. So wrong this is. In excess of 2 lakhs or equal to or more than 2 lakhs. See, has incurred expenditure and amount exceeding 2 lakhs. Exceeding 2 lakhs. It should exceed 2 lakhs. Here also it is exceeding 1 lakh. Here also it is exceeding 1 crore. Understanding? Exceed. So exceeding it. So this is 2 lakh rupees. Still fine. Government is saying still fine. More than 2 lakhs hota, then in that case I would have said that you have to file the return of income mandatory basis. Now here the gross total income 2 lakh 30, which comprises of whatever. Now in that case, since it is less than 2 lakh 50,000, for you filing of return is not mandatory. Point number D is the answer. Perfect. Do you want a break of 2 minutes? Okay, take a breather, drink some water, then we will move ahead. Now 101 to 115. So take a break of 2 minutes. In the meanwhile, I will just see which questions are the most important questions from 101 to 115. Now see, this question you know. 102 wala question you already know. That Canara Bank, State Bank of India, you know that for every bank 1 crore is applicable. Now this I'm not doing then again. Like the same thing which we have done. Now here what can be the alteration? The alteration can be that, okay, we'll see whether the alteration is there or not. Okay, so we'll solve this. Okay, 101st question जो है, that is of residential status. Residential status का I will give you for homework. That 15 lakhs वाले point का point है. This we will do. This we will do. This we will do. This also we will do. This homework, easy question. This we will do. This we will do. This we will do. है मतलब maximum questions are there. Same question, 101. So let's see. Let's finish now. 20 minutes will take, and let's finish this. Okay, come to question number 102. Mr. Sargun maintained 2 bank accounts, 1 current account and with Canara Bank for her profession, and a savings bank account with State Bank of India. The following are the details of her withdrawal. Okay, this is the withdrawal. This is the withdrawal. We'll see. She furnished her return of income for AY 22-23 and for 21-22 on or before the due date of it. However, for AY 19-20 and 18-19, she has furnished her return of income belatedly. Okay, what is the current financial year? Which is the current financial year? Current year is 21-22. Okay, 21-22. Now last 3 financial years comes to 20-21, 19-20 and 18-19. If in all the 3 financial years she has not filed the return of income on time, then the limit of 1 crore will be reduced to 20 lakh rupees. Perfect. Now 2021 में समझो एक बात, she furnished a return of income for AY 21-22, which means she has filed the return for this, and AY 2021, that is 1920 financial year. So she has done for this also, and the last 2 years का नहीं किया. So here she has not filed. So can I say that she has filed the return of income for 2 but not filed for 1, which does not come to our exception. That's why limit of 1 crore will be intact. Limit of 1 crore will be intact, right? अभी देखते हैं. Is any tax deducted source on the withdrawals made by Sargun from Canara Bank and SBI Bank? Just can you just add this? So it is basically 25 lakhs plus 29 lakhs plus 14 lakh 20,000 plus 18 lakh 21,000 plus 26 23 plus 7 lakh 56,000 comes to 1 crore 20 lakhs 20,000 minus 1 crore. So 20 lakhs 20,000 with 2%, that is 40,000. 20 lakhs 20,000 to 2%. Now if I talk from State Bank of India's perspective, it is not crossing 1 crore. So which means no TDS on this, TDS only on this. So I think 20.20 lakhs with 2% should be the answer. Tax deducted at source on 1 crore 20,000. No, 1 crore 20 lakhs 20 tha. TDS is deductible at source at 20 lakh 20 at the rate of 5% and no TDS. I think this is the answer. No, sorry, not this is the answer. At 2%, no? 2%. TDS is deductible at, so point number C is the answer. Okay? Okay. Mr. Rimjim is 32 years, an interior decorator, has a professional receipts of 25,60,000 for the previous year 21-22. She has earned 125 as dividend, 465 as interest income on fixed deposits. Okay. What is there? Earned receipts of 25,60,000. She earned dividend of 1.25, 4.65 ka interest. She incurred expenses of 13 lakhs for her profession and 30,000 as interest on loan taken for making investments in shares, on which she received dividend. Okay. What would be her total income for the assessment year 22-23? Now 25 lakhs 60,000 less 13 lakhs. This is my business income, comes to 12 lakh 60,000 plus IFOS ka 1 lakh 25,000, but I get the deduction for interest, but only to the extent of 20% of income. What is income? 1 lakh 25. Uska 20%. 125 ka 20% comes to 25,000. I will get the deduction only of 25,000. Right? Plus amount of 4 lakh 65. So what will be my answer? 12 lakh 60,000 plus 1 lakh 25,000 minus 25,000 plus 465,000. I will get the answer as 18 lakh 25. Am I right? $18,45,000. I hope everybody is clear about the interest component. Interest ka deduction hum log ne yesterday also we had discussed this, that interest you will get only to the extent of 20% on income. So in 18 lakhs, एक मिनट 45 एक सेकंड ना, कुछ तो गड़बड़ है भाई. अरे ये 44 AD अप्लाई किया क्या? Assuming that she wishes to make maximum tax savings without getting her books of accounts audited. Without getting her books of accounts audited, which means we will apply what? We will apply that 50% वाला 44 ADA. 44 ADA अप्लाई करेंगे. 44 ADA अप्लाई करेंगे, इसका मतलब 2560 का 50% is 12,80,000. So this will be ये करेक्ट आया 12,80,000. After that dividend income 1 lakh and 465. Correct. So this will be 18,45,000. Correct. 20 वाला कौन सा चैप्टर का प्रोविजन है? Which this is of IFOS. IFOS का डिडक्शन. ठीक है. Mr. Arpan submits the following particulars for the purpose of computing total income. Income from salary computed is 4 lakhs. Loss from let out house property is 2,20,000. Brought forward loss from let out house property. Brought forward loss from let out house property. मतलब inter-head adjustment not possible because it is brought forward. Business loss of 1 lakh and bank interest FD received is 80,000. Compute the total income of Mr. Arpan and amount of loss that can be carried forward to the subsequent assessment year. First of all, I will take the loss from house property 2,20,000 and I will set it off against salary. Can I say I will be able to set off only 2 lakhs? So it will be 2 lakhs. I will cut this. And I will say 20,000 to be carried forward. Brought forward loss from let out house property. I cannot do anything. So 2,30,000 again to be carried forward. Business loss of 1 lakh I can set off against bank interest received. So here 20,000 ka business loss I will carry forward and this is going to be nil. So what will be the answer? So total income 2 lakhs, loss from house property is 2,50,000 and business loss of 20,000 to be carried forward to the subsequent assessment year. Okay. Total income of 1,60,000 according to us. Basis this is not the answer. Total income 1,80,000 no. And total income is nil. नहीं ना? We are right? 104 का क्या आएगा? 2 lakh rupees. Correct. So answer is A. ठीक है? This is your 104. Come to 105. Mr. Vikas transferred 600 unlisted shares of XYZ Private Limited to ABC Limited on 15/12/21 for 3,50,000 when the market price was 5,15,000. Now एक सेक्शन है कैपिटल गेन का. Index cost of acquisition for Mr. Vikas was computed at 4,25,000. When any unlisted shares are transferred for inadequate consideration, section number 50CA will be applicable. And as per 50CA, FVOC is equal to actual consideration or the fair market value. What is the actual consideration? Actual consideration is 3,50,000. Fair market price is 5,15,000, which means my FVOC is going to be 5,15,000, whichever is higher. After that, I will reduce my indexed cost of acquisition, which is already given as 4,25,000. So my answer is 5,15,000 minus 425. It's going to be 90,000. Now 90,000 will be taxable in the hands of Vikas. Now the question comes, the recipient should have paid 5,15,000, but recipient has paid only 3,50,000. So can I say IFOS will also be triggered? IFOS will also be triggered because for inadequate consideration he has taken the shares, taken the asset. Yes, he must have paid 5,15,000, but he has paid 3,50,000, which means can I say that there is an inadequacy of 1,65,000, which is higher than 50,000, and that is why 1,65,000 is going to be taxable in the hands of ABC Private Limited. In the hands of ABC Private Limited. So 90,000 in case of Vikas and 165 in the hands of ABC. Now 90,000 chargeable to tax in the hands of Vikas as long-term capital gains, and nothing is taxable for ABC. Wrong. 75,000 wrong. DB wrong. So C आना चाहिए. 90,000 chargeable to tax in the hands of Mr. Vikas as long-term capital gains and 165 taxable under the head IFOS for ABC Private Limited. Perfect. Absolutely right. 106 में homework दे दो because same चीज है. Either what is the crux? I tell you the crux. The point is that dividend needs to be paid
if when the dividend is making when the company is making a payment of dividend, 10% TDS is required to be deducted if the amount is exceeding 5,000 amount of dividend. But if the amount is up to 5,000, it is exempt. It is not exempt. No TDS is required to be deducted if the amount is up to 5,000 rupees, but that amount should not be paid in cash. Now what they have done is 4,500 ka dividend they have given, and it is paid in cash, which means no limit, no exemption of 5,000 will be given, which means TDS is required to be deducted at the rate of 10%. So this is what your question number 106 is. That's why I'll keep it as homework. Mr. X is a working partner and Mr. Y is a non-working partner of XYZ partnership firm. XYZ partnership firm is subjected to tax audit under section 44AB for previous year 21-22. What is the due date for filing return of income for Mr. X and Mr. Y? Understand one thing, XYZ partnership firm is subjected to tax audit. If the firm is subjected to tax audit, all the partners which are all not working, all the partners which are working in that partnership firm will also have to undertake tax audit. Everybody will have to take tax audit. If the partnership firm is required to do the tax audit, all the partners are also required to do the tax audit. So can I say, if all the partners are required to do the tax audit, for them also the limit for filing the return of income will be extended from 31st July to 31st of October. So can I say 31st of October for both A and B should be the answer? A and B ne X and Y. So 31st of October, perfect. 31st of October is going to be the answer for both X and Y. Perfect. Mr. Arpit, an employee of MNO Limited, has contributed 161,280 towards NPS, and similar amount is contributed by the employer. Okay. His basic salary is 80,000 per month. Dearness allowance is 40% of the basic salary, which forms part of the retirement benefits. ठीक है, मतलब basic salary is given, dearness allowance in terms is given. He also paid 55,000 towards LIC premium for himself and his wife, and medical insurance premium of 35,000 by crossed check for his mother, being a senior citizen during previous year 21-22. How much deduction is available under chapter 6A while computing total income of Mr. Arpit? Understand, सबसे पहला he made contribution towards 161 towards NPS. Now, whenever you make the contribution towards NPS, you get the deduction under section 80C, but you get additional deduction under section 80 CCD 2. 80 CCD, it is no, not 2, 80 CCD 1B. If you get the deduction under section 80 CCD 1B, if you get the deduction under section 80 CCD 1B, then in that case you get 50,000 ka additional deduction. 50,000 ka additional deduction, which means under 80C, do I have anything? Yes, I have 161 to utilize, and I have one more thing of LIC, that is 55,000. So can I say out of 1,50,000 I have utilized 55,000? Yes. So 80C mein 55,000. Now you tell me, how much 80C limit do I have? Out of 1,50,000, 55 is utilized. That is 95,000 I have. Okay. And I have contribution towards NPS of 161 to 80. 161 to 80. So we will do one thing. First, we will utilize 80C. Under 80C, I have a limit only of 95,000 left. So either 95,000 dal do. And what is the rest of the amount? Like rest of the amount as in, if I just reduce 95,000 from 161 to 80, I will be left with 66,000 to 80. So I'll just write 95,000 here. Now out of this 66,000 to 80, I will be able to utilize only 50,000 rupees in 80 CCD 1. Correct? So 95,000 I will take in 80C and 50,000 of additional I will take in 80 CCD 1B. Ekdam perfect. So I will have 80C का 1.5 lakhs, 80 CCD 1B का 50,000. This is over and above 1,50,000. ठीक है. So इधर का क्या क्या डन है? This is done. NPS का contribution is done. Now we'll see आगे क्या है.
LIC premium is done 55,000. Medical insurance premium for his mother.
So 50,000 का limit you will get.
Yes. So can I say that you are having this also? 80D. 32,000 था ना? 35. Okay. Now the point is,
Employer has also contributed for me. Employee's contribution is fine, but employer has also contributed for me. So whenever employer contributes towards NPS, there is a specific formula for that.
see, there is a specific formula for that. Please understand. If you are a salaried employed or not a salaried employed, who are we? An employee of MNO. So employee hai. So employee's contribution or 10% of salary, whichever is lower. And what is the meaning of salary? Salary is basic plus DA in terms.
Now they have made it a bit complicated. That's it. By adding this 80CCD1.
Right? So we have done this 80CCD1B. Okay. Come here. Salaried employee, employee's contribution in 10% of salary. What is employee's contribution? 161 to 80? बराबर है? Or 10% of salary. Now, first of all, what is the salary? 80,000 per month. 80,000 into 80,000 per month, which is 9,60,000, and इसका 40% plus 40%. I'll get 13,44,000. इसका क्या है? 10%. 1,34,400. Whichever is lower. That is 1,34,000. I'm hoping that I'm getting the right answer. Correct. So basically 134,400 ये आएगा 80 CCD 2 में, sorry 80 CCD 1 में, 134,400. So 1,50,000 plus 50 plus 35 plus 134,400. Correct है क्या? This is right. 50. This is 150. This is 35. This is this. So what is the total answer? 1,50,000 plus 50,000 plus 35,000 plus 134,400. 369,400. Is it right? 369,400. Where is the answer? 369,400. Point number B.
ठीक है? Everybody understood?
चलो, last few sections, last few questions, last 5 questions. A building was acquired on 1,495. Oh, 95 है, 95 on 20 lakhs. Sold for 80 lakhs on 1/6/2020. The stamp duty value on the date of transfer was 85 lakhs. The fair market value of the building on 1,401 was 25 lakhs. And stamp duty value was on 1,401 was 22 lakhs. Basically, they have given a lot of information. Calculate the capital gains for such building. सबसे पहले,
Don't worry at all. What do we need? We need
FBOC. What is my FBOC? FBOC is my actual sale consideration
or stamp duty value,
whichever is higher, subject to that 110%. What is my actual consideration? My sold is 80 lakhs. My stamp duty value is 85 lakhs. Now the question is my stamp duty value falling within 110% of my actual consideration? Yes, right? Because 80 lakhs ka 110% comes to 88 lakhs. My stamp duty value is falling here, which means my stamp duty value will not be considered. I will consider 80 lakhs only. Correct? Okay. Basic एकदम 50C का basic. After that, I will reduce cost of acquisition. When the asset is acquired prior to 1,401, then you have to consider actual cost or FMV. But this FMV should not exceed the stamp duty value.
if it is an immovable property, if you remember, there is a point that this amount should not exceed the immovable, they should not exceed the stamp duty value. So actual consideration is what? 20 lakhs. Or FMV is what? FMV is 25 lakhs and stamp duty value is 22 lakhs. So can I say this FMV should not exceed the stamp duty value? So I will compare 20 lakhs and not 25 lakhs, 20 lakhs and 22 lakhs. Whichever is higher comes to 22 lakhs. And after that indexation. Into 317 upon 100. So कितना आता है? Comes to 69 lakhs 74,000 minus 80 lakhs. Option A, everybody is getting? Yes, everybody, can you tell me? Can we move ahead, please? चलो लास्ट के 5 क्वेश्चंस हैं, फटाफट करते हैं. Okay. Let's move ahead with the next question, that is 110. Mr. Vikas received a gold ring worth 60,000 on the occasion of his daughter's wedding. Daughter's wedding, nothing is going to be exempted. पहले ही बोल रहा हूँ, since it is more than 50,000, it is going to be taxable. From his best friend, ठीक है. Mr. Vishnu also gifted a gold chain to Kavya, a daughter of Mr. Vikas, worth 80,000 on the said occasion. मतलब whose wedding was it? It was Mr. Vikas' daughter's wedding, that is Kavya. Now Vikas also received something and Kavya also received something. Vikas also received something and Kavya also received something. Now in this case, can I say whatever Kavya is receiving, it is going to be exempt from tax? Yes, it is going to be exempt from tax because इसमें शादियाँ मिला. So it is exempt from tax. What would such gifts be taxable in the hands of Vikas? So yes, gift of gold ring and gold chain taxable in the hands of Vikas and Kavya separately, no. Such gifts are not taxable in the hands of Vikas, no. Value of ring is taxable in the hands of Vikas, but value of gold chain is not taxable. This is right. Value of gold chain is taxable in the hands of Kavya, but gold not taxable in the hands of Vikas, right? So this is going to be point C. दिखाता हूँ वर्किंग 108 का वर्किंग दिखाता हूँ मैं. ये लो, take a separate different phone and take a photo of this. Okay. Question number 111. TPR and Company, a partnership firm, selling its product X through digital facility provided by MKY Limited, e-commerce operators. मतलब TPR partnership firm है. TPR wants to sell the product X through e-commerce operator. Okay, fine. So basically, your e-commerce participant है, that is TPR. E-commerce operator है, that is MKY. MKY Limited has credited in his books of accounts the account of TPR and Company on 31st Jan 22 by a sum of 4,80,000 for sale of product X made during the month of Jan 2022, which means
4,20,000, ठीक है. Out 4,80,000, sorry, out of 4,80,000 it made a payment of 4,300,000. It made a payment of 4,300,000, ठीक है, सॉरी ये अकाउंट था 4,300,000. Further, Mr. Pawan, who purchased the product X through facility provided by MKY Limited, has made the payment of sum of 40,000 directly to TPR and company. Directly to TPR and company. Directly to TPR and company. मतलब there is one buyer here. This is what 194. When this person is making a payment directly to him, to TPR, then in that case, see, usually what happens is when the buyer makes a payment to e-commerce operator, and when e-commerce operator makes the payment to TPR, at this point of time, e-commerce operator will deduct the TDS. Right? It is the responsibility of e-commerce operator. But in such cases where the buyer is making a payment directly to the e-commerce operator, directly to the e-commerce participant, can I say that on this amount, no TDS is required to no TDS is deducted by this person, but TDS should actually be applicable because the income is earned by TPR. Now you will say, who will deduct the TDS? Actually, deduction should be made by e-commerce operator. Then you will say, sir, how can he deduct the TDS? He does not have the income, no? He did not pay to e-commerce operator. E-commerce operator did not pay to e-commerce participant. Then in that case, we have to assume that the payment has been made by e-commerce operator to TPR. And whatever TDS is there on the second payment, what is the second payment? 40,000. Barabar, 40,000. 40,000 ka whatever will be the TDS amount, that TDS amount will be deducted by e-commerce operator while making some different payment to this TPR. So whenever TPR e-commerce operator will make some different payment, at that point of time, that payment's TDS will also be there, and this payment's TDS will also be there. So there will be two TDS will be deducted from one single payment, from e-commerce operator to this person. I hope that you are clear with the main concept of 194O. If you know this, if you know that, this will be very easy for you. Which statement is correct? No tax is required to be deducted. No, this is wrong. MKY Limited is required to deduct tax at source of 4,800 under section 194C. Wrong. MKY Limited is required to deduct tax at source 3,900 under section 194O. Yes, it can be right, but let's see. MKY Limited is required to deduct tax at source of 5,200 under section 194O. What will be the answer? Do you think it is going to be C or D? What do you think? What is going to be the answer? So D. 111 का explanation देखो. 4,80,000, 40,000, 5,200. 1% TDS is applicable. 1% is applicable not only on that one value, but it is on the both the values. That is 4,80,000 plus 40,000. So that amount of 5,200 will be deducted while making a payment of that 4,80,000. Correct? So answer is D. Okay. 112 is exactly the same. You can just refer to this. Residential status का question है. 113. Come to 113. Last two questions to do. Mr. Vyas, age 80, is a retired government employee. On 1st April 2021, he received the maturity amount of his LIC policy amounting to 3,50,000. This policy was taken by Mr. Vyas on 1/4/14 on which the sum assured was 3 lakh rupees and annual premium. Can I say this is what 194 DA? Same question. Actual premium paid, sorry, threshold. If the premium is more than the threshold, then in that case, the entire maturity proceeds are going to be taxable. 194 DA is going to be applicable. If there is a threshold, if the premium is less than the threshold, then whatever maturity proceeds I will get, it is going to be exempt from tax under section 1010D. So there is no other discussion on this on 113. So I'm not doing this again because the same question we had done earlier. So same point, कुछ फर्क नहीं है. Just that one point we just need to understand here. Annual premium, his other income comprised of pension amounting to 85,000. Mr. Vyas furnishes a declaration in form 15H for non-deduction of tax at source to the insurance company stating that his net tax liability for the year is nil. First of all, let's try to understand whether 1010D is applicable or no. देखो ना, what is the sum assured? That is 3 lakhs. 3 lakh ka 10% comes to 30,000. This is the threshold. What is the premium? 40,000. So which means whatever proceeds you are going to get, it is going to be taxable. Perfect. One TDS is going to be applicable under section 194 DA. Why? Because maturity proceeds are more than 1 lakh. Perfect. ठीक है. Now he filed one declaration in form 15H stating that please do not deduct the TDS because my total income does not exceed my basic exemption limit. So please do not deduct the TDS. 15H is filed. What do you think? This is whatever he has done is right or wrong? समझो इस बात को. See, as per 194 DA, TDS is required to be deducted and everything, we know this. Where the total income of the resident assessee is below the basic exemption limit during the year, no TDS shall be deducted under section 194 GA. GA नहीं, DA होना चाहिए. It's 194 DA. If the assessee furnishes a self-declaration to the deductee in form number 15G, 15H. So Mr. Vyas is a resident super senior citizen having basic exemption limit of 5 lakhs. Therefore, declaration made by Vyas is right. So no deduction is required to be, so no TDS is required to be deducted. So 15G, 15H ka, it was an additional point which you have. So that's why I just thought of doing this question also, because your 1010D ka knowledge is now polished. Now we need to polish the language, we need to polish the concept for this particular section, that is 15G and 15H. So basically what will be the answer? Point number B should be the answer. Perfect. 114 is simple. 194 114 नहीं कर रहा हूँ. Come to 115. मेरे हिसाब से very important question. Many people don't understand this. How do they get the answer? And this is going to be our last question for today. एक minute. Okay, ध्यान देना. Pankaj gifted an amount of 3 lakhs to his wife Pinky and 2 lakhs to his daughter Rinky, aged 20 years on 1/4/2018. So Pankaj gifted 3 lakhs to wife and 2 lakhs to daughter. Both Pinky and Rinky invested the amounts on the same date in Government of India 11% taxable bonds. ठीक है. The interest accrues yearly and is reinvested in the same bonds. Determine what will be the amount taxable in the hands of Pinky for AY 22-23. You know who is Pinky? Pinky wife है. Now, which amount will be taxable and which amount will be exempt? Please try to understand one thing. 108 में section 80 CCE. 180 CCE does not restrict 80 CCD 1B and employer's contribution. It is there only for other sections. If you read 80 CCE, you'll understand. Okay. Now question is, what will be the income which will be taxable in the hands of Pinky? Now you will say, sir, Pinky के हाथ में, why will it be taxable? It will be taxable in the hands of Pinky for the accretion of income. Whatever accretion of income is there now. See, whatever income you're earning from when wife is investing this 3 lakh rupees and when wife is earning interest, that will be taxable in the hands of the transferor only. When 2 lakhs is getting invested, when you are getting the income out of it, that will be taxable in the hands of the transferor only. But what will be taxable in the hands of Pinky and daughter in relation to all the things which are in accretion of income, where whatever amount which is in accretion of income, it is going to be taxable in the hands of Pinky. Now the point is, how will you identify the accretion of income? We have understood the point of normal income to be clubbed, but accretion, how do we identify? Now if you try to get the answer, you will not get the answer. So that's why समझना एक बात को, first of all try to understand the question first. 3 lakhs given to Pinky, 2 lakhs given to daughter. Pinky and Rinky, daughter, invested the amounts on the same date in the Government of India 11% taxable bonds. So whatever income you will receive from this 11%, it is going to be clubbed in the hands of the transfer. But when that income is reinvested और उस पे जो interest आएगा, that is not going to be clubbed in the hands of Pankaj. That will be taxable in their own hands, like daughter and wife. Okay, ठीक है, देख लो एक बार. See, इसका आंसर देखो. As per section 6414, if an individual transfers any asset to his or her spouse without consideration or for inadequate consideration, then income from such asset is received by spouse, but tax on such income is paid by the transferor. Tax on such income is paid by the transferor. ठीक है. However, clubbing provision is not applicable to second generation income, that is income from accretion of transferred asset. Calculation of income taxable in the hands of Pinky for AY 20-23 will be what? Please, everybody, please pay attention here. 18-19 का income है. This is gifted in 1st April 2018. So 1st April 2018 पे, can I say that he must have received the interest? See, interest accrued for previous year 18-19 is 3 lakhs into 11%, that is 33,000. Perfect. Now that got reinvested again. So interest accrued for previous year 19-20 is going to be 3 lakhs पे 11% plus 33,000 पे 11%, because that is reinvested, no? Perfect. Yes. After that, interest accrued for 2021 is going to be 3 lakhs पे 11% plus 33,000 पे 11% ये, and 36,000 पे 36,630 पे 11%. So can I say you will get both the things? You will get both the things because both the years in interest got reinvested again, right? So this is the interest. So total interest income, that is second generation income, up to 1/4/21 is 1,10,289. This is the second generation income, and this second generation income, interest income on second generation income, is going to be whatever this income is there. This is the total income. Ispe 11% is 12,132. So can I say in the current year this income will be taxable? In the current year, all these incomes will not be clubbed, right? In the current year's second generation income will be taxable in the hands of Pinky. So that's why this is the total income. This is the interest income. On this particular interest income, whenever we'll compute the interest, because interest on interest is second generation interest, no? Here, why didn't we consider 3 lakhs into 11%? Because that is going to be clubbed in the hands of Pankaj. So can I say 1,10,289 is the accumulated interest? When we compute the interest on this interest, can I say this is the second generation income? Yes. So that's why 12,132 is the second generation income, and this will not be clubbed in the hands of Pankaj. This will be taxable in the hands of the wife only, that is Pinky. Very important. Not everybody's cup of tea. Understand this, that this income may be, ठीक है, चलो, this original income will be taxable in the hands of Pankaj. So whenever this income is there, this will be taxable in the hands of Pankaj. That we understood. But what about this, and this?
This will not be taxed in the hands of Pankaj. This will be taxed in the hands of Pinky only. But the point is, in the current year, will we tax these incomes? No, this must be taxed in the past years. Right now, we are talking about the accretion of income. We are not computing this because this is always taxed in the hands of Pankaj. We are identifying this is the interest income. Whenever this will be again reinvested, whenever this will be reinvested, उस पे जो interest आएगा, this is my accretion, and this accretion will not be taxed in the hands of Pankaj. It will be taxed in the hands of the wife only. Understood? Pakka ekdam. This is your 150. Okay. So Vandana, I will just consider your case. I'll just see that once again. But 115 tak, whatever questions we did you understand those questions pakka? 115 tak, whatever questions we did you understand those questions pakka? Okay, nice. So I hope that you are clear with these points. I hope that these MCQs till 115 you are clear. Now the homework for you guys is 116 to 130 is going to be your homework. Time bound MCQ solve karo. Give 2.5 minutes for one MCQ. Give 2.5 minutes for one MCQ. Now what you're going to do is 2.5 minutes matlab kya? 15 questions at 2.5 minutes comes to how much? 15 questions, 2.5 minutes, approximately 45 minutes, barabar 45 minutes. Now, if you don't have time, 45 minutes to spend on DT right now, then in that case, no problem. Take 7 questions and allot 2.5 minutes. Take 7 questions and try to solve within that time limit. Because for us, time is also important. Time is also important. And tomorrow we are going to do the case study based scenario. Okay, tomorrow we will meet and we will do case study based scenario. Same time. Today, I will upload the lecture as soon as possible. Whenever I will get the recording, I will upload the lecture. If you are not able to understand how to access the lectures, then in that case, please support team ko phone karo. I will not be able to help you in relation to technical things. Okay, chalo. So for today, we will keep it till here, and we will continue with the case study based scenario from tomorrow. I hope that you enjoyed today's session. So my purpose of taking this MCQ batch is you don't do this MCQ booklet on your own, and that's why I have done this for you. And you are also sitting, you also thought about doing the same things or doing these questions once again with me. Then if you have already done these questions, no problem, it's a revision. But if you have not done these questions perfect for the first time in the best way possible, you have covered these particular MCQ questions. ठीक है? MCQ का PDF कैसे access करें, वीडियो कैसे access करें, I'm telling you once again that same process is going to be followed. If you are not understanding, contact the technical team. You will understand. ठीक है? Okay, चलो. I will see you tomorrow. Till then, bye bye. See you. Take care. अच्छे से पढ़ाई करना. And I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye. Hello guys, good morning everyone. What's up? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yes, Riddhi, just give me the question numbers. I'll check that. Good morning everybody. Sorry, yesterday I could not take a lecture because my throat is not well. Like, thoda sa problem ho raha hai mujhe. So that's why I could not take a lecture. So I thought that today I will take a lecture. So आज का टारगेट क्या है? Okay.
We'll not waste further time. Like जितना जल्दी start कर सकते हैं उतना जल्दी start करते हैं. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. ठीक है रिद्धि, I'll just have a look at it. Okay. चल. So एक मिनट. Recording start करता हूँ. Yes. So I was saying that. So today, so I'm sure that you must have got some confidence in MCQs, normal direct questions which you get for 1 mark or 2 mark. I hope that you have got some confidence in those questions. ये क्या हुआ? Yeah. I hope that you have got confidence in those questions. So today, what we are going to do is, today we are going to discuss something very interesting and very difficult part of the MCQs, that is case study based MCQs. Now, case study based MCQs, exactly what are these MCQs? Like why students feel that case study based scenarios are difficult to crack? Because what happens is, maybe these questions are not difficult, but these questions are lengthy to solve. And that's why we need to ensure that we are completing everything within the time limit which we have. But the main problem is, the question is so big that when we read the question, it takes 10 to 12 minutes just to read the question, and after that we go to the question and actually see the actual question, what is it. For reading the paragraph, we spend 10 to 12 minutes. Now the point is, understand one thing, that it is not there is a hack to understand there is a hack to solve such questions. So we will discuss those questions, exactly क्या hack होना चाहिए, क्या what approach you should follow to do these MCQs. And now in your ICAI booklet, you have approximately 30 odd questions. So 30 odd questions may, if you just see, now some people ask me that, sir, is it enough that if we do these questions? My answer is absolutely yes. If you do these questions, these are enough to do it, because the same question you are anyways not going to get. You are going to get some different question altogether. What do you want to practice? You have to practice how to approach the question, how to get the answer. We should understand the quickest way to get the answer. Now the point is, while solving the MCQs, you must have realized that it is not only about speed, it is not only about time, it is about the concepts first and then the time. If your concepts are strong, the time is going to be lesser. If your concepts are not strong, then time you are going to take more, because you'll spend more time on thinking. Right? If your concepts, or you know every concept, if the concepts are on fingertip, then in that case it becomes a cakewalk. But whenever we will solve these questions today, so 15-16 questions, whatever we will solve, because it takes time to solve these questions. So 15-16 questions whenever we'll solve, I will try to tell you that what should be the approach. Now, are you going to solve 30 questions? No, I'm not going to solve 30 questions, because I'm going to give some questions for homework, because your practice is also important. Now, I'm happy that many people messaged me with the PDF of their paper, for which the homework which I had given. Now, I don't know how many people had done the homework for those 15 questions which I had asked you to do, but those questions did it. Now, the point is, you have to understand that you have to solve these questions on your own. If you're not solving these questions on your own, if you just watch my lecture and go for the exam, it will not be sufficient, because your practice is also important. So that's why I gave you 15 questions to solve. So today also, MCQ based scenario mein, I have certain 2-3 questions which are very tricky. We'll solve that. After that, 1 to 15 questions we will solve, and rest of the 10 questions I want you to solve with the time limit. Within the time limit, you should be able to crack the particular question. Right? If you just follow that, then in that case it will not be a problem. Just don't get scared to challenge yourself. कि यार मुझे नहीं आया तो, अरे छोड़ना, नहीं आया तो try तो कर. If you don't try, if you just watch the lecture and go for the exam, it will not be sufficient. ठीक है? Okay. चलो. अभी let's start with the main points. Now, सबसे पहले what are we going to do? देखो, we will start with the difficult questions first, and then we'll go ulta. So first we'll start with 25th question, which I want. First we'll start with 15th question. Then I will do 25th question. Then I think these questions are a bit tricky and difficult to understand. So we will solve them first, because if we solve these questions at the end, then it will be a problem, because your mind will not work at that point. Right? Perfect. Chalo. Start kar de with question number 15. Everybody, don't put anything in the chat right now. Just be very focused. क्वेश्चन नंबर 15 पे आता है, आ जाओ ना क्वेश्चन नंबर 15 पे. So, रिद्धि सब कुछ हो जाएगा. 121, 113 सब कुछ ले लूंगा. Let me just start with the session first, and after that I will take everybody's doubt. ओके किसने किसने होमवर्क किया है? किसने किसने होमवर्क किया है? फ्रैंकली बताओ जरा. Who all have done the homework after the session? Amazing. Yash, Rahul, Riddhi, Meghna, Jayant, very nice. Aswathi, Bhavesh, Jainil, तुषार. नॉट ऑल सम, देयर 15 सम तो थे उसमें से. स्तुति, समृद्धि, सरिता, वेरी नाइस. ओके सो एक बार चलो, रिद्धि सिंह 121, 113. चल I'll have just look at it. 121 and 113. Mr. Ashutosh, aged 65 years, a resident in India, has total income of 3 crore 20 lakhs, comprising long-term capital gain taxable under section 112 of 57 lakhs, long-term capital gain taxable 112A, other income 198. What would be his tax liability for 22-23? Assume that Mr. Ashutosh has not opted for provisions of 115 BSc. What is there in this? Normal 65 years, total income 3 crore 20 lakhs, comprising of long-term capital gain under section 112 of 57 lakhs, long-term capital gain. So first of all, you'll just write you'll write 112 ka 57 lakhs. After that you will write 112A ka 65 lakhs, but you are required to pay tax only on 64 lakhs because 1 lakhs is exempt, and other income is 1 crore 98 lakhs. If this is the case, then in that case we will start solving the question. इस पे 20% tax will be applicable, इस पे 10% tax will be applicable. 1.98 crore होना चाहिए ये. 1.98 crore पे, okay, 1.98 crore पे slab rate will be applicable. After computing the slab rate, after that we will also compute the surcharge. I don't know whether you have considered the surcharge or no. While considering the surcharge, what is the amount of surcharge? So 0 to 50 lakhs if your income, then in that case it is 10%, otherwise it is 15%. 15 nahi hoga to 25%. So can I say you are falling under 25% tax bracket? Yes. Your 15% it will be restricted to, and this alone is crossing. No, sorry, 1 minute. So this alone is this. So on this 25% will be applicable because correct, 25. Here it is 15% will be applicable, and here it is going to be okay. Here what did you consider the slab rate, surcharge rate? Here what did you consider the surcharge rate? 15% ही आएगा. 15% to all. Because alone also it is not crossing 2 crores. So here also it is going to be 15%. Perfect. So 15% surcharge, 15% surcharge, 15% surcharge. So what is given in the answer? And don't forget to add the HEC. Okay, here the surcharges they are taken as 25%, but it is going to be 15% only. You're right. So here it is, this surcharge is going to be 15% and not 25%. Correct? This is the doubt. This doubt got cleared. The next doubt we'll take it in the break. Okay, so we'll go ahead. चलो, is everybody ready? Is everybody ready? Full charged up चाहिए सब लोग, एकदम मस्त था. I want everybody to be super active. Okay. नहीं, गलती हुआ है. That's a mistake. Yes. हो सकता है यार, हो सकता है. चलो, come to question number 15. Now today it is going to be a lot of fun. मजा आएगा एकदम. देखो, because we are so we'll realize that we are making so many silly mistakes in the answer or in the question paper. So today we'll ensure that we will make a lot of mistakes. We have to make a lot of mistakes and then we have to move ahead. चलो, question number 15 पे आता है. Mr. Akshay Biyani celebrated his 26th birthday on 15th May 21. Okay, now one more thing I want to tell you. In between, you can't get distracted. If we are reading the question, when you are understanding the question, if you get distracted, then in that case, भूल जाओ तुम लोगों को कभी समझेगा MCQ based question. Either focus is very important. We need to just understand everything. Very minute details are important. If we are reading it, keep all your distractions away, because I know that these things happen. Like when I'm reading, you'll say kya theek hai, I will just scroll the mobile phone. Don't do it, because MCQ based questions are really important to crack. Chalo dekhte hain question number 15. Now if you just see the question, then in that case question is running in 2 pages. Like, see, this is the question which you will get, and just imagine that in the ICAI font kitna bada question hoga ye. Just look at the question, this and this. Now you have to ensure one thing, that whenever you will start doing the MCQs, case study based MCQs, do not look at the question first. Do not look at the para first. First look at the question. What are they asking? I hope that you have taken the printout of everything. If you have not taken the printout, it's a request to take a printout, because otherwise it will be difficult for you. ठीक है? तो okay, वो क्या पूछा है देख. What is the amount of capital gain taxable in the hands of Mr. Akshay for financial year 21-22? Now let them give any information. I'm going to look at capital gain only. I'm going to look at capital gain only in the hands of Mr. Akshay. देखते अभी what is capital gain information which is given. Celebrated 26th birthday, arranged a party on this occasion, invited friends, whatever, attend, ceremony was grand, feast was also spectacular. क्या time pass कर रहा है? All the arrangements and decorations were absolutely wonderful. क्या time pass मतलब? At the end of the party, Mr. Akshay was awarded by gifts and flowers bouquet as infra. मतलब क्या? See, we are concentrating on what capital gains. So if we are receiving anything, can I say for me it does not matter, because for capital gains I should transfer the asset, right? So this information which I am going to get is absolutely irrelevant for me while computing the capital gains. So just forget about this. Okay, आगे बढ़ो. ये कुछ भी, all this information is going to be irrelevant. Just understand this can be related to IFOS. Just keep it in mind. आगे. Mr. Akshay desires to set up a manufacturing unit with his friend in partnership or for making investments in the firm. He sold the he sold the following jewelry which he has received on his 26th birthday, celebrated as gifts. Mother's gifted gold chain for 42,150. 42,150 को he has sold mother's gifted gold chain, which means, can I say that it is a capital asset? Yes. Capital asset है, transfer है, yes, which means capital gain is going to be applicable. So which means 42,150 is the FVOC. What is the cost of acquisition? Sir, it was gifted. There is no cost of acquisition. No, there is a cost of acquisition, cost to the previous owner. Now, is this information given? Let's see. Mother's gifted gold chain, right? Can you see mother here? No. पीछे देखते हैं. Yes. Mother's gifted gold chain. Remarks. She purchased the same on 37,822. Can I say that this is the cost which we have? Absolutely right. So 37,000. And is there any CII and everything given? there is no CII given, which means सीधा I can take it. 30 क्या था? 37,822. 37,822. If I reduce, I will get the answer as whatever. Here it is going to be 6180. क्या बेचा? Gold's bracelet बेचा. Gold bracelet 60,180. Father had gifted it, so father's gifted gold bracelet. So can I say he had purchased for 56,075? Yes. So minus 56,075. After that, cousin brothers gifted gold chain for 20,600. 20,600. Now, first of all, we need to understand there is a lot of interlinking of IFOS and capital gains here. Cousin brothers gifted gold chain of 20,600. Where is this? Cousin brothers. Father's brother's son. Father's brother's son. Does he fall under relatives? Does he fall under relatives? Cousin brother. When we receive the gift from cousin brother, is he falling under the definition of relatives under section मतलब जो 56(2)(10) में which we have considered? So no, he does not fall under the definition of relative. So can I say it should be taxable in my hands? Yes, it should be taxable, but it will not be taxable for me because he had gifted me the gold chain worth 18,200, which is less than 50,000 rupees, since it is not taxable. It is not taxable. If I have not paid the tax in the income from other sources, can I say using the same logic, I can say that cost to the previous owners I will consider? So here also cost is going to be 18,200. If this cost is 58,200, then in that case I must have paid the IFOS tax. If I have paid the IFOS tax and if I sell that particular asset, whatever amount on which I have paid the tax, that becomes my cost. That becomes my cost. But here I have not paid any taxes under IFOS, and that's why 18,200 is going to be my cost. So I will reduce what? 18,200. And this is how you will get the answer. So capital gain कितना आएगा? देखो कौन सा क्वेश्चन था? 15th question, right? See, you will get 4328, 4105 and 2400. Just look at it कि अपना आंसर मैच हो रहा है क्या? 4328, 4105, 2400. So add करो नहीं. ये कितना आता है? 4328, 4105, सब 8,000 something, 10,000 something. ठीक है 10,000. So 10,833 should be the answer. Is it matching? 10,833 is the answer. I hope that you are clear. See, whenever you'll solve these questions, no, you'll realize that there is nothing different. Did you understand that there was nothing different in this question? But what is it? It was lengthy. I had to read a lot of things for solving one question. एक साला question solve करने के लिए मुझे 50 चीज पढ़ना पड़ा. So that's why there is nothing difficult. We just need to understand कि हाँ हुआ. Don't consider this as a separate point. Okay, मतलब उसी कुछ special treat मत करो. MCQ based case study based scenario. Okay? It is normal question only. Don't worry. Stress मत लेने ज़्यादा. I will make you comfortable in this question. I make you feel comfortable in this question. What is the gift amount not considered as income under section 56(2)(10)? What is the gift amount which is not considered as income? Okay, so which means can I say they are asking 56(2)(10) में which incomes will come? मतलब 56(2)(10) में which incomes will be exempt? Yes, so we'll see. सबसे पहले mother's gift, then father's gift. So 37,822, 56,075. Wife has gifted 4 golden rings, that is also exempt. Sister ने painting दिया 45,000 का, still it is falling under relative. Cousin, it should be taxable, but since it is not more than 50,000, it is not taxable. So this is also exempt. Closest cousin ने कार दिया value 4,10,000. Now you will say that 4,10,000 है, more than 50,000 है, so it should be taxable क्योंकि this is not falling in the definition of relatives. Closest cousins is giving me an asset worth 4,10,000, more than 50,000. It should be taxable. Wrong, it is not taxable. You'll say, sir, why? Why not? Because 56(2)(10) is applicable only on the capital assets. 56(2)(10) is applicable only on the capital assets. So here they are just making you fool. that they are saying that closest cousin on the, after reading it, you will only understand this is not a relatives. You will see the value of 4,10,000, which means more than 50,000, it should be taxable. Wrong, because it is applicable only on the capital asset, and car is not a capital asset under section 2, which we have seen in capital gain chapter. So here, this is also not taxable, right? Okay. Friends and other distant relatives, cash ka payment kya 151. Yes, it is taxable. Why? Because friends have made a payment, cash se payment kiya, and 1,51,000, which is more than 50,000, so it is going to be taxable. So basically 6 things we are going to consider this as exempt. What is the question? Okay, if we just add everything, I have just made the computation here. Mother's gift, father's gift, 4 golden rings, gift from cousin brother, gift from sister, I-20, and there is one more actually. One more, if you see niche. Sorry, there is one more. His wife gave him a gift of 1 lakh as gift, so that he could invest sufficient money in the unit, which means 1 lakh from wife mila again. Yes, okay. On December whatever, and his friend invested 4 lakhs in the firm, okay. On February 1, 2022, his wife again gave him 1 lakh as gift, matlab another 1 lakh. Yes, so which means 2 lakhs I received from wife also. So wife, say whatever amount I have received, can I say that also is going to be considered as exempt? Yes, so I have to just refer that. So basically 15th question, no? Kidhar keh rahe? So mother's gift, father's gift, 4 golden rings, cousin brother, sister, car. Car ke baad 151 will not come because it is going to be taxable, and gift from wife. Everything is going to be exempt. So the amount comes as 9,16,813. 9,60,813. 16,813. This is the answer. 2 lakh rupees, nahi, 2 lakh rupees bhi aayega na. Riddhi, 2 lakh rupees will also come. ठीक है, not considered as, he not है. उसके बाद, what is the gift amount taxable in the hands of Mr. Akshay? So see, understand, if you understand question number 15.2, you'll get the answer of 15.3 immediately. If you get the answer of 15.2 correctly, you'll get the answer of 15.3 immediately. What is the answer? Can somebody tell me? Same चीज है, right? अगर ये taxable होगा, then in that case, what is going to ये exempt होगा? What is going to be taxable? 1,51,000 is the amount which is taxable, because this was the only thing which was not exempt, which means this is the only thing which is taxable. Perfect, amazing. Is there any amount taxable in the hands of Akshay's wife? Akshay's wife, in respect of sale of jewelry by Mr. Akshay? If yes, what shall be the taxable amount in her hands? Wapis, we are reading it again. Aram se dekhna. Don't write anything in the chat. Is any amount taxable in the hands of Akshay's wife? In respect of what? In respect of sale of jewelry by Mr. Akshay. If yes, what shall be the taxable amount in her hands? Sabse pehle, what will be the which jewelry she is talking about? Where is the jewelry? Where's the jewelry? Where's the jewelry? Where's the jewelry? See, here is the jewelry. Wife has gifted the 4 golden rings, and she had purchased it for 35,000 each. Fair market value is 37,429 each. If his wife gifts any capital asset to the husband, and if husband sells it further, whatever income it will get generated, that income is going to be get clubbed in the hands of the transferor. It will be clubbed in the hands of the transferor. It will be clubbed in the hands of the transferor. So whatever capital gain the husband will get, that is Akshay will get, that is going to be taxable in the hands of the wife. Clubbing provisions will be applicable. Perfect है. Now कैसे computation होगा देखो. सबसे पहले can I say that 4 golden rings का, एक मिनट, 35,500, fair market value is 37,429. कितने में सेल किया, कुछ लिखा है क्या? Okay, here it is. So the firm requires sufficient fund. So Mr. Akshay sold his wife's gifted golden rings for 40,250 each. 40,250. So can I say there were 4 golden rings? Yes. 4 golden rings sold for 40,000 each. Yes. So if this is my FBOC, what is going to be my cost? Is there any cost? No, because it was a gifted asset. If since it was a gifted asset, for me there is no cost. So cost to the previous owner I will consider. Is there any cost which is given? Yes, 2020 ka cost which is given 35,500. Right? At the time of receipt, did I pay any tax? No. That's why I will not consider 37,429 because relative का gift था. Perfect है. Cost to the previous owner is going to be 35,500. What is going to be my answer? See, एकदम simple है. 40,250, that is sale value, minus cost to the previous owner. Here I am going to get short-term capital gains of 19,000 rupees. Absolutely right. So if you are understanding this, very good. Such questions can come in the exam. तो कितना था आंसर? 19,000. मेरा आंसर कितना है? 19,000. How was the first question which we solved? Now, I have some simple questions to ask you. Did you require any different and separate knowledge for MCQs? Did you require any different knowledge for MCQs? No, but if you have realized that we did not read the para first, we read the questions first. Because of that, our goal we already knew while reading the particular question. We have to read the para. I'm not denying it. We have to read the para, but don't read the para first, because while reading, you don't know what is the thing which you need from the para. Then that particular reading becomes a waste, that you'll waste your time. Easy है? Okay. बिल्कुल, it is not difficult at all. I'm telling you. कितना भी difficult question आने दे. If you know that chapter, you will be able to answer that question. I will ensure that you will understand this. ठीक है? So this is now question number 15. Can we do one tricky question? Can we do one tricky question? Do you want to do an easy question or do you want to do a tricky question first? What do you want to do? Tricky, okay. What is the meaning of tricky? Tricky as in lengthy. Lengthy is the only alternative for tricky. Awesome. क्या बात है? I'm happy. चलो. Question number 25 I will take. Good question. Like I genuinely like the question. See, just look at the question length. This is the length of the question. This plus this. Whenever we see the question only, फट जाती है एकदम. Here इतना बड़ा question. I don't think I will be able to solve this question. But almost everything is nonsense in the question. Almost everything. 4 to 5 lines are nonsense in that question. So let's read that. Okay. Whenever you will read, will we start with this reading? No, we should never start with this reading. Okay. First of all, we should understand what is required. See, what would be the amount of income chargeable to tax under the head salaries in the hands of Mr. Sarthak for AY 22-23? What are they asking? What is the amount which is going to be considered as salary? Okay, so we need everything about salary. Come to the question. We need salary, right? So salary computation you already know. Mr. Sarthak aged 38 years, working in whatever, manager finance, and he gets a salary. Basic dearness allowance. It is going to get included. HRA, yes, it is going to get included, but exemption मिल सकता है. अभी तक का अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऐसा है that exemption मिल सकता है. Transport allowance, everything is taxable because it allowed only to blind deaf, right? Personal allowance going to be taxable. Children education allowance for 2 children, we already know that 100 rupees per month per child का we get the deduction, we get the exemption. So 12,000 rupees. Whenever we will consider this, minus we will do 1,200 plus 1,200. How 1,200? 1,200 मतलब 100 rupees per month per child into 12 months, which means 1,200. I have 2 children. बराबर है. तो मेरा इच्छा था 2 children का, तो मैंने कर दिया इच्छा पूरा. So 2 children, 1,200 into 2 but comes to 2,400. So can I say from this I will reduce 2,400? Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Nothing is difficult. Medical allowance is always taxable. Medical allowance is always taxable. Bonus is always taxable. अभी तक का मुझे समझ गया कि how to compute salary. I don't think up to this it is anything is difficult. ठीक है, आगे बढ़ते हैं. Employees contribution to provident fund. Employees contribution to provident fund. Employees contribution to provident fund. Is there anything which I need to consider? No, I get a deduction for that. I get the deduction for that. So salary case में कुछ नहीं चाहिए. Chapter 6 से deduction में it will come. Profession tax 2400. What will I do with this? Profession tax 2400. Profession tax का deduction I will take under section 16. I take a deduction 2400. Perfect. Income tax nothing to be done. Net pay nothing to be done. So salary में we understood what is to be considered while computing the income from salaries. We'll read this. Her employer contributes. Very important point. His employer also contributes equivalent amount of contribution towards provident fund. 1,14,142 is employee's own contribution. Employer contributes the same amount. If you remember, we get the exemption for employer's contribution because employer is contributing for me. It will be included in my income, but I will get the exemption to the extent of 12%. To the extent of 12% of basic salary, dearness allowance, and turnover commission. So basic salary I know, dearness allowance I know, there is no turnover commission. So if I just add this and if I just apply 12%, I will get one answer, and it is going to be the exemption which I will have for employer's contribution. I hope that everybody is crystal clear about this. I'm talking about employer's contribution. Perfect. Okay. Dearness allowance forms part of retirement benefits. Very good. He has intimated to his company that he would opt for 115 BSc. Mark Kasam. Mark Kasam. Very important. Very important. He has intimated to his company that he would opt for 115 BSc for this. Consequently, he has not submitted any investment proof for the company, which means I'm not going to get any deduction under chapter 6A. And along with chapter 6A, I'm also not going to get the deduction for the 50,000 rupees. ये ज़्यादा हुआ. 50,000 rupees का I will not get the deduction. Why? Because 115 BSc restricts me to take any deduction for salary. 50,000 basic standard deduction. Perfect. Very important to understand. Okay. He has paid 55,000 towards medical premium. वो ठीक है. वो हम लोग को relevant नहीं है for this question because we need to understand the salary right now. He has purchased a house for 38 lakhs. Again, this is not relevant for us because we need to understand the salary income. He has 3 children. Arre maa kasam. Studying in Sandalwood International School, the following are the components of school fees paid for the academic session. Tuition fees, ये pay किया है. So he has paid, which means salary का income में तो include नहीं होगा. So again, this entire part is irrelevant for me while computing the salary income. Perfect. He has invested. ठीक है. I don't require any information about this. Invested in this in NPS. I don't require any information. Donated 50,000 PM Care Fund. I don't need any information. Again, invested. I don't need any information. So can I say it is very easy for me to compute income from salaries? सबसे पहले you take, okay, one thing is important here. He has purchased a house for 38 lakhs. He has purchased a house for 38 lakhs during the year 2014 and taken a loan, which means he has a house. Very small pointer. He has a house. Yes, he has a house. If he has a house, he will not get the HRA exemption. He will not get an HRA exemption. He will not get an HRA exemption. You have not seen this such question in any of the questions in income from salaries. Please ye dhyan dena. Very important. In module, there is no question which is related to this, but in the theory, you have this. So you should not have any other house at the time of for taking the exemption. Very important point. If you want to write this down, write this point somewhere. Please write this point in your book. If you have my book, write it in the Rapider. If you have any other author's book, please write that in HRA ka point. Okay. Okay. So basically, entire HRA is going to be taxable. So can I say my income from salary is going to be basic plus dearness allowance, HRA full, transport allowance full, personal allowance full, education allowance में 12,000 rupees minus 2,400. Medical allowance full, bonus full, and employee's contribution, employer's contribution. I will take 12% of exemption. I will take 12% of exemption. 12% of basic plus DA in terms and turnover commission. Cut 12%. If I compute, I will get one figure. 1,14,132 में से, if I just reduce that figure, whatever amount I will get, this is going to be my taxable employer's contribution. Okay, I will just go here and I will show you the computation. 25th question. See, basic plus DA plus HRA, transport allowance, personal allowance is taken, education allowance is 12,000 rupees. Arey sir, but they have not taken the deduction for education allowance because what is the reason why they for which they have not taken the deduction? Because they are following 115 BSE. They are following 115 BSE. You are not eligible for any allowances. You are not eligible for any exemptions. You are not eligible for any standard deductions. Understood? So 115 BSE does not restrict only 50,000. 115 BSE does restricts you to the extent of allowances and exemptions also. If you read 115 BSE, there is a list which is given. In that list, exemption is also not available and deduction is also not available. So which means here I am going to get only and only 12,000 rupees. Second learning from this chapter, from this question. First learning is HRA exemption. वैसे भी नहीं मिलता, but still understand you'll anyways not get. Point number 2, that children education allowance you will not get. Okay, after that, employer's contribution to PFC in excess of 12% of salary. See, now you will say, Ki, why did you take this 12% now? Why did you take this 12% now? Because they have specifically mentioned deductions and allowances. Deduction and allowance. See, 12%, ये जो है ना employer's contribution, that is the amount of taxable. मतलब taxable ही उतना होगा, they have said. 12% will not be taxable. So they have specifically not, if you read 115 BSE, you'll understand there is no specific restriction on this particular exemption. They have specified which exemptions you will get, which allowances you will get. So that is why this I will get. Very small point, but important. Okay. Now the point is that this is not an exemption which is given. What is there? It is not there in, see, understand one thing. Taxable amount is going to be any amount in excess of 12%. Taxable amount is going to be any amount in excess of 12%. Taxable amount is going to be any amount in excess of 12%. Understanding? So, ये है taxable amount. So, 16,76,036 is the answer. I will go here and I will check whether I have this answer. क्या था? 16,76,036. Is it matching? Yes. If we are not opting for 115 BSE, we would have got 2 exemptions. Sorry, we would have got 1 exemption allowance, of children education allowance. We would have got, and 50,000 ka deduction will also we will get. Now here is point is कि sir professional tax का deduction क्यों नहीं लिया? Because deductions ही available नहीं है ना. We are not having any deduction only. So if we don't get any deduction, then in that case there is no question of professional tax. There is no question of 50,000 ka standard deduction. There is no question of allowances. Perfect. Okay. Yes. So Tushar, I hope you are clear. So to not okay. If we are not opting for 115 BSE, I will tell you what extra things you must have got. First thing, children education allowance 2,400. Professional tax 2,400. If I am not wrong, that is 2,400. After that, क्या था? Standard deduction of 50,000. Perfect. We'll go here and read this. Whether the tax deducted at source by Nobita Private Limited on salary paid to Mr. Sarthak based on the intimation submitted by him is correct. Okay, what is written? Whether TDS by Nobita on salary paid to Sarthak submitted by him is correct or no. What is the TDS amount? Have they given anything? See, if you see this, income tax is there, no? So they have deducted the tax, which means TDS. So we have to just consider whether this amount is right or wrong. Now, if you get the first answer right, you will get the second answer right. What was the first answer? Your first answer was 16,76,036. 16,76,036. If you just compute the amount of tax on this by slab rate under section 115 BSE, you will get the answer of tax. Then you should compare कि क्या होगा. देखना 16,76,036 में होगा 0 to 2.5 lakhs nothing. 2.5 lakhs to 5 lakhs, it is going to be 12,500. 5 lakhs to 7.5 lakhs, it is going to be 25,000. 7.5 lakhs to 10 lakhs, it is going to be कितना 37,500. After that 10 lakhs to 12.5 lakhs, it is going to be 50,000. ये हो गया 50. 12.5 to 15 lakhs, it is going to be 62,500. And above 15 lakhs, which means कितना आएगा? Above 15 lakhs, 1,76036 पे कितना percent? 30%. Whatever answer I will get, if I just add that, I will get the final answer. I have written here, the final answer is 2,40,311. 2,40,311 pe, if I just add cess, you will get the answer as 2,49,923, rounding off to nearest 10, that is 2,49,920. 2,49,920, this is the answer. Correct? Perfect. So, correct. To 249,920. So, matlab point number 2 should be the answer. Correct? Right. Okay. What would be the total income of Mr. Sarthak? Assume that, abhi aage answer apna. Assume that he does not opt for 115 BSc. He is not opting for 115 BSc. We know the answer now. देखो, सबसे पहले basic pay तो normal है. Dearness allowance आएगा. HRA आएगा. Why will I not get the HRA exemption? Because not because कि 115 BSc apply कर रहा था. I'm not getting it. I did not get HRA exemption at that point of time also and right now also because I have one house property with me. That's why I own one house property. That's why I will not get. After transport allowance full मिलेगा because it is allowance is applicable only for exemption is applicable only for blind and deaf. Okay. Then personal allowance is taxable. Education allowance for 2 children. Arey sir, they have not taken the exemption. नीचे दिया देख. नीचे दिया 2,400. After that, medical allowance fully taxable, bonus is fully taxable, employer's contribution is taxable in excess of 12%. Perfect. So ये आएगा normal answer. Then after that, 2 deductions I will get. One deduction is professional tax. Second deduction is 50,000. We had already discussed this. That's why this became a cakewalk for us. So income from income under the head salary 16,21. What are they asking? They are asking about total income. Now we need to understand. We need to right now understand the entire scenario. Okay, what is it? Salary ka income we understood now. Go back. Is there anything else here? No, there is nothing else here. So I'll just start reading about the next point. So he has purchased a house of 38 lakhs during the year 2014, has taken a loan of 28 lakhs from HDFC to purchase this house. He is paying EMI of 22,835. Possession of the house received on this date. He himself is occupying this house. Matlab, it is self-occupied property. If it is a self-occupied property, which means whatever information they will give about municipal tax, falana dhimkana, everything is not taxable. Seedha, there will be only one loss we will get, that is interest on borrowed capital. We will see that. Total principal and interest paid for full year is 55,000 and 2,18,983. 2,18,983. This is the total interest and repayment of principal is what? Only 55,037. Which means 2,18,000 ka deduction I will get. It will be restricted to the extent of 2 lakhs. Is the loan taken after 1/4/1999? Yes. That's why entire 2 lakhs ka deduction I will get. So loss from house property is going to be 2 lakhs. Perfect. Anything related to house property here? No. So basically we got one income from salary. Dusra we got income from house property. Let's freeze this. See. This is loss from house property. Loss from house property. After that, let's read. Is there anything else? He has 3 children, tuition fees, admission fees, books, stationery, uniform ticket. There is no income here. Where is the income? Where is the income? Where is the income? Okay. He has invested 40,000 in listed equity shares of Shaktiman Power Solution Limited at 200 per share. Kabhi 1,321 ko. He sells 100 shares at 350 per share on 1/11/2021, which means within 1 year only I sold the shares. STT is paid. STT is paid. Matlab equity shares STT paid, which means section applicable is going to be 112A. Barabar? Okay. So 40,000 rupees he had invested, right? Okay. So 100 shares paid both at the time of sale and purchase of these shares. So can I say that? Just 1 minute. He's selling 100 shares. If he's selling 100 shares, so can I say 100 shares into 350 is my FEOC minus 100 shares into 200 is going to be my ये क्या, sorry, FEOC minus cost of acquisition. But since it is long term, 100 short term, 112A will not be applicable. 111A will be applicable. 111A will be applicable because this is short term. Understanding? So whatever answer I will get on that, 15% tax is going to be applicable. So can I say 100 minus 350 comes to 35,000 minus 100 minus 200, that comes to 20,000. So 15,000 is going to be my short term capital gains. Yes, 15,000 is going to be my short-term capital gains. Is there any other income? No. So my GTI has come as 14,36,236. Correct? Eh? Now they have given a lot of deductions. Now we will start reading about the deductions. So is there any deduction here? No. After that, dearness allowance? No. Intimated? No. He has paid medical insurance premium. See, he has paid medical insurance premium for his parents aged 65 years by account paycheck. So can I say he will get the deduction of 50,000 or 50D? Yes, I will go here 50D, 50,000. Okay. Uske baad, he has taken a housing loan. Housing loan ka principal component ka deduction milega na ATC mein. So ATC mein I will get 55,037. I get another deduction is in ATC, that is in employees contribution to provident fund, that is 1,14,132. बराबर. So ये भी मैं इधर लिखूंगा 1,14,132. Okay. Interest का deduction, will I get anywhere? Interest का deduction we have already taken in 24B. Correct? Now will I get it in 80EEA, 80EEB? No, because loan has to be taken within that specified period. This loan is taken in 2014. That's why 80EE and 80EEA will not be applicable for me. Okay. After that, fees ka information they have given. Now if you remember ATC is allowing you only tuition fees, and all the other fees are time pass fees which they have given. So basically only relevant is tuition fees for two children. Now which two children I will opt for? These two children, because inke fees are higher now, so I will take higher deduction now. So basically I will not get the deduction for this, but I will get a deduction for this. So can I say my answer is going to be 77,000? ठीक है, ये सब कुछ टाइम पास. ठीक है. He invested 5,000 rupees in HDFC ULIP and taken the LIC policy for his wife for 10,000. मतलब can you understand that so many things are in ATC, so many things in ATC, but we will not be able to utilize everything because 150 is the limit. Correct? So he invested 5,000 in HDFC ULIP and taken the LIC policy for his wife. So everything is allowed. Everything will come in ATC only, but no use. See, if you see, there is a big list. Housing loan repayment आ गया, children school fees आ गया, LIC premium to wife आ गया, HDFC ULIP आ गया, employees contribution to PF आ गया. Perfect है. After that, okay, he has invested 12,500 and 25,000 towards NPS tier 1 account and NPS tier 2 account. Now if you remember, NPS में अभी 80C में तो I can't use, but there is one more section, that is 80 CCD 1B. Here you get tier 1 का deduction. Here you get tier 1 का deduction. There are different tiers, and they have said that you will get only tier 1 का deduction. So this is a different point for you. Then you can write this down. So 12,500. Okay. Now tier 1 tier 2 क्या होता है, उसका listing जो है वो तो आपको Google पे मिल जाएगा. So you'll be able to understand practically how it happens. But you get NPS में 80 CCD में only one tier 1 का deduction. He has also, so I will get 80D, I'll get 80C, I'll get 80 CCD 1B also. After that, he has also donated 50,000 to PM Cares Fund. So 80G में 100% deduction I will get. 100% deduction, right? So basically 80 CCD 1B में tier 1 का मिल जाएगा, 80G में 100% deduction मिल जाएगा, and there is nothing else in this. So basically I will get the answer. Total deduction whatever, total income is 11,73,736. What is asked? 11,73,736. बराबर ना? Correct. such a big question which they have asked. Just pray that you don't get this question in the exam. Otherwise, for half an hour you must be solving this only. 25.4 क्या है? What would be the tax liability of Mr. Sarthak? Now it is all dependent upon 25.3. Once you get 25.3, उस पे tax liability compute करने का. Who does not opt for 115 BSE? Normal slab rate. Who am I? I am Mr. Sarthak. It's 38 years old. ठीक है, मतलब नॉर्मल स्लैब रेट लगेगा. किस पे देखो, सैलरी का, हाउस प्रॉपर्टी का. सो कैन आई से आई विल सेट ऑफ दिस. Perfect. Capital gain ka, we already know it is 15% state will be applicable. So basically special income different, other than special income different. Special income pe 15% and non-special income pe normal slab rate. See, 15,000 paid 15%, balance pay normal slab rate. I will get this answer. Is pay don't forget to add HEC. I will get the answer as 168,870. Like, I'm not computing everything now. It is very basic for you right now to compute the tax liability. So that's why I'm not computing. I hope you are comfortable. This is why total income not rounded off, because they have not rounded off in the answer. That's why. Okay. Now the what is the answer? The answer is 168,870. 168,870. ठीक. This question should come. This question should come for 14 marks at least, and they should give you at least 7 hours to solve this. Assuming for the purpose of answering this question only that no contribution is made. Now, okay, we'll just read after that later. Chalo. Assuming for the purpose of answering this question only that no contribution is made by Mr. Sarthak and his employer towards provident fund, what amount of deduction is available to Mr. Sarthak for the previous year 22-23 if he does not opt for 115 BSE? Assuming for the purpose of answering this question only, matlab not applicable for any other, no contribution is made by Mr. Sarthak and his employer towards provident fund. What amount of deduction is available to Mr. Sarthak under chapter 6A for the previous year 22-23 if he does not opt for 115 BSE? Very simple. If there is no contribution which is made by the employee, then in that case 80C ka deduction anyways that person will not get. What is the other difference which will happen? What is the other difference? What is the other difference which will happen? Nothing, right? Baki everything will remain the same. Just that one deduction I will not get, that is employee's own contribution. So 50,000 I will get, housing loan I will get, children education I will get, LIC I will get, housing ULIP I will get. उसके बाद 80 CCD I will get. So everything is allowable, only that one is not. So I don't know what they wanted to ask, but ठीक है. This is a very simple question, last wala, that 80C में there is only one deduction which I will not take, that is employee's contribution. Okay, now sir, can such questions come for the exam? Answer is yes. it can come in the exam, but I don't want, or we don't want such questions to come in the exam like this, because such questions are very big to solve. If such questions come, then in that case I will recommend, whenever all the small questions you first solve, if the question is too big and as per your estimation it is going to take more than 3 minutes to solve or 3 to 5 minutes to solve, do not solve it right now. Right now I'm not saying don't solve, leave it. No, solve, but do not solve it right now. Because we have to analyze and we have to do that analysis in the paper, that how much time we should put for every question. And that's why it is very important to understand, if such a big question comes, I will not say leave, but leave for the time being and then come to this question and solve. Right? Because you are saying that you are giving up only 2 marks. But no, if you understand this, just try to analyze this. If you understand this, you'll say कि 2 marks के लिए इतना थोड़ी करेगा. नहीं, it is not about 2 marks. If you solve that once, no, you will get 4 questions in that. How come? Because if you solve that one entire thing in rough, if you get the total income in rough, then in that case you will be able to solve this question also. You will be able to solve this question also. You will be able to solve this question also. So you are not getting only 2 marks. You are getting 6 marks. So for 6 marks, you can definitely spend 10 minutes. Are you understanding the mathematics? Don't say 2 marks. Say 6 marks, because if for one computation you are getting 6 marks. if you start solving the question, normal question if you get, and if you start solving the question, our normal question gets over in 5 minutes, but we take 10 minutes to write the working notes. And after that, we get 5 marks. Are you understanding the mathematics? Please, guys, try to understand MCQs. Don't leave MCQs because that is difficult. It is only about that one computation and getting 3 questions of 2 marks. So 6 marks. It's a good deal. Still, it's a good deal. Are you understanding? Exactly. Here we don't we have to write the notes also. Even if we have to spend 5 more minutes, spend 5 more minutes, but ensure that you are getting the right answer. Perfect. Chalo. This was your question number 25. Now again, in this question, there was nothing difficult. They were checking all the concepts from your salary chapter, but there was no extraordinary point according to me. I don't know if you felt any extraordinary point or no. Capital gain ka point was very easy. Just that, if we leave something, then we need that himmat. Yaar, this is not relevant information. Because see, like this. In the exam, you can get confused in this because they have given so many information in this particular question, but you have to leave that because we should be very confident that we have to consider only tuition fees. Perfect. Okay. This was this mega question number 25. Come to question number 14. Okay, again, good question. Whenever we'll read this, whenever we see any question, we are not going to read the para first. We are going to read the question first. What is the question? What is the residential status of Mr. Narendra for financial year 21-22? Now we will read everything about that particular residential status. देखो, Mr. Narendra, फटाफट देखेंगे. Aged 54 years, Indian citizen. Important information. Carrying on retail business in Dubai. He frequently visits India for business purpose. Okay. Details of his visits in India are as follows. Came to India on 3/12/16 and left India on 26/4/2017. Again came to India on 9/9/19 and left India on this date. Again came to India on this date, left India on this date. ठीक है, time pass कर रहे हैं. मतलब just they are just wasting your time. As in they just wanted to compute a lot of things. Afterwards, he decided to shift permanently in India and closed his business in Dubai. So he came to India on 27/11/21 and joined Indian company at registered office from 1/12/21. Okay? From December, he has taken a flat. That is not relevant for us. For the period, okay, a basic salary information is given. Basic salary is given 275. COLA, that is cost of living allowances. Cost of living allowances forms part of retirement benefits, which means it's an alternative word for dearness allowance. It's an alternative word for dearness allowance. Understand this. Okay. HRA is given 137,838. Other allowances given for the period from April 21 till November 21. His business income arising in Dubai, because after November though he shifted in India, no. So till November he earned Dubai income of 26 lakhs. His turnover for previous year 2021, last year, it is 95 lakhs. He is not liable to pay tax in Dubai. He is not liable to pay tax in Dubai. Understand, whenever this language comes, just start thinking about deemed resident concept. Whenever this language comes that he has not paid tax in any of the other countries, then in that case, start thinking about the deemed resident concept under section 6(1)(a). If you remember deemed resident concept, in deemed resident concept, there are 3 things. Point number one, you should be an Indian citizen. Okay, your Indian sourced income should be more than 15 lakhs. Equal to nahi, more than 15 lakhs. And you should not pay tax in any of the other countries. If these 3 conditions are satisfied, you will be automatically called as deemed resident. Can I say you are an Indian citizen? Yes. You are, okay, you are not paying tax in any of the other countries? Yes. Now we have to just check what is his Indian sourced income. His Indian sourced income, if you see, can I say basic salary in India is 675. Now if we just multiply this, and try getting the answer, my answer will cross 15 lakhs. My answer will cross 15 lakhs. Just try to identify the answer, please. Because now don't say it is going to be 275 into 12. No, it is going to be 275 into 6 only. Because it is going to be 275 into 4 only. Because 12, 1, 2 and 3. So basically only for 4 months he was there in India. So can I say while computing 15 lakhs, I have to compute the salary. Salary is 275, 675 into 4. 275, 675 into 4 comes to 11 lakh 2,700. After that, cost of living accommodation, dearness allowance 120, 200 into 4 comes to 4 lakh 80,800. After that, HRA also I got, other allowances also got. So can I say it is crossing 15 lakhs? Yes, even if I get 50,000 ka standard deduction, but still it is crossing 50 lakhs. 15 lakhs, absolutely right. And that is why I'm satisfying this condition as well. So Indian citizen, Indian sourced income more than 15 lakhs, and I'm not paying tax in any of the other countries. That's why I will be automatically called as RNOR. Very important. I will automatically be called as RNOR. So we'll see whether this answer is there or no. Let's see, deemed resident. Deemed resident हो गया ना 14.1 वाला D है क्या बराबर है क्या अपना? Yes, we are right. Deemed resident. Perfect. Let's come to question number 2. Which of the following statement is correct? ये हो गया ना? हाँ. Which of the following statement is correct in respect of dividend paid by Rainbow Limited to Mr. Narendra? ठीक है, देखते हैं अभी एक बार. Dividend information. This is all talking about. This entire thing is talking about residential status. This is also residential status. This is talking about salary. ठीक है. Now sale and purchase का बात क्या? This is capital gains. Following details are given. First Smile Limited issued bonus shares. TK will see that. We need what? Dividend, right? This Rainbow Limited declared an interim dividend of 200% on 20th to 2022 on the face value of 100. The record date was 31/1/2022. Now the question is, dividend is received on 200% on 10. So basically I understood that I got 20 rupees ka dividend. On which share? Rainbow Limited. Now come here and see Rainbow Limited किधर है? And कभी dividend दिया? This dividend was given on 20th to 2022. ठीक है, 20th to 2022. Okay, Rainbow Limited is purchased on 10/12/21. After that, Rainbow Limited के थोड़े shares मैंने sell किए हैं. Okay, नहीं, ये भी purchase ही किया है, ये भी purchase ही किया है. Okay, everything is purchased, so no problem. So basically सीधा का सीधा मेरे पास कितने shares है? 50 shares, 200 shares, 100 shares. So total 350 shares I have. So can I say total dividend is going to be 350 shares into 20 rupees, because 10 पे 200%. So 350 into 2 comes to 700. So 7,000 rupees का dividend is paid. So since the amount is more than 5,000 rupees, can I say that dividend पे TDS needs to be deducted? Okay, if we'll see the question, I have not seen the question again. I'll just see the question again. In respect of dividend paid, let's see. Dividend received from Rainbow Limited is exempt in the hands of Narendra. This answer is only wrong. Dividend received from Rainbow Limited is taxable in the hands of Mr. Narendra, but since dividend is less than 10,000, no tax is required to be deducted. No, this is also wrong because the limit is only 5,000, no, not 10,000. Dividend received from Rainbow Limited is taxable in the hands of Narendra. Tax is 5 to 5 is required to be deducted. So no, because 7,000, 7,000 rupees per TDS comes to 10%. 10% comes to 700. Point number D is the answer, because dividend received from Rainbow is taxable in the hands of Narendra. Tax of 700 is required to be deducted. Perfect. Eh? This is your 14.2 ka D answer. Correct answer? Yes. Come to question number 3. What shall be the TDS liability of Mr. Narendra for rent paid to Mr. Sarthak? Okay, now we'll see information. So this is your capital gain information. Where is the rent information, dost? Where is the rent information? इधर 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 है, here. See, from December 21, he has taken a flat on rent for 60,000 per month from Mr. Sarthak, an Indian resident, and Mr. Sarthak has provided PAN to Mr. Narendra Sharma. Now the point is, we need to understand, whenever I had told you that at that point of time also, whenever we talk about rent, there are two sections which come into the picture. Section number 194I and 194IB. Right? In case of 194I and 194IB, what is the difference? I should be a big person or small person. Now, who I am, have they given an information about the last year's turnover? Yes, they have given the information about last year's turnover. So last year's turnover is what? 95 lakhs. Last year's turnover is 95 lakhs. If it is 95 lakhs, can I say that in the current year, I should be applying 194I or 194IB? What do you think? He is paying rent of 60,000 per month. Similar question we have already done. If it is 194 IB, what is the limit? The limit is 50,000 rupees. So according to you, 194 IB should be applicable, and more than 50,000 rupees payment is made, and because of that, TDS needs to be deducted under section 194 IB. We will see this. कि क्या लिखा है? There is no tax liability of Mr. Narendra. Okay. You only tell me what is the answer. Mr. Narendra is liable to deduct TDS under section 194I for 6,000 for each month. Mr. Narendra is liable to deduct TDS under section 194IB for 3,000 for each month. Mr. Narendra is liable to deduct TDS under section 194IB of 12,000 in the month of March 2022. Very clear. Answer is very clear. If you know the section, the answer will be very clear. Everybody saying C. Are you sure? सब लोग C ready एकदम? I'll just show you the question once again if you want to see the dates and everything. Now everybody is saying D. Jenner is still saying C. My dear friend. Oh, my dear friend. The answer is going to be D. 194 IB hai. You are not required to deduct TDS every month. You are required to deduct TDS at the end of the financial year. At the end of the financial year, if you read the question, they have given in C each month. Each month है ना, हम लोग को तो लास्ट मंथ में काटना है बराबर. सो ये है 14.3. इधर है थोड़ा एक्सप्लेनेशन देखते हैं कुछ दिया है क्या. 5%, 2,40,000, 12,000 rupees pay. You have 12,000 rupees का mistake. You'll have to mistake है 12,000 rupees का TDS. You'll have to deduct at the end of the financial year. ठीक है? Okay. So what mistake we did? We just did the mistake of not reading the question completely. If you just read the question completely ना इधर ही समझ जाता है कि आंसर यही है करके. If you understand the section 194 IB, then chalo 194 IB, this is the most appropriate answer. So 14.3 is also done. ठीक है. What would be the income chargeable under the head income from salaries in the hands of Mr. Narendra for AY 22-23? Okay, ठीक है. My basic salary is given. COLA is given, that is dearness allowance. HRA is given. And other allowance is given. Now the point is very simple part. Whatever four things I have to just compute it. But will I get the HRA allowance is the question. Now we will see कि क्या है. He has taken a rent, no? He's paying rent, no? So does he have any property? Does he have any property? No, he does not have any property. So can I say he will be eligible for he will be eligible for the exemption of HRA. Yes, HRA का exemption एकदम मुंह पे होना चाहिए. It has to be by heart for you. It has to be by heart. There is nothing else in this. Basic salary, whatever it is, 275, 675 into 4, 120, 200 into 4. HRA का whatever amount I will get into 4 minus exemption amount, whichever is lower wala, and other allowances into 4. I will get the answer, right? So we will just consider this. See, basic salary is into 4. If I do, I will get this 11,02,700. ये भी कोला if I do into 4, I will get this. Now HRA is 551,352. HRA का what is the formula? सबसे पहले 50% of salary. 50% of salary. What is that 50% of salary? Salary is dearness this plus dearness allowance. Now in this case, what is the amount? 11,02,700 plus 4,80,800 into 50% comes to 7,91,750. This is 50%. Actual amount received is 551,352. Sir, where is this given? See, this is given as 137,838. No, 137,838 into 4. If you do 551,352, right? So 551,352. Then rent paid minus 10% of salary. What is the rent paid? Rent paid is 60,000 rupees. So 60,000 rupees. Since it is in Mumbai. Mumbai था ना? Delhi. Mumbai किधर था? Mumbai था. So that's why it is 50%. हाँ, correct. And minus 10% of salary. So rent paid 60,000 into 4, that comes to 2,40,000 minus 10% of salary. Salary is again that 15 lakhs, whatever it get 10% comes to 158,350. So 240 minus 10% comes to 81. So this amount or this amount, sorry, वापस करता हूँ, this amount or this amount, whichever is lower का मुझे exemption मिलेगा. I will get the taxable HRA. ठीक है. After that, do I have any other allowances or anything? Yes, I have other allowances. 156 into 4. I will get the answer. After that, 50,000 deduction net salaries. Simple. There is nothing difficult in this. Sure. I'll go here and I will write the answer. क्या था? 26,27,201. This should be the answer. 26,27,202. Correct. Okay. Correct, Dharmi. What is the amount of short-term capital gains chargeable to tax in the hands of Mr. Narendra on sale of shares for previous year 21-22? Now, where is the sale? Where is the sale? Where is the sale? Where is the sale? Here is the sale. Here is the sale. Now, thoda abhi dhyan de raho. What did I sell? I sold First Smile का 100 shares for 325. Whenever we are getting this information, we'll just write it. So First Smile का 100 into 325, 32,500. Perfect. First Smile का परचेज प्राइस क्या था? First Smile का 100 का परचेज प्राइस क्या था? 10-12, मतलब 6 दिन में ही sold. Within 8 days he sold. So he had purchased these 100 shares for 203. But whenever we are computing 203, we will not do only 100 into 203 because at that point of time I had paid brokerage also, right? So इसके वजह से whenever I'm computing the full value of consideration, we will first reduce the brokerage for sale consideration also, right? Transfer expenses. So 32,500 minus transfer expenses. We will get net sale consideration. After that, 100 into purchase price, whatever I will get, उस पे brokerage of 1.5 कितना आता है? 203 into 100. This is the cost which I incurred into plus 1.5%, plus 1.5%. So my actual cost is going to be 20,605. 20,605. So if I just come here, I'll show you. सबसे पहले 32,500 minus transfer expenses 585. कैसे आया 585? Because 32,500 पे कितना परसेंट? 1.8%. 585. After that net consideration I got After that, cost I will reduce. I told you how to include the cost. So short term capital gain comes to 11,310. Okay, so for every sale I will have to consider. So which is done now? This sale is done. ठीक है. Next, sale of mega service. Mega service में I have sold 150. I had purchased 150 shares mega service. I have sold all. Sorry sir. हाँ एक मिनट. Mega service में I had purchased 150 shares on this date. 110 shares on this date. So total I have 260 shares. Yes, and I have sold 150 shares. बराबर. Then in that case, what is my cost? So हमेशा FIFO basis पे सेल होता है. Okay, हमेशा FIFO basis पे सेल होता है. So 150 into 100, I will get 15,000 rupees as FEOC. After that, 15,000 पे I will consider 1.8%. I will get the answer as 270. Net sale consideration come to 14,750. What is my cost? My cost is 100. कितना बेचा है मैंने? 150. 150 into 82. 150 into 82. It comes to 12,300 plus 1.5%. Comes to 12,485. 12,485. 12,485. See. This is perfect. Short term capital gain I got is 2245. Okay, we'll just read the alternatives. Alternatives में कैसे what they have written is, they have written the full amount, which means we have to consider for all. You have to calculate for all. We have to do the time pass. ठीक है, so this is also done. What did you learn from here? You learned from this point is you have to do FIFO. You have to consider FIFO. FIFO मतलब first in first out. So I considered there are two purchases, no, 150 का and 110 का. उसमें से 150 I sold. So 150 is from which 150 is this? Is it from 110 and 40 from above? No, you have to always consider cost मतलब FIFO basis पे. FIFO मतलब this 150 का cost I will consider. ठीक है. Now another sale is what? First Smile Limited. I sold 200 shares. Now First Smile Limited ka I had 250 shares. After that I sold 100 shares, which means I have only 150 shares, but I'm selling 200 shares. ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है? So that's why if you read नीचे, First Smile Limited issued bonus shares at the rate of 1:1 on 1/2/2022 and credited the shares in his account on 10/2/2022. Now here the dates come into the picture. Now dates play a vital role. Why? Because I had purchased First Smile on 10/12/21. Okay, for 250 shares. I sold First Smile के 100 shares as on 18/12 after 8 days. ठीक है. So I have only 150 shares now. Yes. Now please try to understand. Please be very focused. As on 1/2/2022, 1/2/2022, I got bonus shares 1:1. 1/2/2022. 1/2/2022, I got bonus shares. मतलब कहने से I must have got 150. So total I have 300 shares. Correct? And from such 300 shares, I have sold 200 shares. So again, here FIFO will applicable. So when FIFO will be applicable, can I say that this 200, I have two bifurcations. 150 of this FIFO में old का and 50 of bonus. Sir, why did I do this bifurcation? Sorry, you are not able to see. Why did I do this bifurcation? Because bonus का cost is going to be nil. And 150 का cost क्या है? 150 का cost is this ना? ये 250 minus 100 is 150. So can I say 203 plus 1.5 is the cost? So what is the cost? 203 plus 1.5% is 206.45. 0.045. So 206 पकड़ता हूँ मैं. Correct, bonus का nil है, perfect है. Now let's understand. I sold 200 shares for 150 and 1.8 is this. So 200 into 150 comes to 30,000. I will just write 30,000 here. ठीक है. Transfer expenses कितना है? Transfer expenses is 1.8%. So 1.8% if I just compute on 30,000 comes to 540, correct? I got net consideration of 29,460. Now cost of acquisition. Now cost of acquisition mein I had 200 shares. 200 shares. So 200 into 206 if I do, I should get the answer as 41,200. 1 minute. Huh? One minute. नहीं 150 आएगा ना, 150 into 206 आएगा ना, हाँ 30,900 करेक्ट, 30,907. सो बिकॉज ऑफ 206 पॉइंट था ना वो, चलो एग्जैक्ट कंप्यूट करता है. सो 150 शेयर्स into 203, 150 into 203, 30,450 plus 1.5% comes to 30907. 30907. Very important to understand. And इसका बाकी का 50 का I will not take any amount because this is of bonus. Right? So this is going to be nil. So only 150 का है considered. Okay. So इधर आंसर आएगा 30907. I will get the loss of 1447. Again, this is a big question to be asked for MCQ because every small point I'm considering here. Okay, but see, consider this as a practice, and if we get any one of the questions, still it's a bonus for us, right? So that's why just consider this as a practice. Okay, I sold one more thing. A sale of Mega Service Limited, 110 shares. Mega Service I had purchased on 150 here, 110 here. I sold. So basically I have 260 shares. Out of them 150 I sold and I sold 110 again. Now ये कैसे हुआ? How is that possible? हाँ करेक्ट ना, जितना है उतना ही बेच दिया पूरा का पूरा. सो बेसिकली आई हैड 150 शेयर्स, परचेस्ड 110, 150 100. हाँ ठीक है. सो एवरीथिंग बिकम जीरो, सॉरी आई मिसरेड इट. सो परफेक्ट है. सो 110, सो 110 का 110 आई सोल्ड इट फॉर 110. So if I just compute this, 110 into 110 comes to 121,121,000. After that transfer expenses I will consider 218. ठीक है, कैसे आया 1.8%. After that cost. So earlier I had, when I was computing 150 and 100, out of that I had considered 150. मतलब I considered from here. So can I say this 110 is this? Yes. So cost will be the same 110, but either the brokerage is 1.5%. So here 12,200. 218 brokerage, I will get net consideration. Now again, when I'm considering my cost, 110 into 110 into 110 into cost of 1.5 is 12,282. So I got the answer as 400. If you just add everything, you will get the answer as 11,708. 11,708. So where is this answer? So 708 का उन्होंने क्या किया? राउंड ऑफ किया. This is your question number 14. Now you do one thing. Take a break of 2 minutes. And then we will continue with the next question. Very time consuming. It is not time consuming, it is very time consuming. let's see how many questions we are able to solve like today. But stay till the end, because after that you will not do such questions. If once you are live, मेरे साथ साथ हो जाएगा. But if you try to do it afterwards, then it will be very difficult. Sir, you were right. Silly mistakes happening. Yeah, it will happen. Don't worry. Don't get scared. Bindas. They can't shake you if your concepts are clear. Exam, everything will be handled. Don't worry about how will it happen, what will I do, I don't know how I'm going to do it. Don't worry about it. Our job is studying. We have to study. If we get it, well and good. If we don't get it, we had put our 100% no. If we think it will not come only, I will not be able to do it only, and not doing it, if you don't do it, then it's a bigger mistake. It's a crime then. Then you are not putting your efforts. अप्रोच बदलो, रिजल्ट बदलेगा. Now I have heard people came to me and said ki sir, question MCQs, why are you taking MCQ session separately? Because our teachers have told us that there is no need to spend additional time on MCQs. मैं बोला ठीक है तो don't do MCQs. I don't mind. I'm not forcing you to do it. But they don't know that what they are missing, because MCQs are the game changers according to me. I first of all, no one should say that don't do MCQs separately, because you can see that even if you know the concept, what is happening with you right now. आ जाएंगे यार एक दिन जरूर. At least you have come to that level that you have understood that it is not only about the concept, it is about the speed also. Now just think that your level of preparation which you had done in the last attempt, or if it is your second attempt or third attempt, whatever, so you will feel that you have taken efforts. Like once you do this MCQ session as in MCQ practice, you will understand there is one feeling that higher, I have covered everything at least. It is not like, because till last attempt you must not have done these case study based MCQs, even though it is given. You must have done maybe those single MCQs only to the extent of 40, 50 MCQs. After that, Amas. But full MCQs, full MCQ booklet, whenever you'll solve now, you'll get that another confidence, and confidence will get your marks. Ganesh is saying that लाइव नहीं देख कर बाद में देखने की कोशिश करते हैं तो सर वीडियो लोड नहीं होता. अरे सी, for loading that video there is a process that now everybody is able to understand the process. You don't read the email. If you read the email, you'll understand the entire process. Why is it so difficult? Because it is encrypted. That's why I know that it is complicated. I'm not denying that it is not complicated, but there are self-explanatory modules which are there. If you just do it, there is a possibility that you get it. But in case there is a possibility that there are some another technical issues which are there, so because of that you are not able to play it. Technical team को बताओ कि what is the problem. मतलब मेरे हिसाब से I think all the problems which were addressed to them, all the problems are sorted. Like I have not seen any question, student who is not satisfied with the technical guy not supporting altogether. They are saying कि नहीं होगा, तुम लोग देख लो. ऐसा तो नहीं हुआ किसी का. लॉ के एमसीक्यूज देखते हैं. लॉ का आज सेशन होने वाला है 9:30. प्रोस्पेक्टस आई एम गोइंग टू कवर इन वन वीडियो. आज रात को 9:15 सॉरी 9:15 आ जाओ सब लोग. चलो करते स्टार्ट. क्वेश्चन 13 आ जाओ. मिस्टर सार्थक अ शेयर ब्रोकर sold a building to his friend Anay. Mr. Sarthak, a share broker, sold a building to his friend Anay, who is a dealer in automobile spare parts. Wapis? Again, why are we reading this? We should read the question, right? Let's read the question. Is there any requirement to deduct tax at source on consideration paid or payable for transfer of building and agricultural land? What is asked? Is there any requirement to deduct tax at source for consideration paid or payable for transfer of building and agricultural land? मतलब if you see the answers में लिखा है 194IA, 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 which means they are talking about 194IA का section. So understand what is there in 194IA. Yesterday's my YouTube question. In 194IA, if you purchase any immobile property being land and building other than rural agricultural land, if the consideration is equal to or more than 50 lakhs, TDS needs to be deducted at the time of purchase. ठीक है, पढ़ते आगे. Mr. Sarthak, a share broker, sold a building. Will catch a speed now. A share broker sold a building to his friend Anay, who is a dealer in automobile parts. Very important. If you have done module properly, you will understand this point. Sarthak इधर है, share broker है. He's sold his building to Anay, who is a dealer in automobile parts. He's in automobile, and he is share broker. ठीक है. For 120 lakhs, मतलब actual consideration is 120. ठीक है. On 10/11/21, when the stamp duty value was 150 lakhs, the agreement was however entered on this date when the stamp duty value was 140 lakhs. Mr. Sarthak had received a down payment of 15 lakhs by a cross check from Anay on the date of agreement. ठीक है. Whenever such questions come, my regular students already know this, that I ask you to make one table, right? Now point is, मैं तुम लोग को बता देता हूँ that what is, how you'll have to write it. Here there is an agreement, here there is an agreement, and here there is an registration date. Okay, just write this. After that, point number one is you just write the date here, you just write the SDV here, and you just write the mode here. ठीक है? Okay. So what is the date of agreement? Just identify the date of agreement here. Agreement date is entered into an agreement on 1/9/21. So 1/9/21. Now if you do this, you will never go wrong. Registration date क्या है? Registration date they have not given separately. But if you just see, if this is the agreement date, can I say this is the registration date? Because there is no other date which is given. So 10/11/2021 is the registration date. So 10/11/2021. What is the SDV on 1/9/21? 1/9/21 पे SDV is 140 lakhs. 10/11/21 पे what is the date? 150 lakhs. And mode is cross check. Now if you remember, it should be in account, advance should be paid in account pay check, demand draft, or any other electronic clearing system. So cross check is not allowable. So can I say that you have to consider the SDV on the date of registration itself? So registration matlab 150 lakhs. This is how you will not face any kind of error, or you will not commit any kind of mistakes in the exam if you keep everything in front of you. If you read only this, you will be very confused. I'm telling you, spend 2 minutes, but you will be ensuring that you are getting marks. So here cross check है 150 lakhs है, my actual consideration is 120 lakhs and SDV is 150 lakhs. Actual consideration is 120 lakhs. Now in this case, can I say I'm not falling within the buffer? My stamp duty is not falling within 110% of actual consideration. So can I say that my FVOC is going to be 150 lakhs? We have freezed this. We have freezed this. Correct? 150 lakhs. Okay, ठीक है, everybody understood? Everybody understood? Everybody makes a lot of mistakes in such questions, but if just make this table, you will be able to get everything perfectly. This is the hack to crack such questions. सूरज बोल रहा है सर you haven't uploaded 2 lectures in Google Drive. सूरज एक बार Google Drive देखना, उसके बाद मुझे मैसेज करना. On the same day both the lectures were uploaded. तुम लोग allegations बहुत फास्ट करते हो before looking. तो प्लीज एक बार देखना अच्छे से, उसके बाद कमेंट करना. मिस्टर सार्थक परचेज द बिल्डिंग, सॉरी, मिस्टर सार्थक अभी दिस इज फाइन, दिस इज माई FVOC. नाउ दे आर टॉकिंग अबाउट मिस्टर सार्थक purchased the building for 95 lakhs for 10/5/2018. 10/5/2018. Further, Mr. Sarthak also sold an agricultural land which has a population of 5,800. Again, let's wait here. Mr. Sarthak purchased the building for 95 lakhs for 10/5/2018. So can I say I will get the cost of acquisition here? My cost of acquisition is 95 lakhs. 10/5/18 sold it for 21, which means it is going to be long-term capital gains. So long term hai, that's why indexation will be applicable. So FVOC is 150, index cost of acquisition is equal to 95 lakhs into 317 upon 280. Perfect hai? Okay, then this is how I will get the answer, whatever answer you will get. Mr. Sarthak sold, okay. Further, so this is another question. Mr. Sarthak also sold an agricultural land situated in a village which has a population of 5,800. Can I say it is not crossing 10,000? Matlab ye a rural agricultural land hai. So this is rural agricultural land, which means sale of this will not attract TDS under section 194 IA. Now can I say that in this case, in the first question which we have, is there a requirement to deduct tax at source? Yes, it is a requirement to deduct tax at source. Let's just understand this. Who will have to deduct the tax at source? Can I say the purchaser? Who is the purchaser? Anay is the purchaser. Now, yes, Mr. Anay and Vivek. Who is Vivek? Sarthak had sold agricultural land to Vivek also, na? जो rural agricultural land था. So when Vivek is making a payment for the purchase of rural agricultural land, no TDS. When Anna is making a payment of that particular building, TDS will be applicable. So this question is wrong. This answer is wrong. Yes, Mr. Anna is required to deduct tax at source. Yes, this is मेरे हिसाब से right. Vivek is required to deduct, no, wrong. Mr. Sarthak is required to deduct tax under section 194I is wrong. Perfect. Answer is going to be B. What is the capital gains chargeable to tax in the hands of Mr. Sarthak in respect of transfer of building? Now again, we are just computing this here. 150 lakhs, so we have freezed. 95 lakhs into 317 upon 280. My answer comes to 1 crore 7 lakh something. And if I just minus 1 crore 50, I get some answer of 42, 44, 642. है क्या कुछ? See. Point number A is the answer. Point number A is the answer. Right? ये तो कैपिटल गेन का बात किया. Now point is the person who is a purchaser, ये तो seller का बात किया. The person who is a purchaser, can I say he will also have to pay tax? Why? Because he had purchased for 120 lakhs, but the worth of this asset is 150 lakhs. So can I say he purchased the asset for inadequate consideration? Yes. Is that inadequate? What is the inadequacy? 30 lakhs. Is the inadequacy more than 50,000? Yes. And that is why entire amount of inadequacy of 30 lakh rupees is going to be taxable. Perfect है? So, अभी whenever this question comes, we'll see क्या है. Assuming that Mr. Sarthak has other income exceeding the basic exemption limit, tax payable on transfer of building and agricultural land would be what? Now, sale of agricultural land will not have any impact. Sale of building, we know it is long term. Long term capital gain fall under 112. So, 42 pay, 20% I will compute. And इस पे 4%. नाउ एक मिनट, मेरा आंसर माइनस में आ रहा है, मतलब वो कंप्यूटेशन माइनस में था तो मैं 4% नहीं कर सकता, कर सकता हूँ एक्चुअली. क्या आएगा आंसर? क्वेश्चन नंबर 14 है ना? क्वेश्चन नंबर क्या है? 13. So here 42 lakhs 44 आया, उस पे 20% will get as 848. Now the point is इसमें they have not added the health and education cess. They have not added health and education cess. Why didn't I add health and education cess? Because in the answers they had not added. That's why. So straight 20%. Because they have given ना excluding, sorry ये पढ़ा ही नहीं मैंने, excluding surcharge and HEC. So that's why no HEC. ठीक है. उसके बाद what is the income chargeable to tax in the hands of unearned? We already know 30 lakhs. Correct है? Answer is done. 30 lakhs. Easy. This is 13.4. चलो 13 question is done. Come to question number 12. ABC and Company is a partnership firm engaged in the business of sale of footwear. Okay, partnership firm, sale of footwear. The partnership firm consists of 3 partners, A, B and C. A and B are working partners and C is a sleeping partner. ठीक है. The firm is liable to tax audit under section 44AB. ठीक है, but whenever we'll see क्या question पूछा है, what is the interest, what amount of interest is allowable as deduction in the hands of the firm while computing profits and gains from business or profession? What amount of interest is allowable as deduction in the hands of the firm? Section number क्या? 40B. Section number 40B. So interest कितना? 12% मिलता है. 12% interest is going to be interest is going to be exempt and everything else will be taxable. Now we'll see कि क्या है. देखो ना, interest में it has a book profit, following payments are made, remuneration. We are talking about interest right now. So interest on capital is this. That is 18,500 per annum to each partner. So 18,500 into 2 if I do, I will get 37,000. This is 19.5%. This is 19.5%. Then what is 12% if I do? I will get the answer of exemption. But they are talking about taxable, no? What is the interest allowable as allowable in the hands of the firm? Only 12%. Okay. So if this is 18,500 into 2 is 19.5%, that is 37,000 is 19.5%, and 12% will be what? So into 12 upon 19.5, I will get the answer as 22,769. This is for 2 partners. Now interest on capital is 10,540 into 12 upon 17. 7,440 plus 22,769. 30,209. Point number D. डी आएगा ना? करेक्ट है. So, दोनों का आएगा because see interest में there is no question of working partner non-working partner. Don't get confused. It is there in remuneration. It is not there in interest. It is there in remuneration. Right? It should be paid to the working partner only. Okay. So 30,210 because see, be its logic is what? Be it sleeping partner or working partner, that person had given money to your firm, right? So if that person has given money to your firm, can I say he expects that interest component? Definitely yes. So be it specific sleeping partner or working partner, does not matter. He should be able to get the interest at least. Right, so 30,210. What is the amount of remuneration not allowable as deduction in the hands of the firm? Now in this case, not allowable as deduction में book profit निकालना पड़ेगा. Book profit they have already given as 11,50,000. 11,50,000 book profit है. Now what is the actual remuneration paid? Remuneration is 32,000 to A and B, to each partner, and remuneration to C is 10,000. Correct? Now you will be able to take the deduction for remuneration for only A and B. So C ka you will not anyways not get the remuneration. You will not get the remuneration for C. Right? Now we need to understand what is the book profit. Book profit is 11,50,000. If you remember book profit, how do you compute the book profit? You have to give effect to everything except for remuneration. Matlab you must have deducted allowable interest. Yes. You must have deducted current year depreciation. Yes. You must have deducted brought forward loss. Yes. No. You must have deducted current year loss and current year depreciation. Everything you must have done. Right? Okay. Come to this point now. We need to understand the book profit. देखो first 11 lakh कितना था 11,50,000 का up to 3 lakhs it is 1,50,000 up to 3 lakhs it is 1,50,000 or 90% of 3 lakhs whichever is higher. So 90% of 3 lakhs is 2,70,000. 2,70,000 or 150 whichever is higher comes to 2,70,000. Okay, so here the answer is going to be 2,70,000. So first 3 lakhs पे tax is 2,70,000. Correct है? उसके बाद how much amount I have? It is 11,50,000 ना? 11,50,000. So 11,50,000 में से I have done given the treatment for 3 lakhs. So minus 3 which comes to 8,50,000 now. 8,50,000 पे 60%. If I do, I will get the answer as 5,10,000. So maximum remuneration allowable is 2,70,000 plus 5,10,000, that is 7,80,000. What is the remuneration which I have paid to working partners? Working partners का remuneration is 32,000 per month into 12 into 2 comes to 7,68,000. Will I get the remuneration of 7 lakhs? Will I get the deduction for 7,68,000? Absolutely right. I will get the deduction for 7,68,000. Perfect. Now, what is the question which they are asking? The question is, what is the amount of remuneration not allowable as deduction in the hands of the firm while computing PGBP? देखो, in this case, remuneration to sleeping partner is not allowable as deduction, and that is why if you are writing the answer as nil, this will be wrong. If you are writing the answer as nil, this will be wrong because 10,000 into 12 भी आएगा ना, so 1,20,000 is going to be the answer. Is going to be the answer. So 1,20,000 कितना है? 1,20,000 is this. Because they have given the book profit. Book profit, they have computed everything, which means they must have added na. Book profit they have computed. They have not given net profit. Book profit means they have given adjustments to. They have done those adjustments to everything. What is the due date of filing the return of income for Mr. A and C for AY 22-23? What is the due date for A and C? Understand one thing. Last time also we had done this. If the firm is liable to tax audit, the firm is liable to tax audit. For the firm, the return of income due date is going to be 31st of October. Simultaneously, all the partners will have to undertake the tax audit, and for them also the due date is going to be 31st of October. Can I say answer is 31st of October for all? Point number C is the answer. Right? Point 12.3. What would be the income under the head PGBP in the hands of ABC and company for AY 22-23? देखते हैं. Book profit they are already given. So book profit we know 11,50,000, which means they have done the adjustments of interest and everything. Now we just need to reduce what? We just need to reduce one thing, that is remuneration paid to partners. We need to reduce that. After that, I have certain things. These things. So what should I do about these things? So I cannot do about this long-term capital loss 5,300, 13,470. I cannot do it because long-term capital loss. Unabsorbed depreciation जो है वो unabsorbed depreciation and business loss का क्या करूंगा is the question. Now सब लोग इधर ध्यान देंगे. सबसे पहले इधर थोड़ा सा प्रिंटिंग एरर हुआ है. सो 11,50,000 में आई विल जस्ट राइट इट फॉर यू. मतलब वो थोड़ा सा ऊपर गया. 11,50,000 minus remuneration which is allowable 7,68,000. ठीक है. I will get the answer as 3,82,000. Now the question is, sir, what are the things which I should reduce? I should reduce business loss and unabsorbed depreciation, or what should I do? So either you will be able to reduce only business loss. Q, because while computing the book profit, you take adjustments of unabsorbed depreciation also, and that is why you won't be able to reduce unabsorbed depreciation again. See, book profit means BGBP income just before remuneration, but after adjustment of the current year loss and brought forward unabsorbed depreciation. So can I say you must have given the benefit of this because they have given the book profit, and that is why only business loss I will be able to take. Thus, if this is a new thing for you, just write it somewhere. Business loss I will take and I will reduce that. What is the business loss? 2678,105. 2678,105, 209,670. I will get the answer as 1,72,000. This is your question number 12. Sorry, this is your question number 12. 76 कैसे आया? Very 76. 768. 768 कैसे आया? ऊपर तो किया. यह है ना 768. Remuneration allowable है ना? This is the allowable remuneration, which must not have deducted because we are computing what? This is what? Book profit ना? Book profit में we don't consider the remuneration. ठीक है. ओके, वो कैसे आया? Are you asking that? How did I get that? And in that case, simple. 32,000 into 12 into 2. 12 months. There are two partners. ठीक है. This is question number 12. Come to question number 11. Mr. X has set up a manufacturing unit in Chittor, Andhra Pradesh on 1st April 2020. During the previous year 2021 and 21-22, Mr. X has purchased the following assets. ठीक है. But we will read the question first. What would be the amount of depreciation in respect of plant and machinery Y allowable as deduction while computing income under the head PGBP? सिर्फ Y का they are just asking about Y का amount of depreciation. Are they talking about WDV? No, amount of depreciation. ठीक है. Y, where is Y? Where is Y? During the previous year 2021 and 21-22, Mr. X has purchased the following assets. Now इधर X है, office furniture है, Y. So we are concerned about this right now. So when did they purchase? Okay, what is the question now? In financial year 21-22, what is the amount of depreciation? 21-22. So can I say this 5 lakhs ka depreciation I will get in the past year first? In the past year first I will get the depreciation जो half rate पे I will get because I had purchased it in financial year 2021 and used it for less than 180 days. That's why I will first consider 5 lakhs पे plant and machinery में 15% मतलब 7.5%. So 5 lakhs पे 7.5% I will get the answer as 37,500. If I reduce it from 5 lakhs I will get the answer as 4,62,500. इस पे I will get the entire deduction of 15%. That is 69,375. Anything else about Y? No. So answer is 69,375. Anything difficult? Nothing is difficult. So 69,375 अगर मैंने माइनस किया तो कितना आता है? 462,500. This is the closing WD. Correct? Am I right? 69,000? No, एक मिनट. क्या गलत गया रे? 1,11,000. Machinery, why they are asking you? Okay. There is it is a manufacturing unit. Additional depreciation भी आएगा. It is a manufacturing unit, no? additional depreciation भी आएगा. There will be additional depreciation also. Now, okay, wait, I'll show you क्या करेगा. In the past year, yes, Neil, perfect, sorry, my bad. In the past year, whenever you must have purchased the asset, at that point of time, you must have received 7.5%. Barabar? In that year, you must have received 10% of additional depreciation also. You must have received 10% of additional depreciation also. So here, no, you'll get not only 37,500, you will get 10% of additional depreciation also, which means 5 lakhs ka 10% 50,000. Barabar? So, correct. So 5 lakhs minus 37,500 minus 50,000. That is 4,12,500. Is pay, I will get normal depreciation of 15%. 61,875. And I will get last year ka 10% ना, मतलब last year का 10% मतलब 50,000. I will get the answer as 1,11,875. 1,11,875. So this should be the answer. Okay, if I just reduce that, minus 420, sorry, 4 3,00625. Okay. After that, what shall be the total amount of depreciation for the previous year 21-22 allowable as deduction while computing profits and gains from business or profession? Now they are asking about what? Now they are asking about total amount of depreciation. Total amount as in, can you please re-explain? This is the normal depreciation which I will receive at the rate of 7.5% in the last year. This is the additional depreciation I will receive at the rate of 10% because last year I was using for only less than 180 days. So additional is 10%. Can I say last year ka total depreciation if I reduce, I will get 4,12,500. After that, in the current year, I will be able to get full depreciation of normal depreciation, 15%, and last year ka I will get additional depreciation जो carry forward हुआ है 50,000. Perfect है. So 4,12,500 into 15% comes to 61,875. If you add, you will get 1,11,000. ठीक है. Okay. What should be the total amount of depreciation? Total amount मतलब they are asking about machinery X also, office furniture also, machinery Y also, and Z also. Now you have to do block of asset system. Now understand, सबसे पहले you had purchased on 7/7/20. Office furniture will be a different block altogether. It will be a different block altogether. 7/6/20, then 14th Jan 21 and 15th May. So for year, we have to consider 2 years because in the first year 2021 I have 2 assets. I will compute the depreciation for 2021. We will get the depreciation, additional depreciation as well as normal depreciation. After that, I will get closing WDV. I will get opening WDV again, and I will add this asset again 8 lakhs. So basically 2 years ka depreciation I will consider. But what do they want for which year? For the year 21-22 they want. But for getting 21-22 depreciation, can I say I will have to compute from past year? Yes. First I will start claiming the depreciation from 14,75,000. So can I say ISPE normal depreciation also I will get, and additional depreciation will also I will get. So normal depreciation full rate and additional depreciation be full rate. Okay, now I purchased on 14th of Jan. I'm deleting this now. I will just write this here. Normal depreciation, additional depreciation, full rate. I will just write the rate only directly. 15%, 20%. Office furniture will be absolutely different. Now here again for the last year 2021, I will compute normal depreciation as well, but that is 7.5% and additional depreciation 10%. This 10% additional depreciation you will be able to claim in the next year. Okay, ये साल complete हो गया. After the completion of this year, we will compute the closing WDV. Come to this question. Either I will show you. See. Why हाँ ठीक है. ठीक है. So past year का let's consider. First of all, opening WDV is nothing. Actual cost of the asset. Everybody will pay utmost attention here. It will be very difficult for me to again explain. Actual cost of the asset acquired in the current year. कितना था? It is 14,75,000. I will write it here. 14,75,000. After that, WDV for depreciation is this. उस पे normal depreciation 15%, 20%. We have already identified 15%, 20%. I will get the answer as that depreciation. So closing WDV of this. After that, we did not compute for Y because we already have the depreciation for Y. We already have the depreciation for Y, so we did not compute that. So we computed for Z again. See Y, no Y. We computed no right now. So Z actual cost of asset acquired in financial year Z is 8 lakhs. Okay, can I say closing WDV is 14 lakhs minus this, that is 958, 971. Okay. After that, next year starts. In the next year, actual cost is 8 lakhs, so I added. Then WDV for depreciation I got, add करके 17 lakhs 58,971. I allowed the depreciation. Okay, Z का भी कर लेते एक बार. 15th May को किया था, so इस पे he will get normal depreciation and he will get additional depreciation. Normal depreciation 15%, additional depreciation 20%. Now again he will be able to claim this 15% and 20%. He will get this amount. Perfect. So here the answer comes to 13 lakhs 35,125. This is of X and Z. After that, we will compute the depreciation. Okay, and they computed the depreciation for furniture also. So furniture का depreciation कितना आएगा? Furniture का depreciation is 7,65,400. Will you get the additional depreciation for this? Additional depreciation? No, you will get only normal depreciation. So can I say if you get only normal depreciation for furniture, so you will be able to claim 10% of normal depreciation. बराबर. So office furniture पे I will get 10% का normal depreciation. So what are they asking? They are asking about total amount of depreciation for previous year 21-22 allowable as deduction. ठीक है. Now let's come to this point. Okay. So we have the depreciation for X and Z. After that, if we just add the depreciation for furniture, I will get the amount of 13,35,125. ये furniture का मैंने add कर दिया. Now can I say that I will have to add the depreciation for Y also? एक second ना. एक मिनट. 1335 depreciation आया. अच्छा नहीं, 1335 is this amount. WDV for depreciation minus depreciation. So this is 1335. Now we will compute the depreciation for furniture. Now furniture का depreciation comes to 765,400. उस पे actual depreciation 10% is 76,540. Then I will get the depreciation of this. Then so my answer comes to 6,88,860. Since it was purchased in the last year, can I say last year का depreciation आया? Now in the current year also I will have to depreciate. Yes, in the current year का depreciation is again 10%. So I will get the closing WDV as 6,19,000. So can I say that if I have to compute the depreciation, I will have to compute 3 depreciations now. So first of all, this depreciation that is 423,846. This is current year depreciation. After that 68,000 is the second दूसरा depreciation. एंड आज का डेप्रिसिएशन y का जो हम लोग ने पहले कंप्यूट किया था दैट इज 1,11,875. सो अकॉर्डिंग टू मी द आंसर शुड बी 4,23,846, देन 68,886 एंड y का अलोन डेप्रिसिएशन वी हैड कंप्यूटेड 1,11,875. कितना आता है 423,846 प्लस 68,886 प्लस 111,875. So answer is 604,607. करेक्ट हर्ष, परफेक्ट. सो एडिशनल डेप्रिसिएशन नहीं आएगा. रिद्धि थोड़ा सा फोकस करो. मैंने बोला था फर्नीचर पे कभी भी एडिशनल डेप्रिसिएशन नहीं आता है. यू गेट इट ऑन प्लांट एंड मशीनरी, सॉरी प्लांट एंड मशीनरी. प्लांट एंड मशीनरी पे यू गेट द एडिशनल, नो राइट. ओके ठीक है. सो इसमें भी कुछ गलत, इसमें कुछ ये नहीं था, नॉर्मल डेप्रिसिएशन का ही क्वेश्चन है. ओके कितना है आंसर 604. Mr. X wanted to know from you whether tax is required to be deducted on professional fees paid to A, B, and C, respectively. Tax is required to be deducted on professional fees paid to ABC. Where are the professional fees? He has paid professional fees of 35,000 each to A, B, and C, respectively, on 10th September 2021, credited in the books of accounts on the same day to discuss some legal matter related to business. Now, in this case, can I say that professional fees more than 3,000 to 30,000 rupees if you are paying, then 194J gets triggered, and as per 194J, you have to deduct the TDS and at the rate of 10%. बराबर है. So 35,000 each है ना. So yes, TDS amounting to 35,000 into 3 कितना था 1,05,000. 1,05,000 पे कितना 10% है, तो ये नहीं आएगा, ये नहीं आएगा, ये नहीं आएगा, ये आएगा. पॉइंट नंबर डी करेक्ट. पॉइंट नंबर डी. What shall be the amount of, correct Tushar, what shall be the amount of tax payable by MNO Private Limited on buyback of its shares? Now buyback of shares जो था, याद करो कैपिटल, एटलीस्ट मैंने कैपिटल गेन में पढ़ाया था बायबैक ऑफ शेयर्स. बायबैक ऑफ शेयर्स में होता क्या है, आई एम द कंपनी, यू आर द शेयर होल्डर, यू हैड पेड मी 100 rupees, you had paid me 100 rupees at the time of investment, मतलब when I issued shares to you, can I say you paid me 100? Okay. After that I want to buy back these shares, so for buyback I am giving you 400 rupees. So can I say for you the taxable amount is not 400, but taxable amount is 400 minus the amount which you have already paid, that is 300 is the amount on which buyback tax will be applicable. Buyback tax will be applicable. If you remember, buyback का tax कितना है 12% plus 20% plus 12% surcharge plus 4% health and education cess. Correct. Now we will see कि क्या अभी इसका है. 2,000 rupees equity shares. Mr. X has 2,000 rupees 2,000 equity shares. On 21st October, MNO Private Limited has bought back 50% shares from its shareholders. Bought back 50% shares from its shareholders, amounting to 13,50,000, which were issued for 5,70,000, which include 1,15,000 towards premium. You had paid 5,70,000, no? Whenever you are computing the capital, whenever you are computing the tax, you will always compute the amount which you have already received. Can I say that 13,50,000 will not be taxable in your hands because you will also reduce the amount which you had paid? How much amount you had paid? 570. Even if it is including premium, you are going to consider that premium also. So इधर आएगा 5,70,000. कितना आंसर आएगा? 13,50,000 minus 5,70,000 comes to 7,80,000. परफेक्ट. तो अभी इसका आंसर देखते हैं क्या. इस पे टैक्स आएगा ना, 7,80,000 पे टैक्स आएगा. कितना? 20 plus 12% plus 4%, that is 23.296%, comes to 181,709, मतलब 710. पॉइंट नंबर बी है. Yes, point number B. Easy लग रहा है? Question number 11. Done, everybody? Come to question 10. Lux Enterprises, a proprietary firm of Mr. Lucifer Morgenstar, a resident individual in Maharashtra, engaged in business of printing and publishing. क्या है प्रिंटिंग एंड पब्लिशिंग? एक सर्कुलर था, सर्कुलर में बोला इट इज स्टिल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, तो इसमें दोनों डेप्रिसिएशंस मिलेंगे, printing and publishing. There is a circular which says that printing and publishing is also considered as manufacturing. Okay, date of purchase is given, date of put to use is given, amount is given. Office building, superstructure constructed on leased land, BMW M4 convertible car, wow, machinery used in printing and publishing process. ठीक है. Car is also used for personal purpose. Disallowance for personal use is 20%. So whenever we will compute the depreciation, we are going to compute the depreciation. Whatever amount of depreciation we will get, we will use only 80% for business. Return on value of plant and machinery depreciable is 15%. ठीक है. Based on the above facts, answers देना. What would be the amount of depreciation allowable on plant and machinery for the previous year 21-22? Plant and machinery का depreciation. Now, what is there in plant and machinery? So this is building, this is car, plant and machinery. ठीक है. But car का सिर्फ depreciation कितना मिलेगा? I will get depreciation only to the extent of, okay, car 15% I will get. But here car is purchased. Now I don't think you will get such questions, but this car is purchased within the date which is specified. So earlier there was one point that they had increased the depreciation rate. At 15% ka they had done 30%. So here even though the depreciation rate is 15%, but if you purchase the car within that specific period, I will tell you the period, then in that case you will get the additional depreciation, extra depreciation of 15%. So I will tell you, I'll come to that point. Machinery is used in printing, iska bhi depreciation I will get, and opening WDV which they have given. So opening is given, purchased during the year is given. So basically opening आएगा, then plus purchase आएगा. Purchase में 3 parts, held for more than 180 days, held for less than 180 days. Opening में जो भी कुछ दिया है, whatever it is, more than 180 days में I will get 94,80,000, and machinery में I will get 9,12,500. That is less than 180. Right? So this is 21 na, and this is 19. So more than 180, less than 180. And they're asking for depreciation for plant and machinery only. They have given the opening as 1,45,00,000. So answer becomes simple now. Dekho, 1,45,00,000. Actual cost of the asset acquired in the current year is 9 lakhs. Uske baad, actual cost of the asset acquired in current year is 15/10/2021. That is half rate. What is 9,12,000? Is machineries. Okay. After that, they have taken the depreciation for this. Normal depreciation is 22,43,000, which means normal full rate इस पे full rate depreciation मिलेगा. Normal depreciation as in इस पे the amount is full rate and इस पे the amount is half rate. Now the point is, here I will get full. Additional depreciation I will get only on 9,12,500. कितना? Only 10%. So can I say 10% on this is this? Now the question comes, sir, why didn't they consider car? Sir, why didn't they consider car? Why didn't they consider car separately? Any idea? I'll show you the question. Because car is also plant and machinery only, no? So car, why didn't they take a car in depreciation. 15% block का depreciation. Okay. Yes, बाकी लोग. It's not used in manufacturing process. Okay. But normal depreciation तो I should get ना. Additional ठीक है, I don't get. But normal depreciation तो I should get ना. Well, are you understanding the question? So they should have taken the car also. 20% I will not take, I understood. But the point I should get the, at least the normal depreciation I should get. Because they have already given the opening WDV as on 1/4/2021. They have given the opening WDV as on 1/4/2021. This car is purchased in 2019. So can I say this amount must be sitting in this amount? No, this is not the explanation. You have written it wrong. It is not sitting. It is not sitting there. Understand one thing. मैं तुम लोग को बोला ना कि rate of depreciation for that car is 30%. Rate of depreciation of that car is 30%, or we are asking about 15% depreciation. Since they are asking about 15% depreciation, which means normal computation करना है. See, I'm just trying to confuse you. You did not get confused. It's a very good thing. But I'm just trying to confuse you that one person had written कि इसमें opening में नहीं है. Opening में नहीं है. This is a separate block altogether. I will have a different computation for car because that is of 30%. What is the block of asset? Block of asset is same rate and same class. So I will have different computation for that particular asset, and 15% का computation is going to be different. तो 15% का computation is going to be different में. So here it is opening में it is 15%. इधर गया. This is 15%, and this is also 15% block. That's why we considered only two. If they ask about 30% depreciation, I will take 30%. It's a different computation altogether. But since they are not asking about 30%, I did not compute that. Is everybody clear? Is everybody clear? Okay, so what is the answer? The answer is addition of this depreciation पूछा है ना? What is amount of depreciation? If 15% is not there, and if they are asking about total depreciation, then in that case I would have computed 3 blocks. First block will be a 15% block. Second block will be of car ka 30%, and the third block will be of this office building ka 10%. So 3 blocks I will consider. Correct. So what is that time limit? ये देखो इधर लिखा है. इधर क्या है? ये लिखा है. 23/8/2019 से लेके 31/3/20. But now high possibility that you get this such questions because it was there in that year. So but still just remember 23rd August 19 to 31/3/20. ठीक है. So my depreciation is this. I will get the closing WDV as 1,30,00,000. Nothing, इससे कुछ difficult नहीं, just that specific 15% समझना क्या है. Okay, so what is the answer? 22,43,438 plus 91,250 comes to 2,334. 2,334, yeah. Point number B. Correct. What would be the WDV of plant and machinery depreciable at 15%? अरे यही तो आंसर है. WDV मतलब ये है ना. So 1,30,77,812 is the answer for your question number B. क्वेश्चन नंबर 10.2 WDV पूछा है ये. These questions are good. These questions can, if these questions come, perfect है. What would be the WDV of office building superstructure constructed on leased land? Now normal है. Normal construction. What are they asking? They are asking about the depreciation of this. Are they talking about depreciation or WDV? They are talking about WDV. WDV of office building superstructure constructed on 1/4/22. They need the depreciation. Now normal computation करेंगे. सबसे पहले I have one figure of what? I have one figure of 1,85,00,000. I had purchased in financial year 21-22. So 21-22 का 1 year depreciation I will compute, but that is going to be for half rate because put to use is for less than 180 days. Perfect. So normal depreciation आएगा. That nil opening WDV plus purchase is बराबर ना? नहीं एक सेकेंड, BMW कार क्यों दिखा? एक सेकेंड सॉरी 10.3 करना है. 10.3. सो 1,85,00,000 इस पे 5% रेट लगेगा बिकॉज 10% इज द ओरिजिनल रेट. इफ आई जस्ट रिड्यूस दैट आई विल गेट 175.75. सो योर आंसर इज 175.75. सॉर्ट है. 10.4. What would be the amount of depreciation allowable on BMW M4 convertible car for the previous year 21-22? Again, specific asset है. So opening will be nil plus purchase during the year. I will write that whatever amount is given. After that, I will get the sale. There is nothing, so I am not writing this. So I will get WDV for depreciation. Depreciation में whenever I will compute the depreciation, whatever depreciation amount will get, इसका 80% I'm going to consider as depreciation. So amount क्या पूछा है? What will the amount allowable on BMW M4? So exactly वही है. देखो opening will be nil plus addition WDV for depreciation. Additional depreciation will be 0 because motor vehicles you don't get the depreciation. So additional normal depreciation will be 94,80,000 into 30%. Whatever I will get 2844 is pay 80%. So 22,75,000 is the amount of depreciation which I should be able to claim. So here I will get the amount as 72,04,800. But they are asking for which year's depreciation? 21-22. I had purchased this asset when? I had purchased this asset in 2019, which means in 1920 I had purchased. So I computed the depreciation for 1920 right now. Can I say I will have to compute the depreciation for 21-22 as well? Sorry, 2021 as well? Yes. Okay. So 2021 का depreciation will be इसका continuation. So depreciation for 2021 again it will be for 30%. Whatever 30% I will get, उसका 80%. So this is the amount of closing WDV which I will get. Okay. Now the point is, now this is the closing WDV which I have. Can I say it will become my opening WDV for the current year? Because ये तो 1920 था ना. 1920 we computed, 2021 we computed, we want it for 21-22. So for this I need opening WDV. So opening WDV पे how much percent? 30%. Correct है? So 30% I will compute and again उसका 80%. So 52,75,648 52,75,648 पे 30% comes to 15,82,695. Here I will not get full, I will get only 80%. That is 12 एक सेकेंड मेरा गलत गया है. 1642,694 into 80% comes to 1314,156. 1314,156. Is everybody understanding? 2,84,000 28,44,000 कैसे आया? Where is 28,44,000? 28,44,000 कैसे आया भाई? 30% गया. 94,80,000. 94,80,000 into 30%. 28,44,000. Understood? So normal computation होगा इसका. Okay, this is your 10th question. Now we will take a break again for 5 minutes. 5 minutes का break लेना. Then again we will start. Again we'll do 2 questions. Again we'll take a break. ठीक, तो ऐसा कुछ we'll do. Now the rest of the questions are not very difficult. You will start realizing that the level will come down because we have started from the difficult questions. But again, it is not going to be easy as such. But Suraj, if you just close the app, close as in close the app and just open it, you will see that. What is the problem? But 113 में Riddhi, what is the problem? So Suraj, try contacting them. They will help you. Because usually, if this is the problem of 5 to 7 people had asked me that second lecture not showing. In that case, if they once they closed the app, once they opened it, they got it. But if you're not getting, contact the technical person. This kind of question will come as car is taken to be separate block. Difficult है because usually why car is taken to a separate block, because it is 30% tax bracket, 30% tax. That's why. Now it is unlikely that you will get this question because the dates are now 2020, like old dates now. Yes, Riddhi, 1010D exemption नहीं होना चाहिए. It is taxable, but 15H they have specifically written. 15H they have filed. What is 15H? 15H is I'm telling that person, please do not deduct the TDS. Since 15H is filed, so he will not deduct the TDS. And this is why I am filing 15H, right? Yes, possible. Channel possible है. लास्ट ईयर के डेप्रिसिएशन का कैलकुलेशन. लास्ट ईयर के डेप्रिसिएशन का कैलकुलेशन कैलकुलेटर पे राइट 1729 नहीं 5275 648 उस पे 30% अप्लाई कर. इट विल कम टू नहीं 5275 648 इंटू 30% comes to 15 lakhs. एक मिनट. हाँ, रुको एक मिनट, कुछ तो एरर, मतलब क्या होगा मालूम है? 72,04800 into 30%, 21,61,440 into 80%, 17,29,152. This is right. This is 54.75. $52 नहीं, 54 है. Correct. $22.43 कैसे आएगा? ओपनिंग पे फुल रेट एंड इस पे हाफ रेट, सो इस पे 15% एंड इस पे 7.5%. हाँ, we'll solve certain questions. So tomorrow I have to take a session. So I guess tomorrow. So I was hoping that today we'll be able to complete everything, but we will not be able to complete everything. So I think tomorrow for 1 hour or something, we will take a session. अरे मयूर 113 बोला ना, अभी तो एक्सप्लेन किया मैंने इसको, रिद्धि को. 113 में 1010D का एग्जाम्शन आई डोंट गेट, वो 113 ही था ना. हाँ वही तो था. 1010D का exemption I will not get. If I don't get the exemption under 1010D, which means entire maturity proceeds are taxable in my hands. Yes. If 1010D entire maturity proceeds are taxable in my hands, but I'm filing this form number 15H. No, what is this 15H? 15H मतलब I'm telling that person, अरे मैं गरीब हूँ, मेरे पास पैसा नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है. Then in that case, the other person will consider that form 15H ऐसा गवर्नमेंट का एक डॉक्यूमेंट होता है. There is one government document. You have to just go to the assessing officer, tell that assessing officer my case is very bad. If that person, the other person deducts the TDS, it will be a big hardship for me. Please, that's why, please consider my case. Assessing officer will give me one letter. In that letter, everything is written that whenever you are making a payment to Amit Mahajan, please do not deduct the TDS. Then in that case, I will take that letter, I will go to the payer, I will give that payer this letter, so that basis that letter, that person, while making a payment, will not deduct the TDS. Now, even though it was TDS required to be deducted, but 15H is given, no, that's why he will not deduct the TDS. This is the logic. Come to question number 8. So मैं बोल रहा था, tomorrow we'll have to take 1 hour session because 8 questions I don't think I'll be able to, okay, but let's see कितना होता है. Period of motor car 23/8/2019 से लेके 31/3/2020. चलो, for the assessment year 2 to 15 तक we'll try to take this session.
And I want to finish these eight questions so that DT will be over and we'll focus on IDT. But let's see, if I have to take 1 hour session, yeah, for half an hour session tomorrow, we'll take it. For the assessment year 22-23, Mr. Sonu submits the following information: building at Chennai, building at Kochi. Now they are given information about ये अपना क्या house property. We will see now which of the building's income is chargeable to tax under the head income from house property in the hands of Mr. Sonu. देखते क्या है? They have given information of Chennai and Kochi. Municipal tax is given, repairs is given, land revenue, insurance paid, interest on loan borrowed. ठीक है. Nature of occupation let out for residence and let out for business. ठीक है. Date of completion of construction. Mr. Sonu is constructing one more building in Mumbai during the previous year 21-22. Mr. Raju, a film director, took on rent the building under construction in Mumbai at 5,000 rupees per month for his film shooting. ठीक है. The construction of the said building would be completed. Mr. Sonu is a real estate developer and letting out the properties is not the business of Sonu. Letting out of properties is not the business of Sonu. Letting out of properties is not the business of Sonu. So can I say, जो भी whatever let out you are letting, whatever properties you are letting out, can I say everything is going to be taxed under income from house property only? Everything is going to be taxed under income from house property only. So your answer is what? Both the buildings at Chennai and Kochi will be treated as income from house property. हाँ, 9th क्वेश्चन में नहीं किया, because 9th क्वेश्चन में होमवर्क के लिए देने वाला हूँ, because it's a normal simple question, simple reading का question है वो, like it is not very complicated. Which of the following payments or expenditures is allowable as deduction while computing income under the head income from house property? Allowable deductions incurred in respect of building at Chennai and Kochi. What is the allowable deduction you will get? Can I say municipal tax paid by Sonu will be allowable now, because I am Sonu. Municipal tax paid by tenant, I don't get the deduction for that. I get the deduction only for that municipal tax paid by me, मतलब assessee. So can I say Sonu has municipal tax paid by tenant Mr. Ramu for building at Chennai, मतलब इसका I will not get the deduction for this, but I will get the deduction for this. Repairs I will not get because it will get covered under 30%. Land revenue paid I will not get. Insurance premium paid I will not get. Interest on loan I will get. Okay, what is written? Municipal tax paid by Sonu and Ramu. No, I will not get for both. Municipal tax, land revenue, insurance premium, interest on, no. Only municipal tax paid by Sonu I will get a deduction. Yes. Perfect है. फर्स्ट में मुंबई वाला क्यों नहीं लिया? मुंबई किधर से आया? ये वन मोर बिल्डिंग. ओके, मुंबई वाला क्यों नहीं लिया? ओके सर. मिस्टर सोनू इज कंस्ट्रक्टिंग वन मोर बिल्डिंग इन मुंबई ड्यूरिंग द प्रीवियस ईयर. मिस्टर राजू इज अ फिल्म डायरेक्टर, टुक ऑन रेंट द बिल्डिंग अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन इन मुंबई एट 5,000 रुपीज पर मंथ. क्यों नहीं लिया? बिकॉज इट इज नॉट फॉलोइंग इनटू द डेफिनेशन ऑफ हाउस प्रॉपर्टी. हाउस प्रॉपर्टी में दे हैव मेंशन्ड दैट अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन बिल्डिंग्स आर नॉट अलाउएबल. सॉरी, आई डिड नॉट डिस्कस दिस, बट अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन बिल्डिंग्स विल नॉट बी कंसिडर्ड एज हाउस प्रॉपर्टी, एंड दैट्स व्हाई it will not be considered as house property. So house property में fall नहीं हो रहा है, मतलब you are not fulfilling section number 22. Section number 22 is not applicable. Then in that case, house property income will not be applicable. That's why only buildings at Chennai and Kochi will be considered. Under construction. Small point. Again, the first question which I've ever seen about this under construction का point. ठीक है. Okay. Under which head of income amount received from Raju? Who is Raju? Raju मतलब this person. You only tell me one thing. If I have given under construction house property on rent to someone on which income from house, it is not income from house property. You think and tell me it will be taxed under which head? Whatever, so they charge 5,000 rent, no? 5,000 per month. It will be taxed under which head? So Yuvraj is saying IFOS, Bhavesh is saying IFOS, Rahul is saying IFOS, Harsh is saying IFOS, Tanya is saying IFOS,
Riddhi Singh IFOS. Of course, it is going to be IFOS because it will not be considered as salary. It is not house property. It is not my business of letting out. That's why it is not PGPP. I did not sell. That's why it is not capital gains. That's why everything else will go to IFOS. So it will be taxed under IFOS. Point number C should be the answer. Correct. If it is his business, it will go to PGPP. Correct. What is the amount chargeable to tax under the head income from house property in the hands of Mr. Sonu for assessment for financial year 21-22? We just need to compute what? Normal tax liability, income tax, sorry. How will you do? MFS, M municipal tax, or F fair rent, whichever is higher, that is 35. This or this, whichever is higher is 35. Standard rent is 36,000, whichever is lower is 35. I hope that GAV ka computation everybody is clear with. 35,000. Municipal valuation and fair rent, whichever is higher, that is 35. Municipal value or fair rent, whichever is higher, that amount, or standard rent, whichever is lower. So 35,000 and 36,000, whichever is lower, comes to 35,000. So this is my GAV. What is my actual rent received? 38,000. So can I say my NAV is going to be, sorry, my GAV is going to be, sorry, this is expected rent, this is actual rent, my GAV is going to be 38,000. Minus municipal taxes, I will not get the deduction for municipal taxes because it is not paid by me. So my NAV is going to be 38,000. After that, I will get some deductions. 30% flat deduction I will get. And interest on borrowed capital mein, interest on loan borrowed for payment of municipal taxes. Payment of municipal taxes. No, I will not get the deduction for payment, loan taken for payment of municipal taxes. And that's why iska bhi I will not get the correct. So I will get only 30%. I will get the answer. So 38,000 minus 30%. I will get the answer as 26,600. And same computation will be done for see 26,600. And same computation will be done for the next house, but usme there is one more point which will come, that is municipal taxes. Here this will be the difference. Perfect. So this is 4,000. Here again I will not get the interest on borrowed capital. So 26,600 and 46,200. If I just add, I will get the answer as 72,800. So which answer is this? Which option is this? 72,800. Is everybody clear? Was this easy? Yes, this was easy. Now the point is, you have done so many difficult questions. That's why these questions are very quickly happening. Now, abhi aega maza. Question number 7. They have given something. RAM and whatever developers and whatever they have given. Then some of the units are held as stock in trade, constructed, sold, and held as stock in trade. Okay. Now, pay attention here. This is important. While computing total income of Mr. Ram, income from residential and commercial units let out during the previous year 21-22 will be taxed under which head? Income from residential and commercial units let out. We just need to see whether is it his business to let out. If it is his business to let out, then under under PGBP. Otherwise, commercial ho ya residential ho, it is going to be taxed under income from house property. Now we just need to see what is given, what is his business. Ram Builders Developers is sole proprietorship concern of Mr. Ram. The main business is construction, development, and sale of residential and commercial house. Can I say that you will get the answer of this? You will get the answer of this. Yeah, your answer is going to be 7.1. Ka answer is 1. That is the house property. Because be it residential, be it commercial, whatever amount you will receive from let out, you are going to tax it under income from house property. You will get the first answer. Correct? Income from house property. Perfect. So 1 mark done. What would be the tax treatment of vacant residential and commercial units held as stock in trade as on 31/3/22? For this, you will have to read the point. Okay, what is this? Okay, come here. We'll read it properly. everybody will pay utmost attention here. Important. Ram Builders and Developers is the sole proprietorship concern of Mr. Ram. The main business of the concern is construction, development and sale of residential and commercial units. Ram Builders and Developers developed a project or whatever which has both residential and commercial units. It obtained a certificate of completion for the said project with effect from 31/3/21. Please try to understand, whenever you are a real estate developer, there is a specific point about real estate developer. Try to remember that point, that if you are a real estate developer, you have constructed 10 flats. Now in that case, government says that for the first 2 years, the net annual value is going to be 0 for the first 2 years. Now the point is, for the first 2 years, out of 10 flats, say for example 6 flats are sold and 4 flats are unsold or not given on rent. So can I say vacant? Yes. Then government says I'm giving you 2 years to either sell these flats or give these flats on rent. If you don't sell these flats or give these flats on rent, then in that case we are going to consider these 4 flats as deemed to be let out property after 2 years. After 2 years, we are going to consider this as deemed to be let out property. Now the question comes that 2 years will start from which date? 2 years will start from which date? First 2 years, you are not going to consider this as let out property. First 2 years, it is going to be considered as NAV is equal to nil because it is self-occupied property. Okay, 2 years will start from end of the financial year in which the CC is received. End of the financial year in which CC is received. End of the financial year in which CC is received. CC is received on 31/3/21, which means 31/3/21 से लेके 2 साल, मतलब 31/3/23 तक whatever property I have which is unsold or not given on rent, it is going to be considered as self-occupied property. ठीक है. Ram sold majority of the residential and commercial buildings. However, around 30 residential units and 50 commercial units were held by him as stock in trade as on 31/3/22. अपने पास कितना टाइम है? We have time till 31/3/23. So they have given information as on 31/3/22 that 30 plus 15 flats are still unsold. No problem, bhai. You have one more year. So this is what you are interpreting this is how you are interpreting the question. During this period, there was a slump in the real estate sector. In order to earn some income from these units, Ram incidentally let out some of the units as held as stock in trade. The details of these units constructed, sold and held as stock in trade are given under. They have given this information. Okay. Question देखो क्या है? What would be the tax treatment of vacant residential and commercial units held as stock in trade as on 31/3/22? Do you think as on 31/3/22, is there any tax treatment which we will have? Are we required to pay tax in financial year 21/22 in this financial year? I have time till 23, right? I have time till 23, which means as on 31/3/22, I'm not required to pay any taxes to the government. I'm not required to pay any taxes to the government. So I'll read this. The vacant residential units would be deemed to be let out. Answer is wrong. Vacant units, both residential and commercial, would be deemed to be let out. Answer is wrong. Annual value of both the vacant residential and commercial units would be considered as nil for AY 22-23. Hence, no income is chargeable. According to me, this is right. Vacant lands units held as stock in trade can never be deemed to be let out property. This is also wrong. Can I say that point number C is the answer? Yes. They have given so many information, but the question which they are asking is very, very normal question, because we will get the answer in the first para itself. First two answer we got in the first para itself. Now we will read about the third question. What would be the full value of consideration in respect of sale of units to Mr. Gaurav for the purpose of computing profits and gains? Who am I? 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 I am the person who is in the selling of residential selling of units. Okay, एक मिनट 7.3 पे आता है. गौरव कौन है? देखो, out of the residential units sold, 5 residential units were sold to his friend Gaurav, who is also a real estate developer, on 15/2/2022 for 20 lakhs each. The stamp duty value on the date of sale was 23 lakhs each. The agreement of sale was entered into on 1/11 when the stamp duty value was 22 lakhs. I had told you that whenever this complicated information is given, you have to make one table, agreement and registration. Agreement ka, what is the date? What is the date of agreement? One 11/2021. 1/11/2021. What is the date of registration? 15/2/2022. ठीक है. After that, I have to write SDV. SDV on the date of 1/11/2021. देखना 1/11/21 22 lakhs. Then on 15/2 is 23 lakhs. Mode क्या है? What is the mode? Mode is account pay check. So can I say if it is account pay check, I can consider the date of agreement, that is 22 lakhs. Yes. What is my actual consideration? Actual consideration was 20 lakhs. देखना. Who is also on this date or for 20 lakhs each. So basically actual consideration is 20 lakhs and SDV is 22 lakhs. Can I say that if I consider 110% of actual consideration, I will get 22 lakhs, which is still falling within the buffer? Can I say SDV is still falling in the buffer? Yes. So can I say that my full value of consideration is going to be considered as 20 lakhs? Is everybody understanding? 20 lakhs will be considered as full value of consideration. Mayur is saying 1 crore. Okay, हाँ मतलब into 5, correct, into 5 units. So this is 1 crore. Is there any option? Yes, I have an option of 1 crore. So my answer is going to be point number A. Perfect है, short एकदम. Now, okay. Do you know which section is this? Do you know which? This is not capital gains, huh? This is not capital gains. Everything is exactly same, but this is 43 CA. Section number 43 CA. Exactly same. When you have something as stock in trade, then 43 CA will be applicable. If it is your capital asset, then section number 50 C is applicable. Understanding? ठीक है? Okay. Now, can I say that same point will be applicable that कौन किसने who sold the asset? Ram Builders ना. So Ram had sold the asset to Gaurav. Now Gaurav has paid 20 lakhs. He should have paid 22 lakhs. So will there be any IFOS income for Gaurav? Is the question. Here the same point will be applicable, no? Gaurav has paid 22. He should have paid 20. Sorry, Gaurav has paid 20. He should have paid 22. But still, there is no inadequacy here because it is not crossing 110%. And that is why, can I say for Gaurav, he is not required to pay any taxes under section 56(2)(10)? See, 56(2)(10) mein, he is not required to pay any taxes. This is right because it is falling within the buffer. Is everybody understanding this? थोड़ा confidence बढ़ रहा है? Awesome. Good. आ जाओ. Question number 6. Ananya Gupta, a citizen of India. Let's finish today and then only we'll go so that DT will be over. 50,000 से ऊपर वो same point will be applicable, no Harsh? Same point will be applicable, no? वो 110% वाला IFOS में 56(2)(10). अरे IFOS में if you are purchasing any asset for inadequate consideration, same point section number 50C and section number 56 to 10 or maybe 43CA and 56 to 10, same point will be applicable. I have paid 20 lakhs but SDV is 22 lakhs, but can I say that my actual consideration of 22 lakhs, if I consider 110%, it will come to 22 lakhs? Yes. What is my SDV? 22 lakhs. So can I say even though there is an inadequacy of 2 lakh rupees, it will not be considered as inadequacy of 2 lakhs because it is falling within the buffer? If it is falling within the buffer, then even though I have paid less, but still it is okay for 56 to 10. And that is why there is no inadequacy ऐसा consider किया जाएगा and I will not be required to pay any taxes. Please read 56 to 10 carefully. Because this interconnection conceptual error है ये, if you are not understood. So if 56 to 10 में there is a specific point on this that there is a interconnection of 50C and 56 to 10 or 43CA and 56 to 10. Right? The same provisions will be applicable, just that that person, that IFO is made is from the recipient's perspective and payment made is from payer's perspective. ठीक है? 23 lakhs nahi, I guess Riddhi, your concept is only not clear about this. Cash for 23 lakhs क्यों consider होगा इधर? 22 lakhs क्यों, 23 lakhs क्यों consider होगा? I have made the payment by account pay check, no? So account pay check है on the date of agreement, which means 22 lakhs will be considered, no? If this is 24 lakhs, then I would have considered 24 lakhs. Please read 56 to 10 before this, because otherwise you will not understand this. In module, there is a specific question of hurry. Just understand that first. You'll understand this. Cash payment किधर assume करने बोला है? Am I reading it wrong? एक मिनट. अकाउंट पे चेक है ना, इधर कैश पेमेंट बोला है क्या? आउ, my bad. Assume that 1 lakh was paid in cash by Mr. Gaurav to Ram on 1/11 instead of this. तो 56 to 10 में ये क्यों नहीं आएगा? I'll tell you. 56 to 10 में, ओके सॉरी रिद्धि, माय बैड, रिद्धि का गलती नहीं है दोस्तों, रिद्धि का गलती नहीं है, मेरा गलती. देखो नहीं, पर तो भी 56 to 10 क्यों नहीं लगेगा? बिकॉज आई विल टेल यू वन थिंग, क्योंकि 56 to 10 में जो रेसिपिएंट होता है ना, वो 56 to 10 में रेसिपिएंट होता है. इफ फॉर हिम इट इज अ स्टॉक इन ट्रेड, then in that case 56 to 10 will not be applicable, because 56 to 10 is applicable only in case of capital asset. Capital asset hai, that's why 56 to 10 will not be applicable. Now the person to whom it is sold, can I say for him also it is a stock in trade, because Gaurav, who is also a real estate developer, no, since for him it is a real estate developer, recipient is a real estate developer, for him it is not a capital asset, it is a stock in trade. This is the real reason. Riddhi was right, okay? Riddhi was not wrong. रिद्धि मस्ट बी लाइक ये पागल हो गया आदमी. Understood everybody what is the reason? रिद्धि को कोई कुछ नहीं बोलेगा प्लीज. This is question number 7. Let's come to question number 6. Okay. Since Ananya Gupta, a citizen of India, but I have to check no whether you are attentive or no. बीच में I keep on checking. Ananya Gupta, a citizen of India, lives with her family in New York since the year 2000. Okay, ध्यान देना. 6 questions. Ananya Gupta, citizen of India, lives with her family in New York since the year 2000. since the year 2000. She visited India on 21st of March 21 to 28th of September 21. Okay, what is asked? What is asked? What would be the residential status of Ananya Gupta? ठीक है, अनन्या गुप्ता का residential status क्या होगा? ठीक है. हर्ष बोल रहा है रिद्धि रॉक्ड, सर शॉक्ड. यस. रिद्धि अभी तो वो गॉगल पहन के बैठी है अभी. रिद्धि बोल रही थी कब से कॉलर व्हीलर ऊपर है अभी रिद्धि का, ऐसा. Ananya Gupta, citizen of India, lives with her family in New York since the year 2000. She visited India from 21st of March 21 to 28th of September 21 to take care of her ailing mother. In the last 4 years, she has been visiting India for 100 days every year to be with her mother. She owns an apartment in New York, which is used as her residence. The expected rent is whatever. What is the question? The question is, what would be the residential status? What would be the residential status? Now the question is, if you are that person, you're an Indian citizen, you're coming into India for a visit, then in that case, second basic condition will not be applicable for you. If your Indian sourced income is more than 15 lakhs, then the second basic condition will be revived with some alteration. So second basic condition, earlier it was 60 and 365. Then it would have been, it would be 120 and 365. But when will this happen? This will happen in case where the Indian sourced income is more than 15 lakh rupees. Okay, we will read this. What is there? Because we don't know what is the Indian income right now of her. Okay, she owns an apartment. It is used for residence. Expected rent is given. Okay. She took an ownership and possession of the house on this date, this date, this date. ठीक है. Fair rent is given 4,50,000. So if I just consider this, it is approximately 4,50,000. Then is there any other income which she has? 3 lakh rupees. So if you see the question, that this question does not mention anything about 15 lakhs, and even if we compute the income which we have, which is Indian source, it is not more than 15 lakhs. So can I say for her, second basic condition will not be applicable? Second basic condition will not be applicable. Yes. So only first basic condition will be applicable. So first basic condition is of 182 days. 182 days. Sorry, 180 and 182 days. Barabar. Now in this point, can I say that she visited India from 21st of March to 28th of September? Can somebody tell me for in the current year whether she will be considered as a resident person or no? Can somebody tell me this? Three answers resident. No, two answers resident, one non-resident. Bhavesh non-resident, Mayur non-resident. Riddhi is giving explanation also. Always different. Always different. Rahul non-resident, Riddhi non-resident, Disha non-resident. Yes. Now where you can get confused here, that you must have computed 21st of March से लेके 28 September. No, na. I'm concerned about from 1st of April. I'm concerned from 1st of April because in the current year it will start from 1st of April. So current year में 1st of April से start होगा. April, May, June, July, August, September. That is 181 days. He's in India, correct? If he's there in India for 181 days, can I say he's not fulfilling the first condition? मतलब वो कौन माना जाएगा non-resident? That person is called as non-resident, correct? Miss Ananya Gupta can claim benefit of nil annual value under section 23(2). Now the entire scenario will change because she is a non-resident. Now only Indian income will be taxable for her, right? Now we'll see. क्या लिखा है? Miss Ananya Gupta can claim benefit of nil annual value under 23(2). देखते हैं अभी. नाउ विल रीड दिस. शी ओन्स एन अपार्टमेंट एट न्यूयॉर्क विच इज यूज्ड एज हर रेसिडेंस. मतलब एसओपी, it is SOP. The expected rent of the house is 32 and municipal taxes. So can I say it is all outside India? It is not received in India. So basically this is not taxable for her. So this is not taxable for her. So there is no question of house property computation altogether because this is not taxable for her. Right? Okay. Because it is a foreign income. She took ownership and possession of her house in New Delhi on 25th of March for self-occupation. Can I say here it will be considered as NAV 0? ठीक है, NAV 0. She is in India. Municipal taxes paid. अरे NAV 0 है, तो what is the purpose of reading this information? बराबर ना? Full time pass है. Municipal tax, fair rent, because it is for self-occupation. NAV is only 0. She had taken a loan of 16 lakhs at the rate of 10% per annum from IDBI Bank on 1st April 2017 for constructing this house, and the construction got completed on 21st of March 2021. Whenever you are identifying the pre-construction and post-construction period, you have to first understand the completion of construction. Completion of construction, today it happened completion. पीछे देखो, पीछे. Look behind and look for the latest 31st March. If I'm standing on 31st of March 21, if I see piche, and if which 31st March will I be able to see? I will be able to see 31st of March 2020. Any period prior to this is pre, and any period after this is post. Perfect. So can I say that from 1/4/2017 till 31/3/2020 का interest is going to be pre-construction interest. So 17/18, 18/19, 19/20, 3 years interest. So 16 lakhs into 10% is 1,60,000 into 3. 16 lakhs into 10% into 3 comes to 4,80,000. But 4,80,000 ka I will not get the deduction. I will get a deduction of upon 5. So pre-construction interest is going to be 96,000 plus post-construction interest is going to be 1,60,000. So total interest ka deduction I will get, that is 2,56,000. But since it is a self-occupied property, I will be able to get only 2 lakhs ka deduction. This is how I will compute this. Okay, but what is asked? I only forgot. What is asked? Miss Ananya can claim benefit of nil annual value in respect of which house? ठीक है, so we know that it is going to be first is New Delhi. Okay, then she has a property. House property in Mumbai, which was sold on 28th of March. In respect of this house, she receives arrears of rent. Section number 25A talks about arrears of rent, and they have said that if you receive the arrears of rent, then in that case you get 30% deduction and you have to pay tax in the year in which you have received it. ठीक है, okay, 3 lakhs. This amount has not been charged to tax earlier. ठीक है, so can I say only Delhi property will be considered as NAV 0? Why not New York? Because in foreign income is not taxable at all. So why will I go into income from house property? First of all, foreign income is taxable or not taxable. I identified this under section 5. If foreign income is only not taxable, there is no question of computing New York property ka computation. Okay, so her Delhi house, her New York house, since it is more beneficial, her Delhi house, her New York house will be deemed to be let out and expected. कुछ भी लिखा है. New York house's benefit is nil annual value. So what will be the answer? My answer is going to be only Delhi house. ठीक है. What is the income chargeable under the head income from house property of Ananya Gupta for AY 22-23? Now, can I say that 3 lakh rupees she has received? So 3 lakhs, 30% deduction I will take. So 2,10,000. 2,10,000 is the total income from that under section 25A. Barabar, and I have a loss of 2 lakhs now we have computed. So can I say your answer is going to be 10,000 of income from house property, because I will do the set of. Correct है? Answer 10,000. एक number. I hope everybody is understanding why 10,000. Assuming that for the purpose of this question alone, Ananya Gupta has let out her flat in New York during 6 months when she is in India for a sum of £6,000, $6,000 per month. Such rent was received in the bank account in New York and then remitted to India through approved banking channels. What would be the income from house property chargeable to tax in her hands in India for AY 22-23? Can I say my answer will not change? Can I say my answer will not change? Because her income from outside India is not taxable in India unless she receives that income in India. Her received was in the bank account of New York and then she remitted. Mere remittance is not the income, receipt of income, no? So can I say answer will be the same? New York income, no tax. Which income? Which is this? New Delhi property ka loss will be 2 lakhs and 25A ka Mumbai property ka arrears of rent hoga. That is 25A. So can I say answer will be 10,000 only? So same answer, 10,000 will be taxable. क्लियर एकदम, पक्का एकदम, इजी एकदम. ठीक. Come to question number 5. Mr. Hardik is appointed as senior executive officer in Sky India Limited, Mumbai on 1/2/2021 in the scale of 35,000, 3,500, 65,000. Now I know that you must have done. Is appointed as senior executive officer in Sky India Limited in the scale of 35,000, 3,500 and 65,000. He is paid dearness allowance of 40,000 of salary forming part of retirement benefits. He is given rent-free accommodation on 1/5/21 which he occupied only from 1/10/2021. The company pays lease rent of 5,000 per month. मतलब अभी मैं तुम लोग के सामने I'll just open the provisions. So hired by employer लग रहा है. After reading, I can see that it is a rent-free accommodation which he occupied on this date. Company pays lease rent of 5,000. So can I say it will, sorry, can I say it will fall here? Hired by other employee, hired by employer. So my taxable amount is going to be 15% of salary or higher charges paid. ठीक. After that, he has been provided a car of above 1.6 liters capacity which is used by him for private purpose only. The actual cost of the car is 8 lakhs. Monthly expenditure of car is 5,000 which is fully met by the employer. Car is owned by the employer. ठीक है. What is asked? What would be the value of rent-free accommodation chargeable to tax in the hands of Mr. Hardik? What would be the value of rent-free accommodation chargeable? मतलब can I say my answer is 15% of salary or whatever rent paid, whichever is lower. बराबर. Now 15% of salary whenever I am computing, can I say that from one, okay, what is my financial year? Please everybody will pay attention here. My financial year is financial year 22-23 is my financial year, right? नहीं, एक मिनट. 21-22 is my financial year. Now scale 1/2/2021 till 1/2/2022. The salary is going to be 35,000. 1/2/2022 से लेके 1/2/2023 the salary is going to be 38,500. My relevant salary is what? My relevant salary is financial year 21-22 ka. Can I say that I have a salary of 35,000 into 10 months and 38,500 into 2 months? देखो एक बार. 1/2/2022 तक it is 35. So 35,000 into 10, that is till Jan end, and Feb and March ke liye, it is getting increased by 3,500. So that is why 35,000 into 10 comes to 3,50,000 plus 38,500 into 2 comes to 77,000. If I just add this, I will get the answer as 4,27,000. I will compare this. Okay. Now, will I consider 4,27,000? No, because I'm not taking this rent-free accommodation for the entire year. I'm taking this rent-free accommodation from 1/10/2021, which means only for 6 months. Which means, can I say salary will be into 6 by 12? Yes, the salary is upon 2 karunga main. I will get the answer as 2,13,500. 2,13,500. बराबर एकदम perfect, no problem. ठीक है. Now I will come. What is the formula? What is the formula? The formula is 15% of salary. Now 15% of this I will take. I will get the answer as. एक मिनट में dearness allowance add नहीं किया ना. This is the normal salary. उसके बाद I will add dearness allowance also. 40% forming part of dearness allowance. So 213,500 plus 40%. So answer comes to 2,41,255. 2,41,255. This is for the entire year. I need for 6 months. That's why 241,255 upon 2. बराबर कर रहा हूँ ना देवेंद्र? 35,000 ठीक है. 427 plus 40% is 597 upon 2. एक मिनट रुको. So this is basic plus dearness allowance. If I just add here 427 into 40% comes to 1,70,800 plus 427,000. So comes to 5,97,800 upon 2 comes to 2,98,900. ठीक है. After that, I will compare what this I got. Higher charges paid. How much higher charges are paid? 5,000 per month. So 5,000 into 5,000 into 6 is 30,000. So can I say whichever is lower comes to 30,000? Whichever is lower comes to 30,000. So my answer is what? My answer is going to be 30,000. My answer is going to be 30,000. तो इसका 15 नहीं किया ना हम लोगों ने. 290 क्या कर रहा हूँ मैं? 298,900 का 15% क्या कौन करेगा भाई? आंसर इज बोला इतना बड़ा अमाउंट कैसे कंपेयर कर रहा हूं मैं? 835 whichever is lower comes to 30,000. ठीक है. So 30,000 आंसर फर्स्ट का. Okay. What is the amount of health insurance premium paid during the previous year by Mr. Hardik can be claimed as deduction while computing income? Okay. Where is that? Lump sum premium. Okay. Very important question. Huh? Lump sum premium of 1,20,000 towards health insurance for self, his wife for 48 months on 1/10/2021 by account pay check. He also contributes 150 as towards PPF, but we are concerned about health insurance. He started his health insurance from 1/10/2021. 1/10/2021 say 48 months. Can you tell me what is the date? Can you tell me the date? 1/10/2021 से लेके 1/10 4 years na, 48 months matlab. So 25. Now you can say that 1,20,000 upon 4 karte हैं. 1,20,000 upon 4 karte हैं because 48 months है. So I will get a deduction of not 1,20,000, 120 upon 4. That will be wrong. That will be wrong because you have to identify the number of financial years which are forming part of that particular 48 months. Now it is starting from 1/10/21, which means this is financial year 21/22 is falling here. After that 22/23 is falling here. बाद में 23/22 4 is falling here. 24/25 is falling here. And can I say from 1st April 25 till 1/10/25 is also there? So 25/26 is there. So can I say there are 5 years in which I should get a deduction? Yes. So it will 1,20,000 upon 4 nahi hoga. It is going to be 5. This is a very basic mistake everybody does. So 1,20,000 upon 5, I will get the answer as 24,000. As 24,000. So मेरा answer is going to be 24,000. 120 upon 4 का भी आंसर दिया होगा एग्जाम में. 120,000 upon 4 का आंसर is what? 30,000. दिख रहा है इधर 30,000. But 24 is going to be the answer. What is the perquisite value of car chargeable to tax in the hands of Mr. Hardik? Now, can you try this? Can you try this? See, this is written here. Very simple. You will get the answer in 2 minutes. Okay, Neha 2,400, Jenny 2,400. नहीं भावेश, those 6 months will not be considered. Entire year. See, anyways, you are getting a deduction of 1,20,000, no? Not in 4 years, but in 5 years. नेहा 2,400, जेनी 2,400. बाकी लोग तनिषा 2,400. Tushar P 2,400. Now why are you saying okay, Rahul is saying 2,400. Why are you saying 2,400? Because the car capacity is about 1.6 liters. Which is used for private purpose. Actual cost of the car is 8 lakhs. Monthly expenditure is whatever. You are saying that this will fall. So car is owned by the employer. Have they given anything about this? Car is owned by the employer. Car is owned by the employer. Running and charges paid by employer. So since it is more than 1.6, then in that case 2,400 is going to be the answer. But the answer is wrong. This answer is wrong. You'll see why, sir? Because they have given that the car is used for private purpose only. Private purpose only. Private purpose only. Private purpose only. When do I consider this? When it is for partly for office and partly for personal purpose. Private purpose only ka answer is very simple. That if it is used fully for personal purpose, car is owned by the employer is going to be 10% of cost. 10% of cost is going to be considered, and if there is any expenditure which the employer has made, then that expenditure will be added. Ekata. Is everybody clear ki what matlab this is so smartly drafted? Matlab, see, look at the question. Matlab, if you read the question, you will not realize that it is not 1.6 liters ka question. This is the question because smartly they have given this information also. Car is owned by his employer. Understanding कितना smart है. तो बिंदास एकदम जितना actual amount is 8,000, monthly expenditure of the car is 5,000. Now in that case, whatever will be 10% of the cost is going to be considered, and if the expenditure is met by the employer, that will also be added to that. ठीक है. So what will be the perquisite value? Perquisite value is equal to 10% of cost in the hands of. हाँ, so what will be the answer? इसको ICAI बोलते हैं. हाँ, what will be the answer? 80,000 plus 5,000 into 12. नहीं, not 12. हाँ, 5,000 into 12. That is 60,000. So 80,000 plus 60,000 comes to 1,40,000. देखना, मतलब concept is only this much. Concept is only this much. But they will try to give so many information which will confuse you. ऐसा है. Would you advise Mr. Hardik to opt to pay tax under section 115 BSE? Now the point is you need to compute normal provision. You need to compute 115 BSE. ठीक है, करते हैं, अभी दिया है तो. सबसे पहले, if you go for normal provision, your first answer of salary is going to be, can I say salary का answer is going to be normal basic salary that which you have computed. That will be for 6 months only. नहीं, that will be for entire year. बराबर. Then dearness allowance will be for entire year. Okay, we'll just see this. Question 5 है ना? See, basic salary 427 we had already discussed. See, 427 is here. Dearness allowance 170,800 is here. 170,800. Rent-free accommodation we have already computed 30,000. So rent-free accommodation taxable will be 30,000. Car facilities you also considered 1,40,000. So gross salary 767. Now, if I consider 115 BSE, there will not be any change because there is no exemption only which is given. So there is nothing different in 115 BSE here. But what is the only difference in salary is here you will get 50K, but here you will not get anything. See, 50K you will get here, but here you will not get anything. So net GTI you got. After that you have certain deductions as well. But 115 BSE you will not get those deductions. Which deductions are those? Understand. First of all, we have already computed 80D. 80D का we have computed कितना? 120 upon 5 comes to 24,000. So 24,000 we have for 80D. And is there anything else? He contributes 150 towards PPF. That 150 also I reduced. So can I say my NTI will be different because of this? Yes. So normal tax computation I will do for this, that is as per slab rate, and for this as per slab rate I will just add I understand the final tax and I'll just compare this. I'm not computing this because it's very easy to understand. So ये तो मैंने this I computed, but I'm not computing the tax finally. ठीक है. So this is the 5th question. Last two questions we will do for today. If you want to do complete last 4 questions, then just let's finish 20 minutes में. कर देते क्या? मतलब it will be a matter of 20 more minutes pending and we'll be done. Like, so you can save this time. My only point is that you tell me what to do, I will do it. Because only 4 questions are left. Because anyways after the lecture you will spend 10-15 minutes here and there. So spend here and we can finish it off. Well, we'll take break, 2 minutes break if you want. That's a problem नहीं. ठीक है. एक 4th question we will do, then we'll take 5 minutes break and then we will just complete 3 questions. Mr. Rajesh Sharma, aged 54 years, an Indian citizen, is working as assistant manager in ABC India Limited. He is getting basic salary of 58,000 per month. He used to travel frequently out of India for his office work and he left India from Delhi airport on 5th of October 21 and returned to India on 2nd of April 2022. मतलब I am concerned about financial year 21-22. He is not there from 5th October and till 2nd of April. मतलब 5th October till 31st of March is not there. So basically he is in India from 1st April 21 till 5th of October 2021. So for this period he is there. Okay. Dearness allowance is given, that is 10% of basic salary. Basic salary is already given upper. Dearness allowance is also given. Bonus is given. Medical allowance is always taxable. He is also reimbursed medical bill of his mother. Medical bill of his mother is always taxable. Reimbursement. He was also transferred a laptop by the company for 15,000 on 31st December 21. The laptop was acquired by the company on 1st October 2018 for 1 lakh. The company was charging depreciation, assuming that. So can I say that laptop, whatever laptop you will get, that is not a perquisite which is given to you, everybody. Laptop is not a perquisite. If laptop is not a perquisite, then in that case, do you think this is going to be taxable in my hands? No, right? Because it is not a perquisite. He was also reimbursed a salary of house servant. Yes, this is going to be considered as income. Professional tax paid by the employer will be first included in the perquisite, and then you can take a deduction of 2,400. Professional tax paid by the employer will be first included in perquisite, and then you can take a deduction of 2,400. After that, 400 equity shares allotted by ABC Private Limited, India Limited, at the rate of 250 against the fair value of shares of 350 on the date of exercise of option. Do you remember sweat equity shares? Sweat equity shares will be taxable in the year of exercise date, in the year of exercise year. So 350 ka share tha, it was sold for 250. Government is saying ki 100 ka, it's a benefit which is given to employee. So 100 upon 400 shares, so 40,000 rupees we are going to tax it. We are going to tax it. Correct hai? So this 40,000 rupees is going to be taxable in the hands of the employee. Simple question hai. Short-term capital gain on sale of shares of listed company, which means 111A, on which STT pays 94,000, Seedha into 15%. Rajesh does not opt for 115 BSc. Based on the scenario, what is Mr. Rajesh Sharma's residential status? Residential status. What is residential status? Everybody? So he left on 5th of October. If he left on 5th of October, then in that case he is there in India till 5th of October. So April ka 30, May 31, June 30, July 31, August 31, September 30, and 5th of October. So can I say he is there in India for 188 days? Which means he is a resident person. Now whether he is a ROR or RNOR, कुछ information दिख ही नहीं रहा इधर. They have not given any information. So let's see what is the resident but ये देख, resident but card determine the resident but ordinary resident or RNOR from the given information. पीछे देखते हैं non-resident RNOR. So we don't know how, because they have not given information about the past. So my answer is going to be resident but card determine the resident and ROR and RNOR. ठीक है, तो point number A is the answer. What are his taxable perquisites for AY 22-23? Taxable perquisites. What do you think? What are the taxable perquisites? Allowance is not a perquisite. Please remember this. Allowance is not a perquisite. Laptop, not a perquisite. Reimbursed a salary of house servant. Yes, it is a perquisite. Professional tax. Yes, it is a perquisite. Sweat equity shares. Yes, it is a perquisite. Medical bill. Yes, it is a perquisite. देखो ना. See, perquisite में medical bills, house servant, ESOPs and these four. What I did not consider, medical allowance, because it's an allowance. Allowance is not a perquisite. This is a perquisite. This is a perquisite. This is a perquisite, and ESOPs is a perquisite. Right? Okay. Next question. What is the income chargeable under the head salaries in the hands of Mr. Rajesh Sharma? What will be the income which will be taxable in the hands of salaries? सबसे पहले 58,000 into 12. comes to 6,96,000. Come here and see 6,96,000. After that, dearness allowance is 10%. Dearness allowance is 10%. I got bonus of 98, right? 98. Medical allowance paid amounting to 60,000. Entire medical allowance is going to be taxable. So your medical allowance is taxable. बाद में every perquisite will come, no? 15,000, 4,000 per month, that is 4,000 into 12. Professional tax, that is 2,400, and 400 into 100. So can I say I have already computed this ऊपर 1,05,400? I will just consider 1,05,400 है कि नहीं? This is also 1,05,400. ठीक है? Then I will get the gross salary as 10,29,000. After that, I will reduce two things. One, professional tax of 2,400 and 50,000 of standard deduction. लैपटॉप यूज के लिए दिया हो तो टैक्सेबल नहीं होता ना, बट ट्रांसफर पे 50% डिडक्शन लेंगे नहीं. लैपटॉप जो है सी अंडरस्टैंड, ये जो लैपटॉप है ना, सी इधर यूज ऑफ मूवेबल असेट है और ये ट्रांसफर है. इन दिस क्वेश्चन दे आर टॉकिंग अबाउट यूज, राइट? He was also transferred a laptop by the company for 15,000 on 31st December. The laptop was acquired by the company on 1st of October. The company was charging depreciation, assuming useful life as 3 years. He was also transferred a laptop. लैपटॉप ट्रांसफर हुआ है, लैपटॉप ट्रांसफर हुआ है तो डेप्रिसिएशन आना चाहिए था. 1 minute. The laptop was acquired by the company. And company was charging depreciation. One minute. $19, $20, $21. Current year is 21, 22. थ्री इयर्स कंप्लीशन का पॉइंट इसमें हो सकता है. रुको. He was also transferred a laptop. Yes, transfer will be applicable. Perfect. So here if it is computer and laptop, taxable amount is WDV minus consideration. We will consider. Okay. What is the depreciation? 50% is the depreciation. If we compute the depreciation, then in that case, what is the cost? The cost of the company cost was 1 lakh. 50% depreciation. The first year depreciation I must have received for 18-19. So that one entire year I must have received for 1st October 18 till 1st October 19. That I will get for 50%, which means here it is going to be 50,000. Again, 1st October 19 till 1st of October 2020, again 50%, which means it is 25,000. After that, when did I sell? I sold it for 31st of December. Now one more year can come, 1/10/2020 till 1/10/2021. Again 50%, that is 12,500. So this is the WDV. This is a WDV for 12th. This is a WDV of the asset, but this has been okay. क्यों नहीं आया मुझे समझा. This is the WDV, that is 12,500, but this asset was given to the employee for 15,000 rupees. Now employee has already given 15,000, where the worth of that asset was 12,500, and that is why there is no benefit which is given to that particular assessee or particular employee. That's why for that employee it is not taxable. perfect है. Yuvraj understood. Yuvraj, everybody understood. Why not this laptop? रीज वाला बराबर, यूज वाला रीजन नहीं होगा. दिस इज ट्रांसफर. दिस इज ट्रांसफर. ट्रांसफर. सो 12,500 बट 15,000 में बेचा. सो देर इज नो benefit for the employee, and that is why it is not going to be taxable in the hands of the employee. Correct. Perfect. So amount is okay. The answer is net salary is 9,76,600. So what is the answer here? Do I have the answer here? 9,76,600. Correct. Now total tax liability. Total tax liability, they have mentioned that you have not opted for 115 BSc. If you have not opted for 150 BSc, the normal computation will happen. लिखा है ना 115 BSc के लिए अप्लाई नहीं कर रहा, डर गया. See, then normal computation will happen. So whenever you compute normally, तभी आंसर कितना आएगा 976,600 का. नॉर्मल कंप्यूटेशन करो ना. इसमें 976,600 जो है दैट इज सैलरी है. उसके बाद इफ यू रिमेंबर वी हैड दिस 15% वाला पार्ट, 94,000 का 15%. नाउ स्पेशल इनकम, नॉन स्पेशल इनकम. स्पेशल इनकम पे 94,000 into 15%, एंड नॉन स्पेशल इनकम पे वी हैव ओनली सैलरी, राइट? वी डोंट हैव एनीथिंग एल्स. वी डोंट हैव एनीथिंग एल्स. करेक्ट. सो सैलरी पे नॉर्मल स्लैब रेट. So 15% and salary पे normal slab rate. I will get the answer, and after that I will apply 4% of health and education cess. So this is the answer, 126,800. Here I will come and I will write 126,800. Okay. Assume for the purpose of this question only, Mr. Rajesh was found owner of 5 lakhs worth jewelry acquired in financial year 21-22, of which he could not provide any satisfactory explanation. याद है क्या? 60% plus 25% compulsory surcharge plus 4% of health and education cess. बराबर. So can I say that 5 lakhs पे 78% will be applicable? 78% if I apply, कितना था आंसर? 3,90,000. Is there any answer? Yes, 3,90,000. So 3,90,000 will be the answer. Perfect. Okay. Okay. Take 2 minutes break and then we will start with question 3. Last 3 questions. Excluding cess. They have written in the question that it is excluding cess. See, if you see the question, no, without considering surcharge and HEC. Hmm? $3 lakhs. रुको यार 1 मिनट, मेरा माथा काम करना बंद किया अभी. रुको 1 मिनट. अच्छा विदाउट है इसके लिए, ठीक है, सॉरी. विदाउट है तो 60% ही आएगा, इंटू 60% ही आएगा. दैट इज 3 lakhs. Okay. So the 18 we are not going to do. We are going to do 3 and 15 are time bound homework. Time bound homework as in practice question, but time bound. Now I'll just tell you one thing कि जो बाकी के 15 questions है ना from 16th from 16th till 25th we have already done. So 14 questions. Those questions you are not required to do on the single day. Okay, you are just required to do one question or two questions on per day. And I'll just tell you one more thing, that whenever you do these questions, just send me the copy. Just have this thing in your mind that once you will do these questions, send me the copy on one specific email which I will provide, so that you will have this thing in your mind that you have to send something, you have to send something, you have to send something. Then I will collect everybody's copy so that, so मुझे तो as such कुछ problem नहीं है, but the thing is कि you will have that thing that I have to send that particular copy, so I have to do it. So you will be able to do it, but only doing it is not enough. हम लोग को थोड़ा सा speed में करना पड़ेगा. So time bound, that's why those 15 questions I have given, not to be done in one day, not to be done in one day, but every day you have to solve one question. Otherwise कैसे होगा ना? Otherwise you will not have any practice only on your own. Chalo, we'll start. Last 3 questions. Overdose of MCQs now. अब क्या गणपति विसर्जन है आज? नहीं, सो एक्चुअली आई एम फ्रॉम मुंबई, बट अभी आई एम नॉट इन मुंबई. सो आज तो होगा ना, आई थिंक टुडे इज 28th. महाराष्ट्र में तो बड़ा सेलिब्रेशन होगा आज, मुंबई, पुणे, नासिक. ओके, बोलता हूँ मेघना सब कुछ. स्टार्ट करते हैं. लास्ट 15 मिनट्स विल टारगेट. मिस्टर किशन इज एंगेज्ड इन द फॉलोइंग एक्टिविटीज ऑन एग्रीकल्चरल लैंड situated in India, and total area is of 5 acres. The entire area is of 5 acres. Activity A, activity B and activity C. ठीक है. What is the amount arising from activity A would constitute agricultural income in the hands of Mr. Kishan? ठीक है. Activity, they are asking about only activity A. He grows saplings of seedlings or seedlings in a nursery spreading over 1 acre land. The sale proceeds of which is 5 lakhs. Cost of plantation is 1,40,000 and the basic operations are not performed from growing saplings and seedlings. Can I say that he grows saplings and seedlings is an agricultural activity? And since it is an agricultural activity, can I say it is going to be exempt from tax? So what have they given? They have given 3.1. 3.1 का 5 lakhs nil, 3,60,000 and 1,40,000. क्या आंसर आने वाला है अपना? My आंसर आने वाला है 3,60,000. क्यों ऐसा? Because देखो 5 lakhs minus 1,40,000 इस उन्होंने पूछा क्या है? What have they asked? They have asked what would constitute agricultural income. They have not asked anything about what is the income which is going to be taxable in your hands. No, they are asking about agricultural income. If they are asking about agricultural income, then in that case you should not say nil. If they ask about what is the taxable amount, then you can say it is nil. But agricultural income which is going to be exempt from tax, then in that case your answer has to be 3,60,000. Mark this important. Understood? What amount of income from activity B with respect to sale of cotton would constitute agricultural income? Okay, we'll come to activity B now. Activity B में he grows cotton on 3 acres land. 40% of the cotton produced is sold for 4 lakhs. Okay, we'll just try to simplify this. Cotton manufacture करता है, produce करता है, sorry. It is 40% is sold in open market. Can I say cotton sold in open market is agricultural income? Yes, for 4 lakhs. What about 60%? Balance of the 60% cotton, the cost of cultivation of balance 60% cotton is 3,37,000. Cost is 3,37,500, sorry. And the market value of the same is 6 lakhs when 60% cotton got transferred to the factory, बराबर, जिसका market value was 6 lakhs. which is used for the purpose of manufacturing yarn. So when from the agricultural land, when any cotton is getting transferred to factory, the fair market value is equal to 6 lakhs. My cost was 3,37,500. Perfect. Now what happened is, after incurring manufacturing expenses of 1 lakh rupees, he sold yarn for 8,50,000 rupees. 8,50,000. So this is the simplification. Now we will understand कि क्या होगा. In this case, this is an agricultural income. What are they asking? Amount of income from activity B with respect to sale of cotton would constitute agricultural income or business income in the hands of Mr. Kishan. Sale of cotton will be considered as agricultural income, business income. What do you think? What is the answer of 3.2? What amount of income from activity B from sale of cotton will constitute agricultural income? According to you, what will be the answer? Okay, if you have the question in front of you, just see कि क्या होगा. सेल ऑफ yarn नहीं बोला है, सेल ऑफ कॉटन बोला है. Four lakhs minus 2,25,000. Okay. Sale of cotton, sale of cotton. Sale as in they are talking about this. So they have said that 4 lakh rupees you have sold. 4 lakh rupees is the sale amount. Cost of cultivation is 2,25,000. Now the point is, what is going to be the whatever amount, whatever answer you will get, that is your agricultural income or business income. This is the simple question. So if you see that entire 175,000 agricultural income, because I'm selling cotton, no, I'm not selling anything else. I'm selling cotton. If I'm selling cotton, then in that case, I'm talking about this 40%, that is 4 lakhs. 4 lakhs minus the cost is going to be your agricultural income. That agricultural income is not going to be taxable. That is why this 1,75,000 as agricultural income. Absolutely right, everybody. What is the amount of income from activity B with respect of, now it will be fun, with respect of sale of yarn constitute agricultural income or and business income in the hands of Mr. Kishan. So they have given 1,50,000 as agricultural income, 262,500 and 150 as business income, 337 and 412. Now try this out कि क्या होगा आंसर इसका. Now again, please understand one thing. In from the land, cost of cultivation is 337,500. It got transferred to the factory where the FMV was 6 lakhs. 1 lakh rupees is the additional cost which is incurred in the factory, and it is sold for 8,50,000. I want to understand how much income is agricultural income, how much income is business income. Yuvraj is also saying B. So Jayant is saying B, Yuvraj is also saying B. Absolutely right. Your answer is right. Now, when we'll talk about agricultural income, I'm saying that agricultural income में 6 lakhs minus 3 lakhs 37,500. 6 lakhs minus 3 lakh 37,500 gives me an answer of 2 lakh 62,500. So can I say this is agricultural income? Yes. Non-agricultural income में सबसे पहले 8,50,000, but out of 8,50,000, if you know the main concept, 6 lakhs will be reduced because this is called as agricultural activity का income, and minus उसका खुद का expenditure, that is 1 lakh rupees. So I will get the answer as 8,50,000 minus 6 lakhs minus 1 lakh, which will come to 1,50,000. So 262,500 is agricultural and 1,50,000 is non-agricultural. So my answer is going to be B. Okay. What amount of income arising from activity C constitute agricultural income or otherwise in the hands of Kishan? C में क्या है? Land measuring 1 acres is let out to Mr. Ramesh on monthly rental of 15,000, which is used by Mr. Ramesh as follows. 50% of land is used for agricultural purpose, 50% of the land is used for non-agricultural purpose. Now, what will be the amount? Let out the land for using of agricultural purpose. And monthly rental मिल रहा है 15,000 का. What do you think? What is the appropriate answer for 3.4? Now, why I'm asking you to do it right now? Because you should be active right now. That's it. That's why. So that you will do something on the calci. That's why I'm asking. Okay, one answer D. One answer D. Rahul is saying C. C will be what? Agricultural 60,000 chargeable to tax as income from house property. Simple now. 90,000 will be considered as agricultural income. That is fine. Wow, 90,000 because it is 50%. मतलब 15,000 rupees into 12 into 50%. That is going to be what? That is going to be my normal agricultural income. Rest of the 90,000. Rest of the 90,000, 50% is non-agricultural purpose. So if I'm giving it on rent, then in that case, what is this a house property? No, this is not a house property. If this is not a house property, then is it a salary? No. Is it my business? No. Well, business as in business of letting out? No. No PGBP, no capital gains, no house property. It will fall under income from other sources. So can I say my answer is going to be income from other sources? Yes. So point number D should be the answer. Compute the gross total income of Mr. Kishan for previous year 21-22, assuming he has no other source of income. Now, क्या निकालने बोला है? Gross total income. Gross total income में first entire thing is going to be nil, no? Because this is not taxable. This is not taxable. Your activity A. Activity B में what is the non-agricultural income? Agriculture is anyways not taxable. Non-agricultural income we have already computed, that is 1,50,000. Activity C में we already know that IFOS में we will take 90,000 rupees. So can you tell me what is the gross total income here? 2,40,000. Everybody? 2,40,000 कैसे आया? $1,50,000 plus 90,000 will be 2,40,000. $3.1. Agricultural income. See what is Neha? What are they saying? What amount of income arising from activity A would constitute agricultural income? What is the agricultural income? Agricultural income is 5 lakhs minus उसका cost. So it is not taxable, but it is exempt, but it is agricultural income only, no? So that's why 3,60,000 is agricultural. If they're asking what is a taxable amount, then my answer would have been nil. ठीक है, ये तेरा third point. चलो, last two questions for the day and for DT. Mr. Suraj furnishes the following particulars for the previous year 21-22 in respect of industrial undertaking. Question देख तो सीधा. Compute the amount of export turnover and total turnover for the purpose of computing 10AA. Export turnover and total turnover. We'll just read this completely. We'll take 10 minutes now. 48 years furnishes the following particulars in respect of industrial undertaking established in special economic zone. It began manufacturing in April 2015. Okay. Total sales are given, export sales are given, domestic sales are given, profit is given. We know that usually 10AA ka deduction, how does it happen? Profit of 20 lakhs into export sales of 45 upon 85. Abhi tak ka understanding is this much, but we will read. Export sales of financial year 21-22 include freight and insurance of 5 lakhs for delivery of goods outside India. Always remember that freight and insurance will not form part of your export turnover. Will not form part of your turnover. See, 5 lakh rupees for delivery, 5 lakhs will not be considered in my turnover. So can I say that out of 45 lakhs, 5 lakhs is towards freight, which I should not consider. So can I say this should be 40 lakhs? And I should consider only 80 lakhs here. So here I will not write 45 upon 85. I will write 40 upon 80. Understanding? Samajh gaya? So compute the amount of export turnover and total turnover. My export turnover is 40 lakhs and total turnover is 80 lakhs. Everybody clear? Because 5 lakhs is only this thing is there. There is nothing else. Amount of deduction available under section 10AA to Mr. Suraj for assessment year 22-23. Okay, 10AA ka deduction. Now you already know how to do it. Now here the answer is going to be 10 lakhs. But after getting this answer, always check how many years have lapsed. How many years have been elapsed. See, I had started my manufacturing in April 2015. In April 2015, current year is 21-22. So 15-16, 16-17, 17-18, 18-19, 19-20. Sorry, 15-16, 16-17, 17-18, 18-19, 19-20. Correct. So can I say I'm not falling under 100% bracket? I'm falling under that next 5 years ka 50% bracket. So I will be able to get the deduction only to the extent of 50%, that is 5 lakhs. So my answer is going to be 5 lakh rupees, point number D. Correct? Everybody perfect. नहीं, why is everybody saying A? A नहीं आएगा ना? Last question का था क्या? नहीं, A नहीं आएगा. It is 50% ना? Assume for the purpose of this question that Mr. Suraj established SEZ unit and began manufacturing in April 2018. Now 18-19, 19-20, 20-21, 21-22. My current year is what? 21-22. So can I say it is falling within first 5 years? Yes, you will get 100% deduction. So can I say here the answer is going to be 10 lakhs? Perfect. Compute the total income of Mr. Suraj for the previous year 21-22, assuming he does not opt to pay tax under section 115 BSE. Okay. Now my profit is going to be 20 lakhs. My profit is 20 lakhs. Sab log dhyan dena. Everybody please pay attention. Profit from the above undertaking is 20 lakhs. Okay. So my profit is 20 lakhs. I will get the deduction, that is 10AA ka exemption of 5 lakhs na, because ye to 10 lakhs was there only for this question tha. So original it is 5 lakhs. So I will get 5 lakhs ka 10AA. So 15 lakhs idhar aaya. After that, he received a rent of 25,000 per month for a commercial property let out to Mr. Sudhir, a salaried individual. Can I say 25,000 into 12? If I do, I'll get 3 lakhs minus 30% standard deduction. I will get 2,10,000. Can I add 2,10,000 here? Yes. Interest earned on savings bank account is 12,500. But savings bank account का interest, you will always get the deduction of 10,000 rupees under 80 TTA. So can I say adding 12,500 in the income, deducting 10,000 rupees? So can I say I will write 2,500 only? Yes. And interest on post office savings account, 5,500. Here there is one exemption which is there. Anybody knows about this exemption? Interest on savings, post office savings account. There is one interest of this. There is an exemption of this. You will get an exemption of 3,500. Exemption मिलता है post office का. So if you are getting an exemption of 3,500, can I say taxable is only going to be 2,000 rupees? Yes, there is nothing else in this question. If I just add this, I will get the answer. 15 lakhs plus 2,10,000 plus 2,500 plus 2,000. I will get the answer as 17,14,500. Am I missing anything? Perfect. 17 lakhs 14,500. Is everybody clear? Again, this is the second question. Now we are moving ahead with the last question for direct tax MCQs batch. Okay. Is everybody ready for the last question? Let's go. Okay, amazing. I'm just surprised that you are still there. Like, you know, we are taking lectures since 10:30. It is 2:45 now. 10:30 to 2:45. Now, sir, we have not taken any significant break also. Now, I have not taken the break of lunch also. You must not have taken the break for the lunch. It's a very good sign that, you know, I'm happy that you are still there. Good. Mr. Shashikant, aged 45 years, is an Indian citizen and a member of crew of a Singapore-bound Indian ship engaged in carriage of passengers in international traffic departing from Chennai. वो सब टाइम पास ये सब मालूम है तुम लोगों को? We'll just read the question. What is Mr. Shashikant's residential status for previous year 20 to 23? Mr. Shashikant's residential status for previous year 21-22, sorry. Now, what is it? Aged 45, Indian citizen, member of crew of Singapore-bound Indian ship engaged in the carriage of whatever. Matlab, second basic, there is a possibility that second basic condition will not be applicable. Why? Because he is an Indian citizen and he is leaving the country as a member of crew of Indian ship. Then in that case, can I say that second basic condition will not be applicable? Yes. Second basic condition will not be applicable, which means I need to identify whether I'm staying in India for 182 days or more or no. If the answer is yes, I will be considered as a resident. If the answer is no, if the answer is no, then I'm considered as non-resident. For that, for identifying that, I have to satisfy or see rule number 126. रूल नंबर 126 में सीडीसी के डेट्स दिए. सीडीसी का डेट 29 मई से लेके 19 दिसंबर तक, including both the days, will be considered as stay outside India, which means May का 29, 30, 31. So May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, 19 December. So 3 plus 30 plus 31 plus 31 plus 30 plus 31 plus 30 plus 19, which means he's outside India for 205 days. Minus 365, I will get the answer as 160 days. 160 days के लिए he is in India. Second basic condition anyways not applicable. Only first basic condition applicable, which he is not satisfying. Can I say he will be considered as a non-resident here? He'll be considered as a non-resident here. Yes. So I will just go here and write non-resident. Correct? Non-resident. Correct. First answer. What would be the total income of Mr. Shashikant for AY 20 to 23? Assume that he does not opt to pay tax under 115 BSE. Total income. Okay. Now non-resident है मतलब only Indian income is taxable. Perfect. he stayed in India for last 4 years, full time pass किया है. He received a salary of 7,20,000 in his NRE account maintained with State Bank of India Chennai branch. What to do? See, it is very evident that something is there in this point. Is it taxable? ओके इसका तुम लोग को मैं एक्सप्लेनेशन दिखा दो एग्जैक्ट. सो बेसिकली ये जो जब भी तुम लोग को एनआरई अकाउंट देखे, वेन एवर यू विल सी दिस एनआरई अकाउंट, नो रिमेंबर दिस दैट एनआरई amount received in NRE account is exempt from tax. Whatever amount you'll receive from this NRE account is exempt from tax, is exempt from tax, is exempt from tax, is exempt from tax. Therefore, salary income received in NRE account will be exempt from tax. Understood? So this will be exempt. So my question is, salary received 7,20,000 is exempt. After that, dividend declared in the month of April 21 by X Limited, a Singapore company. The same were received by him in Singapore. मतलब accrued outside India, received also outside India. It is not taxable. It is not taxable. Agricultural income from land in Pakistan received in India. It is taxable because it is not an agricultural income which is exempt, because only Indian agricultural income is going to be exempt. Baki everything is taxable, and since it is received in India, it became an Indian income. Rent received from house property in Chennai is 3,60,000. Rent 3,60,000 will be taxable, but 30% deduction. Don't forget 30% deduction. So basically, what is the total income? 3,60,000 minus 30% plus 2,50,000. Can I say 5,02,000 is the answer? Okay, barabar. Yes, 5,02,000 is the answer. Everybody clear? 5,02,000 कैसे आया? 4 types of incomes are there. First is exempt. Second, dividend is not taxable. Agricultural income is taxable. Rent received from Chennai is taxable, but not 360 because I'm going to get the deduction of 30%. Okay. Assume for the purpose of answering this question that Mr. Shashikant has transferred his house property in Chennai to his minor married daughter. ये तो कैसा possible है? This is not possible, but still they have given. Assume that for the purpose of answering this question that Mr. Shashikant has transferred his house property in Chennai to his minor married daughter on 1st April 2021, and his wife is a housewife and does not have any income. The minor married daughter receives the rent from the house property. In such case, her total income would be that Chennai property he had, no, he transferred that Chennai property to minor married daughter. Now minor married daughter को house property transfer किया है. I have a question to you. If house property is transferred from one person to another person, for children and wife, will it be taxable under house property head, or it will be taxable under clubbing? We have already done that. We have already done this. Once you identify it is clubbing or house property, your treatment is going to be different. Because if it is clubbing, then in that case, there will be some change. There will not be any change. If it is house property, then in that case, there will be some change. Or no? Or what will happen? Wife के बारे में कुछ, it does not matter. My question is that what will happen? Like, will it be clubbed or no? see, answer में सिर्फ there will be only one difference. If it is clubbing, I will get the exemption of 1,500. If it is a house property, then there will not be any change in the example answer. Now please try to understand this. You are saying that this answer should be 5,02,000, which is exactly the same जो ऊपर था, but the answer will be 5,05,000. Now क्यों clubbing applicable होगा? Why clubbing will be applicable? I will tell you the reason. Whenever you transfer the house property to your wife or children, it comes under deemed ownership under section 27. But if you read the section 27 properly, in section 27 there is a specific exclusion of minor married daughter. I will show you that exclusion. (27) का specific point है. See, transfer of house property to minor child for inadequate consideration. Transferor is deemed to be the house owner except for house property is transferred to minor married daughter. Now, if it is transferred to minor married daughter, which means clubbing of income will be applicable because section 27 excludes this. So clubbing will be applicable. So if clubbing is applicable, can I say that 3,60,000 will be taxable? Again 30% का deduction you will get, but either one more deduction I will get, that is of 1,500, and that is why only difference in the answer is going to be of only 1,000. That's why there is a difference of this, and that's why the answer is going to be 5,05,000. So it will be taxed in whose hands? It will be taxed in the hands of the husband, like in the hands of the father, because wife does not earn anything, right? Does not have any income. So father's income is high. Is everybody clear? It was a very good point, and this interconnection you should know. So exactly. So minor marriage. Actually this question is only wrong because minor married daughter क्या होता है? I am saying that इधर father है, इधर daughter है. Daughter is earning the income. Say for example 3,60,000 she will earn the income. Now if it is deemed ownership, it will be taxable in the hands of father. So normal 30% से taxable हो जाएगा. 30% deduction लेके you can tax it. If it is a deemed ownership. If it is not a deemed ownership, then in that case again 3,60,000 will be clubbed in the hands of father only. 30% का deduction you will get only. But since it is not deemed ownership, but this is clubbing का provision, since the income of daughter is getting clubbed in the hands of father, can I say that father will be eligible for 1,500? Yes, 1,500 का मिल जाएगा. So 3,60,000 minus 30% minus 1,500, you will get the answer as 2,50,500. And you have Pakistan ka income na 2,50,000. So it will come to 5,05,000. Why it did not come in section number 27? Because section 27 specifically says that deemed ownership will be applicable in case of transfer of house property from the person to the minor daughter. But this section 27 will not be applicable to if the transfer is happening to a minor married daughter. So section 27 is not applicable. So clubbing will be applicable. In both the cases, income will be taxed in the hands of father only. Only difference is what? What is the differentiating point? 1,500. Because section 27 does not allow any deduction. But if it is clubbing 360 मेरे हाथ में tax होगा. But I will get an additional benefit of 1,500. This is the only difference between these two sections. 27 and clubbing. Everybody clear? Understood? Learned something new? So in those independent questions we had learned about those wife का point. Like clubbing नहीं होगा, it will be section 27. पर here थोड़ा उल्टा. Excellent. Last question for DT MCQ batch. And for today, that is Mr. Shashikant would like to minimize his tax liability and consulted you to compute the amount of same for the previous year 21-22. Now what is the difference? Normal provision के हिसाब से you will get the answer and 115 BSc के हिसाब से you will get the answer. What is that thing which you will not consider in 115 BSc? Which is that thing you will not consider in 115 BSc? One small thing you will not consider in 115 BSc. Yes, Yuvraj, you're right. 1,500. Perfect, Yuvraj, Janil, Riddhi. 1,500 ka exemption you will not get if you are opting for 115 BSc. Rest everything is the same. Rest everything is the same. Which means, can I say, as per normal provisions, your answer is going to be 5,02,000. And as per 115 BSc, your income is going to be 5,500. 5,02,000 normal tax rate, 5,500 no 115 BSc. देखो, as per the normal provision, it is going to be, the tax is going to be 13,416. 13,416. How come 13,416? Because 5,02,000 is the answer. 12,500 is for first 5 lakhs. 2,000 pay 20% comes to, sorry, 2,000 pay 10%. 2,000 pay 10% comes to 200. Comes to 12,700 plus HEC of 4%. Comes to 13,208. Now, what is that difference? What is that 1 point which you will not get in 115 BSc? That is 1,500 ka deduction. Okay, wait. Actually, this was there only for this question, right? Assume for the purpose of answering this question tha. So we will not consider 1.3 here. We will not consider 1.3 here. I just asked you. मुझे लगा था कि this is a normal point, but this is not. This is only for 1.3. Now in this case, normal computation will happen. 5,02,000 pay normal tax and 5,02,000 pay 115 BSc. Correct. So 5,02,000 pay. Now here in this question also, you will compute what? 5,02,000 pay normal 115 BSc ka answer. What will be the answer for that? Are you getting 13,208? Are you getting 13,208? How come? 5,02,000. Is पे 12,500 will be fixed because the rates are the same. Just that on the rest of 2,000 rupees, you will compute. क्या था? 5 था. एक सेकंड में क्या कर रहा हूँ ये गलत किया ना मैंने. ये 10% लिया मैंने गलती से. इधर 20 आएगा ना 2,000 पे, तो इधर 400 आना चाहिए. 5, 20, 30. So 12,500. So 12,900. 12,900 into 1.04. So 13,000. So 13,416. 13,416. Now when I'm computing 115 BSc, it is 12,500. Now 2,000 pay 10% comes to 200. It is 12,700. 12,700 pay 1.04. बराबर ना? So 13,416 and 13,208. Which is more beneficial? हाँ नहीं हाँ correct. So this which is more beneficial? My beneficial is 115 BSc. So my answer is going to be 13,210. Finally we are done. Now we have solved approximately 132 133 MCQ questions. 132 to 133 MCQ questions. I hope that this was helpful. I hope that entire batch was helpful. Now finally we are done and we have covered almost everything. Now just that those homework questions, I want to tell you that for one case study based MCQ, take 10 minutes. For one case study based MCQ, take 10 minutes and try to solve one or two MCQs every day. And whenever you will solve those 15 case study based MCQs, 10 minutes mein hi hona chahiye. You have to complete those questions in 10 minutes. Once you will be done, then send one PDF to one particular email ID, which I will tell you on that particular email ID. Just send that. So that my only purpose is so that you will do it because you want to send it. ठीक है? Okay. बहुत डिटेल्ड था मेरे हिसाब से. I tried my level best to make you understand everything by revising everything before the MCQ discussion. Good. Okay. Good that you are happy. I'm very, very glad that after seeing your messages, I was sure that I'm going in the right direction because I was getting very good response, and it was helpful for you. So good for me and good for you also. So IDT का भी है. Yes, IDT का भी है. So IDT we will take from Monday we will take, because now 2 days I have regular lectures for the entire day. So Monday को 2 to 3 days again we'll take IDT and we'll just finish IDT. मचा दिया. Thank you. मजा आ गया. रिद्धि के लिए स्पेशल थैंक यू. होमवर्क क्वेश्चन नो, रेस्ट ऑफ द क्वेश्चंस नो 116 से लेके 130 कुछ क्वेश्चंस है. वन क्वेश्चन वी ऑलरेडी डन 125, बट रेस्ट ऑफ द क्वेश्चंस व्हिच यू हैव, दोस क्वेश्चन यू. ठीक है. थैंक यू वेरी मच. आई विल सी यू ऑन मंडे. आईडीटी भी वही सेम एनर्जी से करेंगे, बट आईडीटी के लिए विल टेक लेसर टाइम because IDT is not that, the explanation will not be that big, that the explanation हम लोग ने जितना अभी DT में किया, इतना explanation will not be there for IDT. So it will be smooth for IDT, and once you do this, you'll get that another confidence that I have covered everything from the material. चलो, that's it for today. Thank you very much. ऐसे ही प्यार करते रहना, and I will see you in the next lecture. Till then, bye. See you. Take care. Bye. Thank you very much, Disha. 2.4. क्या था ये? 17, 14, 500. ये रे 20 lakhs is my profit. 5 lakhs I took a deduction. 5 lakhs. तो 15 lakhs profit आया. So this is the profit total. उसमें से 5 lakhs I got a deduction. Now after that 25,000 per month I have given on rent. So 25,000 into 12 if I do, then I will get the answer as 3 lakhs. But I will get 30% deductions also. So 30% if I reduce, I will get 2 lakh 10. So 15 lakhs, house property income 2 lakh 10. After that 2,500 rupees. Q because he earned savings interest का 12,500. Minus होगा 10,000 rupees of 80 TTA, so 2,500, and post office का 3,500 का I will get the exemption. Now if you add everything, you will get the answer as 17 lakhs 14,500. Yes, IDT will be conducted on the same time. नहीं इतना, if you just do this much in ICAI booklet, it is more than enough. No problem. Just see 2-3 attempts RTP also. If you are able to do it, then perfect. That's it. Don't go for any book or something. ICAI's material is enough. ठीक है, चलो, bye. See you. I will see you in the next lecture. Till then, bye. See you. Take care. मिलते हैं.